Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Soul, Yellow Grade 1. Direct Lineage. Han Qing has successfully awakened the elemental soul of thunder and fire. Evaluation granted. Soul Grade. Yellow Grade 9. Exceptionally superior. In the Divine Martial Kingdom, South Mountain Prefecture, Han Family Plaza, at the center of the grand, arc-shaped square stood a stone monument, intricately inscribed with mystic golden runes, resembling ink poured over it. Before the monument sat a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of pride. Behind him, phantoms of thunder and flames intertwined, reminiscent of celestial lightning and earthly fire. Around him, circles of resplendent golden halos ascended from the altar, a total of 9, precisely the yellow grade 9 thunder and fire soul. Among the various yellow grade souls, this was an exceptionally powerful category of elemental souls. Yellow grade 9 soul? Heavens! Young Master Han Qing is actually a genius with a yellow grade 9 soul. Our Han family has produced a yellow grade 9 soul. May the heavens bless us. Ah, a yellow grade 9 soul, second only to a mystic grade 1 soul. I never imagined Han Qing would awaken a yellow grade 9 soul. This is the highest martial soul awakened in South Mountain Prefecture's history. Our Han family has birthed a top-tier genius. Beneath the monument, gathered in groups, the younger generation of the Han family, led by several elders, displayed flushed faces, unable to contain their high spirits. Some gazed in awe and admiration, while others harbored envy and jealousy, yet the predominant sentiment was one of reverence directed towards the young man seated upon the altar. The young man was known as Han Qing, the eldest son of the Han family's second master, a prodigy second only to the young clan leader, Han Li. Thus, on this day of martial awakening for the younger generation of the Han family, his awakening of the martial soul instantly became the focal point of fervent attention. I have awakened a yellow grade 9 soul. As Han Qing opened his eyes, surveying the crowd, his handsome visage bore a hint of haughty pride, and as he regarded the younger generation of the Han family, a fleeting glimmer of undisguised disdain flickered in his depths. After casting a glance around, he stood and addressed one of the elders below the altar. Fourth elder, since I have already awakened, why not allow young clan leader Han Li to awaken next? It would be enlightening to see what kind of soul our Han family's foremost talent awakens. As he spoke, his gaze provocatively shifted towards a young man clad in a green robe amidst the crowd. This young man was none other than Han Li, the young clan leader, the only individual within the Han family capable of surpassing him in cultivation. At merely 16 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body tempering, having fought and triumphed against beasts of the 5th layer. His exceptional talent and combat prowess rendered him a prominent figure, even among the 5 great families of South Mountain Prefecture. In stark contrast, each time outsiders or even members of the Han family spoke of Han Qing, they would do so with a tone of admiration, as if to emphasize how he paled in comparison to Han Li. In the Han family, there was always talk of Han Li, while no one would voluntarily mention Han Qing. However, circumstances had changed. He was now the possessor of a yellow grade 9 martial soul, the highest grade ever recorded in South Mountain Prefecture's history. Following Han Qing's suggestion, an elder of the Han family nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Han Qing is correct. It is now time for the young clan leader to awaken." "Is it my turn to awaken?" Han Li mused internally, taking a deep breath as he nodded at the Han family elder. He then proceeded to the altar, taking the position previously occupied by Han Qing. With hands forming a seal, he closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation, emptying his mind of all thoughts. As Han Li settled upon the altar, the previously vibrant atmosphere of excitement surrounding Han Qing's yellow grade 9 awakening gave way to a tense silence. The crowd began to whisper in hushed tones, speculating what kind of martial soul the young clan leader would awaken. What do you think the young clan leader will awaken? Could it also be a yellow grade 9 soul? Yellow grade 9? Your vision is too limited. The young clan leader's talent surpasses young Master Han Qing's. He is certain to awaken a mystic grade soul. Perhaps, but the awakening of a soul is ultimately a matter of luck. It's akin to gambling. Come now, let's not speak such pessimistic words with the young clan leader's talent. He will undoubtedly start with a yellow grade 9 soul. Silence, all of you. If the young clan leader's awakening goes awry, I will hold you responsible. Among the younger generation of the Han family, differing opinions began to emerge, each harboring various expectations regarding the esteemed Han Li. However, under the elder's sharp reprimand, the crowd ceased their speculations, awaiting the awakening of Han Li upon the altar in silence. Han Li was the young clan leader, the sole son of the clan patriarch, already a peak martial artist of the sixth layer of body tempering at such a tender age. Rumors had circulated for years that he had caught the eye of an elder from the Xinjiang sect, awaiting his awakening of a soul no less than yellow grade 7 to secure his place as an outer disciple, and within 2 years to ascend to an inner disciple. The Xinjiang sect was a revered sanctuary of martial arts for many youths in South Mountain Prefecture, one of the 7 martial sects of the Divine Martial Kingdom, wielding countless resources and nurturing innumerable powerful martial artists beyond the innate realm. It was noteworthy that among the 5 great families of South Mountain Prefecture, even the most formidable clan leaders were merely at the innate stage, whereas the Xinjiang sect was capable of producing innate experts in large numbers. Thus, for Han Li to achieve such a distinction before even awakening his martial soul was a matter of great astonishment and joy. Even the talented disciples from the other 5 families appeared somewhat overshadowed in his presence. A mystic great soul? The soul's awakening is predetermined. Whatever the heavens decree is what shall be. Beyond the final result, nothing else holds weight. From a distance, Han Qing, having stepped down from the altar, scoffed inwardly. The awakening of a martial soul, as some would say, was entirely fated. It depended on the whims of the heavens, determining the strength of one's soul. Those favored by destiny, even if they were but hedonistic rascals, could awaken high-tier martial souls and soar ahead in their martial cultivation. Conversely, those with high innate talent might awaken unexpectedly low-tier souls. However, the likelihood of a rogue awakening a high-grade soul was significantly lower, perhaps 1 in a million. After all, the talents they displayed before awakening usually precluded such possibilities. Just as with Han Qing, whose talent paled in comparison to Han Li's. Yet he had awakened a yellow grade 9 thunder and fire soul, a potent symbol of strength. Thus, the chances of Han Li awakening a low-tier soul were minimal. Yet this did not deter Han Qing from wishing for Han Li to awaken a low-tier soul. Only then could he emerge from the shadows and even replace Han Li, becoming an outer disciple of the Xinjiang sect. With his yellow grade 9 soul, if he were to enter the Xinjiang sect, he would undoubtedly rise to greatness, a prodigious figure capable of achieving the innate realm and beyond. Meanwhile, as the crowd's thoughts diverged, a subtle change occurred within Han Li, who sat cross-legged upon the altar. A yellow radiance began to emanate from within him, and the runic stone tablet behind him ignited with mysterious golden symbols, infused with spiritual energy. A gentle mist of ethereal energy swirled around him, permeating his surroundings and entering his being. The soul was on the verge of awakening. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's breaths quickened with anticipation. What kind of soul would Han Li awaken? A yellow grade 9? Or perhaps an 8 grade? Or a 7 grade soul? Or even a soul surpassing yellow grade, a mystic grade soul? All eyes were fixated upon Han Li, brimming with expectation. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from within Han Li, followed by a thunderous boom, as if a tempest had erupted within him. A dazzling yellow halo surged upwards from beneath him as he sat. The crowd's gazes sharpened with anticipation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heavens! Young clan leader Han Li's martial soul has awakened to yellow grade 6 already? Not just that look. The young clan leader's soul has yet to fully manifest. Perhaps he will truly surpass the yellow grade and awaken a mystic grade soul. Impossible. It must be a soul below yellow grade 9. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Han Qing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, muttering under his breath amidst the crowd, "Heavens, 9 soul lights." Could the young clan leader truly be awakening a mystic grade soul? A gasp erupted like thunder from the ground. The crowd, breathless, turned their attention to Han Li. Beside Han Li, 9 distinct yellow soul lights ascended, gleaming with brilliance, captivating everyone's gaze. Perhaps the young clan leader can indeed awaken a mystic grade soul. An elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he absent-mindedly tugged at his long beard, oblivious to the pain. The remaining elders shared equally expectant glances. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that on the altar stone tablet. Han Li's rosy complexion suddenly turned pale. He abruptly opened his eyes, a mouthful of warm blood surged up his throat, and he couldn't help but spit it out, collapsing to the ground in a faint. The 9 rays of yellow-grade life soul light that surrounded him shattered with a thunderous crash, leaving behind only a nearly broken remnant, akin to an illusory mist that could be easily dispersed with a mere breath. At that very moment, above Han Li, a martial arts life soul began to manifest. It took the form of a small black snake, its aura so feeble that it resembled a wild beast in the mountains, easily susceptible to being crushed by a warrior's fist. Yellow-grade, first-tier life soul? How could this be? Didn't Han Li awaken a yellow-grade, 9th-tier martial arts life soul? How could it suddenly downgrade to a yellow-grade first-tier? What on earth has happened? In an instant, at the center of the Han family square, near the altar stone tablet, the crowd stared in disbelief at the unconscious Han Li. Could the awakening of a martial arts life soul truly plummet in rank so abruptly? The crowd was unable to comprehend. Haha. Awakening a yellow-grade first-tier martial arts life soul and fainting from spitting blood, this is just too amusing. Is Han Li trying to make me laugh to inherit my fortune? Han Li has actually awakened a yellow-grade first-tier life soul? This is utterly ridiculous. A rising genius has fallen just like that. Haha. Among the crowd, Han Qing couldn't help but burst into loud laughter upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, no one spoke. No one dared to address Han Qing's current demeanor. After all, this world-revered martial prowess. Han Qing's martial arts life soul was a yellow-grade 9th tier, while Han Li, who had been firmly established as a yellow-grade 9th tier, had even downgraded to a yellow-grade first-tier life soul deemed utterly worthless. No one would find Han Qing's mockery unjust. On the contrary, they joined in, echoing him. Thus, upon realizing Han Li had indeed awakened a yellow-grade first-tier life soul, many shifted from their initial fervent admiration to overt disdain, leaving no room for concealment. Really, a yellow-grade first-tier life soul? What a waste of my expression. What is this nonsense? A genius? This? It must be a waste. Let's disperse. It seems our Han family's genius is only one, and that's young Master Han Qing. Yes, it's young Master Han Qing. Amidst this transformation, unconscious Han Li remained oblivious, unaware that he had become a figure of scorn after awakening a yellow-grade first-tier life soul. Chapter 2. The Celestial Ancient Divine Tree, Replacing the Martial Soul. How is this possible? The divine tree before me. Does it support the heavens and earth of the most ancient era? In a dark world devoid of any illumination, an incredulous voice resonated through the ink-black universe. Han Li's eyes widened, shining like stars, as he gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. A divine tree, seemingly extending infinitely upward, stood tall, as if it pierced through the chaotic universe, connecting to an unknowable void, radiating an ethereal, dark luminescence. Countless branches spiraled like true dragons, adorned with profound divine patterns. Each verdant leaf seemed to transform into ancient celestial stars, encapsulating the vast world. Every time the divine tree swayed, its growing branches and leaves fell like shooting stars. In an instant, withered and yellow, mysterious and unfathomable, infinitely majestic, it left Han Li in a state of disbelief. Beside him, a mysterious woman clad in a flowing white palace dress appeared. Her demeanor was as cold as the moon goddess, her features exquisitely delicate, exuding an ethereal beauty untouched by worldly affairs. Just standing beside Han Li, she seemed as though she had stepped out from a painting, evoking no impure thoughts, as if such profane ideas should not exist in her presence. This tree is called the Celestial Ancient Divine Tree indeed. It once upheld the heavens and earth of the most ancient era. What you see now is merely a manifestation of its essence. Long before ancient times, its true form shattered due to an immutable rule. Only the soul of the divine tree remains before you. The woman in the white dress gracefully leapt forward, raising her fair swan-like neck to gaze at the celestial ancient divine tree. She glanced at Han Li, her eyes filled with a flicker of uncertainty. Years ago, I was trapped in the vast void seeking it. Yet I never expected it to choose you. I am curious. Your original life soul was merely a Shunfeng Qi Dong. Yet you possess the qualification to be recognized? Han Li felt astonishment and disbelief at the existence of the celestial ancient divine tree. Yet the fact that it had chosen him was even more difficult for him to accept. The celestial ancient divine tree, what an ancient treasure it was! Even in its diminished form, the soul of the divine tree could incite contention among the mightiest beings of the heavens. Why would it choose to acknowledge Han Li before her, rejecting her? What virtue or capability did he possess to be so envied? In response to the woman's surprise, Han Li did not perceive it as praise. Instead, it felt more like a provocation. He looked angrily at the soul of the celestial ancient divine tree and declared, "If being recognized by it is an honor, I would rather forego this honor. I simply wish for my martial arts life soul to return to its original rank." Han Li's heart was bleeding. It was precisely due to the celestial ancient divine tree's recognition that his martial arts life soul, once promising, had plummeted from a Shunfeng to a yellow-grade first tier, rendering it a waste of a life soul. It was akin to a sovereign ruling a nation suddenly toppling from grace overnight. If this was a form of honor, Han Li would rather not have it. Eh? The woman in the white dress laughed softly at his words, then sneered, "Should I call you foolish or naive? A mere Shunfeng life soul, even a Tanfeng in my eyes, is barely qualified to become a strong being. And you have gained the celestial ancient divine tree's recognition. It has reconstructed your foundation, opening the gateway to the pinnacle of martial arts. Do you still feel wrong? But my life soul is only a yellow-grade first tier, even with its acknowledgement. How can I continue to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts?" Han Li understood the dreadfulness of the celestial ancient divine tree, yet its history of once supporting the heavens and earth was enough to astonish him. After all, for him, the divine martial kingdom he was born into was almost the entirety of his world. He had never considered that beyond the realm of the divine martial kingdom lay an even more vast universe. Let alone the honor of receiving the recognition of the celestial ancient divine tree, coveted even by the mysterious woman beside him, whose strength was unfathomable. This was indeed an honor. However, his life soul, having been acknowledged by the celestial ancient divine tree, had suddenly intruded into his body, causing his once potential being talent destined for the divine transformation realm to descend in rank, becoming the most worthless of life souls. What could he say about martial arts? Without a powerful life soul to provide a solid foundation, his martial arts would be like a castle in the air, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain. What if I could help the celestial ancient divine tree become your martial arts life soul? The woman in the white dress uttered a phrase so astonishing it was hard to believe. Are you saying that I could have the celestial ancient divine tree replace my original life soul? Han Li abruptly raised his head, his gaze filled with shock, then turned to the towering celestial ancient divine tree behind him, his eyes burning with intensity as he scrutinized the woman in white. He was both hopeful and apprehensive. Hopeful that if the celestial ancient divine tree could truly replace his original life soul, he could advance further in the path of martial arts. Yet also apprehensive, fearing this was merely a deceitful ploy of the woman in white, intended to mock him. The woman in white seemed to perceive Han Li's conflicting thoughts, her beautifully shaped phoenix eyes furrowed in displeasure as she said, "You are the first to dare question my honesty since I achieved enlightenment. Had it not been for considering your limited perspective, in the past, I would have crushed you with a single strike, erasing your true spirit. I merely speculated on others' thoughts with a calm mind after all. It is hard to imagine such a treasure replacing my life soul," Han Li replied, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Very well, I shall not hold it against you." The woman in white reigned in her displeasure, and with a delicate gesture, she pointed a slender finger at Han Li's brow. In that instant, their skins touched intimately. Han Li was momentarily dazed. A fragrant aroma wafted from not far away, enchanting and alluring. His pupils widened as his face flushed, again stirring thoughts and images unfit for his age. At that moment, he felt his blood boiling, as if he were in a furnace, being seared. At the tender age of 16 or 17, he had begun to understand the nuances of emotions between men and women. But in the next instant, the woman's voice, as cold as frost in June, extinguished the lingering thoughts in Han Li's heart. If you continue to entertain those inappropriate thoughts, I assure you, once you leave, any potential for future generations will be as good as non-existent. Rest assured, Senior, Han Li would never dare to indulge in such fantasies. It was merely a moment of uncontrollable impulse. Han Li quickly replied, his soul trembling at her words. He hadn't anticipated that he would be so misled by the woman's breathtaking beauty and aura. Now, awakened by her words, he immediately banished most of the inappropriate thoughts from his mind. In response, the woman in white let out a cold laugh, offering no further reply. At the same time, Han Li sensed a plethora of unfamiliar scriptures emerging within the recesses of his mind. It appeared that these verses could be cohesively assembled, culminating in a martial arts technique so enigmatic and profound that Han Li could not discern its rank. Additionally, the echoes of an ancient and vast resonance, akin to the lofty and profound sounds of the Tao, reverberated in his consciousness. Chapter 3. The Impossible Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture. Is it truly possible that the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture is so astonishingly extraordinary? The human body is composed of 600 trillion particles. In this technique, one perceives their own 600 trillion particles as individual divine prison cages. Awakening each particle grants a formidable power. Upon achieving perfection, one could rival the ancient divine elephants and primordial dragons. Effortlessly altering the structure of their own particles, what kind of mad genius has conceived such a technique? Han Li opened his eyes, murmuring incessantly, the shock in his gaze lingering long after. He was utterly astounded by the martial arts technique imparted to him by the woman in the plain skirt. To Han Li, the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture appeared to be an invention of a true lunatic or a genius that it seemed almost impossible for anyone to cultivate such a technique to its pinnacle. Why? Because the fundamental premise of the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture elucidates that the human body is an entirety composed of 600 trillion particles, each of which is perceived as a divine prison housing a particle demon. Awakening a single particle equates to awakening a particle demon, and the awakening of one particle demon translates to the practitioner possessing a tremendous force within the Creator's vision. When a practitioner reaches the realm of perfection, they would be able to command the boundless particle demons within their body and fundamentally alter their essence, manipulating the particles to transform a human into a mute beast or an ancient, formidable demon beast. This fundamentally alters the original species, an almost divine power. Senior, could such an eccentric and seemingly impossible martial arts technique truly be cultivated? Han Li inquired, his gaze fixed upon the woman in the plain skirt. In his eyes, the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture had entirely transcended the realm of contemporary martial arts, embarking on a path that defied humanity itself. How long would it take to awaken the 600 trillion particle demons within? More importantly, the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture imparted to him by the woman only encompassed the initial stage and the overarching concepts and ideas intended to be conveyed. How could it be impossible? The woman in the plain skirt regarded Han Li and replied gravely, although the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture is incomplete, and the Creator has only established the first tier and the macro concept of the technique, its potential for development is undeniably worthy of recognition, that if I had obtained it during my weaker years, I would have likely chosen to cultivate it. However, I could never succeed. Then why pass it on to me? Han Li asked, a bitter smile adorning his face, that he could not comprehend the significance of the woman's actions. Given her superior strength, she surely knew the futility of such an endeavor. Yet, the next words from the woman in the plain skirt contradicted his self-perception. Although I cannot succeed in cultivation, nor can others, you can. As she spoke, her gaze shifted between Han Li and the celestial ancient tree, continuing, you possess the recognition of the celestial ancient tree, and with my assistance, replacing it with your martial spirit will allow you to cultivate the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Scripture successfully. You may even innovate and carve your own path upon the existing foundation. Perhaps in the future, I may even seek your help to resolve a matter. But the decision to cultivate lies with you. After saying this, The woman in the plain skirt gazed intently at Han Li, with the acknowledgement of the celestial ancient tree, and if she were to assist him in replacing it with his martial spirit, Han Li's martial talent would undoubtedly be unprecedented. After all, it was the primordial tree of heaven. Should it become a person's martial spirit, one could only imagine the terrifying potential for growth. Moreover, in the eyes of the woman in the plain skirt, cultivating the divine prison, celestial theft scripture, was undoubtedly the most compatible option for the celestial ancient tree. If Han Li were unwilling, the woman in the plain skirt would have no choice but to relent. But am I the only one who could succeed in cultivation? Han Li pondered, stunned that he never expected the woman would provide him with such an answer. The likelihood of cultivating the divine prison, celestial theft scripture to perfection, was exceedingly low. While its potential appeared dauntingly high, reaching that pinnacle was fundamentally impossible. However, the woman now stated that she could not succeed, nor could anyone else. Yet he alone had a chance due to the celestial ancient tree's recognition. This ignited a spark of competitive spirit within Han Li. With access to a technique of such lofty potential, along with the woman's aid in replacing the celestial ancient tree as his martial spirit, why not attempt to cultivate it? What if he succeeded? With this thought, Han Li suddenly lifted his gaze, looking at the woman in the plain skirt, reminiscent of the ethereal moon goddess, and solemnly declared, "Senior, I have made my decision that I, Han Li, shall cultivate the divine prison celestial theft scripture and strive to ascend to my own martial pinnacle. Therefore, I must ask you to assist me in replacing my martial spirit." "Very well. Your willingness to attempt this is enough to honor the celestial ancient tree's choice to recognize you," the woman in the plain skirt replied, appearing to exhale in relief as she smiled. "Even if you are unable to succeed in cultivation in the future, I possess countless ancient and modern texts that could elevate you to the pinnacle of martial arts, making you a formidable warrior." The woman in the plain skirt spoke with great seriousness that if the celestial ancient tree became Han Li's martial spirit, his potential for the future would be undeniably significant. Even if he chose to abandon the divine prison, celestial theft scripture, and pursue other martial techniques, he could rapidly grow into a powerful martial artist in a short time. "Now, I shall teach you how to make the celestial ancient tree your martial spirit. By the way, my surname is Gon. You may call me Sister Gon, and refrain from referring to me as senior." The woman in the plain skirt gazed solemnly at Han Li, her beautiful brows furrowing, exuding an aura that suggested dire consequences should he dare to call her senior again. "Yes, Sister Gon, I understand." Han Li could only nod in compliance, even if the woman in front of him was undoubtedly much older than he. He had to suppress his conscience and call her sister. That will suffice. Upon hearing Han Li's obedient response, the woman in the plain skirt reined in her feigned anger and proceeded to teach him how to replace his martial spirit with the celestial ancient tree. After a brief moment, the woman remarked, "Although the celestial ancient tree before you is a divine tree spirit, having lost its physical form over countless epochs, once it becomes your martial spirit, its grade will likely stabilize at the mysterious tier. However, you need not worry. As your cultivation grows, the grade of the celestial ancient tree spirit will also increase, its potential far surpassing that of your original martial spirit. Once you leave this spiritual sea, you may prepare to have the celestial ancient tree replace your martial spirit." Han Li acknowledged her words, sincerely thanking Sister Gon, suppressing the joy swelling within him. Regardless of the celestial ancient tree's talent once it became his martial spirit, the mere prospect of its potential for growth had already satisfied Han Li, even forgetting that it was the celestial ancient tree that had caused his original martial spirit to shatter, resulting in a decline to the yellow tier. Chapter 4. Replacing the martial spirit. "Is this my room?" Upon exiting the spiritual sea, Han Li awoke from his stupor. The first thing he did was observe his surroundings. He found himself lying on a bed, covered with blankets, and a faint, pungent medicinal odor pervaded the air. The furnishings around him unmistakably indicated that he was in the Han family residence. "It seems my parents have been worried about me for quite some time since I fell unconscious," Han Li thought. Propping himself against the bed, he caught a glimpse of a ceramic bowl beside him, containing remnants of medicinal soup, while he could still taste the faint bitterness of herbs in his mouth. Clearly, someone had gone to great lengths to ensure he ingested medicine during his unconsciousness. The pressing matter at hand was to replace his martial spirit at the earliest opportunity. Han Li contemplated for a moment, then immediately cast aside his bedding, Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he formed intricate hand seals with his hands while simultaneously channeling the incantation imparted to him by the woman in the plain skirt, which resonated within his mental sea. Following the description of the incantation, Han Li's entire consciousness plunged into a state of profound emptiness, as if his soul had detached from his body, granting him a divine perspective that allowed him to observe the inner workings of his own being with remarkable clarity. Crimson, torrid blood surged through his veins like a mighty river, coursing through his organs and limbs, traversing his entire form. Yet, all of this was disregarded by Han Li. His awareness delved deep into the innermost recesses of his soul, arriving at a dim, grayish world. There, he perceived a faint, ethereal shadow resembling a small black serpent, cowering in a corner of his soul, fearfully avoiding the distant, ominous presence of a mysterious ancient tree, exuding an aura of terror. The existence of this ancient tree was none other than the celestial ancient divine tree. It seemed that Han Li's fallen grade Xin grade soul was fundamentally gripped by a profound fear of this celestial ancient divine tree. Gazing at the small black serpent, now reduced to a yellow grade waste soul, Han Li could not help but chuckle bitterly to himself that a Xin grade soul, within the entire divine martial kingdom, was a rare talent. Yet, who could have imagined that Han Li's Xin grade soul would be so thoroughly frightened by an external celestial ancient divine tree that it plummeted to the yellow grade, becoming a mere waste soul? The stark contrast of the situation left Han Li both amused and exasperated. However, this matter was of little concern to him. Now, following the method taught by the woman in the plain skirt, he had ventured into the depths of his soul, confronting the essence of the celestial ancient divine tree and his original martial soul, thus beginning the process of soul replacement. The first step was to assimilate Han Li's original martial soul. What did assimilation entail? Simply put, it meant erasing the fallen grade soul from his being. The essence of the martial soul, as the woman in the plain skirt had explained, was intrinsically linked to the soul of the martial practitioner. It was a derivative of the practitioner's own soul, or his second soul. If you will to erase this soul meant enduring the agony of his second soul's demise for the degree of pain. The woman had not divulged that to Han Li. While he remained uncertain, he believed he could endure it. Yet when Han Li began the process of erasing and assimilating the martial soul, he soon discovered the true nature of the torment. Pain, excruciating pain. Why did it hurt so much? Han Li felt as though his soul was being meticulously unraveled, akin to being devoured by a myriad of ants, the agony reminiscent of 1,000 blades piercing through him. It was a form of suffering that defied description. As he invoked the incantation bestowed by the woman in the plain skirt to eradicate his martial soul, he felt his vital energy reverse course. As if his entire body had become a funnel. Once a perfectly sealed vessel, it now resembled a broken water container, unable to retain any flowing substance. Simultaneously, within the depths of his soul, the small black serpent soul, coiled tightly, seemed to sense something amiss in Han Li's vision. It writhed and emitted cries of anguish, as if questioning him as to why he was undertaking such an act, why he sought to erase its existence. I am sorry, little black serpent, that I must allow the celestial ancient divine tree to replace you, but you shall continue to assist me in another form. Han Li gazed at the struggling black serpent soul, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes before dissipating. This was no time for sentimentality, and the act of erasing the soul had no path of retreat. Before him, the small black serpent soul was gradually stripped of energy that resonated with Han Li. With each extraction, Han Li felt the sensation of his soul being torn apart double in intensity. However, despite the agony, he looked toward the celestial ancient divine tree, forcing a smile through the pain. For the energy drawn from the small black serpent was being transferred to the divine tree. After an indeterminate passage of time, Han Li finally extracted all the energy from the small black serpent soul, which, having exhausted its strength, let out a final wail before shattering into countless black and purple motes of light, akin to shimmering raindrops falling upon the nearby, celestial ancient divine tree in an instant. Han Li felt a warm current rise within him. Following the removal of the small black serpent's existence, his body, once akin to a funnel, seemed to mend itself. With a resounding crash, Han Li was abruptly awakened from his deep soul exploration. Behind him, a chaotic scene emerged, depicting an ancient tree flourishing in a primordial world, its myriad branches swaying gently. Initially, the tree was lush and vibrant, yet at some unknown moment, it bore a deep blackish-purple fruit. Vaguely, Hanli sensed a mysterious connection forming with it this moment. The celestial ancient divine tree had supplanted the original small black serpent soul, becoming Han Li's martial soul. Simultaneously, Han Li fully unleashed the power of the celestial ancient divine tree's soul. Radiant yellow halos symbolizing the soul began to rise. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, ultimately summoning 9 distinct rings, along with a faint azure halo that, while less pronounced than the others, seemed to surpass their collective might in terms of quality. Originally a yellow grade 9 tier soul, it was now approaching the threshold of a Xian grade 1, feeling the celestial ancient divine tree, which had taken the place of the small black serpent soul, and observing the fruit that had sprouted from one of its branches. Han Li discerned the nature of his current martial soul. Though it had replaced the small black serpent soul, the celestial ancient divine tree, with its exceptional attributes, was not yet a complete Xian grade soul. It was merely half of one. This was due to Han Li's choice to forego its potential elevation to full Xian grade and instead channel some of the energy capable of breaking through into the celestial ancient divine tree's soul. Ultimately, this is my true soul. Thankfully, I have found a way to preserve its existence. Han Li mused with a hint of a smile. The blackish-purple fruit contained not merely a remnant, but the essence of the small black serpent soul, which had vanished after being supplanted by the celestial ancient divine tree's soul. This moment, the small black serpent soul, nourished by the divine tree, awaited its time to mature and would eventually be reborn as Han Li's second soul, a second soul born of the celestial ancient divine tree, which would serve as Han Li's primary soul displayed to the outside world, concealing the existence of the divine tree. From now on, I shall call you the celestial soul, Han Li declared, his gaze upon the celestial ancient divine tree filled with warmth. As his words echoed, the celestial ancient divine tree, embodying his martial soul, seemed to acknowledge the name, swaying its trunk in affirmation. Excellent. Han Li chuckled softly before retracting the manifestation of the celestial soul back into himself. The celestial ancient divine tree had supplanted the small black serpent as his primary soul, and now it was time to prepare for the cultivation of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture. After storing the soul, Han Li contemplated the path of his martial cultivation. The divine prison celestial thief scripture was his principal cultivation method, the foundation upon which he would become a formidable martial practitioner, promising unprecedented prospects. The only challenge lay in the fact that the subsequent progression of the scripture required Han Li to deduce it independently. Even the practice of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture, demanded substantial resources to support him. After all, awakening the 60 trillion microparticles of divine demons within him could not be accomplished solely through his arduous self-cultivation. That if Han Li wished to expedite the cultivation of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture, acquiring resources for cultivation became a necessity. Chapter 5. A surge in power, a family's transformation. The essence of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture lies in a singular visualization. Should I wish to cultivate the divine prison, celestial thief scripture, I must now envision a divine demon suppressed by endless divine prisons within my own being. In the chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged upon the ground, his eyes closed as countless thoughts surged within him. The cultivation methods pertaining to the divine prison immortal thief scripture emerged vividly in his mind, accompanied by a vast compendium of divine and demonic illustrations. An envisioning of the divine prison immortal thief scripture. The moment he beheld the illustrations, Han Li instinctively cleared his mind, plunging into a profound meditative state. With the divine and demonic illustrations as his guide, he effortlessly envisioned the entities depicted within. In his reverie, he transformed into a multitude of luminous points, each representing a unique prison of the divine prison, each containing a minuscule divine or demonic essence. When these minuscule entities coalesced, they formed a being strikingly akin to Han Li himself, a transcendent divine and demonic figure, reminiscent of the legendary beings that opened the heavens and the earth, stepping forth into the abyss of his envisioned world. This figure was composed of countless divine and demonic particles, each strand of hair akin to the most fearsome sword light or blade shadow, capable of wreaking havoc upon the boundless chaos. Simultaneously, within Han Li's body, A resonance seemed to arise. He perceived the intricate network of blood vessels and the endless intertwining of meridians, as his blood flowed like a mighty river, ebbing and flowing, resonating in his ears. What astonished him further was the sight of numerous areas within his body emanating a faint glow that it was these very lights that forged the flesh. Bones, blood, and meridians, constituting his corporeal form. Next, in the vicinity of his heart, a multitude of particles flickered, continuously gathering spiritual energy. Hanli felt as though he could hear the roars of divine and demonic beings. He heard voices akin to those breaking free from their constraints, and from several particles emerged powerful specters of divine and demonic entities. Their roars merged into one, transforming into a supreme heart entity residing within Han Li's heart, causing the most vulnerable part of his body to pulsate with newfound strength, resonating with a thunderous beat, and his entire being radiated warmth akin to a surging sea of blood. Han Li's most immediate sensation was a remarkable surge in his strength, as if it had multiplied several times in an instant. Have I truly so effortlessly mastered the divine prison immortal thief scripture? Han Li opened his eyes, a mixture of disbelief and delight gracing his features. He had not anticipated that merely envisioning the divine and demonic illustrations would, through the involuntary circulation of spiritual energy within him, allow him to unlock the divine particles residing in his heart. At this moment, the divine particles awakened within his heart significantly enhanced his physical form, with the most pronounced transformation occurring in his heart. Even if pierced through by a sword, he would not succumb to death instantaneously. Rather, the divine particles awakened within him would autonomously mend his wounds, bestowing upon him a formidable regenerative ability. Furthermore, with the awakening of the divine particles, Han Li could sense an amplification of his strength at the 6th layer of body refinement. With the threshold to break into the 7th layer now within a mere thoughts reached, and I never expected that at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body refinement, I could only unlock 5 divine particles of the heart. Truly, the cultivation is exceedingly arduous, Han Li mused, reflecting on the formidable challenges posed by the divine prison immortal thief scripture, and he then rose and, with all his might, struck the air with a fist, producing a deafening sonic boom, as if he had ruptured the very air itself, accompanied by a faint, resonant roar. What a terrifying technique! Merely with the newly awakened divine particles, I have enhanced my strength to such an alarming degree. Surely I possess at least 1 dragon's worth of power now. 1 dragon's worth of power equated to 10,000 gene of might. According to the divine prison immortal thief scripture, the initial awakening of divine particles could endow the practitioner with the strength of 1 elephant. 1 elephant's strength being 1,000 gene. Thus, 10,000 gene equated to 1 dragon's worth of power. Such immense strength was typically reserved for practitioners at the 8th layer of body refinement. Yet here was Han Li, having merely awakened 5 divine particles. And with his original strength, he had shattered conventional understanding, possessing the strength of an 8th layer body refinement practitioner, augmented by an additional half-dragon's worth of power, an astonishing 15,000 gene. Any ordinary practitioner at the 8th layer of body refinement who encountered Han Li would find themselves utterly overwhelmed by his full-force punch. Should he break through to the 7th layer, he could potentially double his strength, reaching an unimaginable 20,000 gene. It was beyond comprehension, as Han Li pondered the ramifications of further awakening additional divine particles. He could hardly fathom the heights of power he might attain at that moment. He heard faint footsteps approaching, not merely one person. The door creaked open, revealing a woman dressed in the attire of a matron, followed closely by a young maid, of an age similar to Han Li's. "Li, my child, you have awakened?" The woman, upon entering, spotted Han Li, and tears welled in her eyes as she approached him, her concern palpable. "Child, is your body well? Why do you wander so casually in such scant attire after recovering from a grave illness?" "Mother, I am perfectly fine. Upon awakening, I felt a sudden urge and decided to practice my martial arts." Han Li replied, demonstrating a few powerful punches before her, exuding a formidable presence. After his display, he reassured her, "Mother, I assure you, I am in excellent health." "That is a relief. A great relief," the woman exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Before turning to the maid beside her, "Jihua, while I converse with my son, could you kindly tidy up his garments?" "Tidy up?" Han Li inquired, glancing between his mother and the maid, apprehension creeping into his voice. "What are we tidying? Everything seems perfectly fine here. Has something occurred within the clan? Li, you had just recovered from a serious illness. You must rest well. We can discuss other matters once you are fully recuperated." "All right." His mother's gaze darted away, gently urging him to return to bed. But Han Li was no ordinary individual. His innate talent allowed him to quickly grasp the underlying gravity of the situation. Something significant had undoubtedly transpired during his unconsciousness. "Jihua, tell me," he implored, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the maid. "Has something happened within the family? Is it related to my second uncle or Han Qing?" "Young master, I know nothing." Jihua, caught in Han Li's intense gaze, lowered her head in fear, unable to respond. "Since you all refuse to speak, I shall inquire myself." Han Li, observing Jihua's reticence and his mother's evasive demeanor, hastily donned the garments beside his bed and swiftly exited the room, not permitting either of them the chance to intervene. Chapter 6. The Reality of Human Hearts, a confrontation with Han Qing according to clan regulations. The Elder Council has decided to revoke the position of clan leader from Han Tianming, appointing Han Tianyang as the new leader of the Han family. Do any among the Han family have objections? Within the ancestral hall of the Han family, before the ancestral tablets of their forebears, the Elder Council stood alongside two distinguished middle-aged men. The elder, wearing a light brown robe, spoke, identifying himself as the Grand Elder of the Han family. To his side stood the two remarkable middle-aged men, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Han Li, exuding an air of authority. Han Tianming, Han Li's father and the current clan leader. The other was Han Tianyang, Han Li's second uncle. Behind Han Tianyang stood Han Qing, who had recently awakened a yellow-grade 9th-tier Fate Soul, brimming with confidence in his splendid attire, undoubtedly the Han family's most celebrated talent, compared to Han Li, who awakened a yellow-grade 1st-tier Fate Soul on the same day. He garnered significantly more admiration from the clan. It appears there are no objections. Han Tianyang surveyed the assembled Han family members and various elders, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he turned to Han Tianming. "Brother, it seems none have voiced dissent. Thus, the position of clan leader is rightfully mine. Haha, as the clan has deemed it. I willingly yield the position to my brother. That not a fine resolution." Han Tianming replied nonchalantly, revealing no hint of emotion, as if the title of clan leader were trivial in his eyes. Though Han Tianyang felt a twinge of discontent at Han Tianming's indifference, the clan leader's position was now his, and he suppressed his annoyance, stepping forward to declare, "Since there are no objections, I, Han Tianyang, shall assume the role of clan leader that I hope for your support. Rest assured, clan leader, we shall do our utmost to assist you." As Han Tianyang's voice reverberated through the ancestral hall, the crowd erupted in a chorus of agreement. These individuals were predominantly members of the Han family, loyal to Han Tianyang, while some were swayed by self-interest to align themselves with him. Observing the display of solidarity among his kin, Han Tianming felt a twinge of sorrow. Although he had anticipated this day, the sadness in his heart was inescapable. Once, he had sacrificed everything for the family, yet found himself condemned merely for utilizing family resources to treat his son's injuries. Such is the nature of betrayal. Moreover, his son had awakened a yellow grade 1 soul, which only intensified the scrutiny upon him. That it was common knowledge that the son of the clan leader, once a prodigy shining brightly over Nanshan County, was now deemed a worthless failure. In stark contrast stood Han Qingxiao, the son of the second elder, a genuine genius who had awakened a yellow grade 9 soul, brimming with immeasurable potential, certainly a worthy investment and a favorable candidate for clan leadership. That moment, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air outside the ancestral hall, cutting through the flattery like a knife. "I oppose Han Tianyang's ascension to clan leader. I wonder if my dissent holds any weight." The crowd turned in unison, astonished to see a familiar figure emerge at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Clad in a flowing blue robe, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, the smile playing at the corners of his mouth stirred a flutter among the youthful maidens present. The newcomer was none other than Han Li, who had dashed from his residence. Han Li, Lear. Reactions to Han Li's sudden appearance varied among the crowd, but the most intense responses came from Han Tianming and Han Tianyang. The latter's gaze was particularly hostile. Yet, Han Li met Tianyang's glare with unwavering resolve, standing firmly beside his father, Han Tunming. Second uncle, if I'm not mistaken, I too am a member of the Han family, and thus entitled to voice my dissent. Am I not? Lear, how have you come here? Han Tianming's demeanor shifted slightly at the sight of his son, revealing a hint of paternal concern that as he approached Han Li, he infused a trace of vital energy to assess his son's condition. How could I remain idle when my father is on the brink of being ousted from his position as clan leader? Han Li replied with a smile, touched by the vital energy flowing from his father. The realization that his father would willingly sacrifice his position for him moved Han Li deeply. Had it not been for his timely awakening, he might never have known that his father was willing to relinquish his leadership to secure resources for Han Li's recovery. If it were not for such urgency, any internal dissent within the clan would have taken time to materialize. Acquiring a 9 Miracles Xian pill undoubtedly threatened the interests of many within the Han family. Han Li's gaze shifted to his second uncle, challenging. Does second uncle believe that Lear is not a member of the Han family? Second uncle did not claim that Lear is not a Han family member. He was merely surprised by Lear's recovery and, in his joy, overlooked your words, Han Tianyang replied, tempering his hostile demeanor with a smile at Lear. My becoming clan leader is in accordance with the will of the people. And your father willingly steps aside. Do you not agree? Are you truly willing to defy the prevailing sentiment and the clan's wishes? Will of the people. Prevailing sentiment. Han Li repeated, laughter escaping his lips. His eyes scanning the assembly. What absurdities! What so-called will of the people? What prevailing sentiment? You are merely a gaggle of self-serving sycophants, shamelessly clinging to anyone who promises them gain, while forgetting the sacrifices my father has made for the Han family. 3 years ago, my father fought valiantly against the leader of the Fong family, one of the 5 great families of Nanshan County, to secure a precious resource from the Chilean mountains for our clan. Half a year ago, he even forsook his own advancement to ensure that my good second uncle could break through to the innate realm. What was his motivation? To strengthen the family. Yet you would seek to impeach my father over a moment of personal desire and Han Qing's superior talent. Have you all forgotten the countless contributions my father has made for the benefit of the Han family? Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? Each word from Han Li was like a blade, piercing through the moral degradation of those before him. His every utterance struck at the hearts of his listeners, instilling fear and preventing them from meeting his gaze. For every word he spoke was brutally frank and painfully true. Stripping away their pretenses, did I end these years? How much had Han Tianming sacrificed for the clan? Each of these acts was etched in the collective memory of the Han family. What Han Li revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. There were even more profound contributions, but he chose not to elaborate, for no amount of words would change the views of these opportunistic fence-sitters that I in their eyes. Han Li was nothing more than a waste with a yellow grade 1 soul. Devoid of any potential that I in contrast, Han Qing, with his yellow grade 9 soul, was perceived as a paragon worth investing in, a candidate for clan leadership who could curry favor and offer future benefits. People are inherently pragmatic. Han Li held no grudge against them, yet his indignation could not be quelled. Even if he truly awakened a yellow grade 1 soul, why should his father be hastily deposed? Simply for harboring the desire to heal his son? Everyone has their own self-interests. Must the clan leader, Han Tianming, not possess that right as well? Should the clan leader be an unyielding saint devoid of personal desires? What a ludicrous notion. Han Li, the decision to replace the clan leader was made collectively by the elders and other high-ranking members. Do you truly believe they erred? Furthermore, do you think a clan leader with a yellow grade 1 soul has the right to continue leading the Han family? The voice belonged to Han Qing, who stepped forward from behind Han Tianyang, his expression brimming with arrogance as he looked down upon Han Li and his father. Having awakened a yellow grade 9 Thunderfire soul, Han Qing's status within the clan had skyrocketed. Even the elders and other figures of authority found themselves yielding to him. Now, with his accelerated cultivation, he had swiftly advanced to the 7th level of body refining, striving towards the 8th. So, you all believe that a person's soul determines everything, that strength dictates all. Han Li's gaze sharpened like a blade, locking onto everyone present, and one responded. They remained shrouded in a silence that suggested tacit agreement. At that moment, Han Qing interjected, "You need not feel disheartened. After all, as your elder brother, I can empathize with your plight of going from genius to waste overnight. Rest assured, if anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name. and they shall think twice." As he spoke, Han Qing reached out, attempting to place a comforting hand on Han Li's shoulder, embodying the role of a caring elder brother, feigning compassion. "I see through your facade." Han Li evaded Han Qing's touch, directing his gaze towards his second uncle, Han Tianyong, and the assembled elders that if the Han family determines the selection of its leader based on strength and talent, then I challenge Han Qing to a duel. A month from now at the Seven Sects Recruitment Conference, do you dare to face me? Han Li's eyes locked on Han Qing, his spirit ignited with fervor. Did my cousin just propose a duel against me at the Seven Sects Recruitment Conference in a month? Han Qing, initially intending to feign concern for Han Li, abruptly halted, his expression darkening with disdain. Concealed beneath the surface was a hint of contempt. "I have awakened a yellow grade 9 soul, a singular genius in Nanshan County, with a cultivation speed 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than your worthless soul. Are you truly certain you wish to engage in this battle? This is not a matter of condescension. I genuinely worry for you. Do not sacrifice your dignity only to find yourself humiliated in a month's time. That would be quite the spectacle." Han Qing spoke with a radiant smile, completely dismissing Han Li's words in his heart. To him, Han Li's actions were nothing more than the stubbornness of a dead duck seeking to save face, intent on fighting him. When the time came, if Han Li could not even touch the hem of Han Qing's garment, it would indeed be a source of great amusement. Do not speak foolishly. With your current talent, you stand no chance at all, Han Tianming interjected, keenly aware of the rapid cultivation speed of Huang Pin Jiao and the like. In his view, Han Li, possessing a Huang Pin E-class fate soul, had no hope of victory. Such impulsive remarks would only lead to self-inflicted humiliation at the upcoming competition a month later. "Father, do you believe in me?" Han Li shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Han Tianming. Under Han Li's gaze, Han Tianming felt averse to provoking his son, who had awakened a Huang Pin E-class fate soul and could only nod in silence. Yet, that mere nod ignited an unparalleled motivation within Han Li. He declared solemnly, "Since you trust your son, I shall not let you down. That I must fight this battle, not only for you but also for myself. Han Qing, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Han Li's gaze was firmly locked on a Han Qing, who was adorned in resplendent garments. "Humph, if you wish to court disaster, I shall oblige. But I do not believe you can surpass me, who possesses a Huang Pin Jiao-class fate soul." Within a month, Han Qing scoffed, ignoring Han Li's intense stare. "However, if you want me to accept your challenge, there is a condition." Han Qing raised a finger. "Speak." Han Li furrowed his brow, nodding in acknowledgement for the month. "My third uncle shall still be the head of the Han family, but you cannot utilize a single resource from the family for your cultivation, or else my father will take over as the family head." Han Qing stated that if you can defeat me without the aid of family resources, I believe no one in the family will object. "Very well, I accept your terms." Han Li nodded, understanding that Han Qing's condition stemmed from a fear that Han Tianming would assist Han Li in obtaining family resources, thus hindering Han Li's growth. However, this did not intimidate Han Li, that he was never one to rely on his family for advancement. To become stronger, one must seize opportunities independently. This notion did not daunt him in the slightest. Yet Han Tianming looked on, his heart heavy with helplessness as he witnessed his son take such a bold stand, filled with immense shame. Now that Han Li had agreed to Han Qing's conditions, could his son truly defeat Han Qing in a month? After all, he was the possessor of a Huang Pin Jiao-class fate soul, one of the most talented individuals in the entire Nanshan County. Even among the 5 great families of Nanshan County, no one had awakened a Huang Pin Jiao-class fate soul as of yet. The strongest was merely the son of the Fong family head, who had awakened a Huang Pin Ba-class fate soul. This illustrated the rarity and preciousness of Han Qing's Huang Pin Jiao-class fate soul. "Since you have agreed so readily, I shall accept your challenge." Han Qing replied proudly, turning to his father, Han Tianyong, and saying, "Father, it seems you must wait another month before becoming the new head of our Han family." "Haha, my son need not worry. A mere month is nothing. Even if it takes 3 years, I can wait. What matters is that my son possesses the spirit of a strong one." Han Tianyong responded with a hearty laugh, showing no signs of displeasure. The crowd present wore expressions of indifference that a month later would be the day when the 7 sects of the Divine Marshall County recruited disciples, that on that day they would send their elders and stewards to seek out talented individuals throughout the Divine Marshall County. As for the battle between Han Li and Han Qing, everyone could easily guess who the victor would be. Undoubtedly, it would be Han Qing with his Huang Pin Geo-class Fate Soul. And what of Han Li? A mere Huang Pin E-class Fate Soul, foolishly agreeing to Han Qing's demands and refraining from using any family resources, with his slow cultivation speed akin to that of a tortoise. Did he truly harbor any hope? It would only serve to amplify his humiliation on that day. Yet no one voiced these thoughts. Perhaps they were more eager to witness Han Li's folly. After all, Han Li's previous words had shamelessly laid bare their own shortcomings. Who would not relish the spectacle? Very well. Since both parties are in agreement, the exchange of family heads will be decided after the great competition in a month. I hope Han Li will honor the agreement made today. The Grand Elder of the Han family stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Rest assured, Han Li's word is as good as gold, and he shall not waver. Very well. You may disperse, the Grand Elder replied, nodding coldly as he looked at the crowd. Instantly, upon receiving the Grand Elder's command, the gathered crowd began to disperse. Even Han Qing and his father chose to ignore Han Li and his father as they passed by. Li'er, you have been too impulsive. Why have you acted so foolishly? Not only did you challenge Han Qing, but you also agreed to refrain from using family resources. How can you possibly hope to defeat him in a month? Once the crowd had left, Han Tianming, still dazed, returned to his senses, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease that he had not anticipated that Han Li's emergence would disrupt the transition of the Han family head. Culminating in a challenge against the top talent of the Han family, Han Qing, a challenge that was entirely one-sided, with no chance of victory. Father, you need not worry. When have I ever acted without considering the consequences? Han Li replied to Han Tianming, since I dare to say I will fight Han Qing in a month, I am confident enough to make such a statement. You know your son's temperament better than anyone else. Do you not? You, alas. Han Tianming looked at Han Li, unable to find words, and could only let out a long sigh as he turned to leave, hands clasped behind his back. Very well, I will trust you this once. If the time comes and you do indeed lose face, I will ensure your safety. Father, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down, and I will make sure the family understands who is truly worthy of being the head. Han Li thought to himself as he watched his father depart, quickly following behind. His current talent was indeed comparable to Han Qing's, yet he chose not to reveal it. After all, the Han family already had a Huang Pin Geo-class Fate Soul exposed. One more would likely provoke the jealousy of other families in Nanshan County. Too much prominence will invite disaster that if Han Li grows too conspicuous, the two Huang Pin Geo-class Fate Souls of the Han family might be prematurely extinguished by those with ulterior motives before they even have the chance to develop. More importantly, Han Li yearned to show the Han family what it meant to slap faces at the Disciples Recruitment Conference of the Seven Sects in a month's time, not only to vindicate his father, but also for his own sake. Chapter 8. Trials in the Chilean Mountains. The heavenly strike swish. Under the silver cascade of the waterfall, a cold glint suddenly streaked across the sky. The slender blade cut through the water curtain like a fleeting shadow. In that instant, the silver waterfall seemed to be severed, emitting a hissing sound before returning to its original state. What a staggering consumption! Just one strike has drained nearly all my true energy. Han Li sheathed his sword, his face turning pale as he spoke that he had not anticipated that the true execution of the strike would be so terrifying. Even with his cultivation level having broken through to the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, he could no longer execute a second strike. One strike was already his limit at the same time. A voice filled with disdain echoed in Han Li's ears. Did you think the heavenly strike I taught you was an ordinary martial technique? It is a simplified version derived from an unparalleled sword technique. Given your cultivation level, managing to execute one strike is already commendable. Just commendable. The subtly condescending tone of the woman in the plain dress made Han Li bitterly smile. He had thought that his previous strike would sever the waterfall within seconds, perhaps earning him a modicum of praise from the woman. However, to hear that it was merely commendable felt like a harsh blow to his self-esteem. You need not feel disheartened, at least you were able to execute it. Any ordinary Qi refinement realm martial artist would not dare face your strike. The woman in the plain dress seemed to sense the disappointment in Han Li's voice and offered a few words of comfort. Rest assured, my martial heart is not so fragile. Han Li smiled faintly, then rose once more, grasping the hilt of his sword with precision, as he continuously swung the blade beneath the cascading waterfall. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. Han Li replicated the same motion with mechanical precision under the torrent of water. Draw the sword, retract the sword, draw again, retract again. Yet despite the simplicity of these steps, which even a toddler could easily imitate, Han Li's execution was anything but ordinary. With each swing of his sword, he did not channel the vital energy within, yet he effortlessly tore through the rushing water curtain surrounding him. Though fleeting, each instant of his drawn blade emanated an overwhelming aura, as if capable of annihilating everything in its path. That it seemed that no matter how formidable an adversary might be, they could not withstand the lethal strike of his unsheathed sword, leading only to one inevitable conclusion: to be cleaved in twain by Han Li's blinding blade, meeting their demise. What was even more remarkable was that each of Han Li's strikes appeared to contain different nuances, descending from various angles, yet the power remained astonishingly consistent. Days turned into nights, and time flowed by like water. 5 days later, Han Li had departed from the waterfall within the mountain range, venturing deeper into the heart of the Chilean mountains. This region, located on the outskirts of Nanshan County, spanned over 30,000 miles from north to south, serving as a colossal mountain range that separated the territories of the Shinwu Kingdom. Within its confines thrived numerous powerful, demonic beasts, with reports of even greater demons existing beyond the innate realm. In Han Li's recollection, the martial realms were categorized into 7 major stages: body refinement, meridian establishment, chi refinement, innate purple mansion, embryonic birth, and spirit transformation. It was said that above the spirit transformation realm lay even more formidable martial practitioners. Yet for Han Li at present, such heights remained an unattainable aspiration. Moreover, the innate realm, being the 4th stage of martial arts, was already powerful enough to qualify one as the head of a family in Nanshan County. However, deeper within the Chilean mountains resided demonic beings surpassing the innate realm, some of which may have attained human form and could articulate human language, demonstrating intelligence on par with humanity. At this moment, in a secluded area on the periphery of the Chilean mountains, a thunderous roar erupted, a tiger's growl that pierced through the air. Han Li, with his long sword sheathed at his waist, bore a countenance as sharp as the blade itself. His blood surged like a hot wave, enveloping him in a thick mist of vitality. Simultaneously, a chilling blade aura coiled around the hilt he grasped. Before him stood a towering and formidable black fiend tiger, exuding a fierce and ominous presence. With a thunderous roar, the black fiend tiger reared its head and charged at Han Li like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a trail of explosive sound, accompanied by immense pressure. Its ebony claws glinted in the sunlight, appearing unbreakable, as if they could easily rend space and tear Han Li's body into 1,000 pieces. Having practiced the sword techniques tirelessly for nearly 10 days, Han Li thought to himself, "This will be a perfect opportunity to test my blade." Drawing a deep breath, he grasped the hilt and unsheathed his sword with a swift motion. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, akin to a shooting star piercing through the night, rending the very fabric of space and eclipsing the sun itself. Between Han Li and the black fiend tiger, there seemed to exist only a blade of chilling light, sharp enough to obliterate all. With a swift sound akin to a crack of thunder, the blade flashed like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the black fiend tiger lunged at Han Li, its claws poised to grasp the corner of his garment, its head and body were suddenly severed in two, falling lifelessly to the ground. With a splash, the steaming blood of the black fiend tiger drenched Han Li, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, he stared in astonishment at the decapitated corpse, murmuring, "Is this truly the demonic beast I have slain? With just a single strike, I have dispatched a creature comparable to a pinnacle body, refinement 7th layer beast, the black fiend tiger." Han Li's complexion paled slightly, but it was overshadowed by an uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated that the arduous training of the past 10 days, adhering to the guidance of the woman in the plain dress, would lead him to comprehend the intricacies of swordsmanship and subtly channel his vital energy. When he finally unleashed the blade of Heaven's strike, he was astonished by his own prowess that in the past, facing a beast of equal standing would have guaranteed a protracted battle. Yet today, with a mere stroke, he had slain a creature of the body refinement 7th layer, one that was considered mid-tier among its kind. However, even with this remarkable strike, the toll it took on him was significant. Han Li sheathed his long sword, a wry smile crossing his face as he quickly composed himself and began to dissect the black, fiend tiger's remains. Within the Chilean mountains, dangers lurked not only in the form of fierce beasts and concealed traps, but also in the treachery of the human heart. Each beast inhabiting the Chilean mountains was akin to a walking treasure trove. The claws, teeth, hide, and even the condensed demon cores within these creatures were invaluable to martial practitioners, especially the demon cores, essential materials for various cultivation elixirs, often requiring the cores of demonic beasts for their concoction. Such cores were exceedingly rare and expensive. Regardless of their grade, even the demon cores from body refinement beasts could fetch a price of 2,000 gold coins per piece. Regrettably, the likelihood of a body refinement beast producing a demon core was exceedingly low, and the black fiend tiger Han Li had slain bore none. Yet aside from the absence of a demon core, Han Li managed to collect 2 pairs of sharp tiger claws, fine tiger teeth, and tiger eyes, among other items, which collectively amounted to more than the value of a single demon core. Fortunately, before his departure, his father had lent him a storage ring. Otherwise, transporting these materials would have proven quite challenging. As Han Li spoke, he waved his hand over the neatly organized materials before him. A dark ring on his left hand flickered with a faint glow, and the items he had extracted from the black fiend tiger vanished into his storage ring. After gathering the materials, Han Li grasped his long sword and, disregarding the sticky blood on his body, continued deeper into the interior of the Chilean mountains. Chapter 9. Body Refinement 8th Layer. Subtle Instincts within the Chilean mountains. Han Li persistently sought out various demonic beasts to engage in combat. Days swiftly passed, and his martial cultivation experienced rapid growth, reaching the pinnacle of Body Refinement's 7th layer, drawing ever closer to the 8th layer. Furthermore, beyond the enhancement of his strength, Han Li's battle experience sharpened through the relentless skirmishes with demonic beasts. In the midst of life and death struggles, he had accumulated a faint aura of murderous intent, his gaze exuding a palpable dread that made others hesitant to meet his eyes. With a decisive strike, Han Li unleashed the blade of Heaven's strike amidst the mountains, and in a flash of cold light, a giant python, as thick as a water barrel, was cleaved through its 7-inch mark, its icy blood spilling onto the ground like a babbling brook. With his blade returned to its sheath, Han Li skillfully extracted the python's gallbladder and skin, storing them in his storage ring. After ensuring everything was in order, Han Li's gaze shifted toward a nearby cold pond, from which wisps of mist rose, carrying a faint fragrance. In the center of the pond grew a spiritual herb resembling a lantern plant, its main stalk adorned with a blood-red crystalline fruit, its surface encased in frost, preserving much of its medicinal potency. The cold blood fruit. This will allow me to break through to the Body Refinement 8th layer. Without hesitation, Han Li plucked the cold blood fruit from the pond, disregarding his disheveled state from the battle with the giant python, and swallowed it whole. He then leaped away, allowing the fruit's medicinal effects to explode within him upon ingestion. The terrifying potency surged through his body like a torrent, filling his meridians to the brink, accompanied by a faint throbbing discomfort, as if threatening to rupture his very vessels. Upon reaching a nearby cave, Han Li promptly sat cross-legged, channeling the divine prison immortal theft scripture to refine the medicinal effects of the cold blood fruit. Simultaneously, he harnessed the fruit's power to propel the divine particles within him, liberating them from the confines of the divine prison. With a series of rumbling sounds echoing, several divine particles emerged within Han Li, merging with the heart's divine essence. At the same time, Han Li's martial path smoothly broke through to the Body Refinement 8th layer. The vital energy stored within him underwent a rebirth-like refinement with this breakthrough, becoming even more indomitable than it had been at the 7th layer, with a far greater capacity for vital energy. If previously Han Li's vital energy could be likened to a small bowl, now it had transformed into a large bowl. Though the change may appear modest, the disparity in capacity was monumental, with a qualitative enhancement that could not be overlooked. With my current strength, should I unleash the blade of Heaven's strike, even a Qi refinement martial practitioner would find themselves at risk of being cleaved in two in an unexpected moment. Han Li firmly stabilized the recently broken through true Qi and realm within him, opening his eyes to exhale a breath of turbid air. The heaven-slaying strike, a refined sword technique imparted to him by the lady in the plain skirt, was a method that deviated entirely from traditional paths. Point one strike could slay an enemy. One misstep, and retreat was the only option. The heaven-slaying strike was a lethal technique, meant to be executed only when victory was assured. Otherwise, it would spell doom for Han Li himself, the eighth level of body refinement. Once he advanced to the Qi refinement realm, he could cultivate a set of movement techniques to compensate for his current shortcomings in strength. The voice of the lady in the plain skirt echoed in Han Li's ears. "Sister Gon, why not teach me the movement technique now?" Han Li queried, puzzled, since his duel with Han Qing at the Han family estate. He had actively sought permission from his parents to train in the Chilean mountains. Initially, the lady in the plain skirt had taught him the heaven-slaying strike, but there had been no further instruction, and he was forbidden from using other martial techniques, compelled to rely solely on his strength to battle ferocious beasts and seek opportunities to employ the heaven-slaying strike. Techniques like movement skills were completely off-limits, leaving Han Li to navigate battles solely through his own combat intuition. Time and again, Han Li narrowly evaded being torn apart by beastly attacks. Were it not for fortuitous circumstances, he might well have met a tragic end. Do you not realize that your current combat instinct has surpassed that of many common martial techniques? The lady in the plain skirt inquired. Has it? Han Li mused, reflecting on her words. Indeed, he felt that way. In the heat of battle with the beasts, he had constantly danced on the edge of death, propelled by his thirst for life and the frequency of his encounters. Honing his reflexes, that it was only upon the lady's mention that he recognized his movement skills had, in certain respects, become comparable to martial techniques. Relying solely on instinct, Han Li suddenly found himself preferring this combat style, one that depended on his reaction speed rather than auxiliary martial techniques. Next, Han Li. You may change your opponents. The lady's ethereal voice resounded. That am I to engage in combat with Qi refinement realm beasts? Han Li asked, his expression sharpening. No, I want you to fight against humans. Lower-tier beasts often act on instinct. Their role is merely to hone your skills, the lady explained. Now that you are at the 8th level of body refinement, to advance to the 9th level, or even the Qi refinement realm, you need true adversaries. Only those who can wield intelligence can awaken your potential. I understand. So, what should I do? Han Li nodded, inquiring hesitantly. Fool. The lady chided him inwardly, that if others do not seek you out, then you must seek them. Provoke them. Did you think anyone would be waiting to challenge you? Han Li was rendered speechless, taken aback by the lady's arrangement that he had anticipated being thrust into some underground arena, battling various martial artists to the death. Instead, he was expected to seek out enemies himself and provoke them. How was he to do that? Han Li could only silently accept the lady's directive. After a night of recuperation in the cave, Han Li set out the following day, traversing the Chilean mountains in search of human martial artists, engaging in combat with any beasts he encountered. Once he felled the beasts, he collected various spiritual herbs guarded by them, plucking feathers from a passing goose. Everything that could serve as cultivation resources or be exchanged for currency was gathered by Han Li. As these were indispensable materials, especially in the absence of resources from the Han family, as time flew by, Han Li glanced up at the sky, realizing that dusk was settling in, the fiery clouds at the horizon resembling flames igniting the heavens. After a day of searching, he had encountered no martial artists, and now it seemed his endeavors were drawing to a close. Han Li sighed, reflecting on the passage of time in the mountains, where training felt timeless amidst the battles with beasts. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rustling foliage, as if someone or something was treading through the underbrush. Did I guess it someone? Or a beast? Han Li's heart raced, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, spotting a lush tree nearby. With a powerful leap, he effortlessly landed on a sturdy branch. Miss, we should return. It is getting late, and if we return too late, the clan leader will surely reprimand us. As Han Li concealed himself on the tree, he overheard several voices of complaint. 5 martial artist guards surrounded a young lady, seemingly searching for something as they combed through the grass. Feng Rushue. Kill him! Was that Feng Rushue? What was she doing in the Chilean mountains? Hidden among the branches, Han Li's gaze narrowed, and he suppressed his aura to the utmost degree, striving to conceal his presence from the group below. In Han Li's line of sight were the guards and the young lady they were protecting. Feng Rushue, the daughter of the Feng clan leader, one of the 5 prominent families alongside the Han family. The guards assigned to protect her were all at the 7th level of body refinement, with their leader being at the 9th level. That old scoundrel dares to deceive me, claiming there's a hidden cave of a pulse-establishing realm cultivator in the outskirts of the Chilean mountains. Feng Rushue, clutching a piece of yellowed parchment, exclaimed in anger. Keep searching. If we can't find it, I will make that old man pay dearly for misleading me. But miss, we cannot explain this to the clan leader. The ninth-level guard hesitated before replying. Night is falling, and if we do not return before dark, we might encounter dangerous beasts. What's with the excuses? Feng Rushue retorted angrily. Forget my father. If we find the legacy left by the pulse-establishing realm cultivator, they can say whatever they want, that if anything goes wrong, I will bear the consequences. Fine. The ninth-level guard, resigned, turned to the seventh-level guards and instructed, you all go that way and search. Try not to stray too far. If you find anything, report back quickly. Yes, Captain. The four seventh-level guards nodded and began searching the area, weapons in hand, while the ninth-level guard remained vigilant nearby, keeping a close watch on Feng Rushue. The ninth-level guard wore a glum expression. Feeling exasperated by the presence of such a headstrong young lady, that he sensed trouble brewing, as they had ventured into the Chilean mountains for a mere rumor of a pulse-establishing realm cultivator's cave. All while she disregarded his warnings. Yet despite his frustration, he continued to search for any signs of a possible cave that a pulse-establishing realm cultivator. Han Li's heart jolted at Feng Rushue's words. Such cultivators were pivotal figures in the entire Nanshan County. After all, the clan leaders were merely innate realm experts, few in number, with the real strength lying in the pulse-establishing realm. The pulse-establishing realm was the third stage of martial cultivation, far above the body refinement and chi refinement realms. Body refinement cultivators focused on refining their bodies and absorbing spiritual energy to transform it into true essence, while chi refinement cultivators cultivated the true chi within their bodies, achieving qualitative change, condensing true essence, and ultimately breaking through to the pulse-establishing realm, where they could forge martial veins within themselves. Those who reached the pulse-establishing realm were practically invincible in Nanshan County, easily overpowering peak chi refinement realm experts with mere physical strength, and wielding powerful martial techniques and even divine abilities. Han Li had not anticipated that he would come across a rumor regarding a pulse-establishing realm cultivator's opportunity in the Chilean mountains. At once, the idea of tracking Feng Rushue and her entourage sparked in his mind, eager to ascertain the truth of this opportunity. However, just then, Han Li felt every hair on his body stand on end as a flash of sword light shot toward him with incredible speed. The ninth-level guard from Feng Rushue's group had seemingly detected his presence, his gaze icy, true chi surging as he charged at Han Li. That I've been discovered. Han Li's mind jolted, and he leapt from the tree, drawing his long knife with a smile. That why, good sir, I bear no ill will toward you. Why the hostility at first sight? Evaded? The ninth-level guard glanced at Han Li, astonished, and coldly retorted, if you truly harbored no murderous intent, why hide in the trees instead of presenting yourself openly? Are you Han Li? As soon as the voice of the ninth-level cultivator in the body refinement realm fell, the sound of Feng Rushue pierced through the battlefield. Simultaneously, several seventh-level martial cultivators of the body refinement realm rushed over, forming a surrounding circle around Han Li. Miss, do you know him? The ninth-level cultivator inquired with a scrutinizing gaze. Feng Rushue nodded. Who wouldn't he recognize him? He is the waste of the Han family who awakened a first-grade yellow soul. Kill him. Keeping him alive is merely an eyesore. Understood. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted as they regarded Han Li with disdain. So, he was merely a waste with a first-grade yellow soul. With this revelation, they felt no need to treat him with any seriousness. Everyone present had at least awakened a third-grade yellow soul, all being seventh-level cultivators. Thus it was unnecessary to approach a mere waste with such caution. Upon hearing Feng Rushue's words, the ninth-level cultivator raised an eyebrow and addressed Han Li. Since you are merely a waste with a first-grade yellow soul, you might as well take the initiative to offer your neck for execution. Otherwise, if I intervene, you might find yourself suffering a dismemberment. With that, he sheathed his sword, gazing down at Han Li with a look of contempt. Offer my neck for execution? I merely encountered you by chance in the Chilean mountains. Is it truly necessary to go this far, just because I awakened a first-grade yellow soul? Han Li replied with a cold laugh, his eyes reflecting his growing chill. It was unexpected that this group would regard him so disdainfully, that a waste with a first-grade yellow soul. Their conclusions, formed without understanding the situation, easily dictated his life or death. Was this the standard of the Fong family, or was Fong Rushua truly such a person who disregards life? You think you are Han Qing. You are no longer the genius you once were. Fong Rushua scoffed, lifting her proud swan-like neck. I am a genius with a 5th-grade yellow soul. Considering you, a 1st-grade yellow soul, as an eyesore, sending you to your death is merely a blessing I truly do not believe such a blessing exists in this world. Han Li shook his head with a cold smile. Liu Hao, deal with him swiftly. Do not delay my journey. Ignoring Han Li, Fong Rushua commanded the 9th-level Liu Hao and then turned her attention back to the yellowed map in her hands, murmuring words akin to "it's just around here." Upon receiving Fong Rushua's command, Liu Hao could only smile bitterly, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Han Li. Since you are unwilling to offer your neck, allow me to assist you, insect. With a clang, Liu Hao drew his sword, its silver sheen glinting as he stepped towards Han Li, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. The news of the Han family's patriarch's son awakening a 1st-grade yellow soul had long spread throughout Nanshan County. However, due to their low status as mere guards of the Fong family, they had never seen Han Li's true form. Now that they finally beheld him, a sense of superiority welled up within them. Once celebrated as the pride of Nanshan County, Han Li had awakened a 1st-grade soul on the very day of his awakening, creating a stark contrast that made them feel triumphant. Now, they were about to eliminate this once-fallen genius. A thought that filled Liu Hao with a sense of self-satisfaction, that if you all wish to kill me, then I shall forego any pleasantries. Han Li tightened his grip on his long knife, circulating his true energy. The particles of divine and demonic energy he had cultivated surged forth, as if a divine power had imbued him, and with a sudden burst, he leaped into the air, striking down towards Liu Hao. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Liu Hao casually raised his sword to block the descending blade, simultaneously sending forth a powerful force that knocked Han Li away. Soft and feeble. Do you believe you can struggle before me? I am a 9th-level martial cultivator of the body refinement realm. Liu Hao spoke with derision, in response to Liu Hao's demeanor. Han Li merely smiled. Unfazed, the moment he was struck back, he swiftly turned in mid-air, launching himself at one of the 7th-level martial cultivators. My true target is not you. It is you, he shouted at the chosen adversary, who, enraged, drew his sword to meet Han Li head-on, his true energy surging forth, the cold light of his blade clashing against Han Li's knife. With a resounding clang, the two weapons met, and the Chosen One's eyes widened in disbelief as his sword shattered. How is this possible? Before he could process the situation, he felt the world around him darken, witnessing a headless figure standing before him, his vision fading to utter darkness. Dead, he is dead, impossible. You are merely a waste with a 1st-grade yellow soul. How could you kill Li Tsong? No, wait. Your cultivation level, you're at the 8th level of the body refinement realm? The realization struck Liu Hao and the other 3 7th-level cultivators like a thunderbolt. Is this why only I noticed your presence? Liu Hao's voice trembled with understanding. This moment, he comprehended that despite Han Li awakening a 1st-grade yellow soul, his cultivation speed was extraordinarily different from theirs. The gap between them insurmountable. Yet, Liu Hao felt no fear, that he steadied the group's emotions and bellowed. All of you, attack. He is merely an 8th-level cultivator of the body refinement realm, while we are 3 at the 7th level. And I am at the 9th. Let us end this swiftly. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 drew their swords, their expressions calm as they regarded Han Li, perceiving him as a worthy opponent of their own caliber. After several days of honing my skills in the Chilean mountains, I was just looking for some human cultivators to challenge. You all are quite suitable. What an arrogant boast. Do you consider us mere practice stones? Liu Hao and his companions burst into laughter, at a loss as to how to mock the impertinent Han L. I think you would use us as practice stones. You shall see if you possess the capital to do so. Liu Hao inhaled deeply, gripping his sword tightly before suddenly lunging forward. Vanishing from Han Li's sight, in the air, a shadow flickered as Liu Hao appeared above Han Li, his long sword descending as if cleaving through space itself, creating a wave of fiery energy in its wake. The remaining 3 7th-level cultivators were not idle either. As Liu Hao struck, they surged forward, aiming for Han Li's perceived weaknesses. Come at me. Han Li laughed, sheathing his sword as his entire aura seemed to retract, the energy that once surged around him dissipating, as if he were an ordinary person. Have you given up resisting? You should have done this sooner. But alas, it is too late, Liu Hao sneered, his sword descending with overwhelming force as the attacks from the other 3 7th-level cultivators swiftly approached. Faced with 4 seasoned martial cultivators, a flicker of tension gripped Han Li's heart. In combat against those possessing true wisdom, the instant of life and death often shifted unpredictably, with each breath potentially heralding demise. Every opening was a lethal wound, and he, merely at the 8th level of body refinement, was up against 4 martial cultivators above the 7th level, a seemingly insurmountable disadvantage. Yet at this moment, Han Li's eyes held no trace of panic. He breathed steadily, gripping the hilt of his sheathed long knife. His gaze as tranquil as a deep lake, radiating an unshakable confidence. This scene inexplicably unsettled Liu Hao, who quickly reminded himself that Han Li was merely an 8th-level martial cultivator, a waste with a first-grade yellow soul that did not warrant concern. However, for the sake of caution, Liu Hao summoned a blazing tiger soul from the void behind him, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains. With the power of my soul, no matter your techniques, you shall fall. Die waste, Liu Hao roared, his sword slicing through the air towards Han Li with blinding speed. Did I ask that so? Han Li tilted his head upwards, gazing at the obscured heavens, a faint smile playing upon his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth as he murmured, I am fully prepared. As his words fell within Han Li's body, it seemed as though an unparalleled blade had awakened, unleashing a terrifying momentum of the sword from his being. The entirety of his true energy, amounting to 7 layers, surged into the long blade he wielded. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn. What? Came a startled exclamation that a brilliant white light sliced through the air, seemingly tainted with a crimson hue, as an eerie and ethereal shadow of the blade flitted past. The 4 cultivators of the body refinement realm, including Liu Hao, felt their eyes sting painfully in their blurry vision. They caught a glimpse of a chillingly bright blade's reflection, revealing their own faces alongside a vivid line of blood erupting forth. Everything transpired in an instant. Han Li sheathed his long blade, his azure attire billowing as he stood gracefully around him, for intertwining crimson lines splattered across the sky, descending like a dreamlike rain, causing the grass and branches below to sway violently. Bang, 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 bang. The successive sounds echoed as some individuals lost their heads. Others had their shoulders cleaved in 2, and some fell from above, split in half at the crown. The blazing spirit beast, a fiery tiger, disintegrated into mere bubbles of mirage at the moment of its master's demise, dissipating into nothingness. Dead. In the distance, Feng Ruxue, belatedly aware, turned her gaze towards Han Li, and then to the 5 dismembered corpses sprawled across the ground. The acrid stench of blood spread through the air, assaulting her senses. This must be an illusion, right? You are merely a waste with a yellow-grade spirit. How could you possibly kill them? You must have employed some hidden trump card prepared by a cultivator of the innate realm. Feng Ruxue retreated in terror, her thoughts racing as she stumbled to the ground, staring at Han Li while muttering incessantly, You are just a waste, just a waste. This is impossible. This is impossible. Indeed, I am a waste. Han Li replied, his complexion slightly pale. The execution of the heaven-slaying strike had drained nearly 70% of his true energy in an instant. Faced with the 4 cultivators of the body refinement realm, he remained standing only due to the formidable physique he had developed from cultivating the divine prison, celestial thief technique, and the meager 30% of true energy that remained within him. He advanced step by step towards Feng Ruxue, the tip of his blade pressed against her swan-like neck. But this waste has actually slain your 5 body refinement realm guards. Are you suggesting that you will be the next to die? You dare to kill me? Feng Ruxue gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she screeched, I'm the eldest daughter of the Feng family. My father is a cultivator of the innate realm. Do you not fear him coming to the Han family to slay you? Coincidentally, my father is also a cultivator of the innate realm. Your threats do not intimidate me. Han Li replied with a calm smile. Farewell, Miss Feng. No. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruxue's pupils constricted in horror as she attempted to turn and flee. However, Han Li would not permit such an escape. His gaze sharpened as he watched her retreating figure. And without hesitation, he hurled the long blade with force. With a whoosh, the blade shot forth like a swift arrow, piercing through Feng Ruxue's fleeing form. Did I end the next moment? She staggered forward for several steps before collapsing helplessly to the ground. A vase remains a vase. I hear you awakened a yellow grade 5 spirit, but what a pity you do not know how to wield it, Han Li remarked, approaching her lifeless body, extracting the long blade, and sighing as he observed her remains. Feng Rushue's innate talent was not low, possessing a yellow grade 5 spirit. Yet, her cultivation was woefully inadequate, merely at the mid-stage of the 4th layer of body refinement. Even after awakening her spirit, she had not diligently cultivated, let alone possessed any fighting spirit to confront Han Li. Had she dared to attack him, even in his current state with only 30% true energy, he would have had no choice but to flee. Regrettably, Feng Rushue lacked such awareness. Moreover, her inherently arrogant nature, bolstered by her identity as the daughter of the Feng family and the protection of her innate realm father and her elder brother with a yellow grade 8 spirit, rendered her a quintessentially spoiled and unreasonable individual. Many without backing had fallen victim to her family's guards for offending her. Now, perishing at Han Li's hands, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Is this the map to the cave of a pulse-constructing realm cultivator? Han Li discovered a yellowed map of parchment on Feng Rushue's person. After scrutinizing it, he noted that its terrain aligned perfectly with the surroundings, and the parchment exuded an ancient aroma, subtly hinting at its authenticity, leaving Han Li momentarily unable to discern its truth. Regardless, I must first clean up this scene and then rest before seeking out the cave indicated on the map. Stowing the yellowed map away, Han Li rose, his gaze falling upon the corpses before him. The existence of these bodies was an ongoing nuisance. Feng Rushue was a daughter of the Feng family. Her death within the Chilean mountains would undoubtedly stir significant turmoil for the Feng family in Nanshan Prefecture. If traced back to Han Li, it could provoke an early conflict between the Feng and Han families, who were already sworn enemies, with a long-standing grudge festering between them. Quickly, Han Li gathered the 6 corpses in one place and lured several beasts to devour them, creating the illusion of a scene where the beasts had attacked and consumed the bodies. This should mislead the Feng family's investigation somewhat, Han Li thought to himself as he observed the devoured remains from a distance. Simultaneously, he held the yellowed map of Feng Rushue in his hand, turning to follow the marked path, seeking out the location indicated. Chapter 12. The Abyss of No Return, the Seat of Sword Intent according to the map's markings. This should be the spot, before a cliffside adorned with creeping vines. Han Li scrutinized the yellowed parchment intently, that he found himself situated halfway up a precipice, with a deep valley shrouded in mist below, rendering its depths invisible, that a careless slip could lead to a fatal fall, resulting in a gruesome demise or a lifetime of disability. Yet, this cliff face seemed solid. Could there be some hidden mechanism? Han Li knocked against the vine-covered rock face, but no echo returned from within, as if the stone were indeed solid, devoid of any human excavation. However, in the next moment, Han Li's fist, imbued with true energy and harnessing the formidable might comparable to that of 3 dragons, struck the stone wall with tremendous force. With a sound akin to rolling stones, the rock face shattered like foam, revealing a deep tunnel, steeped in the essence of time and accompanied by a damp odor. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy and withdrew his fist, realizing there was indeed a hidden mystery within. Without employing force, one might genuinely believe it to be solid. Navigating through the debris, Han Li retrieved a torch he had prepared long ago from his storage ring and ignited it. Instantly, the dark and damp entrance illuminated, revealing a lengthy passageway. Han Li ventured deeper, arriving at a spacious stone chamber adorned with a stone table, stone bed, and several stone cabinets. The cabinets held ancient, decayed bamboo slips, remnants of a bygone existence. That in the center of the stone chamber, upon a mat, sat a slumped skeleton, its weathered bones clutching a dark golden scroll, seemingly crafted from some exquisite silk thread. Capturing Han Li's immediate attention, that is this the former occupant of this cave? He inquired as he approached cautiously, gently retrieving the scroll from the skeleton's grasp. Brushing off the dust from the scroll, several golden characters came into view. The unfathomable blade technique. Could it be a martial technique for blade mastery? Han Li's heart raced upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed on the scroll, never expecting to uncover a blade technique amidst the Chilean mountains. This discovery thrilled him beyond measure. Eagerly grasping the scroll, Han Li unfurled its contents. The unfathomable, The abyss of no return. The abyss holds 5 meanings. Suffering endlessly, falling eternally, suffering without limit, with no intervals. The body falls into the abyss, traversing a vast expanse of 48,000 yojanas, filling every gap. One person fills the abyss. Thousands also fill it. Time ceases, falling into the abyss. Enduring endless torment. A continuous cycle without interruption. Life ceases, one dies, another suffers. An unending cycle of reincarnation. The fruit of no return. The wicked cause bears fruit. Resist not. Entering the abyss is inevitable. The opening passage of the Wujian knife technique unfolds with a narration directed towards Han Li. Elucidating the profound essence of the Wujian knife technique, the IT references the concept of the 8 great hells, particularly the Wujian hell, and employs the 5 meanings of Wujian as a guiding principle. In Han Li's perception, a harrowing vision of hell materializes that as he peruses the scroll, the knife techniques transform into vivid imagery. Etched indelibly in his mind, he feels as though he is ensnared within the Wujian hell, enduring an infinite baptism of sins, akin to a Shura clawing its way out of the abyss, a faint crimson aura of slaughter emanating from him, as chaotic thoughts clash against his mental defenses, seemingly luring him to plunge into the depths of Wujian hell. Destined for eternal damnation, that I end this abyss. He experiences every conceivable form of torment, subjected to boundless suffering, that as he contemplates the techniques inscribed on the scroll. The demonic essence within him intensifies, as if he were on the brink of succumbing to madness. Beads of sweat trickled down his face that moment. A soft voice echoed in Han Li's ears, urging him awaken. The gentle reprimand jolted him back to reality, causing the scroll containing the Wujian knife technique to clatter to the ground. Han Li, emerging from his daze, was left with a flicker of astonishment and trepidation in his gaze. What an incredibly terrifying knife technique. Merely glancing at its contents nearly led me to madness. Han Li regarded the dark golden scroll before him with disbelief, a tinge of fear creeping into his heart. The voice of the woman in a white dress resonated again, stating, Wujian hell is one of the 8 great hells, the most excruciating of all, also known as a Bij hell. A Bij Wujian hell is the most severe of all, where resentment thrives. According to Buddhist and Taoist beliefs, the most wicked individuals are cast into Wujian hell, devoid of any hope for salvation, left with nothing but suffering. Some have created knife techniques inspired by this, claiming it to be a form of demonic blades. For those with weak wills, practicing the technique before you might lead to madness and calamity, or worse, death in the depths of endless torment. However, if one succeeds in mastering such a technique, its power among peers is remarkably formidable, enabling one to easily grasp a potent knife intention that is it truly possible for anyone to cultivate this knife technique. Han Li immediately inquired of the woman in white within his mind. After a prolonged silence, she responded, if such a knife technique has been created, then surely there are those who can cultivate it. If you wish to practice, you must restrain yourself and deeply comprehend the essence within the technique. The skeletal remains before you likely fell into madness while pursuing this technique, ultimately succumbing to its allure. Do you have the courage to attempt it? Should you succeed, you will grasp the embryonic form of knife intention and significantly enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell into contemplative silence. Could it be that the owner of the skeletal remains met their demise due to the cultivation of the Wujian knife technique? This contemplation only underscored the formidable challenge of mastering the Wujian knife technique. Yet, the mention of knife intention stirred an irresistible yearning within Han Li. Knife intention is an ethereal concept that martial practitioners may only grasp after elevating a particular weapon to an extraordinary level. Also known as martial will. It is a manifestation of a martial practitioner's will, with each unique martial will possessing its own special abilities. Even the weakest martial will requires considerable time for practitioners to comprehend. Only those with exceptional talents may hope to realize a martial will within a short span, paving their path in the martial world. After a moment of reflection, Han Li nodded resolutely. Why not practice? Before me lies a powerful knife technique. Why would I not seize the opportunity to train? He declared emphatically. The Wujian knife technique may harbor profound demonic qualities, yet Han Li recognized its formidable strength. Furthermore, upon mastering the Wujian knife technique, he would attain an understanding of knife intention. Any form of martial will is a coveted treasure for martial practitioners. The Wujian knife intention undoubtedly embodies an enigmatic yet powerful martial will. Once mastered, the enhancement to Han Li's own prowess would be unimaginably significant. Chapter 13. Comprehending Knife Intention. Mastering Wujian. The Wujian knife technique comprises 7 forms. Wujian Hell, eternal plunge into Wujian, suffering without end. Body without boundaries, time without limit, life devoid of meaning, and fruitless endeavors to cultivate the Wujian knife technique. One must first comprehend the essence of Wujian Hell as depicted in the scroll. Only upon grasping the nature of Wujian Hell can one fully master the first form of the Wujian knife technique, thus opening the door to the subsequent 6 forms. Within the cave, Han Li listened to the voice of the woman in white as she recounted the path of cultivation concerning the Wujian knife technique. In recent days, Han Li had been tirelessly striving to communicate with the essence encapsulated within the scroll. Each attempt culminated in a drenched retreat, as if subjected to relentless torment. Yet, the results were undeniably noteworthy. Through repeated experiences, Han Li had begun to faintly grasp the quintessence of Wujian Hell. What is Wujian? To be ensnared in Wujian Hell is to endure all forms of anguish, to suffer punishments beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. Forever trapped in the abyss. Each form of the Wujian knife technique signifies the existence of Wujian Hell, that a single slash mirrors the overwhelming force of Wujian Hell, instilling dread within the hearts of adversaries. Moreover, it must evolve into various forms of punishment. Han Li must delve into the scroll to fully appreciate this. That on one particular day, Han Li stood resolutely with his knife, clad in azure, beneath a mountain cliff. Before him, the cliff face bore countless intersecting scars of various depths, remnants of his training in the Wujian knife technique. At that moment, he closed his eyes, envisioning the Wujian Hell he had seen no less than 1,000 times within the scroll. As if he had already tasted the myriad tortures of its punishments. Suddenly, Han Li opened his eyes, his expression a mask of neutrality, as if his soul had been rendered numb, intertwined with a faint malevolence and resentment. At that moment, he resembled a tortured soul stripped of hope, an aura of resentment seemingly ascending to the heavens. Merely gazing at Han Li instilled a primal fear, akin to witnessing the infernal realm firsthand. As if he were being dragged to the execution platform, subjected to unfathomable tortures, sinister, terrifying specters wandered, and countless soulless figures endured their torment at the hands of these malevolent beings. Flaying, beheading, dismemberment, boiling, and skinning. The scenes were grotesque. Faces twisted in agony, cries for mercy and repentance echoing incessantly, manifesting a hell's cape upon the earth, sending shivers through the very souls of onlookers. Wujian knife technique. First form. Wujian Hell, for those who enter, eternally endure endless punishment. In a fleeting moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Han Li's mind. His long knife abruptly unsheathed, slicing through the air with a deliberate grace, neither hurried nor slow, yet exerting an immense force. A chilling laughter of malevolent spirits resonated as an intangible will enveloped Han Li, accompanying the trajectory of his blade. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted that a crimson beam of light burst forth from the blade, violently colliding with the cliff, sending stones and dust cascading. Moments later, a gash appeared, measuring the length of a forearm and the breadth of a palm, with an enigmatic resonance lingering, as if a festering wound. Echoing with the laughter of wicked spirits. Have I succeeded in my cultivation? Han Li murmured in astonishment. From the stone wall, he felt the overwhelming destructive power he had unleashed with that single strike. Had Feng Ruxue and her companions appeared before him at that moment, he would not have needed to employ the celestial strike. Merely the first form of the Wujian knife technique, Wujian Hell, would suffice, retaining a substantial amount of true energy within himself. The reason Wujian Hell could rival the celestial strike in terms of devastation lies not only in the technique itself, but also in the enhancement derived from the Wujian essence. This allowed the celestial strike imparted by the woman in white to be surpassed in certain respects. That is not to say that the celestial strike lacks power. Indeed, when fully realized, it is a terrifying martial skill capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. However, what the woman in white imparted to Han Li was a modified version of the knife technique, requiring Han Li to forge his unique path in the future. Conversely, the Wujian knife technique does not impose such limitations. as it is inherently a martial skill born from the art of knife techniques. Already possessing formidable destructive prowess, IT has become one of Han Li's signature martial skills. Excellent. Your grasp of the Wujin knife technique has reached a fundamental level. Moreover, in your recent strike, you have subtly touched upon the essence of Wujin. Utilize the celestial soul to further contemplate. Perhaps you will gain early mastery of knife intention. The woman in white's voice resonated with approval, seemingly recognizing Han Li's innate martial talent with newfound respect. The celestial soul, you say? Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded slightly and then settled into a meditative position, summoning the celestial soul from within his body. As the celestial soul manifested, Han Li closed his eyes in deep contemplation, recalling the process and steps he had just executed using the infinite blade technique. The celestial soul behind him swayed gently in response to his thoughts. Undisturbed by any breeze, rays of ethereal light cascaded from the surface of the celestial soul, enveloping Han Li in a luminous aura. In that moment, he sensed a newfound clarity in his thoughts. Deep within him, in the recesses of his consciousness, an expansive yet confining realm unfolded. A realm drenched in crimson agony, where malevolent spirits roamed and the wicked were subjected to unspeakable tortures. Unexpected insights surged within Han Li's mind, continuously aiding him in unraveling the intricacies of the infinite blade technique, propelling his understanding to new heights. Moments later, Han Li opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of red flickering within them. I believe I have grasped the essence of blade intent, he exclaimed, rising to his feet. With a newfound enlightenment in his gaze, he picked up the long blade beside him and began to practice relentlessly against the mountainside. His mind was a blank slate, while the celestial soul behind him danced in synchrony. Lost in a trance, he seemed to transcend himself, as the techniques he wielded flowed with an effortless grace that transcended the rigid forms of the infinite blade technique. Resonating beautifully with his own essence, the blade sliced through the void. It created ripples akin to the gentle undulations of spring waters, a continuous stream of spiritual energy converged from the surrounding world. While the divine prison immortal thief scripture he practiced began to operate autonomously, unbeknownst to him, that moment, his cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement, in conjunction with his comprehension of the infinite blade technique and the self-initiated operation of the divine prison immortal thief scripture, hinted at a subtle yet discernible breakthrough. Chapter 14. The skepticism of the woman in the white dress. Returned before the mountainside, Han Li continued to refine the infinite blade technique. As time flowed, he sensed a natural fluidity in his blade techniques. The blade intent within him grew increasingly dense, almost tangible. The myriad sufferings and pain seemed to manifest through Han Li, as if he embodied the infinite hell itself, representing the 5 profound agonies of that realm. What is infinity? Life and death are infinite. Equality is infinite. Time is infinite. Space is infinite. One person embodies infinity, and countless others do as well. With each strike of my blade, it is akin to experiencing countless deaths and rebirths without interruption, imposing a mental oppression and suffering upon my foes. This is my infinity. Han Li sheathed his blade, his eyes clear as he spoke. The pervasive aura of blade intent dissipated like mist. Clad in azure robes with flowing black hair, he appeared as a noble scion of the martial world, devoid of the earlier fixation that had consumed him. I had no inkling that summoning the celestial soul could accelerate my understanding of blade intent. Had it not been for Sister Gon's reminder, I might still be oblivious to the true potential of the celestial soul. Han Li mused, a mixture of gratitude and joy filling his heart. The emergence of the celestial soul was facilitated by the ancient celestial sacred tree, a transcendent entity that has existed since antiquity. Its true form was shattered during a tumultuous upheaval, leaving only the spirit of the divine tree. Now serving as Han Li's soul, to his astonishment, it proved remarkably effective in enhancing his martial comprehension, significantly hastening his grasp of blade intent. Were Han Li to endeavor to comprehend the infinite blade technique on his own, it would likely take him at least a year, even with the aid of the technique scroll, which showcased the torturous scenes of the infinite hell and the anguished cries of the wicked. Without such resources, Han Li could scarcely fathom how long it would take to grasp the essence of blade intent from scratch. The essence of the celestial soul is indeed derived from the ancient celestial sacred tree, yet your blade intent surpasses my expectations. echoed the voice of the woman in the white dress within Han Li's mind. The infinite hell comprises 5 infinite aspects: the infinite suffering, the infinite body, the infinite time, the infinite cause, and the infinite life. These 5 infinities encompass the profound principles of space, time, causality, and destiny. However, it is regrettable that the creator of this technique possessed a limited realm of understanding. Had they been more powerful, the manifestation of this technique could have unveiled the entirety of the infinite hell to the world. You should thoroughly contemplate this infinite blade technique, striving to innovate and create an even stronger version in the future. I am eager to witness the magnitude of the upheaval it will incite when the true infinite blade technique descends into the world. The woman's words carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation, leaving Han Li with a shiver down his spine. For some reason, upon hearing her words, he felt that his practice of the infinite blade technique was intricately intertwined with something beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, the woman's remarks prompted Han Li to reflect upon the rank of the infinite blade technique. Does this mere infinite blade technique truly encompass so many profound principles? What tier of martial technique does it belong to? He inquired. Perhaps it is the embryonic form of a half-complete Earth-tier martial technique, at best only slightly superior to a profound-tier technique, mainly due to its connection to the cycle of reincarnation. The woman in white mused after a moment's contemplation, reluctantly providing Han Li with a somewhat affirmative response. Yet, even in her seemingly forced tone, Han Li's heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. Does this mean the infinite blade technique is already equivalent to a half-complete Earth-tier martial technique? I have actually cultivated a half-Earth-tier martial technique. With this thought, Han Li's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Earth-tier martial technique in the Southern Mountain County is exceedingly powerful and rare. It is known that even the 5 prominent families of the Southern Mountain County each possess only a low-tier Earth technique in martial arts. Such a low-tier Earth technique can indeed cultivate a formidable innate martial artist. And now, Han Li unexpectedly acquired a half-complete Earth-tier martial technique in the Chilean mountains, coupled with the divine prison immortal thief scripture he practiced. His starting point far surpassed that of the young prodigies in the Southern Mountain County, perhaps even compared to the talented individuals from the 7 sects of the divine martial kingdom. He would not be greatly outmatched. However, Han Li was unaware that his starting point not only transcended the prodigies of the Southern Mountain County. Even the geniuses of the 7 sects of the divine martial kingdom would find themselves devoid of the courage to wield their blades in the presence of the future Han Li. If the woman in the white dress were to learn of Han Li's thoughts, she would likely scoff at him, regardless of whether it is the divine prison immortal thief scripture or the infinite blade technique. The lofty ideals they embody far exceed the limits of the divine martial kingdom. Simultaneously, the woman in the white dress within Han Li's mind furrowed her brow. Could it be that someone is plotting something? The infinite blade technique, the divine prison immortal thief scripture, and the celestial sacred tree, each of these possesses the potential to create a formidable figure akin to an immortal king. The woman contemplated, a flicker of indignation crossing her exquisitely crafted features before fading into eternal silence. Meanwhile, Han Li noticed his cultivation had inadvertently reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, with a subtle hint of breaking through to the 9th level. His practice of the divine prison immortal thief scripture had also progressed, although he had not yet cultivated the divine and demonic particles. The refinement of his true chi was purer than ever before. I never expected that in less than half a month since entering the Chilean mountains, I would achieve a consecutive breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement. Drawing ever closer to becoming a martial artist of the chi refinement stage, Han Li thought, filled with enthusiasm, though he quickly suppressed his pride. Though he had broken through to the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, Han Li was acutely aware that his cousin Han Qing, with the assistance of his second uncle and the resources of the Han family, was likely far stronger than Han Li at this moment. Moreover, with less than 15 days remaining until the Southern Mountain County tournament, all awakened martial souls among the younger generation would be fervently enhancing their cultivation, vying to showcase their prowess and catch the eye of the 7 sect envoys to be admitted as disciples of their esteemed sections. In light of this, Han Li began to communicate with the woman in the white dress within his mind. Sister Gon, now that I have cultivated the infinite blade technique and mastered the heavenly strike, perhaps we should return to the Southern Mountain County and prepare the pills for my breakthrough to the chi refinement stage. Han Li expressed his thoughts candidly. now that he had mastered the infinite blade technique and the heavenly strike. Along with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, he would soon face the threshold of advancing beyond this realm, continue reaping rewards in the Chilean mountains. He would need to delve deeper. However, the deeper regions of the Chilean mountains were home to formidable beings beyond the innate stage. Even in the areas bordering the southern mountain county, celestial beings would hesitate to venture further. If you wish to return, then go. Just refrain from disturbing me during this time, came the reply from the woman in white, her tone resolute. The woman in the plain skirt responded lazily, her voice fading into silence. After receiving her consent, Hanli wasted no time and turned to leave the cliff where he had been practicing the Wujian sword technique, making his way towards the outskirts of the Chilean mountains. Along the journey, he encountered various spiritual herbs and elixirs, engaging in fierce combat with the magical beasts residing within the mountains. However, against Han Li, who had reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm and had mastered the essence of the Wujian sword intent, these beasts posed no threat. He could easily vanquish them with a single strike. Once the Wujian sword intent was unleashed, magical beasts below the Qi refinement realm had little chance of withstanding a blow. Chapter 15. The Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce. Manager Luo, the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce was indeed bustling, consistently drawing a steady stream of patrons. Han Li's figure appeared outside the grand entrance of one of the chamber's pavilions. His travel-worn appearance in flowing azure robes and black hair, standing out amidst the crowd. The journey back from the Chilean mountains to Nanshan County had consumed nearly a day of his time. During this interval, Han Li had slain numerous magical beasts for him, who had already grasped the Wujian sword intent. He felt confident in dispatching any magical beast at the periphery of the Chilean mountains, provided they were not above the 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm. Upon returning to Nanshan County, Han Li did not head directly to the Han family estate. Instead, he made his way to the bustling Chamber of Commerce, intending to sell the various beast materials he had collected over the past fortnight during his encounters with magical beasts in the Chilean mountains, along with some unneeded spiritual herbs. Young master, do you wish to purchase medicinal pills, weapons, or martial techniques from our chamber? Upon entering the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce, a well-proportioned and alluring maid, dressed in a uniform, approached Han Li with a smile. I am not here to buy. I merely wish to sell some magical beast materials that I recall that your Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce also accepts such materials as well as various spiritual herbs. Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Indeed, young master, that if you wish to sell your materials, please follow me. The maid smiled sweetly at Han Li and gestured for him to follow her to the left side of the 2nd floor of the chamber's main hall. Soon, under the maid's guidance, Han Li arrived at a moderately sized private room. Before long, other maids arrived with tea to serve him. The maid responsible for attending to Han Li spoke. Please wait a moment. Young master, I will fetch our manager in charge of purchasing magical beast materials and spiritual herbs to settle your transaction. May I take the materials you wish to sell? Certainly, they are all in my storage ring. I trust that the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce would not engage in any underhanded dealings. Han Li nodded and removed the storage ring from his left hand, placing it in the maid's hand. Of course, the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce would never act in a manner that tarnishes its reputation. The maid chuckled softly before turning to leave. Watching her vanish from sight, Han Li savored the tea from the table beside him. The Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce is a large martial arts trading firm that spans the entire Divine Martial Kingdom. Just by its name, one can surmise that a chamber bold enough to bear the title of Divine Martial must possess an exceedingly powerful backing. This backing is none other than the royal family of the Divine Martial Kingdom. With the royal family as its foundation, Han Li felt no apprehension regarding the maid's earlier remarks about potential tampering with his storage ring. He placed his trust in the integrity of the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce, that a chamber established with the royal family's influence is not something an ordinary firm can rival. Only a handful of such chambers exist across the Divine Martial Kingdom, each with branches in various locations. Meanwhile, as Han Li awaited in the private room, the maid had reached the inner chambers of the commerce. Manager Luo, these are the magical beast materials and spiritual herbs that a client wishes to sell. The maid explained, directing her gaze towards a middle-aged man clad in black robes. Magical beast materials, spiritual herbs. The middle-aged man turned back, inquiring, What do we have? There are no fewer than 200 body parts from body refinement realm beasts, 11 beast cores, and a variety of spiritual herbs of different grades. Roughly estimated, it amounts to about 230,000 gold coins. 230,000. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "That is no small sum." What level of martial artist delivered these materials? Only at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, it seems. Are you certain? The 8th level of the body refinement realm? Manager Luo of the Black Robes remarked. What kind of 8th level practitioner could possibly earn 230,000 gold coins at this stage? Hand me the storage ring and prepare 230,000 gold coins. I must personally see what kind of talent this individual is. As Manager Luo spoke, he reached for the storage ring in the maid's hand and exited the internal management area of the chamber. Faced with a practitioner at the 8th level of the body refinement realm who had slain no fewer than 200 body refinement realm beasts, including those nearing the perfection of the Qi refinement realm, Manager Luo felt compelled to cultivate a connection with such a prodigy. Before long, Manager Luo arrived at Han Li's private room and pushed the door open. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Han," he called out involuntarily, recognizing Han Li, the young master of the Han family, who had recently awakened a yellow-grade first-class fate soul, previously regarded as a waste. Yet, having learned from the maid that this private room belonged to the talented 8th-level practitioner, could it be that the Han Li before him was indeed the prodigy spoken of? At the same time, Han Li, seated within the room, was drawn to the presence of Manager Luo as he stood up and said, "It is I did not expect you to know of me. How should I address you in the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce?" "I am Luo Yunhong, the manager of the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce." Manager Luo quickly composed himself, dispelling his astonishment, and smiled. "As the manager of Nanshan County, it is my duty to be familiar with the talents of the 5 great families, lest I be remiss in my responsibilities." Luo Yunhong approached Han Li, scrutinizing him closely. His pupils narrowed in shock as he confirmed that Han Li was indeed at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. "I never expected that young Master Han would truly be the prodigy mentioned by our chamber's maid. It seems there are some undisclosed secrets surrounding the news of young Master awakening a yellow-grade first-class fate soul. I assume your purpose here is not merely to inquire about my private affairs, Manager Luo?" Han Li replied with a light smile, not addressing Luo Yunhong's astonishment. "That, of course, it was my oversight." Luo Yunhong chuckled awkwardly. "I came here to seek a connection with young Master Han, especially given that you are a 16 or 17-year-old talent of the body refinement realm. I see." Han Li nodded, then looked towards Luo Yunhong, asking, "May I inquire how much gold coins my magical beast materials and spiritual herbs will fetch?" 230,000 gold coins, that I have already instructed the maid to prepare a gold card for you. "Young Master Han.it will be delivered shortly," Luo Yunhong replied. "Understood." Han Li acknowledged. "Might I also inquire if the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce can procure some medicinal pills and weapons?" "Certainly, young Master Han." "What kind of medicinal pills and weapons do you require?" "I can offer them to you at an 8% discount." Luo Yunhong responded. "In that case, please prepare 10 bottles of Qi pills, 1 bottle of Breaking Realm pills, and a long sword of spiritual weapon quality. The cost can be deducted from the gold coins I am selling." Han Li contemplated. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunhong nodded and replied, "Certainly, I shall arrange for that immediately." That he then signaled to the maid in the room, who promptly left to prepare the medicinal pills and weapons Han Li required. Chapter 16. Blood-Devouring Blade. 9th level of the body refinement realm. Young Master. This blade is called Blood-Devouring. It is a premium weapon crafted by a mastersmith, ranking among the mid-tier profound weapons, and it can rival high-tier profound spiritual weapons. Moreover, it is inscribed with blood-devouring runes. When engaged in combat, the runes will activate autonomously, and the more blood it absorbs, the greater its power becomes. In the private room, Luo Yunhong held a slender, sword-like blade, which featured a slight curvature and grooves along both sides. The runes, hidden from view, flickered with a red glow at Luo Yunhong's behest, resembling a massive python with its bloodthirsty maw agape, exuding an eerie aura. Moreover, the description of this long blade matched Luo Yunhong's portrayal perfectly. Just by observing, Han Li could sense the immense power within the blade. Once fully activated, it could indeed contend with high-tier profound spiritual weapons. "Yes, I will take this blade." Han Li nodded without hesitation. Previously, Luo Yunhong had introduced him to no fewer than 6 or 7 types of blade-like spiritual weapons, yet only the blood-devouring blade had truly satisfied him. The blood-devouring blade was impressively long, approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters, with blood grooves intentionally designed on both sides that in confrontations. These grooves would undoubtedly prove advantageous, especially in the initial stages of martial cultivation when practitioners struggled to fully control their power. Once within range of the blood-devouring blade, and if activated by Han Li, those targeted would likely meet a grim fate. Very well, young Master Han, your decisiveness is commendable. Luo Yunhong nodded slightly, raising his hand to beckon. The 10 bottles of Qi Hai Dan on the tray held by the maid behind him, along with a single bottle containing the breakthrough Dan encased in a jade box, gracefully floated down onto the tea table beside Han Li. These 10 bottles contained Qi Hai Dan, all of which were flawless and of the highest quality in the yellow grade, allowing the young Master Han to consume them directly without the need to refine away any toxic residues. Furthermore, this breakthrough Dan is the finest elixir from the divine martial chamber, specifically designed to facilitate the breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage. The total comes to 180,201 gold coins. I, Luo, will take the liberty of rounding off the amount. You shall only need to pay 180,200 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Han Li stood up, sweeping his hand across the tea table to store both the 10 bottles of Qi Hai Dan and the breakthrough Dan into his storage ring, thus expressing his gratitude to Manager Luo for the generous offer. All I ask is that in the future, should the young master require any beast materials or demon pills, you prioritize our divine martial chamber. Luo Yunhong replied with a light chuckle. Of course. Han Li nodded, saying, it is getting late. Having secured the resources for cultivation, I shall take my leave. Very well. Allow me to escort you, young Master Han. Luo Yunhong responded with understanding. Following closely beside Han Li as they walked out of the private room of the divine martial chamber, it was only after sending Han Li off into the crowd outside the chamber that Luo Yunhong retracted his smile. His expression shifting to one of authority befitting his high position, a yellow-grade first-tier life soul could earn over 20,000 gold coins in just a few days, and with the upcoming duel against the family's yellow-grade 9th-tier life soul prodigy, it seemed there might be someone behind this seemingly mediocre young master of the Han family providing guidance. That a hint of contemplation flickered in Luo Yunhong's eyes as he pondered the secrets surrounding Han Li. As the manager of the Divine Martial Chamber in Nanshan County, Luo Yunhong had a fair understanding of the talented disciples from various families in the region, particularly the most exceptional ones. Prior to awakening his yellow-grade first-tier life soul, Han Li had already been noted by Luo Yunhong as someone worthy of close observation and future association. However, he anticipated that on the very day of his life soul awakening, Han Li would manifest a yellow-grade first-tier life soul. Now, appearing at the Divine Martial Chamber with numerous beast materials and demon pills for sale, Han Li had amassed a staggering sum of around 200,000 gold coins. While this may not seem like a large amount for a family, barely covering a month's worth of cultivation resources, it warranted Luo Yunhong's reconsideration of Han Li as a key individual to monitor and cultivate a relationship with, especially given the suspicion that Han Li might have a powerful martial artist guiding him. After all, how could a young master with merely a yellow-grade first-tier life soul dare to challenge the family as top genius? Han Qing and managed to acquire sufficient resources to break through to the Qi refinement stage in less than a month. On the other hand, once Han Li departed from the Divine Martial Chamber, he made his way back to the Han family. Along the journey, he encountered no provocations or derisions from the family's disciples, that everyone's attention was focused on the impending arrival of the 7 sex emissaries and the forthcoming disciple recruitment conference, leaving no one to spare a thought for Han Li in their eyes. Daring to challenge the family's most talented individual, Han Qing, was akin to seeking one's own demise. What did it matter if Han Li had once displayed exceptional talent? The life soul had already dictated their limits. Han Li, with his yellow-grade first-tier life soul, simply did not warrant the attention of the crowd. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Han Li first met with his parents, recounting his uneventful adventures in the Chilean mountains before taking his leave to prepare for his next breakthrough. Currently, his cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement was certainly no match for Han Qing, and he needed to elevate his cultivation to the Qi refinement stage in the time remaining. A jade bottle containing Qi Hai Dan appeared in Han Li's hand, and he promptly poured its contents into his throat. As the Qi Hai Dan slipped down, it felt as if a dragon had plunged into the sea, smoothly entering Han Li's body. The overwhelming potency of the medicine seemed to explode in an instant, flooding Han Li's limbs and organs. "Refine it," Han Li whispered, as the Divine Prison Celestial Thief Sutra began to operate. The terrifying refining power completely controlled the overflowing medicinal energy within him, guiding and refining it. Concentrating it within Han Li's Dantian. 1, 2, 3, one by one. The Qi Haidan were consumed under Han Li's diligent refinement. The Qi Haidan were refined. Han Li's aura visibly surged, repeatedly crashing against the invisible barrier between the 8th and 9th levels of body refinement. Finally, at a certain moment, the true energy within Han Li surged forth like an overflowing teacup, accompanied by a soft chime. Rich spiritual energy converged around Han Li, enveloping him in a mist of ethereal energy. Moments later, Han Li opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, which instantly drew the surrounding spiritual mist into his body, transforming it entirely into true energy. "That I have reached the 9th level of body refinement," Han Li exclaimed with a smile in his eyes. After refining a total of 3.5 bottles of Qi Haidan, he had successfully broken through the barrier of the 8th level of body refinement to reach the 9th level. Next, he would prepare to break through to the Qi refinement stage and face the upcoming 7-sect conference. Han Li rose and approached the window, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, his eyes radiating an inexplicable brilliance and martial fervor. Chapter 17. The Fong Family, Fong Rulong, the Chosen One. After breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, Han Li continued to consume the remaining Qi Haidan, stabilizing his martial cultivation realm. However, the remaining medicinal resources were insufficient to elevate him further to the peak of the 9th level. He remained at the latter stage of the 9th level, with a considerable distance still to cover to reach the pinnacle. In the days that followed, Han Li diligently practiced his sword techniques within the confines of the Han family, mastering the comprehension of the boundless blade intent that in his small courtyard. Han Li's figure moved like a gentle breeze, his blood-red, bloodthirsty blade slicing through the air with an eerie pressure that could nearly suffocate those nearby. His movements were ghostly and elusive, leaving behind lingering afterimages that refused to dissipate. The blade techniques were fierce, tearing through the air with the force of a tempest. His movements were as elusive as a specter, solid yet ephemeral. It became nearly impossible to discern Han Li's true position amidst the deadly illusions. With a resounding crash, Han Li soared into the sky, delivering a downward strike. The boundless blade intent cascaded along the blade's edge, transforming into a realm of endless chaos, supported by the bloodthirsty blade. The crimson blade light struck down upon a lake within the courtyard, stirring a massive wave. The fish within the courtyard's lake, glistening under the sunlight, thrashed about, only to eventually submerge into the depths of the water. Moments later, the lake's surface turned crimson as fish, their bellies white, leaped up, breaking the surface. The boundless blade intent remained in its infancy. Although Han Li had grasped a portion of it, it was merely the tip of the iceberg compared to its full manifestation. Drawing his bloodthirsty blade back into its sheath, Han Li gazed at the blood-stained surface of the lake, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Since he had begun to comprehend this formidable blade intent, Han Li understood just how powerful it was. Yet he had only grasped a fraction of the boundless blade intent. Compared to the perfect and true manifestation of the boundless blade intent, what he had achieved was hardly significant. Nevertheless, even with just a 10% understanding of the boundless blade intent, Han Li's prowess surpassed that of others wielding ordinary blade or sword intents. The boundless blade intent inherently contained the principles of time, space, and causality, weaving together a myriad of mysterious concepts that made it both eerie and terrifying that a single strike could plunge into the void, transcending the mortal realm. Such a potent blade intent meant that even if Han Li remained unable to break through to the Qi refinement stage and truly engage with Qi refinement stage warriors, he would not necessarily find himself at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, Han Li turned and returned to his room within the courtyard, preparing to sit in meditation and thoroughly contemplate the insights gained from his recent practice. Meanwhile, in a certain residence within Nanshan County, a middle-aged man clad in black sat at the head of a table, casting a grim gaze upon the individuals before him. With less than 5 days until the 7-Sex Conference, have you still not found any trace of the young lady? Family head, rest assured that we have deployed all available personnel. Yet we have yet to see any sign of the eldest daughter of the Fong family, Fong Rushue, within the Chilean mountains, that I fear she may have fallen victim to the beasts of the mountains or perished amidst the conflicts of other cultivators. The leading individual among those kneeling before the black-clad man spoke with a pained expression. In these past few days, as the Seven Sects Conference approached, they had been dispatched early to search the Chilean mountains for the missing Fong family heiress, Fong Rushue. Yet their search had yielded no results, and the only plausible conclusion was that she had perished within the mountains. Very well, she is but a daughter. Withdraw all personnel, the middle-aged man replied after a moment of silence, nodding his head. As for the upcoming arrival of the Seven Sects emissaries to recruit disciples, once the welcoming ceremony concludes, you shall all heed the steward's instructions and proceed accordingly. Understood. We take our leave. That a few individuals nodded silently in agreement. And after obtaining the consent of the middle-aged man, they departed quietly and slowly. Once their figures vanished from sight, a young man clad in white emerged from one side of the hall. His facial features bore a faint resemblance to the middle-aged man and to Fong Rushue, who had previously fallen to Han Li's hand in the Chilean mountains. Yet his brow radiated a more heroic and proud aura, evoking a sense of admiration deep within one's heart, as if he were a banished celestial being, exuding an otherworldly detachment that was impossible to ignore. Luolong, you have arrived. The middle-aged man rose and addressed the youth, inquiring, how has your cultivation progressed these past few days? Have you integrated the awakened ancestral wisdom? Father, rest assured, I have already reached the 4th level of the Qi refining realm, with the support of our family's resources. My strength is destined to be unparalleled in the entire Nanshan Prefecture. The young man replied with a faint smile, his gaze imbued with a hint of etherealness, as for the ancestral wisdom from my previous life. I have integrated about 30 to 50% of it, which is sufficient to contend with the forthcoming envoys from the Seven Sects that I will undoubtedly be accepted among them and become an inner disciple, perhaps even a true heir. Excellent, excellent. With your words, I am at ease that on that day, I shall remove all obstacles, allowing our Fong family to reign supreme in Nanshan Prefecture, the middle-aged man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his black beard stirring as the joy in his eyes became uncontainable. This is the Fong family, one of the 5 great families of Nanshan Prefecture, and the middle-aged man before us is Fong Tianyue, the patriarch of the Fong family. The white-clad youth standing in front of him is his eldest son, Fong Rulong, a prodigious figure among the younger disciples of the Fong family, rumored to have awakened a yellow-grade 8th-tier life soul. However, only Fong Tianyue, several elders of the Fong family, and Fong Rulong himself knew the truth. Fong Rulong had not awakened a yellow-grade 8th-tier life soul, but rather a pure June Sword life soul of the Xian-grade 2nd tier. He not only awakened a Xian-grade life soul, but also possessed the ancestral wisdom of his previous life, marking him as a chosen one. That the so-called chosen one is an exceedingly rare type of individual, a powerful martial practitioner in their past life who, through secret arts, reincarnated just before their demise. That at a specific age, they awaken the ancestral wisdom of their previous life, gaining profound insights that allow them to far surpass others in martial cultivation. More importantly, their martial life soul talent is guaranteed to be no less than Xian grade. With the dual blessings of being a chosen one and possessing a Xian grade life soul, Fong Rulong's strength undoubtedly positions him as the foremost individual in Nanshan Prefecture, capable of effortlessly overwhelming all others, including Han Qing from the Han family, who currently wields the strongest life soul of yellow-grade 9th tier. While a yellow-grade 9th tier life soul can indeed create ripples in Nanshan Prefecture and even among the Seven Sects, Fong Rulong's Xian-grade life soul is a truly rare phenomenon, with perhaps only one awakening among a million. But the higher the tier of the life soul, the more challenging it is to awaken. One must ponder, with such extraordinary talent and the ancestral wisdom of a chosen one, who could possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with Fong Rulong? With this thought, Fong Tianyue composed himself and said to Fong Rulong, Rulong, take good rest in the coming days. That I look forward to your dazzling performance at the grand event to elevate our Fong family's prestige. Understood, Fong Rulong replied lightly, and then, under the hopeful gaze of Fong Tianyue, he departed. Chapter 18. The Celestial Life Soul's Anomaly and the arrival of the Seven Sects envoys a few days later. Nanshan Prefecture welcomed the grand martial event. All the townsfolk whose families had awakened a martial life soul among the youth rushed towards the central area of Nanshan Prefecture, specifically the plaza outside the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Han family, Han Li found himself ensnared in the impasse of a breakthrough. After several days of cultivation, coupled with the use of the Qi Si pill to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the body refining realm, Han Li was now on the verge of breaking through to the Qi refining realm. Fortunately, the breakthrough was destined to occur today, that in his room. Han Li sat cross-legged on a mat, his palm open as a round bluish-purple pill appeared, its potent medicinal energy and spiritual aura swirling around it, emanating a faint mist that at the same time, an inexplicable Tao rhythm seemed to flow from the pill. This pill was the breakthrough pill, specifically designed for martial practitioners of the body refining realm to transition into the Qi refining realm that in the hierarchy of martial cultivation. The body refining realm merely serves as the foundational stage for honing the body and absorbing spiritual energy. Only upon breaking through to the Qi refining realm can a martial practitioner truly step onto the path of martial arts. Otherwise, they remain mere novices. Only upon entering the Qi refining realm can martial practitioners possess superhuman strength, command the spiritual energies of heaven and earth for their own use, cultivate genuine martial divine abilities, and aspire to the legendary feats of moving mountains and filling seas, or even annihilating heaven and earth. As Han Li gazed at the breakthrough pill in his hand, his expression darkened, and without a hint of hesitation, he swallowed it whole that moment. Han Li closed his eyes, his internal divine prison celestial thief technique activating. The flowing spiritual energy of the world was drawn into Han Li's body, transforming into streams of true energy that coursed through his organs, limbs, and meridians. The explosive medicinal power, combined with the immense spiritual energy contained within the pill, surged into Han Li's body like a torrent, filling his meridians to the brink of bursting that a faint tearing sound resonated within Han Li's internal organs, while the exterior of his body bore cracks akin to a parched earth, seeping droplets of crimson blood. The overwhelming spiritual energy and medicinal power inundating his meridians rendered them unable to withstand the pressure. Numerous meridians began to rupture, causing the spiritual energy to explode within him, creating chaos that Han Li struggled to refine. Damn it! How could I falter at the threshold of the Qi refining realm? Break through. Han Li gritted his teeth, observing the ruptured pathways within him, transformed into chasms or abysses that obstructed the flow of true energy and the refining of spiritual energy, that he bore the pain and, fueled by determination, disregarded the ruptured meridians, forcing the true energy to circulate and refine the leaking spiritual energy. He also activated the divine prison celestial thief technique, unlocking other divine prisons within himself and releasing the hidden divine and demonic particles. The thunderous sounds echoed within him like a relentless barrage of cannon fire. Han Li's breath was as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly extinguishable with a mere breath. Yet in reality, he fought to maintain his breath, enduring the pain as he refined the turbulent spiritual energy and medicinal power within him, while urging true energy to mend his meridians, striving to keep the flow of true energy as smooth as possible. Time passed, though Han Li could not ascertain how long had elapsed. His true energy had circulated through his body for a full cycle, refining all the spiritual energy and medicinal power within him, like rivers converging into the sea, and subsequently flowed into his dantian. With a resounding boom, as all the true energy converged in Han Li's dantian, he focused his mind, continuously compressing the true energy, producing a series of explosive sounds as if the true energy resisted Han Li's control, shaking his dantian perilously. However, this did not instill fear in Han Li. He relentlessly compressed the true energy, and after nearly 100 compressions, the mist-like true energy vanished within Han Li's body, transforming into a swirling mass resembling a nebula. The true energy, now purer than that of the body refining realm, began to emerge, and the spiritual energy drawn from the heavens was refined the moment it entered Han Li's true energy vortex. The true energy vortex took shape. Streams of true energy began to flow spontaneously throughout Han Li's body, akin to a gentle stream. Simultaneously, within Han Li, the various divine and demonic particles also seemed to be liberated, roaring and augmenting Han Li's physique and strength in that instant. Han Li abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze snapping back to look behind him, that he saw the celestial life soul manifesting without Han Li's consent, that on the lush branches, a deep blackish-purple fruit swayed gently. With a crack, the fruit fell into the void of the celestial life soul under Han Li's watchful eye. A faint sound of dragon's roar echoed. The fruit shattered like an eggshell, releasing flickering purple lightning that a terrifying aura erupted at that moment, causing the room to be engulfed in a tempest, with spiritual energy howling. Han Li's pupils dilated, seemingly entranced as he fixed his gaze upon a familiar, yet alien being, as if reborn from its shell, emerging from the deep blackish-purple fruit in a blaze of fire. At that time, outside the city of Nanshan Prefecture, the patriarchs of the 5 great families had gathered at the city gates that at their forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, accompanied by a young girl. Han Patriarch, I hear your son is to face the noble Han Qing in a life-and-death battle today. One of the patriarchs inquired. With this question, the previously solemn atmosphere lightened somewhat. As the other family heads turned their attention to Han Tianming, who was clad in resplendent azure attire, it is not a life-and-death battle, merely a contest of words among the younger generation. He replied. Han Tianming chuckled, yet a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow passed through his eyes. Han Qing possessed the soul of the yellow rank at the 9th level, while Lear was merely of the yellow rank at the 1st level. He silently hoped that this battle would not end in an overly embarrassing defeat. Han Tianming pondered deeply about Han Qing's innate talent and strength, augmented by the preferential resources from the Han family. Despite Han Li having been the foremost youth of the Han clan previously, Han Tianming could not ignore the harsh reality. Even if Han Li's talent had once shone as the brightest in the clan, it was ultimately overshadowed by the formidable soul of Han Qing. Without the support of the Han family's resources, it would be exceedingly difficult for Han Li to triumph over Han Qing at the upcoming martial arts event in Nanshan County. In fact, Han Tianming had long since resolved in his heart that the primary reason for Han Li's duel with Han Qing was to preserve his own father's dignity. Thus, should the disparity between Han Li and Han Qing prove too vast, Han Tianming would rather relinquish his position as the head of the Han family than witness his child suffer. At that moment, as Han Tianming was lost in thought, a voice emerged from the middle-aged man draped in a python robe ahead. Everyone, please be silent. The 7 emissaries have arrived. Chapter 19. Elimination Point System. Spirit-nourishing pill outside the gates of Nanshan County. In the distant horizon, as the sun began to rise, its scorching rays illuminated the scene. Yet to the gathered crowd, 7 majestic vessels, akin to soaring dragons, appeared on the horizon. Rowers lined both sides of the ships, as if defying logic by traversing the void. 7 masts, each bearing a distinct flag, fluttered in the wind, unmistakably symbolizing the 7 sects of martial arts from the Divine Martial Prefecture. As the ethereal vessels approached and settled above the leaders of the 5 great families and the county magistrate of Nanshan, 7 figures descended gracefully, seemingly unperturbed by the height from which they came. Luo Yuan, the county magistrate of Nanshan, greets the esteemed 7 emissaries. The leading magistrate stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the 7 men and women who had just alighted. The heads of the 5 great families followed suit, hastily lowering their heads in reverence that we pay our respects to the 7 esteemed emissaries. Haha, there is no need for such formalities, county magistrate and esteemed leaders. We are merely emissaries dispatched by our sex, one of the 7 spoke, his voice warm and inviting. This individual, garbed in a light white robe with a beard cascading to his chest, exuded an ethereal demeanor that drew the attention of many onlookers, evoking a sense of closeness among the crowd. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed emissary, Luo Yuan replied with a gentle smile, straightening his back to face the 7 that the leaders of the 5 great families, including Han Tianming, mirrored this gesture, presenting themselves respectfully before the emissaries of the 7 martial sections. We have yet to learn how to address you, esteemed emissaries, that I am Gao Ming from the Xinjian sect. This is my companion, Sister Zhu Qing from the Tianwu sect, and this is Brother Lu Quan from Shuyin Valley, the elder in the white robe introduced, gesturing to each of his companions in turn. The crowd followed his gaze, observing the emissaries sent by the 7 sects of martial arts to Nanshan County. Among them were 3 women and 4 men, the most striking being the woman in dark robes beside Gao Ming. With her hair elegantly cascading over her shoulders and an icy demeanor, her refined beauty was akin to that of a celestial being, captivating all who beheld her. The other two women were equally enchanting, each possessing their unique allure, though perhaps not quite matching Zhu Qing's grace. However, any inappropriate thoughts were banished from the minds of those present. The sight of these 7 figures gliding through the air was enough to instill a sense of reverence. The ability to walk upon the void was a hallmark of practitioners at the innate level. Among the gathered people of Nanshan County, aside from the 5 great families and a select few, most were mere ants beneath the innate realm, lacking any sense of presence before such exalted beings. The notion of engaging with them was a delusion. Few among them would ever reach the innate realm. While the emissaries from the divine martial prefecture, particularly the 3 women, appeared to be in the bloom of youth, likely possessing unimaginable potential for martial prowess, with the potential to become powerful figures beyond the Zifu and Ningying realms. Thank you for the information, esteemed emissaries. Without further ado, please allow us to escort you into the city to await the commencement of the event, Luo Yuan said with a slight nod, extending an invitation. What do you think, dear disciples? Very well. After exchanging glances, the emissaries nodded in agreement. Then we shall trouble you. County Magistrate Luo Yuan, as their words concluded, the crowd began to move towards the heart of Nanshan County. Before long, they arrived at a spacious square in the center of the county, to the south of the square. A grand viewing platform had already been erected, with tiered seating arranged meticulously. At the forefront sat Gao Ming and the other 7 emissaries of the martial arts sects, flanked by the county magistrate, followed by the heads of the 5 great families and their respective elders. Below them were the various factions of lesser strength within Nanshan County, clearly delineating the hierarchy of power. When shall the martial arts event commence? Gao Ming inquired after taking a seat. The event will begin an hour after the esteemed emissaries are seated, Luo Yuan replied with a smile. Very well. At that moment, amidst the crowd outside the viewing platform, Han Li's figure appeared quietly, beads of perspiration dotting his brow. The 7 sect emissaries have already arrived. Han Li's gaze fell upon the viewing platform, where he saw Luo Yuan becoming a mere backdrop alongside the 7 emissaries of varying ages and genders. Understanding dawned upon him. These were indeed the emissaries from the 7 martial arts sects of the divine martial prefecture. His attention drifted from the emissaries to the figure of his father, Han Tianming, upon the platform. Simultaneously, Han Tianming seemed to sense Han Li's gaze and search for him in return. The leader has arrived? A tremor of concern surged through Han Tianming. May this battle bring victory to Lear, he thought, a smile gracing his face as he nodded subtly towards Han El. At the same time, Luo Yuan, the county magistrate of Nanshan, had made his way to the center of the square. Today marks the annual grand event of Nanshan County, where every youth who awakens their martial soul will have the opportunity to showcase their brilliance and capture the attention of our esteemed emissaries from the 7 martial arts sections. The most outstanding among you may even be chosen as disciples of the 7 sections. I sincerely hope that among you, more individuals will be selected by the 7 emissaries today. Even if you are not chosen, do not despair. The path of martial arts relies heavily on personal cultivation. Now, let the grand event commence. The MY assistant shall announce the rules for this year's gathering. With that, Luo Yuan stepped aside, allowing a man to take his place and continue the announcement. The man spoke. The youth from all over Nanshan County gathered to participate in the event learned the rules for this year. Overall, this year's martial arts grand event would consist of 3 main components: combat, comprehension tests, and soul assessments, with an added round of combat introducing an elimination and point system. Since when has the county magistrate's office been so generous? At the base of the high platform, a gleam flickered in Han Li's eyes. After a thorough explanation of the rules, he grasped the changes that had been instituted for this year's event. Unlike previous years, the martial arts competition this time, while still comprising the unchanging segments of combat, comprehension testing, and soul testing, had introduced a new tiered elimination system with points awarded for victories that in the subsequent stages of comprehension and soul testing. A similar point system would apply. According to the regulations, the individual with the highest score would be awarded exquisite martial techniques, profound cultivation methods, and exceptional spiritual weapons personally distributed by the Duke's residents, along with the highly coveted Supreme Spirit Nourishing Pill. Upon hearing this news, excitement surged among the participants. While the significance of the profound techniques and cultivation methods is noteworthy, it is the supreme spirit-nourishing pill that truly ignites the fervor of all young martial artists. The nourishing pill enhances the soul's strength, significantly improving a martial artist's comprehension. Being a rare elixir, despite its classification as supreme grade, its value rivals even that of earthly grade pills, perhaps even exceeding it. Comprehension is a common dilemma for many martial artists. A robust understanding often elevates one's grasp of martial techniques and methods that a martial practitioner requires not only great talent, but also exceptional understanding, which can lead to breakthroughs in their cultivation during moments of insight. This is precisely why the comprehension test exists within the martial arts gathering of Nanshan County, that IT assesses a martial artist's understanding of martial arts and techniques. Among other aspects, the soul test, on the other hand, is straightforward. It simply evaluates the innate soul talent of the young martial practitioners. Chapter 20. A win-win transaction. Hanli enters the arena. This year's competition features 3 rounds of combat testing. The first round consists of group battles, where participants draw lots from the wooden boxes behind me, pairing number 1 with number 2, number 3 with number 4, and so forth, continuing until only a select few remain. Each victor will earn 10 points. Let us, the talented youth of Nanshan County, strive together. On the high platform, the Duke's aide gestured grandly, revealing several wooden boxes marked with numbers 1, 2, and 3, indeed the boxes for drawing lots. As he spoke with fervor, his animated tone ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the crowd of young people, their voices rising like a roaring tide. The Duke is indeed generous, willing to offer such a precious item as the nourishing pill. Could it be for the sake of someone in particular? Remarked the elder Gao Ming from the Xinjiang sect, his gaze shifting to Luo Yuan seated beside him. Representatives from the 5 great families and the other 7 sects also turned their attention to Luo Yuan. The significance and rarity of the nourishing pill is something that low-ranking martial practitioners can only dream of. IT can substantially enhance a martial artist's comprehension of martial arts and techniques. And each individual may only consume one throughout their lifetime. Even an innate-level martial artist would find it nearly impossible to procure one for a gifted successor among their juniors. Yet, the Duke of Nanshan County, Luo Yuan, is willing to offer such a pill as this year's prize, evidently to promote a certain junior of his own. The leaders of the 5 great families pondered thoughtfully, their gazes landing on a girl standing behind Luo Yuan. None other than Luo Yao, the daughter of the Duke, who had previously welcomed the envoys of the 7 sects at the gates of Nanshan County. She is recognized as a talented individual with considerable potential, yet the true ranking of her martial soul remains a mystery, sparking curiosity among the many families and factions in Nanshan County. The secrecy surrounding her martial soul awakening, fiercely guarded by her father, means that few know its true nature and grade, leaving it a tantalizing enigma for all present. Facing the collective gaze of the assembly, Luo Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, openly admitting, "I do indeed have personal motives, as I wish to promote my daughter. However, even should she falter, the rewards I offer will ensure that the victor gains something of value, fostering goodwill in the process. It seems I have played a small trick." The Duke's words were sincere, and his candor alleviated any concerns among the onlookers. After all, it is conceivable that our juniors might also benefit from the nourishing pill, which is not an unwise proposition, remarked the leader of one of the 5 families with a smile. The envoys of the 7 sects nodded in agreement, having nothing further to say in light of Luo Yuan's transparency. It was evident he was indeed promoting his daughter. Even if his efforts did not bear fruit, the rewards associated with the nourishing pill could still forge a connection with a young talent, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ultimately, Luo Yuan stood to gain. If Luo Yao triumphs and claims victory, her reputation will undoubtedly soar, solidifying her foundation in martial arts. Should she fall short, the high rewards offered by the Duke's residents could still foster a friendship with a promising martial artist of the innate realm. In any case, the Duke's residents would not emerge at a loss. That I believe the time has come. Let us commence this grand event, spoke Chu Qing, seated beside the elder Gao Ming, her beautiful eyes devoid of emotion as she surveyed the bustling crowd below. The participants had efficiently drawn their lots under the organization of the Duke's aides, and it was indeed time to begin. Luo Yuan nodded, glancing back at his daughter, Luo Yao, and said, "Yao, go and draw your ranking. I hope you achieve a commendable result in this competition." "Rest assured, father," replied Luo Yao, clad in a fiery red garment, as she nodded and turned to leave the spectatoress area, making her way to the high platform to draw her order of participation. At that moment, Hanli had just drawn his lot from the wooden box atop the high platform. Unfolding the pristine white paper, he revealed several bold, powerful characters. Number 101. Stowing the paper away, Hanli understood his placement in the rounds. According to the Duke's residence's points elimination system, he would face the holder of number 102. Excellent. Now that the last participant has drawn their number, the matches shall commence that we will divide into 4 platforms, commencing simultaneously. The Duke's aide stood atop the platform, raising his hands, and 4 arenas rose from the ground, each standing at a person's height. Spiritual energy swirled around the edges of the arenas, with inscribed runes shimmering with an otherworldly glow, seemingly capable of containing the aftermath of the battles within. Now, I shall call forth the young martial artists by their drawn numbers to take their positions on the platforms. First, the number 1 and number 2 martial artists to the eastern arena. Numbers 3 and 4 to the southern arena. Numbers 5 and 6 to the western arena. As the aide's voice echoed. Young martial artists, merely 16 or 17 years old, gathered on the platforms. Once granted permission, they swiftly engaged in fierce combat. With flashes of spears, blades, and the ringing of swords, battles erupted across the 4 arenas. The air charged with spiritual energy and the clamor of conflict. Yet the surrounding energy seemed to contain the residual force of their skirmishes, rendering even the mightiest strikes unable to breach the barriers of the platforms. One by one, martial artists were eliminated, stepping down from the platforms as others took their places. The skirmishes among low-ranking martial artists were swift, as many high-ranking practitioners often had to avoid excessive techniques or secret arts that might forcibly enhance their power. In the present arenas stood young martial artists, most of whom were on the same tier, their strengths varying considerably as time progressed. It soon became Hanli's turn to the call of the Duke's aide. He ascended to the eastern arena. There, he faced an imposing figure, a robust individual standing over 6 feet tall, his muscular arms exuding a palpable sense of strength. In stark contrast, Hanli appeared as a mere wisp beside him. Akin to a wolf standing against a sturdy sheepdog, the disparity in their strengths instantly apparent. Chapter 21. It is you who must depart, not I. Hanli, the head of the Han family remarked. Seemingly taken aback by Hanli's appearance on the stage, no need for concern. Head Fong. My son has just taken the stage. He is confident in his abilities to secure victory. It is you, Head Fong, who should be wary of whether your son can shine in this contest, replied Han Tianming from the viewing area of the 5 great families, his demeanor calm and collected in response to Fong Tianyue's intrigued gaze. Is that so? I too am quite eager to see the outcome, the head of the Fong family mused. Fong Tianyue's gaze fell upon Han Tianming, who sat beside him, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. The awakening of a Huangpin first-rank fate soul in a once-celebrated genius from the Han family was a matter so astonishing that it elicited disbelief from the entire Nanshan County. How radiant had Han Li's talent been prior to the awakening of his fate soul? His brilliance had been the talk of the town. Yet, following the revelation of his Huangpin first-rank fate soul, the public's attitude underwent a dramatic shift that a mere Huangpin first-rank fate soul, deemed a waste, was not worthy of attention or admiration. Now, as Hanli took the stage, he instantly became the focal point of the audience. Is that truly Hanli? Murmured an elder from the Xianjian sect, Gao Ming, whose eyes gradually lit up with intrigue as he turned to Luo Yuan and inquired, before my arrival, I heard that this young man awakened a Huangpin first-rank fate soul. Is this true? Indeed, Hanli has awakened a Huangpin first-rank fate soul, a revelation that has stirred considerable commotion in Nanshan County, Luo Yuan confirmed with a nod. Huangpin first rank, you say? Gao Ming mused, his gaze shifting to Hanli on the arena, his eyes inscrutable, as if pondering something profound. At that moment, the envoy from Shuyin Valley interjected. If memory serves me right, the Xinjian sect once promised to accept this young man into their ranks. Why does Brother Gao not intend to fulfill this promise? A Huangpin first-rank fate soul is hardly worthy of admission into the Xianjian sect. Moreover, our elder had stipulated a condition. This young man must awaken a fate soul. It appears he is fated to be excluded from our sect. Gao Ming replied coldly, seemingly resolved to eliminate Han Li from consideration as a disciple. That he continued, should the Huangpin 9th-rank fate soul warrior from the Han family wish to join our sect, I would be willing to reconsider and honor our initial promise. Haha, the Shinjin sect certainly knows how to conduct business, the envoy from Shuyin Valley remarked, his eyes flickering before he averted his gaze. Closing his eyes to rest. Gao Ming, too, withdrew his attention from the arena, no longer interested in the impending battle between Han Li and his opponent, that a warrior with a Huangpin first-rank Fate Soul held little allure for them. The outcome was all but predetermined. Han Li's adversary was a warrior possessing a Huangpin 6th-rank Fate Soul, making the contest seem like a foregone conclusion. Huangpin first-rank Fate Soul. How amusing. Chuckled Zhu Qing from the Tianwu sect upon overhearing the conversation among Gao Ming and the others. Her eyes briefly scrutinizing Han Li, that a once-fallen genius, now drew the attention of the other envoys from the 7 sects of the divine martial nation, igniting a flicker of curiosity within her, though it was but a fleeting interest. Meanwhile, Han Li's appearance stirred a significant uproar among the crowd that it was impossible for anyone to be unaware of Han Li. The once promising genius of Nanshan County, now reduced to a mere waste with a Huangpin first-rank Fate Soul. Han Li? Didn't he awaken a Huangpin first-rank Fate Soul? How dare he step onto the arena? Are you unaware? Han Li seems to have set a decisive battle against Han Qing, who awakened a Huangpin 9th-rank Fate Soul. They may very well clash before the conclusion of today's grand event. Is he mad? Han Qing is the possessor of a Huangpin 9th-rank Fate Soul. Who knows? We shall simply await the spectacle. Han Li's opponent is no simple foe. Indeed, the crowd buzzed with excitement, their attention fixated on the arena where Han Li stood against another contestant. Yet, the number of spectators focused on Han Li's match was rather sparse. After all, his opponent was none other than Yao Fei, a genius from the Yao family, who possessed a Huangpin 6th-rank Fate Soul and was a formidable body refinement practitioner, although his overall strength did not rival that of the 5 great family's geniuses. Among this year's Fate Soul Awakeners in Nanshan County, he stood at the pinnacle of the first tier. I think my opponent would be you, young Master Han. Yao Fei remarked mockingly as he ascended the arena. His gaze fixed on Han Li with a dramatic flourish. He clasped his hands together and extended his arms, producing a series of resounding cracks from his bones, as if a powerful dragon coiled within him, emanating an explosive aura that I have no desire to bully you. After all, a waste with a Huangpin first-rank Fate Soul is hardly worth my effort, that if you were to concede voluntarily, you might yet live to see another day. Should I take action, you may find yourself missing a limb or two, and that would bring trouble from the Han family upon me. Yao Fei sauntered towards Han Li, his towering figure bending down, seemingly looking down upon him with disdain. His robust physique exuded an overwhelming pressure, particularly accentuated by the ferocity in his eyes, instilling dread in those of weaker resolve, that I believe the one who should consider conceding is not I, but rather you. Han Li replied, unfazed, lifting his gaze to meet Yao Fei's, as if dismissing the oppressive aura emanating from him. It seems you are unaware of your own limitations. How dare you, a mere Huangpin first-rank Fate Soul, step onto the arena to partake in this grand event? Yao Fei growled, his eyes wide with fury, as he unleashed a fist imbued with violent power, the air around them tearing apart and whistling ominously as it hurtled towards Han Li's face. In Han Li's perspective, that immense fist appeared as a mountain, continuously enlarging in his vision. The surrounding air seemed to compress under the weight of Yao Fei's attack, crackling ominously. From Yao Fei, Han Li sensed an undeniable pressure. He was a 9th-layer body refinement practitioner, a level of power that could easily dominate many present. However, Han Li stood resolute, his gaze clear as a tranquil lake, seemingly untouched by Yao Fei's impending strike, remaining still as if rooted in place. His hair whipped wildly, and his garments billowed as he appeared, almost dazed upon the arena. I think you are so feeble that you cannot even comprehend how to counter a single punch, leaving you frozen in place? Yao Fei sneered, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Initially, he had assumed Han Li had some hidden strength to dare step onto the arena, only to find him standing there like a fool. With a ferocious roar, Yao Fei's fist surged forward in an instant at that moment. As Yao Fei's fist approached, Han Li finally made his move. Chapter 22. Having had enough. At the age of 20. In the innate realm, your flaws are all too apparent. In an unexpected flash, Han Li's figure darted forward, his gaze honing in on Yao Fei's lower body, and he immediately channeled his true energy. awakening the divine demonic particles within him, unleashing a sweeping kick that was both divine and demonic. With a resounding thud, Yao Fei's fist had yet to land, but to the onlookers, it appeared as if he had lost his balance and toppled over onto the arena floor. Simultaneously, as he fell, Yao Fei let out a howl of agony akin to that of a slaughtered pig. How infuriating! You are nothing but a waste with a Huangpin first-rank fate soul. And yet you dare injure me and bring such disgrace upon me. I will see you dead. Yao Fei, in pain, rose to his feet, his eyes aflame with fury. Behind him, a radiant glow shimmered, and a towering humanoid shadow emerged from within him, howling to the heavens, causing the spiritual energy to tremble. Many weaker warriors in attendance felt their blood surge, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sense of suffocation that a Huangpin 6th rank giant spirit fate soul. Yao Fei actually unleashed the giant spirit fate soul of Huangpin's 6th rank. Had Han Li truly forced him to this extent? The giant spirit fate soul, a hope for Han Li to triumph against such power? Triumph? Don't be absurd. If Han Li survives Yao Fei's fate soul attack, it would be nothing short of a miracle. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the formidable fate soul looming behind Yao Fei. Unable to suppress their exclamations, the giant spirit fate soul. It is indeed Yao Fei's awakened fate soul, ranked Huangpin's 6th rank, symbolizing mastery over strength. Yao Fei's path of cultivation aligned seamlessly with this fate soul, enhancing his power significantly. As a body refinement practitioner, all of Yao Fei's true energy was dedicated to tempering his flesh, amplifying his strength by dominating with sheer force, with the giant spirit fate soul harmonizing with his body refinement path. Yao Fei's strength was capable of at least doubling, allowing him to contend against even the most formidable practitioners in the Qi refinement realm. To oppose such a Yao Fei, Han Li appeared to be on a path to certain doom in the eyes of the spectators. The giant spirit fate soul, a Huangpin's 6th rank fate soul, is indeed a promising candidate. This young man aligns with the principles of my refinement god sect, one of the envoys from the 7 sects remarked. An elderly figure whose appearance mirrored that of Gao Ming from the Xinjiang sect. With long white hair and a beard reaching his chest, his gaze gleamed with a discerning light, akin to that of someone appraising a rare gem as he observed Yao Fei on the arena. Indeed, the Huangpin's 6th rank giant spirit fate soul is impressive, yet its wielder is too impulsive to unleash his fate soul against a mere waste with a Huangpin 1st rank fate soul is reckless. Commented the middle-aged envoy from Shuyin Valley, seemingly unconcerned about Yao Fei, instead expressing a hint of derision. Youthful exuberance can lead to folly. He has much to learn yet, and with proper guidance he could be honed into a formidable warrior. The elder of the Lianshan sect cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man from Shuyin Valley and remarked, "It seems that Lin Shidi has indeed found a few promising talents. I wonder how many will endure until the end." "You worry too much, Shi Xiang. It would be wise to focus on your esteemed disciple and not be outshone by a mere waste with a Huangpin Deng soul, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Perhaps the two Shi Xiang should cease their quarrel. Instead of bickering, let us observe the competition and see which disciples are capable of standing out," suggested Chu Qing from her seat in Tianwu sect, glancing at the two who were embroiled in argument. Upon hearing her words, the elder of Lianshan sect fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement. "Since Chu Shimi has spoken, I shall grant her this favor." With that, he shifted his gaze to the other platforms, showing only a fleeting interest in the one where Yao Fei and Han Li were situated to him, although Yao Fei, who had awakened a Huangpin Lu Deng soul, was remarkable. He had encountered far too many outstanding individuals throughout his experiences, especially someone like Chu Qing, a prodigious disciple of Tianwu sect, who at merely 20 years of age had already attained the innate realm. Compared to her, the disciples of various sects were merely mediocre, coincidentally dispatched for recruitment tasks. Individuals like Chu Qing were involved in the recruitment process, not merely by chance, but were often tasked by their sects to scout for exceptional talents, thereby consolidating their power within the sect through strategic alliances. Such power struggles, regardless of the setting, existed even in a world revering martial arts. Han Li, that kick you executed earlier was anything but ordinary. Chu Qing mused, her gaze now fixed on the platform where Han Li and Yao Fei were engaged. She noted with keen insight that while others might overlook Han Li's uniqueness, she had perceived a hint of something extraordinary when he had swept his leg out. It was evident to her that he had not only employed true qi, but had also harnessed a form of special power, enabling him to cause Yao Fei to wail in agony in that instant. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for Han Li, a mere qi refining stage practitioner, to contend with someone at the 9th level of body refinement, while there might be a disparity among lower-tier practitioners. It was nowhere near the chasm that existed between higher-level martial artists. With exceptional skill, one might still surpass their boundaries. However, Han Li had revealed an ability that, while within the realm of body refinement, also hinted at an underlying force beyond that realm, piquing Chu Qing's interest in this once promising genius who had awakened a Huang Pin Yiding soul that moment. On the platform, Han Li had already faced Yao Fei. Yao Fei unleashed a barrage of punches, resembling a torrential downpour. Each strike resonated like cannon fire, distorting the air as they fell. Yet, Han Li moved with the grace of a nimble rabbit, evading Yao Fei's fists with ease. Much to Yao Fei's frustration that you're a Huang Pin Lu Deng soul awakener. Yet you can't even touch me. Yao Fei bellowed in anger. What makes you think I should stand still and let you hit me? Han Li retorted with a cold smirk, employing the ghostly steps of Tong Yu Bu, slipping effortlessly around Yao Fei's wild swings, which only struck at empty air. Han Li had discerned Yao Fei's flaw. While Yao Fei excelled in physical combat, his agility was lacking, unable to compare with Han Li's mastery of the ghostly steps. However, upon witnessing Yao Fei's furious expression, Han Li ceased his evasive maneuvers, took a deep breath, and declared, "I've had my fun. Now, I shall send you down." With that, Han Li's fist, imbued with true qi, struck out, not employing any special martial arts techniques, yet emanating a razor-like intensity. The punch surged forth like a dragon leaping from the sea, accompanied by a deafening sound that resembled a furious dragon's roar, hurtling towards Yao Fei. How laughable! You dare to challenge me without even unleashing your Huang Pin Yiding soul. Yao Fei sneered, countering with his own fist, which bore a pressure and intimidation surpassing Han Li's, but it was as if the wrath of a colossal deity was encapsulated within his punch, infused with immense, true qi. Crashing towards Han Li's fist, at the moment of impact, Yao Fei poured all his true qi into his strike, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one resembling a barrage of cannon fire aimed at Han Li. Your agility may be impressive, but I do not believe you can evade my relentless barrage. A mere waste with a Huang Pin Yiding soul, seeking death on stage. Yao Fei taunted, although he may have lacked the finesse of Han Li's movements. His sheer strength overshadowed Han Li's abilities. Even the most agile qi refining practitioners would find it challenging to evade such an onslaught, let alone someone like Han Li, who merely awakened a Huang Pin Yiding soul and appeared to be a failure at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement. Faced with Yao Fei's relentless onslaught, Han Li's focus sharpened. He had already reached the qi refining stage before arriving at the venue, yet his displayed power was confined to the 9th level of body refinement. Unfortunately, due to the perception that he had awakened a Huang Pin Yiding soul, many dismissed Han Li's potential. Regardless of your strength, I assure you, I am not inferior in power, Han Li declared with a steely gaze, channeling the divine particles within him, simultaneously invoking the true qi of the qi refining stage. That a terrifying force erupted forth. The moment their fists collided, the platform erupted into a tempest of spiritual energy, as if a storm had been unleashed, creating a vacuum of true qi around the two combatants, revealing an unimaginable destructive force before the spectators. Cracks resembling a spider's web spread across the arena floor, drawing the attention of several representatives from the 7 martial sects. Is he employing some form of pressure release technique? How could he possess such a terrifying mastery at his age? One elder mused. No, it can't be. He must be tapping into strength that exceeds the body refinement realm, channeling part of that power into his legs during the confrontation. Even so, his might was sufficient to rival many qi refining practitioners. What a pity that if only his soul were not a Huang Pin Yiding. Even if it were merely a Huang Pin San Deng, I would gladly take him back to the sect for proper training, sighed the elder of Lianshan sect, astonished by Han Li's physical prowess. Ordinary qi refining practitioners lacked such overwhelming strength, yet Han Li had achieved it, inciting a sense of regret within the elder. Had Han Li possessed a Huang Pin San Deng soul, he might have reached the innate realm, or even attained greater heights with the right opportunities. Alas, the strength of one's soul determined the ceiling of their potential. Indeed, it is somewhat unfortunate, Chu Qing remarked, having taken note of Han Li's displayed strength. However, this realization did not afford Han Li any additional advantages. The limitations of his talent meant that no matter how exceptional he appeared, he would never be permitted to join their sect for training. That a Huang Pin Yi Ding soul was not seen as a prodigy in Tian Wu's sect, but rather as a burden, one who might invite disdain from peers without substantial strength. How could it be possible? How could you possess greater physical strength than I? Yao Fei exclaimed, his face reddening with disbelief as he faced Han Li. Isn't your soul merely a Huang Pin Yi Ding? Why did he feel such a sense of powerlessness against Han Li's punch? Even more astonishing to Yao Fei was the fact that his arms had shattered at that very moment. The instantaneous break of his bones left him unable to register any sensation of pain in his heart. He was already overwhelmed with a profound sense of helplessness towards Han Li, momentarily allowing the doubts within him to eclipse the agony. However, it was not long before Yao Fei finally felt the searing pain coursing through him, releasing a piercing scream as he was sent flying from the arena like a broken kite, crashing through the formation on the stage and landing heavily on the ground. Like a dying dog, he writhed in agony, clutching his right arm and curling up like a worm. Did I end this battle? Han Li of the Han family emerged victorious. The arena fell into a hushed silence, and after a brief moment of stillness, the record keeper snapped back to reality, hurriedly scribbling notes on the roster. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise, their eyes fixed on Han Li, who strolled down from the stage at this moment. Many in the audience no longer looked down upon Han Li. After all, he had just defeated Yao Fei, a warrior of yellow grade 6th rank and 9th layer of body refining. Such strength was enough to garner respect from many present. One must ask if they possessed a yellow grade 1st rank soul. Would they dare to step into the arena? Would they have the capability to defeat a genius like Yao Fei? No, they could not. Perhaps a few among them might be capable, but the majority silently acknowledged their lack of such strength. Thus, the most fundamental respect for a stronger opponent was undeniably due. Han Li, this so-called waste, actually managed to defeat Yao Fei on the northern stage. Han Qing cast a glance toward Han Li as he descended. He, too, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events when Han Li knocked Yao Fei out of the arena with a single punch. That he had expected that Han Li, with a yellow grade 1st rank soul, would fall from grace, but to his surprise, the remnants of that former brilliance still held some weight. Even if Han Li had awakened a yellow grade 1st rank soul, his actual combat strength was insufficient to overcome certain self-proclaimed geniuses. Very well, the stronger you become now, the more intense the visual impact will be when I eventually trample you down. Only I, Han Qing, am the true genius of the Han family, and only I can lead the family toward a stronger tomorrow. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Han Qing's lips as he turned his attention back to a young swordsman before him, looking down haughtily as he spoke. Will you battle me? Or will you concede? To choose battle means I shall offer you no opportunity for surrender. Facing Han Qing's domineering demeanor, the swordsman felt his fighting spirit wane. Han Qing was a warrior of yellow grade 9th rank, while he himself was merely of yellow grade 5th rank, still in the early stages of body refining at the 8th layer. Han Qing had already attained the 2nd layer of qi refining. Realizing this, the youth's fighting spirit dissipated entirely, and with a dejected tone, he uttered his concession before leaving the stage, his head hung low. Chapter 24. Changes in the rules of combat. Isolation, the 2nd layer of qi refining. Is it? After stepping down from the stage, Han Li's gaze landed on Han Qing. The aura emanating from Han Qing was unmasked, clearly felt by all present, that a warrior of the 2nd layer of qi refining. This did not surprise Han Li in the least. Han Qing possessed a yellow grade 9th rank Thunderfire soul, and with the family's resources, it was no wonder he could swiftly advance to the 2nd layer of qi refining within a month. Han Li felt no astonishment at all. Conversely, if Han Qing could not leverage his yellow grade 9th rank Thunderfire soul and the resources of the Han family to break through to the next level within a month, it would be a shameful waste of his remarkable talent. However, this only served to heighten Han Li's awareness of Han Qing's strength. Han Li himself had only just begun to break through to the 1st layer of qi refining and had yet to stabilize his internal cultivation. The qi within him still felt somewhat unstable. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li sought out a less crowded area of the venue, where he could comfortably circulate the divine prison Immortal Theft Sutra. controlling the speed and range of the absorption of spiritual energy, beginning to recover from the exhaustion of his battle with Yao Fei, and solidifying his own qi refining realm. After approximately an hour, the first round of battles came to an end. Over 500 participants had entered the arena, yet only a little over 200 remained as the second round commenced. This number would further dwindle. Under the organization of the staff, the rules of combat remained unchanged from the first round, but the intensity of the battles escalated, with various powerful martial techniques being unleashed among warriors above the 8th layer of body refining. One by one, warriors claimed victory, while others were cast out of the arena. The harsh reality set in. All the young warriors engaged in combat understood that this was a battle that would determine their futures. The more spectacular their performance, the greater the chance of being noticed by the 7 emissaries of the martial Tao. Every year, the 7 sects of the martial Tao recruit a certain number of disciples from across the Shenshi kingdom. To stand out among the crowd, they must display talents and abilities that surpass others. Only then would the emissaries of the 7 sects take notice and select them for the prestigious martial Tao sections. Lord Marquis Luo, it appears your olive branch has stirred quite a number of young warriors into action. 3 rounds of combat may not suffice to sufficiently reduce the numbers, remarked a middle-aged envoy from Shuyin Valley. Observing the increasingly fierce battles and the surrounding crowd's noisy cheers, an elder from the Lianshan sect added, with over 200 still on the field, even if half are eliminated, there would still be over 100 left. I, too, am eager to see how Lord Marquis Luo will continue the competition. All eyes turned to Lord Luo, who wore a calm smile as he responded, I have already made arrangements for such a scenario. If the numbers become excessive, we shall implement additional matches and modify the rules of combat to reduce the excess numbers, determining the true victor from these extra matches, that he had anticipated the possibility of an overwhelming number of participants and had already delegated the subsequent arrangements to his assistant. With rules set to change starting from the 3rd round, the additional matches following the 3rd round would be crucial in determining the victors as long as the Marquis has a plan. We are content, the crowd murmured, redirecting their gazes. The 7 sects of the martial Tao each have fixed quotas for disciples in different counties. For example, in Nanshan County, Shuyin Valley only recruits 10 disciples. Lianshan Sect 7 and Xinyuan Sword Sect 13, each sect may occasionally recruit a few extra disciples, yet they remain within certain limits that an excess of disciples would only lead to an unwieldy sect. And unless one is a true genius, exceptions for recruitment are rare. The elimination battles continued. Soon, it was Han Li's turn to participate in the 2nd round. His opponent was a warrior at the 8th layer of body refining. Han Li did not exert the same force he had against Yao Fei. He simply eliminated his opponent from the arena. The battle unfolded with remarkable speed and simplicity, and even Han Li's favored sword techniques were left unused. After Han Li's victory, the subsequent battles concluded within half an hour. Meanwhile, on the central high platform of the square, the Marquis's assistant made an appearance. Under his direction, the 4 stages vanished, replaced by a grand arena the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. With the emergence of the martial arts arena, the assistant's voice resonated like a thunderclap. Due to the overwhelming number of victors present, the rules for the 3rd round have undergone some changes. The previous format of 2-person battles will be replaced by a free-for-all. Rankings will be determined by the order of elimination, until the final 10 warriors remain, deciding the top 10 standings. The warriors expelled from the arena will be ranked based on their order of elimination and performance among the top 10. To earn the rewards and the qualification to become disciples of the 7 sects of the martial Tao, use all your strength to remain in the arena and strive for a position among the top 10. A free-for-all? Are we to engage in a melee for the 3rd round? Whoever stays in the arena the longest has a chance to contend for a place among the top 10. Upon the assistant's declaration, various discussions erupted among the remaining 100 or so warriors in the 2nd round, as they began to grasp the implications of the new rules that a melee, in the midst of a battlefield teeming with individuals. The objective was to maintain one's presence in the arena for as long as possible, with aspirations of securing a position among the top 10, that only those who remained until the end would stand a chance of emerging victorious in this martial arts gathering, thereby obtaining the rewards set forth by the Duke's residents. Moreover, with adept control of the rhythm, even some of the less capable participants could potentially navigate the chaos to their advantage, surviving to the final moments. In a fleeting moment, Numerous young martial artists began to form alliances within the crowd, while only a scant few remained unchosen by the youthful contenders around them, thus excluded from their burgeoning factions. These individuals were predominantly the prodigious disciples from the 5 prominent families, alongside a few lesser family scions and the esteemed young lady of the Duke's residence. Luo Yao. One individual, however, stood conspicuously apart. Excluded from the ranks of the prodigious martial artists from the 5 families. Han Li, who had awakened a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul. Chapter 25. The chaos begins. Young masters on the arena, is it solely because I possess a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul that I find myself ostracized? Han Li pondered quietly as he surveyed the group before him. In truth, he understood that his well-known yellow-grade first-tier fate soul was deemed to have limited potential and might even render him a liability in the tumult of battle. Rather than face such a fate, it was preferable to be cast aside, allowing others to deal with him at their convenience. After all, one pair of fists could scarcely contend against a multitude, particularly in the face of a collective assault. With this realization, Han Li's heart became as clear as a polished mirror. Furthermore, he had no need to ally himself with martial artists of lesser strength. Han Li himself was a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, and his martial fate soul was not genuinely a yellow-grade first tier. Aside from Han Li, several other young martial artists present also displayed disdain for forming alliances with others. Among them were Luo Yao, the young lady of the Duke's residence, Han Qing, who had awakened a fate soul of varying caliber from the yellow grade, Feng Rulong, and others, each a formidable contender among the young martial artists. Possessing absolute strength and the opportunity to emerge as the champion of this martial arts event in Nanshan County. Han Li, after today, won't you be stripped of your title as the young scion of the Han family? Are you truly considering partnering with someone like him? A youth clad in white, his gaze laced with playful mockery, turned to Han Qing. Scion, after today, that title will no longer apply. Why would I condescend to ally with a waste of a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul? Han Qing retorted, casting a wary glance at the youth beside him. This young man was none other than Feng Rulong, the young scion of the Feng family, rumored to possess a yellow-grade 8th-tier fate soul, a talent that, while seemingly only a tier above Han Li's, represented a chasm of difference akin to that between heaven and earth, or an adult and a child in strength at It appears that Han Qing intends to usurp the position of young scion from Han Li. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, Feng Rulong remarked, unflinchingly meeting Han Qing's gaze, a smile gracing his lips that seemed to bring a breath of spring air. With that, he patted Han Qing on the shoulder and departed. The position of young scion of the Han family belongs solely to me. My lineage is the rightful heir to the Han family, Han Qing thought, his eyes glinting with determination as he watched Feng Rulong's retreating figure. Yet, trailing behind Han Qing and Feng Rulong, a graceful silhouette regarded the two with keen interest, her enchanting eyes sparkling like rippling autumn waters as they fell upon the solitary figure of Han Li. Han Li may not be as simple as he appears, she mused. Once the factions had been established and the participants had gathered their strength, the deputy of the Duke's residence once again took to the high platform. His hands clasped behind him as he proclaimed, "The hour has come. Since the esteemed young talents have devised their strategies, we shall commence the third decisive battle. Please ascend the stage in an orderly fashion." With the deputy's declaration complete, the victorious martial artists from the previous round began to ascend the arena, each taking their place in an orderly manner. In an instant, over 100 warriors from the second round appeared upon the stage. Forming dozens of distinct groups, their hostile gazes trained upon one another. Han Qing, Feng Rulong, Luo Yao, along with the other prodigious descendants of the 5 families, stood apart, engaging in battle against various smaller factions. They were the Crme de la Crme of this chaotic melee, poised to seize the championship title and its accompanying rewards. The competition begins, a voice, authoritative and just, echoed through the arena. And silence fell momentarily before the cacophony of combat erupted. The martial artists of the smaller factions clashed, the sounds of battle resounding like drums as they engaged in fierce combat. Some formidable and self-assured groups turned their attention to Han Qing, Feng Rulong, and Luo Yao, eager to test their mettle against them. The arena was filled with the unending clangor of metal colliding, the air thick with the discharge of various martial techniques. Within moments, participants were being expelled from the stage. That a group of fools. I had no intention of seeking you out, yet you dare to come for me. You court death in the eye of the chaos." Han Qing stood resolutely, exuding the aura of a dominant warrior, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. He lifted his hands, conjuring flames and lightning in each, merging them into an electrifying spectacle. As he moved, the entwined energies transformed into countless serpentine bolts of fire and lightning, lunging at those who dared to attack him. Yet another ant of the Qi refinement stage dares to strike at me. How foolish! Han Qing's eyes flashed with menace as several of his assailants fell victim to the serpentine strikes, rendered helpless by the combined onslaught of electricity and fire. The sole Qi refinement martial artist among them, caught off guard, was swiftly sent flying from the stage by Han Qing's martial technique, dragging several others of varying strengths along with him. Elsewhere in the arena, Feng Rulong, Luo Yao, and their peers similarly dominated their respective battlefields. Even groups of Qi refinement martial artists stood no chance against the likes of Han Qing and Feng Rulong, easily falling to their overwhelming prowess. At the edge of the arena, Han Li fought with a precarious grace, skillfully evading the onslaught of incoming opponents. Each adversary was dispatched in a seemingly serendipitous manner, finding themselves unceremoniously cast from the stage. As time wore on, those fixated on Han Li began to abandon their pursuit. Among those expelled were formidable opponents, including 8th and 9th tier body refinement warriors, yet they inexplicably found themselves ousted by Han Li, losing their chance at a top 10 finish. Even those of lesser strength conceded that a yellow-grade first-tier Fate Soul, like Han Li, was not worthy of their attention. They resolved to focus on ousting other competitors instead, believing that targeting him was a futile endeavor. Beyond Han Li, he also observed several solitary warriors engaged in battle elsewhere on the stage. These individuals were not affiliated with any family or clan, but were instead independent martial artists hailing from ordinary backgrounds or possessing various lineages of training and opportunity. Among them, a yellow-clad youth wielding a blade caught Han Li's eye, his true prowess obscured by a veil of mist, but appearing to be at the 9th tier of body refinement. Alongside him was a blue-clad maiden adept with a spear, and a burly youth wielding a black iron axe, radiating an aura of indomitable strength. The abilities of these individuals range from the 9th tier of body refinement to the 1st and 2nd tiers of Qi refinement. Chapter 26. I will make you aware of the divide between talent and worthlessness. What a few dark horses. Han Li mused upon observing the trio. Their prowess was evidently not inferior to that of Han Qing and his peers. In fact, they might even surpass them significantly, with only those possessing yellow-grade 8th or 9th tier Fate Souls like Han Qing and Feng Rulong having the potential to dominate. It was not only Han Li who recognized the trio. Han Qing and the others also took note of their presence. Initially, their performance had been rather unremarkable, but in the chaos of battle, their adept responses and inherent strength had captured the attention of Han Qing and his companions. Quite interesting, Feng Rulong remarked as he effortlessly sent an opponent soaring from the stage, casting a glance at the trio who were shining brightly amidst the fray. These 2 men and 1 woman are certainly no ordinary challengers. That I in the depths of Luo Yao's heart. A chill coursed through her as she contemplated the situation. As for Han Qing, he exhibited a complete indifference, merely casting a fleeting glance at the presence of the 3 individuals. It is worth noting that he was the possessor of a yellow-grade, rank 9 soul, and a formidable warrior at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The martial techniques he commanded were of an exceptionally powerful caliber. Even though there were others in the arena who could pose a threat to him, they were undoubtedly Luo Yao from the Duke's residence and Feng Rulong, the young clan leader of the Feng family, who could contend with the Han family. Aside from Luo Yao and Feng Rulong, Han Qing truly believed that among those present, very few could genuinely stand as his rivals. Even Han Li, once regarded as the Han family's foremost prodigy, was dismissed with contempt by Han Qing that a mere insect possessing a yellow grade, rank 1 soul did not warrant Han Qing's attention, and he had no desire to revisit the dual challenge issued to Han Li during their time in the Han family. For now, his combat prowess had far surpassed what Han Li could contend with. Even though Han Li had ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, what did it matter in the face of Han Qing at the 2nd level of Qi refinement? He was utterly powerless. As time wore on, the number of young warriors in the arena dwindled until only 19 remained. Among them, Han Qing, Luo Yao, and Feng Rulong stood as the pinnacle of excellence. Akin to a towering pyramid, Their formidable strength sent any who dared to challenge them crashing off the stage with a thunderous force. Excluding Han Qing, Luo Yao, and Feng Rulong, there were 3 representatives from the 5 great families. 5 family disciples and 7 loose cultivators unaffiliated with either the 5 families or the Duke's residence, including the young man in yellow, the burly youth, and the woman in blue wielding a spear, all of whom Han Li had previously encountered. The last remaining individual was Han Li himself. Now, with 9 excess participants remaining, I suggest you all decide among yourselves who will withdraw, declared a young man from one of the 5 great families. His gaze fixed upon Han Li and the other 8 that among those left, apart from the young clan leader of the 5 great families and the formidable Luo Yao from the Duke's residence. The remaining 9 were the strongest survivors after a brutal elimination. Following the young man's statement, Han Qing also rose, directing his gaze at Han Li, saying, "I say, Han Li, as someone with a yellow grade, rank 1 soul, it would be wise for you to step down from the stage and spare yourself further embarrassment that you've come this far, which is commendable. Heed your cousin's advice and leave quietly. Don't disgrace the Han family," as Han Qing's words echoed. The crowd's attention swiftly turned toward Han Li this moment. Han Li had already drawn his bloodthirsty blade from his storage ring, clad in green with flowing black hair. His handsome and ethereal visage, coupled with a tall and sturdy frame reminiscent of a resilient pine tree, emanated an indomitable spirit, as if no hardship could compel him to bow in submission. He lifted his obsidian-like, bright eyes to meet Han Qing's gaze, retorting, "You are merely a branch of the Han family. When did you acquire the audacity to speak down to me, the young clan leader of the Han family? Han Li, do you seek death?" Han Qing's expression soured at his words, his eyes betraying a flicker of murderous intent, as though he were ready to rend Han Li asunder. His robe billowed without wind, and a faint aura of true energy swirled around him. In the next moment, Han Qing's hands, imbued with true energy, transformed into a massive handprint that propelled through the air toward Han Li. Boom! The atmosphere erupted with a thunderous sound, as a handprint of intertwined thunder and fire seemed to pierce through space itself, compressing the distance toward Han Li. The true energy of a second-level Qi refinement warrior was unleashed with martial prowess. Faced with the approaching handprint, Han Li remained unfazed. He reversed his grip on the bloodthirsty blade, resting its sheath against the blade's hilt, channeling his true energy to collide with Han Qing's handprint. With a resounding thud, the moment Han Qing's handprint made contact with the tip of the bloodthirsty blade's sheath, it shattered into nothingness, dissipating into the air. "If this is your justification and strength for asking me to withdraw, then it is you who should depart, Han Qing," Han Li declared, sheathing his bloodthirsty blade, that in the face of Han Qing's condescending and dismissive demeanor, even the most patient individual would feel a surge of anger. How much more so for Han Li, who, as a young clan leader of the Han family, found himself subjected to such ridicule and even aggression from Han Qing. Even a bodhisattva in the mud would have their limits. "Very well, Han Li, you truly are something," Han Qing retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with malice. That he was the sole prodigy of the Han family, having awakened a yellow grade, rank 9 soul. How dare Han Li, a mere insect with a yellow grade, rank 1 soul, provoke him so brazenly? This was an affront Han Qing could no longer tolerate. With a determined stride, he stepped forward, the air behind him crackling with a tempest of thunder and fire. As if a realm of lightning and flames had manifested, embodying the principles of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The true energy of a second-level Qi refinement warrior surged forth, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy across the arena. Beneath Han Qing's feet, a grotesque fissure split open like a serpent, lunging toward Han Li. "Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect the strong on behalf of the clan leader," Han Qing proclaimed, his thunderfire soul manifesting, the energy swirling around him, his hair dancing wildly, as though he were a deity striding through thunder and flames. Each step he took radiated an overwhelming presence, as if a force of nature were bearing down upon all that is an insect with a yellow grade, rank 1 soul. It is imperative that you comprehend the distinction between a yellow grade, rank 9 soul, and the chasm that separates genius from waste. Chapter 27. Are you a body refinement warrior? The chasm between genius and waste. Han Qing, who instilled in you the belief that awakening a yellow grade, Rank 9 soul places you above all others. Upon hearing Han Qing's words, Han Li's brows furrowed into a fierce glare, the murderous intent in his eyes barely concealed. Han Li mused to himself. He had merely awakened a yellow grade, rank 1 soul. Why, then, was he subjected to such derision and oppression? Was it truly a sin to possess a weaker soul? If weakness were a crime, then Han Li saw no reason to continue yielding to Han Qing as provocations. To endure would only embolden him further. His heart sought swift resolution, a single strike to eradicate all grievances. Since you wish to teach me on behalf of my father, then demonstrate a level of strength that compels my respect. As Han Li's words fell, a radiant light flashed through the air, as if tearing the very fabric of space itself. With a clang, a blood-red glow ignited, manifesting as a long, slender blade of crimson in Han Li's grasp. The chilling blade gleamed under the sun, flickering like a serpent's flickering tongue, a harbinger of death poised to reap life, that a faint crimson mist enveloped the bloodthirsty blade, embodying an extraordinary presence, an artifact manifest phenomena. Condensing the brilliance of treasures, Han Qing was taken aback, realizing that Han Li had managed to acquire an extraordinary weapon, a mysterious grade artifact, despite lacking familial resources. The existence of a mysterious grade weapon was not trivial. Each bore immense spiritual energy, inscribed with runes, and possessed various extraordinary abilities. Moreover, a hallmark of mysterious grade weapons was the emergence of unique phenomena when wielded by their owner, a testament to their exceptional nature. The phenomenon of artifact manifestation, condensing the brilliance of treasures, was exemplified by the crimson mist swirling around the bloodthirsty blade, symbolizing its extraordinary nature. With Han Qing's keen perception, he discerned that the long blade in Han Li's hand was at least a mid-tier mysterious grade weapon. Observing the bloodthirsty blade, Han Qing sneered, raising his hand to summon a two-toned, purplish-red autumn water sword from the void. The slender blade, 3 feet long, glimmered with a cold sheen, reflecting the scene around it like a mirror. Intertwined with arcs of purplish-red lightning, resembling a draconic entity of thunder and fire, coalescing into a radiant brilliance upon the sword. Clang! As Han Qing flicked the blade, a melodious ringing resonated, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain spring. Light and ethereal. You are not the only one with a mysterious grade weapon. I possess one as well, crafted personally by a refiner hired by my family. As he drew the sword, Han Qing executed a swift motion, unleashing a flurry of sword blossoms, his movement instantaneous, creating an afterimage as he lunged forward, seemingly severing space itself, thrusting the sword toward Han Li's face. Thunder. The technique employed was undoubtedly a high-tier yellow greatsword technique, a testament to the lengths the Han family would go to for Han Qing. Han Li gazed intently at the sword thrust toward him by Han Qing, a chill coursing through his heart. He could discern the formidable strength behind Han Qing's strike, likely a high-grade yellow-tier sword technique, one that the Han family had not previously possessed. It was evident that during Han Li's absence, the Han family had procured a sword technique from the divine martial chamber, aligning seamlessly with Han Qing's lightning and fire soul attributes. Currently, Han Li wielded only the unfathomable blade technique and the heaven-slaying strike, both of which were far too perilous to employ in this moment. Nevertheless, he resolved to engage in this contest. Tightly gripping the bloodthirsty blade, Han Li's gaze sharpened as he focused on Han Qing. He had no intention of using either the unfathomable blade technique or the heaven-slaying strike, as their lethality was excessive for today's encounter. However, even without his advanced techniques, Han Li had honed his skills during his time traversing the Chilean mountains, guided by the ethereal woman in a flowing dress. Thus, even without formally employing his techniques, his prowess with the blade could rival that of mid-tier yellow techniques. With deft control, Han Li maneuvered the bloodthirsty blade, tracing an arc through the air as he shifted his stance, moving as if in harmony with nature itself. In a sudden motion, he struck downwards, clashing with Han Qing's sword, producing a thunderous collision. The two weapons met, their energies intertwining as they brushed past one another. A single strand of hair fell from Han Qing's temple, as light as a feather, yet it caught the attention of all present. In that instant of contact, Han Li's bloodthirsty blade curiously glided along the edge of Han Qing's sword, narrowly slicing through a lock of black hair at his temple. Han Qing's strike had been evaded in a most peculiar manner. The terrifying sword energy, released from his long sword, tore through the ground beneath them, creating a deep gash reminiscent of a dragon's upheaval. Debris flew as Han Qing broke into a sweat, a wave of fear washing over him as he realized he had danced on the precipice of death. A chilling blade aura had grazed his cheek, severing a lock of hair, filling him with rage and dread. How could I, a mere waste, almost perish at the hands of this fool? Han Qing seethed inwardly, his anger overshadowed by sheer terror. Just a hair's breadth. Had Han Li not meticulously controlled his blade, he might have lost his head in that very moment. Cursing under his breath, Han Qing pivoted and charged forward, aiming a vicious thrust at Han Li's back with a lethal intent that was unapologetically evident in his eyes. The surge of true energy erupted from him, transforming into an oppressive force that bore down upon Han Li. I am a second-tier Qi refining expert, while you are merely a ninth-tier body refining practitioner, and no matter how skillful your blade techniques, you shall be compelled to vacate the arena. Listening to Han Qing's declaration, Han Li remained silent. Without turning, he swiftly brought his blade to defend his back. The sound of metal clashing rang out, reverberating with the force of a great impact. The dreadful recoil from the bloodthirsty blade surged through Han Li, akin to a titanic force unleashed in that moment. Han Qing's expression shifted dramatically as his long sword struck the bloodthirsty blade, bending like paper under immense pressure that a jolt ran through his arm, rendering him momentarily numb as he staggered back, step after step, each footfall cracking the ground beneath him. 15 steps later, Han Qing found himself at the edge of the arena. One more step, and he would be cast out, losing his chance to contend for a place among the top 10, or even the championship itself. Is he truly still a body refining practitioner? Stabilizing himself, Han Qing's eyes flickered with disbelief as he regarded Han Li. Chapter 28. The Realm of Martial Intent. I am the sovereign, a body refining practitioner. Could it be that Han Li truly remains a body refining practitioner? If so, how could a first-tier yellow soul remain in the arena? Unbeknownst to many, the former young master of the Han family had forsaken his failed soul awakening to embark on the path of body refining. Yet, even as a body refining practitioner, his potential would ultimately be limited. The remaining spectators in the arena, upon hearing Han Qing's astonishment, began to voice their opinions that in the early stages, body refining practitioners indeed held an edge over those who primarily cultivated true energy. A powerful body refining expert could excel among their peers. However, their growth potential was notoriously meager. Unless bolstered by a formidable martial soul and ample resources, the higher one ascended in cultivation, the rarer body refining practitioners became. Many who had once pursued this path eventually transitioned to true energy cultivation to enhance their martial techniques, abandoning body refining altogether, for the journey was fraught with challenges that required unparalleled suffering to master the body to the point of tearing through the very fabric of existence. The resources required to reach such heights were exponentially greater than those needed by other practitioners, rendering the endeavor disproportionately burdensome for any legitimate sect. A body refining practitioner like Yao Fei was often not entirely committed to the path, merely seeking to forge a powerful physique among his peers while simultaneously cultivating true energy, only to switch paths at a certain level. The Divine Martial Prefecture's body refining sect was structured similarly, initially guiding disciples to become body refining practitioners, only to have them relinquish that path upon reaching a certain threshold. If one wished to continue as a body refining practitioner, the sect would only provide resources in accordance with standard allocations, leaving the remainder to be procured independently. The TO think this boy is still a body refining practitioner. I must have misjudged him, remarked an elder from the body refining sect, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation as he observed the stage. Upon hearing Han Qing's words, he almost failed to grasp their significance. Han Li is a body refining practitioner. The elder glanced at his companions from the 7 martial sects, each displaying varying degrees of astonishment, followed by an understanding realization. This child exhibits remarkable resilience, transitioning to body refining in the face of hopelessness regarding his martial soul, and has achieved a level comparable to Qi refining practitioners in such a short span. Yet, alas, his soul limits his growth. The elder from the Xian sword sect spoke with a tone of regret. No amount of words will change the reality. This child is ultimately fated to be distant from the pinnacle of martial arts. A middle-aged figure from the snow-hidden valley shook his head in disinterest. The first-tier yellow martial soul evoked no intrigue in him. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by Han Qing, whose ninth-tier lightning and fire soul was a formidable force, only second to the first-tier Xian martial souls. This alone satisfied the Snow-Hidden Valley's criteria for accepting disciples. Among the attendees were notable talents such as Fong Rulong from the Fong family, Luo Yao from the Marquis residence, and several other young scions, all of whom were keenly observed by the representatives of the seven martial sects. Regardless of his martial soul, this child possesses an exceptionally steadfast heart for martial arts. I am inclined to recommend him for our sect. I wish to see how far he can ascend, said Chu Qing, casting a glance at Han El. Is this truly your intention, Chu sister? You wish to recruit this individual into the heavenly martial sect? The middle-aged man from the Snow-Hidden Valley turned to her, incredulous. While his talent may be adequate, his martial soul is indeed lacking, that I doubt the heavenly martial sect would permit such an action. Indeed, allowing a mere first-tier yellow insect to enter the heavenly martial sect would undoubtedly lower our recruitment standards, interjected the elder from the body refining sect, that I merely intend to exercise my recommendation rights. Chu Qing replied, producing a purple-gold insignia embossed with the words Heavenly Martial from her palm. I asked that the Heavenly Martial token. The elder from the Xian Sword sect's eyes widened in alarm upon seeing the insignia. Realizing its significance, with the Heavenly Martial token in hand, Chu Qing indeed possessed the authority to bring someone into the Heavenly Martial sect. The Heavenly Martial token served as a means of exceptional recruitment, typically granted to those close to the bearer, akin to a backdoor passage. Other sects among the seven martial sects had similar tokens, bestowed upon those who had achieved great merit, granting them the right to recruit regardless of innate talent. As Chu Qing revealed the Heavenly Martial token, silence enveloped the assembly. Regardless of whether Han Li was a body refining practitioner or not, a mere body refining insect would not be allowed to linger in the arena. At that moment, Han Qing unleashed a furious roar, his long sword whirling as it manifested a myriad of sword shadows, cascading like a rain of blades toward Han El. In that instant, Han Qing's figure surged forth, his sword trembling as it sang through the air, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The tip of his sword gleamed coldly as it aimed directly at Han Li's throat, a palpable aura of murderous intent permeating the arena. All present could feel the unrestrained malice emanating from Han Qing. In that moment, he had fully resolved to eliminate Han Li, his gaze as frigid as death. Devoid of emotion as he regarded his opponent, I am not merely a body refining practitioner. I am a master of the blade. Han Li stood silently in place, his expression calm and his breath steady, seemingly unaffected by Han Qing's presence. Yet appearing to be intimidated by his imposing aura, he remained motionless, leaving onlookers perplexed by his thoughts. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty blade was thrust directly into the ground by Han Li. Releasing his hold on the weapon, in an instant, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Han Li took a step forward, a low hum resonated throughout the venue as he descended. Chaos erupted in the square. What is happening? My blade. Why is it acting on its own? Could it be that Han Li is controlling our weapons? Impossible! What qualifications does he have to make our weapons tremble? Damn it. This is my weapon. Quiet down. The voices of martial artists rose in a chorus of confusion that moment. All the blades wielded by the martial artists in the square trembled uncontrollably as Han Li stepped forward. As if a multitude of blades were bowing to a king on the stage, Han Li appeared as a sovereign among swords. Despite his unremarkable aura, those with discerning eyes could sense an undeniable dominance emanating from his slender figure clad in azure. It was as if the Lord of 1,000 blades had descended upon them. The essence of martial arts? I am the sovereign. Could he have faintly grasped a fragment of the blade's intent? As the sight of countless blades in motion unfolded, the representatives from the 7 schools of martial arts, including Chu Qing and the elder Gao Ming from the Xinjiang sect, could no longer remain seated and gazed intently at Han Li. Even Luo Yuan, the Marquis of Nanshan County, along with the heads of the 5 great families, displayed expressions of astonishment. Chapter 29. Must I allow mere ants to dictate my actions? How could this be? The essence of martial arts, the realm of blade intent. Is he not merely an awakener of a yellow-grade soul? Lear has actually mastered a form of martial arts essence. This is as they observe the square, where 1,000 long blades resonated. The 7 representatives of the 7 schools of martial arts, along with the innate martial artists in the viewing area, widened their eyes in disbelief. They were all well-versed individuals who could discern the precise nature of the unfolding event. From Han Li, an enigmatic and elusive aura emerged, akin to the grand celestial path, leaving them with an inexplicable sense of confusion. The essence of martial arts. It is a mysterious realm that many martial artists might not even comprehend. This level of understanding could fundamentally determine a martial artist's future path. Different realms are immensely powerful and notoriously difficult to grasp. Countless martial artists dream of such heights. Mastering a single essence is akin to having already charted their course before the grand edifice of martial arts is erected. Establishing a solid foundation for future ascension to greater realms, that to master the essence of martial arts at the body refinement or chi refinement stages is reserved for the most exceptional talents. Has he truly only awakened a yellow-grade soul? One of the female representatives from the 7 schools, Mu Ran, returned to her seat, her eyes filled with incredulity and skepticism. The essence of martial arts. Even those among the 7 schools of martial arts, who are innate realm experts, have not fully comprehended it. Only Chu Qing from the Tianwu sect, a prodigy who broke through to the innate realm before the age of 20, has managed to perceive the essence of martial arts ahead of time. The majority continue to struggle in their understanding, attempting to grasp the nature of martial arts essence. Yet now, before them, stands someone who has awakened a yellow-grade soul. And he has comprehended the very essence they have long coveted but could not attain. This disparity brings forth a sense of despair, as if they are inferior to even the most useless of individuals. Could it be that I have misjudged? Gao Ming, the elder of the Xianjian sect, gazed intently at Han Li, his murky old eyes glimmering with newfound clarity as he weighed his options, that a genius who has comprehended the essence of martial arts. Even if he has merely awakened a yellow-grade soul, Gao Ming felt a compelling urge to make an exception and admit Han Li into the Xianjian sect, that if someone with a yellow-grade soul can grasp the essence of martial arts, what might Han Li's future achievements be if he possessed an even more powerful martial arts soul? Gao Ming could hardly fathom such a scenario, that he knew that if Han Li possessed a soul superior to a yellow grade, perhaps even a yellow grade 5, his potential would far surpass Gao Ming's own. However, after some contemplation, Gao Ming ultimately returned to his seat. The other representatives of the 7 schools of martial arts followed suit. While the prospect of a genius who has grasped the essence of martial arts was indeed enticing, the soul remains an insurmountable barrier, firmly restricting their ambitions, that as the representatives returned to their seats. Chu Qing felt a ripple of excitement in her beautiful eyes. With a determined step, she advanced into the void of existence. Her elegant robe billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, exuding an icy allure that was inexplicably captivating. What does junior sister Chu intend to do? As Chu Qing left her seat, the crowd's gaze shifted, and both Han Li and Han Qing temporarily set aside their conflict, their attention now focused on Chu Qing. Tell me, what is your essence? Chu Qing inquired of Han Li, her delicate brows furrowing slightly at the attention of the onlookers, though she quickly relaxed at a plunge into the void, eternally descending into the void. This is my essence, that I wonder what guidance the esteemed senior may offer. Han Li replied, neither humble nor arrogant, meeting Chu Qing's gaze with a steady voice, that I in this moment. Han Li felt no surprise at the unfolding scene. Rather, it was a logical development he had anticipated. To the crowd, he appeared merely as a waste with a yellow-grade soul, lacking any possibility of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. However, by revealing his understanding of the void blade intent, he would undoubtedly evoke curiosity and astonishment among the innate martial artists present. A plunge into the void, eternally descending into the void. Chu Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed into a frown. Just from Han Li's words, she sensed that his grasp of the essence of martial arts was indeed remarkable. Yet she could not pinpoint its extraordinary nature. After a moment, Chu Qing raised her graceful neck, her gaze towards Han Li imbued with a hint of admiration, as she spoke softly, should you emerge victorious in this battle, I can utilize my authority to admit you into the Tianwu sect. Regardless of your talent or martial arts soul, you will be allowed to cultivate within the sect. Are you willing? I am a true disciple of the inner sect of the Tianwu sect, and have every right to grant you this opportunity. You need not worry about that, Chu Qing assured him. Regardless of talent or martial arts soul, upon hearing this, Han Li's gaze flickered as he glanced at Chu Qing, then at the other 6 representatives from the 7 schools who were observing the situation unfold. He suddenly understood everything. His display of the void blade intent had ultimately attracted the attention of this true disciple from the Tianwu sect. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li turned to Chu Qing and said, "I can agree. Very well. I await your favorable outcome." Chu Qing nodded and turned to leave at that moment. However, Han Qing's voice interrupted her departure. "Esteemed senior, my martial arts soul is a yellow grade 9. Why do you choose this waste with a yellow grade 1 soul instead? Is it possible that he is a favored one of yours, and you have made promises in advance? I refuse to accept this." "I, Han Qing, refuse to accept it." Han Qing expressed his dissatisfaction, his eyes filled with indignation. He possessed a yellow grade 9 soul and was a second-stage Qi refinement martial artist, barely 16 or 17 years old. Why? Why should a mere waste with a yellow grade 1 soul garner such attention from a true disciple of the Tianwu sect? Could it be that a yellow grade 1 soul has become a top-tier talent? Han Qing was not willing to accept it. How audacious! Chu Qing halted, casting a cold glare at Han Qing, her exquisite brows furrowing in anger. With a graceful wave of her hand, a gust of concentrated true energy surged forth, striking Han Qing directly in an instant. Han Qing was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a powerful blow, crashing into the arena and creating a deep gouge in the ground. "Must I allow you, an insignificant ant, to dictate my actions?" Chu Qing declared coldly. "Were it not for your youth, your low cultivation, and today being an unsuitable time for bloodshed, should you dare to slander me, you would find your soul scattered and your form annihilated." Chapter 30. The Leader. "I shall take, Jr. I apologize for the offense. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior." On the arena, Han Qing struggled to rise, retrieving a pill from his storage ring and swallowing it. With a slight recovery of his complexion, he bowed his head and spoke to Chu Qing. Yet, no one could witness the deep-seated resentment and venomous hatred lurking within Han Qing's eyes as he lowered his gaze. All this animosity was directed solely at Han Li. Were it not for Han Li, he would not have let his anger get the better of him, carelessly insulting Chu Qing and consequently diminishing his own standing in her eyes. It is worth noting that Chu Qing was a woman of breathtaking beauty. The fact that such a stunning paragon of grace would take notice of a waste like Han Li, even going so far as to induct him into the prestigious Tianwu sect, filled Han Qing with an extreme sense of cognitive dissonance. "Let the competition continue," Chu Qing stated, her beautiful eyes fixating on Han Qing for a few moments before she withdrew her gaze and returned to the spectator's seat. After her departure, Han Qing regained his composure, as if the previous fury and madness had vanished, replaced by a demeanor reminiscent of a refined gentleman, exuding an air of warmth that invited approach. Yet, many understood the frenzied wrath concealed beneath his seemingly gentle facade. "Han Li, you better be prepared." The cold glint in Han Qing's eyes was filled with a chilling rage, as if he wished to tear Han Li apart. With those words, Han Qing turned to join Luo Yao and Feng Rulo. Being a genius with a yellow grade 9-tier soul and possessing a cultivation level of the second stage of Qi refinement, he would never have descended to the arena were it not for Han Li's provocations. Now, with Chu Qing's intervention, Han Qing suppressed his anger, biding his time for the top 10 to be determined. There were 19 competitors on the stage, and they needed to eliminate 9 in order to continue with the rankings. Let us join forces to expel Han Li from the arena, and then we can decide among ourselves who will enter the top 10. Aside from Han Qing and the other members of the 5 prominent families, the remaining 12 individuals focused their gazes upon Han Li. They had witnessed the previous clash between Han Li and Han Qing and understood that Han Li was a formidable adversary. However, compared to the exhausted Han Qing, Han Li appeared to be the prime candidate for elimination. After all, Han Qing had the backing of the Han family's resources, and none knew how many pills or martial techniques he had at his disposal. Han Li, on the other hand, had become the talk of Nanshan County after the news of his duel with Han Qing spread, making it evident that he had little access to resources from the Han family. Therefore, they believed it wise to first unite against Han Li, the superfluous threat. "Are you all choosing the softest target to bully?" Han Li remarked, observing the 12 who had conspired against him with an indifferent tone. "You have already exhausted too much energy in your battle with Han Qing. Now that we 13 have allied, it is only natural that you be the first one we eliminate. Who can blame you for being a mere yellow grade 1-tier soul and still only at the 9th stage of body refinement?" One of them spoke up, Indeed, since you have already depleted a considerable amount of strength, we should prioritize your expulsion. You already possess the qualifications to enter the Tianwu sect. Why continue competing for the top 10 with us? Among the 12, some tightened their grips on their weapons, their true chi surging as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Did I ask this truly your collective decision? Han Li inquired after a moment of silence, his gaze sweeping over them. That I may be a yellow grade 1-tier soul, but have you considered the possibility that I could expel all of you from the arena? Humph. You must possess the capability to back that up, came the retort, followed by a command to attack. With a cold snort, the 12 united their assault against Han Li. Various weapons, imbued with true chi, surged forth like a tempest, aiming to rend Han Li asunder. Among them were the formidable youth clad in yellow, wielding a sword, a woman adept with a spear, and a robust man swinging a massive axe. Their combined onslaught resembled an impenetrable net, ensnaring Han Li within its grasp. The overwhelming true chi surged around him, akin to blades poised to pierce through his very being, sending a prickling sensation across his skin. The 12 were the survivors of a fierce elimination, all possessing cultivation levels above the 9th stage of body refinement, leaving no opportunity for Han Li to catch his breath. That it seemed they aimed to expel him from the arena in a single, concerted strike. Perhaps it is time for me to reveal my true capabilities, Han Li mused, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He raised his hand, and the bloodthirsty blade responded, quivering momentarily before breaking free from the ground and landing in his grasp. In that instant, a gentle breeze swept through, the azure fabric of his attire billowing gracefully. The slender, blood-red blade rested in his hand, while 2 strands of hair danced in the air. With the blade in hand, his gaze sparkled with the brilliance of stars, his posture reminiscent of a towering pine. The transformation was instantaneous. He shifted from a seemingly fragile scholar to an unparalleled master of the blade, embodying the very essence of a blade-wielding sovereign. Though his expression remained unassuming, it radiated an indescribable aura of intimidation. This was the manifestation of his intent. A gasp of astonishment was heard as the weight of his presence descended upon the onlookers, as if they bore the burden of a colossal mountain. The terrifying pressure rendered their movements sluggish. This what they call intent. The martial arts intent. How can it be so fearsome? One pondered, dread creeping into their hearts. They never anticipated that when Han Li's martial intent enveloped them, it would unleash such an indescribable weight, akin to facing an invincible innate realm warrior. 10 deaths, no survival. What martial intent? My blade is capable of cleaving through all. The youth in yellow exclaimed, struggling to contain his disbelief. That he then leaped into the air, swinging his sword down with tremendous force, as if tearing apart the heavens and rending space itself. In the eyes of all, a brilliant flash of white light shot forth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. That I refuse to heed any so-called martial intent. I, Neo Buffon, am not one to be cowed, declared the burly man wielding the massive axe. That he stomped down with ferocity, shattering the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, the spear-wielding woman unleashed a barrage of strikes, her movements resembling a flock of birds flocking toward the phoenix, releasing a flurry of star-like attacks that painted the air with beauty, yet oozed with lethal intent. You all possess commendable skills. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent, Han Li observed, recognizing the strength of the 3 who seemed undeterred by his overwhelming blade intent. Unlike the others, who appeared formidable yet lacked substance, these 3 displayed rich combat experience, undoubtedly seasoned by countless battles against both foes and beasts. They were truly the strongest among the adversaries he faced. Yet, none of this would prevent Han Li from remaining in the arena. He raised the bloodthirsty blade high above his head, infusing it with true chi, transforming it into a blazing long knife that stretched 2 to 3 meters in length. I shall claim the title of champion at this martial arts gathering, he proclaimed, and with that, the fiery long knife descended. Chapter 31. The top 10 decided. Fong Rulong's strength arrogance, scoffed the youth in yellow, a mocking smile gracing his lips, seemingly deriding Han Li's audacity that a mere yellow-grade 1-tier soul dares to claim the championship. Not to mention the likes of Han Qing, Luo Yao, and Fong Rulong are formidable opponents. Even if all of us combine forces, we may not be able to vanquish the 3 of them, and we might even be crushed in the process. The youth could not fathom from whence Han Li derived his courage to utter such foolish words. You shall soon discover whether I am indeed arrogant. Han Li remained unfazed, channeling true qi into the bloodthirsty blade. The crimson long knife seemed to rend the air, tearing the heavens asunder, coiling like a mighty dragon poised to strike. Its vast maw wide open as it swept toward the crowd. With a roar, the fiery long knife detached from the bloodthirsty blade, transforming into a dragon of flames, its roar echoing through the air. With a thunderous crash, the blazing dragon whipped its massive tail, unleashing a torrent of heat that surged forth. The powerful strike landed heavily upon the midsection of the youth in yellow and his companions, igniting their garments and spreading flames. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding booms echoed as the figures of the youth in yellow and his companions were sent hurtling backward, crashing down upon the arena floor, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Cough, cough. How powerful! We were unable to withstand even a single strike. The robust and towering youth emerged from the swirling dust, wielding his massive axe like a cane to support his seemingly precarious frame. Behind him, the youth clad in yellow and the woman wielding a spear struggled to step forth, both clutching their chests, the latter leaning heavily on her weapon. Their faces bore a pallor, a testament to their exhaustion. The recent confrontation had evidently dealt them significant blows. The terrifying force they had encountered had utterly severed their capacity for retaliation, and within them lingered a fearsome blade aura that entwined their very essence. Despite their earnest attempts to harness their vital energy to dispel this internal threat, their efforts were in vain, akin to stones sinking into the abyss, only serving to augment the power of the blade aura within. We concede. Let us dissipate the blade aura within us, the spear-wielding woman declared weakly, coughing up a mouthful of blood. I too concede. The robust youth chimed in unexpectedly, adding, I acknowledge your prowess, yet your soul's essence constrains your future. Today's defeat will merely be a chapter in my life. In due time, I shall surpass the current version of you. With that, he hoisted his axe and departed from the arena, followed closely by the spear-wielding woman. After a moment of hesitation, the youth in yellow also exited. The current situation had become starkly apparent. Despite Han Li possessing a low-grade yellow-grade soul essence, his strength was not inferior to that of Han Qing, who had awakened a 9th-grade yellow-grade soul essence. With such formidable competitors present, the trio had no opportunity to vie for the title of champion in this martial arts gathering. Continuing to battle Han, Li was merely a means to attract the attention of a representative from the 7 martial sects, hoping to gain entry into one of them. Even if they were to lose and voluntarily withdraw from the arena, their talents and abilities would still be recognized by the representatives of the 7 martial sects. They would only need to wait until the conclusion of the event to select a sect that aligned with their inclinations for further cultivation. And what of you? I would prefer not to engage with you further. Han Li's gaze settled upon the remaining 9 individuals that he understood that this group had effectively been eliminated from contention for the top 10 positions in the martial arts gathering, prior to the commencement of the 3rd round. The deputy of the Duke's residence had stated that participants would be evaluated and ranked based on their standing and overall capabilities. Aside from the robust youth, the youth in yellow, and the spear-wielding woman, the remaining 9 individuals were rendered incapable of even resisting under Han Li's blade intent, clearly disqualified from the top TEN.IN contrast. The trio who had conceded early still managed to secure positions near the end of the top 10. We concede. We too concede. Upon hearing Han Li's words, their understanding was unmistakable. Moreover, under the pressure of Han Li's blade intent, they lacked even the courage to retaliate, let alone continue battling him. They sequentially withdrew. Only 7 individuals remained on the arena. Han Li, Han Qing, Luo Yao, Feng Rulong, and 3 young clan leaders from the 5 prominent families of Nanshan County. The next battle would determine the champion. Han Li's gaze shifted to Han Qing, Luo Yao, and the others. The rankings for the top 10 had essentially solidified, and what remained was the impending clash between Han Li and Luo Yao. Esteemed colleagues, I have an immature suggestion to propose, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Feng Rulong stepped forward, his demeanor poised and exuding the grace befitting a scion of a prominent family, invoking a sense of gentle breeziness, as if he were a frail scholar. Upon witnessing Feng Rulong's demeanor, Han Li's heart surged with caution. For reasons unknown, he sensed an undercurrent of threat emanating from Feng Rulong. Speak freely, Brother Fong. Once you have concluded, we shall directly determine the champion and commence the final assessment to seize the rewards of this gathering. A young clan leader from one of the 5 families interjected, with the others nodding in agreement. Though Luo Yao and Han Qing remained silent, their gazes were fixed upon Fong Rulong. Addressing the assembly, Fong Rulong spoke with humility. I, Fong, wish to challenge all of you single-handedly to decisively establish the title of champion in the first trial. Brother Fong, are you truly serious? As his words hung in the air, the arena fell into an abrupt silence. Not a single sound could be heard, as if a pin dropping could be distinctly perceived. Indeed, I have awaited this day for quite some time. Fong Rulong replied calmly, his posture straightened, exuding an air of authority, his eyes reflecting an indifference to all else that I in that moment. A terrifying aura akin to a primordial tide surged forth from within him, enveloping the arena. Refining, the 4th level of the refining Qi realm. No, it cannot be. You have attained the 6th level of the refining Qi realm? The spectators' pupils constricted as they sensed Fong Rulong's overwhelming presence. A sensation reminiscent of a congenital realm expert grasping at their throats. At this moment, Han Qing and the others regarded Fong Rulong in astonishment. Impossible. Our cultivation should both be at the 2nd level of the refining Qi realm. Han Qing exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with shock as he regarded Fong Rulong. You possess merely an 8th grade, yellow grade soul essence. How could you possess the strength of the 6th level of the refining Qi realm? I am the one with a 9th grade, yellow grade martial soul. He was a genius with a 9th grade, yellow grade soul essence. Why, after Han Li, did another like Fong Rulong emerge? Fong Rulong's soul essence was merely an 8th grade, yellow grade. There was no conceivable reason for him to surpass Han Qing in cultivation speed. This is impossible. As Han Qing voiced his disbelief, a hearty laughter resonated from the direction of the observation seats, echoing throughout the square and penetrating the stupor of the onlookers. My son possesses a pure June Sword soul essence of the 2nd tier of the mysterious grade. How could it possibly compare to your mere 9th grade yellow grade essence? Fong Tunyue rose, laughing heartily, his excitement palpable. That as his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Young Master Fong actually possesses a 2nd tier mysterious grade soul essence. Wasn't it an 8th grade yellow grade soul essence? How did it suddenly become a 2nd tier mysterious grade? It seems the Fong family concealed the specifics of young Master Fong's soul essence tier upon awakening, biding their time for this day, that a 2nd tier mysterious grade essence. Heavens, this must be the highest soul essence ever awakened in Nanshan County. Young Master Fong is indeed a prodigy beyond compare. In stark contrast, Han Qing felt as though he stood in stark comparison to Fong Rulong, a dismal sight. Fong Rulong possesses a 2nd tier mysterious grade soul essence. How is that possible? He awakened a soul essence even more powerful than mine. 2nd tier mysterious grade essence. Has Fong Rulong truly awakened such a terrifying soul essence? Beside Han Qing, Luo Yao's eyes widened in shock. Though her essence was also of the mysterious grade, it was merely of the 1st tier, a stark contrast to Fong Rulong's 2nd tier essence. The disparity in the quality of soul essences and tier rankings was immense, especially as they transcended from the yellow grade to the mysterious grade. The latter no longer represented the limitations of lower-tier soul essences, which could stifle a cultivator's potential. The mysterious grade soul essence significantly amplified a martial artist's potential, allowing for a seamless transition into the congenital realm and even beyond to the realms of the Purple Mansion, embryonic transformation, and even the divine transformation. That I am not only a 2nd tier mysterious grade soul essence. I am also a chosen one awakened with innate wisdom. What qualifications do any of you possess to contest for the title of champion and the rewards of this gathering? Fong Rulong unapologetically shed the pride of his heart, adopting an air of superiority, as if he had transformed into a divine being gazing down upon mortals, deriding Han Qing and the others that he was a chosen one, an awakened individual of a 2nd tier mysterious grade soul essence. A young martial artist at the 6th level of the refining Qi realm. With such extraordinary talent and strength, who among today's participants could possibly rival him? A 2nd tier mysterious grade soul essence signified the most formidable potential in Nanshan County. A 2nd tier mysterious grade essence, coupled with the wisdom of a chosen one, foretold the emergence of a remarkable individual. One of the representatives from the seven martial sects regarded Feng Rulong with a mixture of astonishment and an overwhelming desire to recruit him. The notion of a chosen one with a second-tier mysterious grade essence compelled the representatives of the seven martial sects to re-evaluate their ambitions. They recognized that this was no ordinary talent. With a second-tier mysterious grade essence and the wisdom of a chosen one, provided he did not suffer any setbacks, he was destined to achieve the divine transformation realm, or perhaps even ascend beyond that. Feng Rulong was undoubtedly worthy of their attention. These representatives exchanged glances, their minds racing with the same thought, and their vigilance heightened towards Feng Rulong's existence. They were resolute in their desire to claim him for their sects. The second-grade soul of the Xian rank indeed possesses commendable qualities. Yet the chosen one, Chu Qing, cast a glance of slight disdain towards Feng Rulong. In her perspective, the chosen one is merely a remnant of past failures, reincarnated through esoteric arts as a pitiful being that if one could not transcend in their previous life, how could they possibly inherit their foundation to effortlessly break through in the next? It is simply a cowardly soul clinging to life, unwilling to perish as their lifespan wanes, thus seeking every means to reincarnate, becoming what the world deems the chosen one. They may, under favorable circumstances, attain the realm of transformation into divinity, yet they would find it exceedingly difficult to surpass the limitations of their former selves. Doomed to remain stagnant for a lifetime, merely to live once more. In contrast, Chu Qing felt a deeper lament for Han Li's talent. With a yellow-grade first-level soul, he had already grasped the essence of martial arts. Were he bestowed with a more formidable martial soul, his future path would undoubtedly rival that of the so-called chosen one, Feng Rulong of the Xian grade second-level soul, perhaps even surpass him. Now, I present to you a chance to challenge me. Come forth together, and perhaps you may stand a chance against me. Feng Rulong declared with a faint smile on the arena as his soul manifested behind him. Within a realm of void, a long sword, entirely pure white, emerged, suffused with boundless sword energy, as if the sovereign of swords had arrived. The moment the sword materialized, all nearby weapons resonated in response to the call of the sword's lord, yearning to yield to the pure June sword soul that appeared behind Feng Rulong. Curse it, I shall fight you. Han Qing, enraged, stepped forward, his thunderfire soul manifesting behind him, subsequently merging into his being. Instantly, a terrifying surge of intertwined thunder and flames erupted around Han Qing. In that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into the omnipotent god of thunder and fire, the forces of thunder and flame in the world dancing within him, eagerly awaiting his command. With a swift motion, he summoned a long sword, the thunder fire enveloping the blade, extending like an appendage of his arm, and in an instant, it flickered like a lightning bolt, darting towards Feng Rulong. You are not worthy. Feng Rulong sneered coldly, raising his hand in a gesture. The pure June sword soul transformed into a stream of light, landing in his grasp. This is a characteristic of weapon-type souls. They can morph into weapons held by their wielder, becoming a means of combat. When the pure June sword fell into Feng Rulong's hand, a formidable sword energy erupted from it, cleaving through the clouds and tearing apart the heavens and earth. The terrifying force struck Han Qing with a single blow. The instant the sword energy approached, Han Qing's expression changed dramatically, and as he attempted to resist, he found that Feng Rulong's sword energy exceeded his expectations in power. His long sword, which stood in defense, shattered with a crack, and in an instant, the sword energy struck Han Qing's chest, leaving a ghastly wound on his tattered garments, blood gushing forth. His complexion turned pale in an instant. Your talent is commendable. Should you choose to become my servant, you may yet become an existence beyond the innate realm. Feng Rulong advanced step by step, the pure June sword soul poised against Han Qing's throat, the menacing sharpness seemingly ready to sever his life. Feng Rulong regarded Han Qing with a cold smile, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "What say you? Become my servant, and you shall survive." Chapter 33. To take pride in myself. The azure fire phoenix, Han Qing, gazing at the pure June sword merely an inch from him, swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Just a moment more. He was on the brink of death at Feng Rulong's sword. Feeling the sting from the sword's tip, Han Qing found himself engulfed in hesitation. Should he acquiesce to Feng Rulong, becoming his servant and willingly playing the role of a mere accessory? Or should he remain unyielding to the end, seeking hope for survival? He could distinctly sense that Feng Rulong was not jesting, but was genuinely inquiring, accompanied by a palpable aura of murderous intent that enveloped him. The fear of death driving Han Qing to make a swift decision that I will not grant you much time. Make your decision quickly, Feng Rulong asserted, the sword tip pressing closer, mere hairs from Han Qing's throat. A trickle of crimson blood seeping forth and staining the pure June sword. No, do not kill me. I submit to you. As the sword pressed down, blood oozing from his throat, Han Qing involuntarily quivered. His eyes filled with trepidation and fear. Master, I do not wish to die. Allow me to become your servant, to toil for you. In that moment, Han Qing resembled a lost dog, consumed by an overwhelming desire to survive. He still did not wish to perish. He was the awakened bearer of a yellow-grade, 9th-level soul. How could he die in this arena? He aspired to be the patriarch of the Han family, to become a martial arts powerhouse. How could he meet his end here? The instinct to cling to life compelled Han Qing to abandon what little dignity he had left as a martial artist. In Han Qing's eyes, notions of dignity and integrity as a martial artist became utterly irrelevant. What good are they if life itself is lost? Could such ideals enable him to survive beneath Feng Rulong's blade? It was evident that all these so-called principles of pride were utterly futile. Very well. Since you plead to me so earnestly, I shall accept you as my obedient dog. Feng Rulong gazed blankly at Han Qing before bursting into hearty laughter. Seemingly astonished that a person with an awakened yellow-grade, 9th-level soul could be so spineless, so easily submitting to him in the face of death, willingly becoming one of his subordinates. Thank you. Thank you, master. Han Qing, witnessing Feng Rulong retracting the pure June sword soul, hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a flurry of humble bows. Such a display of servility rendered him utterly contemptible in the eyes of onlookers. Is this the demeanor that a genius with a yellow-grade, 9th-level soul ought to possess? The envoys from the 7 martial sects looked upon the unfolding events with disdain, filled with contempt for Han Qing, who had surrendered without a fight and chosen to become another's vassal. Yet this was Han Qing's personal choice. They could not intervene, though their perception of him had plummeted to the lowest depths. It cannot be denied, however, that Han Qing, with his yellow-grade 9th-level soul, indeed represented a considerable talent within the divine martial principality. You wretched creature! How could I have spawned such a cowardly fool? Meanwhile, as Han Qing bowed and scraped before Feng Rulong, Han Tianyong, his father, rose in a fit of rage from the spectators' seats, his gaze aflame with fury directed at Han Qing, berating him. Where is the honor of the Han family within you? Is this how you choose to bring shame upon your father? Worthless. If you still remember you are a Han, a genius with a yellow-grade 9th-level soul, then stand tall. Otherwise, I, Han Tianyong, disown you as my son. Han Tianyong was consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation that he aspired to become the patriarch of the Han family, merely a fixation in his heart. After the demise of the elder, he was the rightful heir to the position. Yet the old patriarch had bequeathed the title to Han Li's father, which deeply unsettled Han Tianyong. Even so, he always held the Han family in high regard, never expecting that his son, awakened with a yellow-grade 9th-level soul, would prove to be such a disappointment. Faced with the choice between life and death, he would willingly choose to be someone else's subordinate, a pathetic creature groveling for survival. This left Han Tianyong profoundly disillusioned, even regretting why he hadn't cast this wretch against the wall long ago. Father, a wise bird chooses its perch that I merely chose to follow my master. One day, you will take pride in me. Han Qing frowned and addressed Han Tianyong in the spectators' area. And no matter what Han Tianyong said, having chosen to become Feng Rulong's lapdog, there was no turning back. There were far too many witnesses present. He could not silence the voices of the crowd. Therefore, he could only face everything with a fade of resolve. Very well. I, Han Tianyong, have no son like you. If you wish to be someone else's dog, then go ahead. From this day forth, do not dare to call yourself a member of the Han family. Han Tianyong's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Han Qing's retort. When did becoming another's lackey allow one to earn the pride of their parents? What audacity it must take to utter such words. Han Qing's declaration left Han Tianyang deeply disappointed, and he completely lost any affection for Han Qing, deeming such a son unworthy of his care. With that thought, Han Tianyang stormed away from the scene, unable to suppress his fury any longer. Remaining any longer would risk him disregarding the rules of the tournament and directly strangling this wretched creature. "What a fine dog you are!" Fong Rulong regarded the utterly shameless Han Qing, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Since you have chosen to be my servant, I shall entrust you with the handling of them." As Fong Rulong spoke, the pure June sword's soul pointed towards Han Li and Luo Yao, that he was a formidable presence at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and his soul was the Xian rank 2nd level pure June sword soul. Now that Han Qing was willing to serve him, he naturally intended to make full use of him. "Yes, I will handle everything perfectly." Upon hearing Han Qing's words, he immediately responded with urgency, Dai in his hand. A cold glimmer flashed as he retrieved a spare long sword from his storage ring. Facing Han Li and the others, he declared, "Fang Xiao has instructed me to deal with you. Now, I present you with a choice. Either concede and depart voluntarily, or willingly submit to Fang Xiao. Otherwise, I shall personally escort you away." "Humph. Retreating without a fight and submitting to another is not my nature, but if you wish for me to concede, then let us battle." A young master from one of the 5 prominent families stepped forward, his long sword pointing at Han Qing, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of combat, tinged with a hint of disdain and contempt for Han Qing. Luo Yao also stepped forward and declared, "Though my cultivation is modest, I am still of the Xian grade soul, and I am not so lowly as to willingly concede that Her words fell." A cry akin to a phoenix echoed through the skies. Behind Luo Yao, a canopy of azure flames descended, resembling a world ablaze, enveloping the heavens. Amidst this azure inferno, a creature reminiscent of a phoenix emerged. Its wings unfurled, soaring through the sky, in that moment, it seemed as though 100 birds were vying for the phoenix's favor, and a sacred, imposing aura emanated from the azure fire phoenix within Luo Yao's Xian grade soul. Akin to the king of all avian and beastly creatures, adorned with a crown-like feather crest, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the arena. Chapter 34. To be unworthy of being a son is to be unworthy of being human. Is that the Xian grade 1st tier soul of the azure fire phoenix? I never expected that the Duke of Luo would conceal such a hand. His daughter has awakened a 1st tier Xian grade soul. The azure fire phoenix. The emissaries from the 7 martial sects gazed in astonishment at the azure fire phoenix materializing above Luo Yao. The rank of the soul, classified as Xian grade 1st tier, belongs to beast-type souls, and among the Xian grades, it is indeed exceptional. Compared to Fong Rulong's Xian grade 2nd tier pure sword soul, it is not far behind, merely a tier apart, yet it astonished the emissaries of the 7 martial sects. Who would have thought that in Nanshan County, a remote area within the Xinwu Kingdom, 2 martial practitioners with Xian grade souls had awakened? Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in a county like Nanshan. Typically, the awakening of even a Huang grade 9th tier soul is a matter worthy of city-wide celebration. Who could have anticipated that not only had Fong Rulong, the young master of the Fong family, awakened a Xian grade 2nd tier pure sword soul, but also the treasured daughter of the Duke of Nanshan had awakened a Xian grade 1st tier soul, the azure fire phoenix. The emissaries of the 7 martial sects were somewhat disoriented. Has the Xian grade soul begun to proliferate like weeds? In a remote county, the emergence of 2 martial practitioners with Xian grade souls. Could there possibly be a third? The young lady merely possessed some talent. If the news were to spread recklessly, it would only lead to ridicule. Therefore, the Duke's household had sealed the information completely. Luo Yuan smiled faintly, appearing calm, yet an uncontrollable delight played upon his expression. The azure fire phoenix soul of Xian grade 1st tier, though not on par with Fong Rulong's higher tier pure sword soul, is still exceedingly formidable, a talent of remarkable prowess. The Duke has understated his own worth. Seeing Luo Yuan's demeanor, everyone could not help but smile bitterly. For anyone, having a genius with an awakened Xian grade soul among their descendants would inevitably evoke sentiments akin to those of Luo Yuan. A genius with a Xian grade soul is sufficient to ensure the continuation of a family line, even elevating it to greater heights. Many families seek to bind a genius with a Xian grade soul through marriage or by taking in disciples from commoner backgrounds. promising their daughters to strengthen familial ties, using various interests to deepen their relationships, that a Xian grade first-tier soul, the Azure Fire Phoenix, gazing at the Azure Fire Phoenix soaring above Luo Yao. The individuals on the arena were momentarily stunned. After Fong Rulong, another with a Xian grade first-tier soul had emerged, Luo Yao, with a beast-type soul, the Azure Fire Phoenix. To think, besides myself, you also possess a Xian grade soul. Fong Rulong stepped forward, pushing aside Han Qing, who stood in his way, his sharp brows settling upon Luo Yao as he said, I had my suspicions that you possessed a Xian grade soul. And it turns out to be true. Fong Rulong fixed his gaze upon Luo Yao. The young lady of the Duke's household had awakened a soul, yet no news had circulated. With a little contemplation, one could deduce that Luo Yao's awakened soul was extraordinary. What was unexpected was that she too, like him, possessed a Xian grade soul. How about this? I shall let Han Qing deal with them first. And you and I shall compete for first place. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Rulong inquired, what do you think? Of course. Luo Yao replied with a graceful nod that I in the arena. The strongest souls were hers and Fong Rulong's. The remaining individuals were merely Han Qing, who was somewhat noteworthy. Aside from them, the others all possessed souls of Huang grade 8th tier or lower, unworthy of her engagement, with Han Qing taking on the task. It afforded Luo Yao considerable ease, allowing her to focus solely on the battle with Fong Rulongji that in the final two tests. The soul assessment would essentially be a formality, as there would be no further evaluations at the conference. The primary focus would be on the assessment of comprehension, which was one of the key points of the event. Go, Han Qing. Upon receiving Luo Yao's consent, Fong Rulong cast a glance at Han Qing, issuing the command. Han Qing nodded, brandishing his sword forward, charging towards Han Li and the others that he was now Fong Rulong's servant and had no choice but to accept this reality, that as for Fong Rulong's orders. He could only comply. Moreover, with Fong Rulong being a Xian grade second-tier soul, alongside a chosen one awakened with past wisdom, Han Qing began to feel that following Fong Rulong might not be such a bad thing after all. Perhaps one day, he might earn Fong Rulong's favor and gain insight into the pinnacle of martial arts, the disgrace of martial arts. One individual coldly regarded Han Qing and remarked that as the words fell. They charged towards Han Qing. Vital energy surged, martial techniques were unleashed, and the clash of blades and swords resonated as Han Qing engaged in combat with three others, all young martial artists with Huang grade 7th-tier souls. With an absolute advantage in soul rank, coupled with exquisite martial skills and second-tier chi refinement cultivation, he fought evenly against the three, displaying a tendency to dominate that in a brief moment. Three figures were kicked off the stage, leaving Han Qing standing victorious. Yet his internal chi had been completely depleted, his complexion pale and abnormal, that he retrieved a red pill from his storage ring and consumed it, his pallor gradually returning to a healthy hue. Han Li, it is your turn. Will you descend voluntarily, or shall I invite you? After regaining some of his energy, Han Qing looked towards Han Li. Aside from Fong Rulong and Luo Yao, the original 7 participants had dwindled to just Han Li and himself. With 3 having been expelled at great cost, that I believe it should be you who descends. Han Li shook his head, advancing with a disappointed gaze fixed upon Han Qing. Previously, our conflict at the Han family was merely a matter of youthful bravado. I believe that even if my father's line did not take the helm of the Han family, with you and my second uncle, it would suffice. However, I never expected you to willingly become Fong's dog, causing my second uncle such distress. You truly are unworthy of being a son, a disgrace to humanity. Humph, to the victor belongs the spoils. I merely survived by clinging to the might of the strong. What is wrong with that? Han Qing snorted coldly, his complexion shifting between hues of blue and red, evidently displeased and repulsed by Han Li's words that he immediately unleashed a sword energy, radiating the intent to slay Han Li. Stubborn fool, Han Li retorted coldly, directing his gaze towards the incoming sword energy, extending a finger as if to point into the void. The sword energy Han Qing had unleashed came to an abrupt halt the moment it touched Han Li's fingertip. Suspended mid-air. What have you done? Han Qing's eyelids twitched violently, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Shatter. Han Li uttered softly. The sword energy before him shattered instantly as he continued to advance, an inexplicable aura emanating from him. Like a purgatory, like a towering pagoda, like a hell on earth. A myriad of horrific illusions surfaced in Han Qing's mind. He seemed to witness a terrifying world of infinite suffering and unending punishment, where he was flayed and his bones extracted, his soul shattered and cast into boiling oil, endlessly enduring various tortures and pains of hell. That a form of mental torment caused a flicker of panic and dread to cross Han Qing's face, a look of confusion emerging in his eyes. Chapter 35. Han Qing is finished. All of you, attack together. What is happening? Han Qing stood motionless in place, while Feng Long suddenly gazed at Han Li. The relentless intent of the blade fell solely upon Han Qing, leaving him helpless, regardless of how Feng Long's expression might appear. The blade's intent was not deliberately directed at him, yet he could only stand there, bewildered. However, the representatives of the 7 sects of martial arts observing the match possessed clarity of mind. The profundity of martial intent was indeed enigmatic, that I wish for others to perceive and feel this, for it would enable them to acknowledge the existence of martial intent. Conversely, if one chooses not to engage, even when aware of the martial intent, they can only remain as mere spectators, unable to participate in any manner. Naturally, given their realms, they could discern without any prerequisites that Han Li had manifested martial intent upon Han Qing, that at this very moment, Han Qing was deeply ensnared within Han Li's martial intent. The only way to escape was if his will could surpass that of Han Li. Otherwise, he would forever remain submerged in Han Li's martial realm, with life and death resting in Han Li's hands. What is happening to me? Han Qing gasped, his eyes unfocused and devoid of spirit, his pale face glistening with sweat, while his back was drenched, and he gazed at Han Li with a lingering sense of trepidation. Demon, you are a demon, Han Qing uttered in terror. Moments ago, he felt as though he had been tormented in hell for countless eons, suffering endlessly at the hands of the malevolent spirits within the infernal realm. The pain was palpable, not only physically but also tormenting his soul and will to the brink of collapse, nearly driving him to self-destruction. That I concede. I do not wish to continue this battle, Han Qing said helplessly, attempting to leap from the stage to relinquish his right to compete. However, Han Li would not permit Han Qing to escape. Suddenly, the blood-devouring blade burst forth from its sheath, a flash of crimson light illuminating the air, resembling a brilliant firework in the sky. The blade's metallic sheen reflected ominously upon Han Qing's throat. Han Li, I am your cousin. Do you truly wish to kill me? Han Qing halted, staring at the blood-devouring blade that loomed before him, its blood-red surface mirroring his own visage. I would never slay you. However, the Han family does not require a coward who clings to life. Han Qing swallowed hard, his gaze questioning. What do you intend to do? No sooner had he spoken than Han Li's foot struck, landing fiercely upon his abdomen, that a surge of pure, potent energy coursed through Han Qing's body at that moment. He heard a resounding echo within himself, akin to a thunderous explosion. Before he could react, Han Qing was hurled backward, his face contorted in agony as he fell from the stage. A piercing scream erupted from the plaza, resonating in the ears of all present. No, damn it, Han Li! How dare you cripple me? I am a genius with a yellow grade 9 soul. What right do you have to render me powerless? I am the foundation of the Han family's rise, a future powerhouse. What gives you the authority to do this? No, beneath the stage, Han Qing curled into a ball, his face twisted in agony, pale as a ghost. His cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refinement visibly deteriorating until it settled at the 7th level of body tempering. Hatred radiated from Han Qing's eyes as he looked at Han Li, his resentment palpable, as if it could be felt in the air, that if gazes could kill, Han Li would have perished countless times under Han Qing's glare. In that moment, Han Qing's heart brimmed with loathing. Han Li's kick had obliterated his energy reservoir, leaving him forever a mere shell of a man, unable to cultivate further unless he obtained a rare earth-grade pill to restore his energy reservoir. Despite possessing a yellow grade 9 soul, the destruction of his energy reservoir severed his ties to martial arts. Who among the populace would be willing to invest in him? The price of a single earth-grade pill could instead nurture several innate martial artists. I show you mercy by not killing you. From now on, you shall live as an ordinary person, Han Li said, gazing at Han Qing with indifference. As for the Han family, it will not falter without you. It will only flourish further. Having spoken, Han Li disregarded Han Qing's heart-wrenching lament and shifted his focus to Feng Long and Luo Yao. Next, he aimed to compete with Fong Rulong and Luo Yao for the title of champion of the Nanshan County Martial Arts Tournament. Enticed by the rewards offered by the Duke's residence, that I wish to echo what young Master Fong just said. Both of you should come at me together to spare me the trouble. With a flourish of the blood-devouring blade, he unleashed a ferocious wave of blade energy across the arena, carving a menacing chasm. Han Li stood with one hand behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master swordsman. His expression unwavering as he regarded the two did his declaration astonish the crowd. Did I hear correctly? Han Li intends to take on both young Master Fong and Princess Luo Yao. Madness. Does he believe himself to be a genius of the highest order? Or perhaps he fancies himself a practitioner of the Meridian Establishment realm? Such arrogance. Two geniuses of the Earth-grade soul could easily subdue him. Various mocking voices echoed through the crowd, disdainful of Han Li. Han Li's talent of a yellow grade 1 soul had long been known throughout Nanshan County, while Fong Rulong and Luo Yao were formidable practitioners of Qi refinement, both possessing Earth grade 1 and 2 souls. Even a fool could discern that these two formidable individuals were not to be trifled with lightly. To challenge them recklessly was akin to courting death, did I in the eyes of the spectators. Han Li's actions were foolishly audacious, an overestimation of his abilities, believing he could challenge those stronger than himself. Everyone was eager to witness Han Li being trampled by these prodigies that challenge us both. Could it be that defeating the useless Han Qing has imbued you with some delusional confidence? Fong Rulong sneered, dismissing Han Li's challenge without a second thought. While Han Li's comprehension of martial intent posed a significant challenge to Fong Rulong, it was not insurmountable. Rather, it provided an opportunity to showcase his own strength as a chosen one awakened with wisdom. Lady Luo, shall we take turns teaching this impudent fool a lesson? Fong Rulong inquired, casting a glance at Luo Yao. Luo Yao regarded Han Li, contemplating for a moment, then said, Young Master Fong should take the lead, compared to your 6th level Qi refinement and your Earth grade 2 soul. I shan't overshadow your glory. Her words seemingly reduced her presence to that of a mere support for Fong Rulong, yet he merely smiled in silence. Luo Yao's suggestion was merely a tactic to gauge Han Li's capabilities. As a fellow Earth grade soul wielder, she would not easily concede defeat. Additionally, as the treasured daughter of the Duke of Nanshan County, it was unthinkable for her to lack any winning trump cards. Chapter 36. The Might of Fong Rulong and the Sword Mastery. Since Lady Luo has graciously stepped aside, I shall not hold back, Fong Rulong declared, turning his gaze toward Han Li. His previously smiling countenance now turned frigid he advanced, his aura emanating a terrifying weight that enveloped the arena. With the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refinement, he exuded a pressure akin to that of an innate martial artist, causing a sense of breathlessness among those present. Coupled with Fong Rulong's Earth grade 2 pure June sword soul, he embodied the essence of a true, innate martial artist that an inexplicable pressure bore down upon Han Li. Impressive. Merely sensing Fong Rulong's aura allowed Han Li to discern that this young man was no ordinary martial artist. Truly deserving of the title of Chosen One, he was a prodigious talent with an Earth grade 2 soul. However, it was precisely this formidable Fong Rulong that instilled within Han Li a profound sense of pressure, fueling his desire to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Exhaling softly, Han Li gripped the blood-devouring blade tightly, bracing himself that I had no intention of confronting you. But alas, you have crippled my servant, Fong Rulong remarked, his gaze indifferent, resembling a cold deity as he reflected Han Li's figure in his eyes. Akin to observing a corpse, having taken Han Qing as a temporary servant, Fong Rulong felt compelled to act. After all, as a master, he could not allow his servant to be diminished without retribution. Otherwise, how could he command respect and loyalty from others in the future? With that, Fong Rulong pointed, unleashing a radiant crimson sword energy that erupted from his fingertip, slicing through the air with incredible speed. Hurtling toward Han Li Clang, Han Li wielded the bloodthirsty blade, positioning it to deflect the sword energy, and an immediate sensation of numbness coursed through his arm, causing him to stagger back a step to dissipate the immense force that had surged towards him. His arms felt as though they were not his own, rendered numb by the encounter. How formidable! Merely a single strand of sword energy. Is this truly the might of a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator? A calmness, rare among ordinary individuals, shone in Han Li's eyes as he observed the approaching Feng Rulong. The previous sword energy had nearly overwhelmed him. Should another strike come, Han Li feared he might find himself in a precarious situation. Intriguingly, my single sword energy merely forced you back a step. Indeed, one must never underestimate those who comprehend the essence of martial arts. Feng Rulong exclaimed in astonishment. While it was not unexpected that Han Li could withstand his sword energy, the fact that he only retreated a step was beyond Feng Rulong's expectations. However, I shall not allow you to receive my next attack so easily. Feng Rulong spoke coldly, summoning the pure Jun sword spirit into his hand. Executing a sword technique with a ferocity that sliced through the air like a flash of lightning. Before Han Li could discern Feng Rulong's movements, he was met with a blinding, incandescent sword light. A premonition of death surged within Han Li, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, akin to a startled rabbit, but he had no choice but to brace himself. Han Li remained unperturbed. Rapidly analyzing how to counter Feng Rulong's strike, in an instant, he swung the bloodthirsty blade, channeling his true energy into it, igniting the blade in flames, appearing as if drenched in blood, crimson and vibrant as fire. Gripping the hilt firmly, he bellowed, then swept the blade horizontally. The fiery blade energy surged forth like a crescent moon, colliding with Feng Rulong's sword light, neutralizing the threat. That moment, Han Li inhaled deeply. His figure clad in azure and dark hair streaming behind him, surged toward Feng Rulong like a bolt of lightning, moving with a speed akin to thunder, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. As he closed in on Feng Rulong, he leaped into the air, resembling a celestial crane soaring through the skies. That a vast amount of true energy flowed into the bloodthirsty blade, coalescing into a fiery weapon measuring over 10 meters. Exuding an oppressive aura, that a faint blood mist enveloped Han Li's form, as if he had transformed into a demonic figure of slaughter, his eyes radiating a chilling battle intent, the air thick with murderous intent. Is this truly your strength? With a casual flick of his wrist, Feng Rulong raised the pure Jun sword without even lifting his gaze, effortlessly blocking the descending fiery blade, his demeanor calm as still water. His posture as upright as a pine tree. Garbed in white like an immortal, he spoke indifferently. If this is all your strength, you might as well leave. With that declaration, the pure Jun sword emanated a brilliant glow, unleashing over 100 streams of incandescent sword energy, weaving together like a vast net, surging towards Han Li. Each strand of sword energy possessed the power of a full-force strike from a first or second-layer chi refinement warrior. Any ordinary body refining cultivator would have met their end before even making contact, reduced to mere flesh and blood. Upon witnessing these sword energies, Han Li wasted no time and retreated at breakneck speed. Yet, Feng Rulong would not grant him such an opportunity. Observing Han Li's retreating figure, a cold smirk crept across his lips as he vanished from sight. Behind you. Han Li's hair stood on end. Alarm bells ringing in his mind, but as he pivoted, the bloodthirsty blade slashed out fiercely. Clang. Sparks flew as the blade met the sword in midair. Utilizing the recoil, Han Li leaped out of the range of Feng Rulong's sword energy. When had he gotten behind me? Han Li pondered, glancing at Feng Rulong. Had it not been for his instinctive sense of danger just moments earlier, he might have suffered a grievous wound from Feng Rulong's strike. At the same time, he grew increasingly wary of Feng Rulong's sudden disappearance. The manner in which Feng Rulong had executed his movement was beyond Han Li's imagination, appearing behind him without any warning. If he did not remain vigilant, he risked being forced off the stage. Evaded, Feng Rulong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Li's sudden disappearance. However, as he looked towards Han Li, the murderous intent in his eyes was now unmasked. He was clearly a sixth-layer chi refinement warrior, yet Han Li had repeatedly eluded his attacks. This realization sparked a flicker of wariness and animosity within Feng Rulong. You enjoy dodging, do you? Then I shall let you continue. Sword manipulation technique. Feng Rulong sneered, palms pressed together as he formed a seal. True energy surged forth, gathering into the second-grade pure Jun sword spirit that emitted a soft, melodious hum, empowered by the true energy of a sixth-layer chi refinement warrior. The pure Jun sword shot forth with a whoosh, soaring through the air like a celestial dragon, entwined with sword energy and true energy, creating the illusion of being able to slay even a channeling realm warrior. Tracing an uncanny trajectory as if it possessed its own intelligence, autonomously launching itself towards Han Li. This sword manipulation technique was originally meant to be my trump card for the final moments. Given your knack for evasion, let us see if you can survive under my sword manipulation technique. Feng Rulong declared, slapping his hands together, causing the pure June sword to accelerate dramatically, directly targeting Han Li's brow. Chapter 37. Inferno of No Return. An astonishingly talented figure. The sword light flashed like a rainbow, vanishing in an instant. To Han Li, the pure June sword appeared to strike with an almost imperceptible trajectory. A sharp pain pierced his brow as he turned to evade, leaving behind a series of afterimages on the stage, as if swept by a gale. Behind him, the pure June sword, under Feng Rulong's remote manipulation, followed closely like an extension of his own limbs. Should Han Li falter even slightly, he would be met with a devastating blow from Feng Rulong's pure June sword. Can you escape? My sword manipulation technique will not return until it has tasted blood. With your cultivation, you would do well to depart. Feng Rulong flicked his finger, causing the pure June sword to accelerate once more, drawing even closer to Han Li. Sword manipulation technique, a mid-tier martial skill of the profound rank. A technique that harnesses formidable spiritual power to control sword weapons, allowing one to dominate the battlefield. Once mastered, it unleashes speed that pierces the air, leaving those of insufficient strength unable to react in time, resulting in being pierced by the sword, decapitated without a trace of blood. Under such a terrifying aerial sword technique, Feng Rulong reveled in wielding the pure June sword, observing Han Li's frantic flight across the stage like a rat fleeing a predator. This mere first-grade soul spirit dared to defy him, to challenge him. Feng Rulong was determined to make Han Li suffer. The art of object manipulation is indeed a formidable martial skill, nearly catching up to my own movement technique. Han Li thought as he glanced back at the pure June sword, silently acknowledging the trouble Feng Rulong's sword manipulation had caused him. The ability to control a sword from afar surpassed Han Li's imagination. Yet he had no intention of holding back any longer. True energy surged into the bloodthirsty blade, causing its blade light to explode forth. Fiery and demonic did I in that instant, the intent of the unending blade surged, manifesting an atmosphere akin to falling into an abyss, a soul descending into hell, radiating from Han Li's body, coalescing into a tangible blood-colored blade aura that appeared unbreakable. Break for me. Han Li gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, his voice resonating with authority as he unleashed a downward strike. The collision with Feng Rulong's pure June sword erupted in a thunderous roar. The blade aura shattered. Simultaneously, Feng Rulong's pure June sword dissipated into a misty azure cloud. As the pure June sword vanished, Feng Rulong's complexion turned ashen, his face as pale as paper, crimson blood splattering onto his snow-white robe, creating a beautiful, yet morbid pattern reminiscent of plum blossoms in winter. Yet, the expression on Feng Rulong's exquisitely handsome face was filled with chilling fury. You actually forced my soul spirit back. Feng Rulong's hand reversed, summoning the pure June sword spirit, yet its luster had dimmed significantly, appearing ephemeral, as if it might dissipate into smoke and return to Feng Rulong's body at any moment. How vexing! You have provoked my ire. Feng Rulong retracted his soul spirit, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Being defeated by a mere insect like Han Li was a profound humiliation and a source of rage for one as chosen as he. With that, Feng Rulong's form abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Han Li. His long fingers converged into a palm, white and pure as ice jade, covered in frost. The terrifying true energy clung to it like a blade, exuding a savage force capable of rending everything asunder. Cold jade palm. Feng Rulong hissed, his icy palm striking down towards Han Li's face. Upon seeing Feng Rulong's appearance, Han Li reacted without hesitation, hastily channeling his energy to counter. Bang! Their palms collided, sending Han Li stumbling back 4 or 5 steps. His complexion, once rosy, turned ashen, as a frigid current of true energy coursed through his meridians, enveloping his true energy and creating a sensation of stagnation. His internal organs felt as though they had shattered, and the arm he had used to counter Feng Rulong's strike was now numb, as if the very bones had been crushed under the force of the blow. Can you still fight? then receive another palm strike from me." Fong Rulong's cold gaze flicked upwards, and in an instant he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the force of which was considerably more formidable than before, signifying a trend that suggested he could incapacitate Han Li with a single blow. In the present moment, the full extent of his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement was on display, exerting an overwhelming pressure on Han Li, leaving him momentarily dazed and struggling to respond in time. As Fong Rulong launched his palm attack, Han Li instinctively retreated, knowing full well he could not confront this strike head-on. Once he had distanced himself from Fong Rulong's assault, Han Li infused his bloodthirsty blade with true energy. His eyes appearing almost vacant, that he activated the relentless blade intent he had mastered, allowing the blade to slice through the void, leaving behind intricate trajectories that exuded an inexplicable charm, enveloping the arena with an ominous aura. All present felt as though they were being drawn into a terrifying realm that in their minds, a hellish vision materialized, an inferno filled with boiling oil, mountains of blades, and various tortures, where countless souls, under the coercion of malevolent spirits, were dismembered or cast into cauldrons of scalding oil, enduring agonizing torment that seemed to stretch into eternity. The atmosphere was steeped in a blend of killing intent, resentment, and fear, creating an unsettling ambience that sent chills down their spines. Instilling a sense of dread, what just transpired? One onlooker thought, that I feel as if I have been dragged into hell, subjected to the most harrowing of fates. Even now, I shudder at the memory. It feels as if I have truly visited the depths of hell. Goodness, I have turned coward. Another murmured, eyes wide with terror, as they instinctively searched for a semblance of safety. The scene they had just witnessed felt eerily real, as if they had experienced it firsthand. Little did they realize that it was merely an illusion conjured by Han Li's relentless blade intent, a terror born from the depths of their souls, a psychological torment that left them reeling. Relentless. Is this truly the boy's realm of blade intent? It is nothing short of a hellish landscape. From the technique he is about to unleash, I sense a terrifying malevolence. Should this blade be unleashed once he ascends to a higher realm, even the most formidable of innate realm warriors might meet their demise. Even the innate realm warriors were shaken by Han Li's relentless blade intent, which conjured an image of a purgatory that inflicted psychological damage before the blade had even been drawn. It is difficult to fathom the scene that would unfold should Han Li actually strike with that blade. The inherent malevolence and wickedness of the relentless blade technique instilled a profound sense of dread in those of the innate realm. This young man possesses an unparalleled comprehension of martial arts. Such terrifying insight, coupled with a martial intent capable of affecting the psyche, is indeed extraordinary. What a pity, what a true pity, on the seats reserved for the 7 schools of martial arts. The elder Gao Ming of the Xianjian sect and representatives from the Xianin Valley and the Refining God sect expressed their astonishment. The power of the relentless blade intent surpassed their wildest imaginations. Deepening their regret for Han Li, meanwhile, on the arena, Han Li was prepared to unleash his strike. Relentless, first form, relentless hell, he declared, and with that he swept his blade, unleashing a torrent of blood-red blade energy that surged forth like a crimson sun. A celestial blossom blooming before the eyes of the spectators, imbued with a fierce and tragic aura, reminiscent of fleeting life, that in an instant, the blood-red blade dragon surged toward Fong Rulong, cleaving through time and shattering the void with an almost incomprehensible speed. Chapter 38. Who says I am a yellow quality soul? As the relentless hell strike descended, Fong Rulong was immediately engulfed in panic. Under Han Li's attack, he was beset by an inescapable sense of mortal dread. Damn it, how can an ant invoke such fear in me? He roared, raising his hand to summon a long autumn water sword from his storage ring, merging his soul with the blade, exuding an aura that rivaled a treasure of earth quality. Simultaneously, Fong Rulong struck out with his sword to engage in combat with Han Li's blood-red blade dragon. Boom! The blinding sword light shattered against the blood-red blade energy as if it were mere paper. Crumbling into fragments in that moment, Fong Rulong's expression changed dramatically. He was sent flying off the arena, his body akin to a broken tree, blood spewing from his mouth, the sword infused with his soul shattering at that instant. The outcome seemed to have been sealed that no, this is impossible. I am the chosen one, a genius with an earth-quality second-rank soul. You are merely an ant with a yellow quality first-rank soul. Even if you comprehend martial intent, how could you possibly defeat me? Fong Rulong halted mid-motion, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. Following his words, the crowd turned their gaze toward Han Li, their expressions shifting. If Han Li were indeed a yellow quality 7th, 8th, or even 9th rank soul, and had comprehended a martial intent beyond their understanding, then his victory over Fong Rulong might still be deemed acceptable. Yet, Han Li was merely a useless first-rank yellow quality soul. How could he, with cultivation at the body refinement stage, possibly defeat someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement with an earth quality 2nd-rank soul? Such a reality, upon closer examination, revealed a plethora of oddities. Talented individuals who fought beyond their realms were not uncommon. But for someone like Han Li, without any advantages in soul quality or cultivation, relying solely on his grasp of martial intent to overcome Fong Rulong, raised doubts among the onlookers, who began to question Han Li's capabilities alongside Fong Rulong's assertions. Who says I am merely a first-rank yellow quality soul? Han Li sheathed his bloodthirsty blade, his figure standing tall like a pine, with features sharp and chiseled, a cold smile curling upon his lips. You are not a first-rank yellow quality soul. Fong Rulong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Did not the entire Han family witness your awakening as a first-rank yellow quality waste soul? Do you think you can distort the truth before all these witnesses? Fong Rulong's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to the crowd gathered in the square. Indeed, on the day of Han Li's soul awakening, everyone from the Han family saw him awaken as a first-rank yellow quality soul. Surely, the entire Han family cannot be blind to have mistaken the quality of Han Li's awakened soul. What? Out of words, Fong Rulong taunted, noticing Han Li's silence. Seeing is not always believing, and hearing is not always truth. Han Li replied unperturbed. Then his body trembled suddenly, an inexplicable aura rising from within. Above him, a void world materialized, resonating with dragon roars, as several rings of light emerged from this ethereal realm, dark as a blazing sun. 5 rings of dark soul light materialized. This was a 5th-rank earth quality soul. How could this be a waste with a 1st-rank yellow quality soul? A 5th-rank earth quality soul? This boy has awakened a 5th-rank earth quality soul. Was it not said to be a 1st-rank yellow quality? Moreover, this young man had long surpassed the body refinement stage, having broken through to the Qi refinement stage. On the side of the 7 schools of martial arts, the elder Gao Ming and others rose abruptly, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief that a 5th-rank earth quality soul, and yet the specifics of this soul had yet to be revealed. Especially Gao Ming from the Xinjian sect, whose aged, murky eyes gleamed with admiration as he gazed at the slender figure of Han Li clad in green, that a 5th-rank earth quality soul indeed left him greatly astounded. First, there was Fong Rulong with his 2nd-rank earth quality soul, then the 1st-rank earth quality soul of the Duke's estate, Luo Yao, and now, the explosive talent of Han Li, whom everyone had deemed a waste with a yellow quality 1st-rank soul. What on earth had transpired? Was it not said that this boy awakened a 1st-rank yellow quality soul? How had it suddenly transformed into a 5th-rank earth quality soul? Among the spectators, various innate realm warriors whispered among themselves, their expressions complex. Among them, the most notable were Fong Tianyue, the head of the Fong family, and Han Tianming, the head of the Han family. Han Tianming's eyes reflected sheer astonishment and joy, while Fong Tianyue harbored an intense sense of dread and a hint of murderous intent. The emergence of Han Li with a 5th-rank earth quality soul, coupled with his comprehension of martial intent that even innate realm warriors might struggle to master, posed a significant threat, one that could potentially disrupt the Fong family's standing in Nanshan Prefecture. How could you possibly possess an earth quality soul? Fong Rulong gazed at the void world behind Han Li, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Han Li must be a 1st-rank yellow quality soul. Otherwise, the Han family would never have underestimated his existence, that if he truly awakened a 5th-rank earth quality soul, the Han family would have cherished him as a treasure, rather than treating him with disdain as they did with Han Qing. As Han Li's words echoed into the void, a resounding dragon's roar grew ever louder behind him. Emerging from the ethereal realm was a dragon-like creature, enveloped in crackling violet lightning, resembling an avenging spirit of thunder. It soared majestically through the heavens, its thunderous roar reverberating with an air of authority. Glinting with a hint of sanguine hues in its fierce gaze, the menacing dragon head, perched high above in the celestial expanse, gazed down upon the awestruck crowd in the plaza with a thunderous roar. The dragon surged skyward, whipping its tail as it returned to stand behind Hanel. At that fleeting moment, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. How could it be that Han Li, a prodigy with a profound 5th-level Xian-grade soul, was not the discarded waste of a mere 1st-level Huang-grade soul? This revelation left them staggered and incredulous. They had presumed that the genius had fallen from grace, only to discover that he had merely been lurking in the depths of the dragon's lair, biding his time for the moment to ascend. Silence had given way to an astonishing revelation. Perhaps, even as Han Li witnessed their derision, he silently scoffed at their ignorance. The thought sent many into a flush of embarrassment, wishing to vanish from sight for having mocked a true genius. Indeed, my son, Han Tianming, is no failure. He is the pride of our Han family. Han Tianming proclaimed with uncontainable joy as he observed the jubilant reactions of his kin, when Han Li had awakened to the 1st-level Huang-grade soul. The family had sought to strip him of his position as the young patriarch, even pressuring him to abdicate as the family head. Who could have foreseen that the boy, thought to possess a mere Huang-grade soul, would turn out to be a genius with a Xian-grade soul? Congratulations, Patriarch Han. Your son has undoubtedly claimed the title of champion in this gathering. The leaders of the other prominent families offer their insincere congratulations, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Who could have anticipated that the Han family would produce a prodigy of such caliber? Moreover, he had triumphed over Fong Rulong, the chosen one of the Fong family, who bore a 2nd-level Xian-grade soul. Such feats rendered the others despondent that as long as Han Li did not falter, the Han family would undoubtedly grow powerful due to his rise. Soon, they might boast martial artists of innate realms, or at least those of the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, it would be foolish not to forge alliances with the Han family while they were still on the ascent. The heads of the other families reflected on their past actions, relieved that they had not acted too rashly against the Han family, maintaining a semblance of peace. Humph, a bunch of fawning sycophants. Meanwhile, Fong Tianyue, seated with the other family leaders, cast a disdainful glance at Han Tianming, who was surrounded by well-wishers, before turning his attention to Fong Rulong in the arena and departing in silence. At this juncture, it was abundantly clear to all that this martial arts conference of Nanshan County had been orchestrated for the benefit of one individual, a striking youth clad in azure, whose beauty was unparalleled. Everyone else had been relegated to mere embellishments in his presence. Chapter 39. Claiming the crown, an invitation from the county lord's mansion, it seemed evident that this conference would crown this young man as the victor. The thought arose in the minds of the spectators. Han Li was no longer merely a 1st-level Huang-grade soul. He had transcended to the Xian-grade and comprehended the essence of martial arts. Moreover, he had defeated Fong Rulong, showcasing prowess, talent, and insight of the highest order. As for Luo Yao, left to confront Han Li, she could only concede defeat. "That I admit my loss," she uttered softly. The 5th-level Xian-grade soul had far surpassed her own, and Han Li's abilities overwhelmed her in every respect. It appeared he still possessed the strength to engage her in combat. Reaching this point, Luo Yao felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance. Her soul, akin to the fiery phoenix, was sufficient to garner the attention of the 7 emissaries from the divine martial kingdom, for the rewards promised by the county lord's mansion for the victor. They held little significance for Luo Yao, that if she desired them, her father, Luo Yuan, the county lord, could easily procure them for her. That it was merely a matter of additional resources, yet it offered a chance to connect with the prodigy. With graceful steps, Luo Yao approached Han Li. "Congratulations, Brother Han, on securing 1st place in this gathering. Should you find the time, I would be honored if you could visit the county lord's mansion. My father wishes to discuss matters with you in detail." "Thank you, Lady Luo. I shall certainly pay my respects," Han Li replied, committing her words to memory, that he resolved to visit the county lord's mansion after the conference concluded. Eager to uncover the intentions behind the interactions between the county lord and Luo Yao. "That would be splendid," Luo Yao nodded, turning gracefully to leave the arena. At this moment, an assistant from the county lord's mansion stepped forward. announcing loudly that Han Li was the victor, with the emissaries from the seven martial sects and the innate realm experts present unanimously declaring him the champion of the Nanshan County Martial Arts Conference. Thus, the competition concluded ahead of schedule. While the subsequent assessments of insight continued, Han Li was exempt from further participation. The remaining evaluations would serve only to assess the abilities of others. Notable figures like Han Li, Luo Yao, and Feng Rulong were directly ranked among the top three that did that young man accept. Beside the viewing platform, Luo Yao had already approached her father, Luo Yuan, casting a glance at her daughter. He has accepted, but I fear he may still require your father's persuasion, Luo Yao replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of weariness as she observed the ongoing martial arts assessments. After a brief exchange, she bid her father farewell, that as the county lord of Nanshan. Luo Yuan had to remain until the conference officially concluded that in contrast, Han Li and the Han family were unburdened by such constraints. Once the county lord's mansion declared Han Li as the victor, Han Tianming could no longer contain his excitement and swiftly descended from the platform to approach his son, Leer. How did your soul suddenly become a 5th level Xian grade? Han Tianming inquired with concern, fearing his son may have dabbled in some nefarious demonic arts to artificially elevate his martial soul's potential. Such a path could be fraught with peril. Father, have you forgotten the peculiar circumstances surrounding my awakening in the family? My soul should have far exceeded the Huang grade, and though it briefly fell to the 1st level, I encountered fortuitous blessings in the Chilean mountains, restoring my innate talent. I see. Han Tianming exhaled a sigh of relief. I was worried you had resorted to some dark arts for this victory, but it seems I was overly concerned. Fear not, father. I walk the righteous path and shall never succumb to depravity. Han Li assured him with a smile that he had anticipated such inquiries and formulated responses in advance, bolstered by the witnesses among the Han family members during his awakening. Although some may harbor doubts, the evidence before them was irrefutable. Han Li's words contained a blend of truth and embellishment. He had indeed gained the favor of a powerful being's cave in the Chilean mountains, though the specifics of that fortune remained solely his secret. Others could only marvel at his apparent good fortune. Right, you need not concern yourself with the proceedings any longer. Let us return to the Han family together, Han Tianming suggested, and Han Li nodded in agreement. Following his father, they, along with a retinue of family guards, made their way back to the Han residence. Meanwhile, Han Qing, who had lost his cultivation due to Han Li's actions, was being carried back by the family guards on a stretcher. Summoned by the event's organizers, despite being the son of the second master of the Han family, Han Tianyang, he remained a member of the clan as long as he was not expelled. However, the balance of power within the family had irrevocably shifted to favor Han Li's lineage. As night descended upon the Han estate, the window of Han Li's modest courtyard was opened, allowing silvery moonlight to cascade into the room. Resembling a sprinkling of frost, this the spirit-nourishing pill. Han Li sat on the floor by the window, his legs crossed beneath him as the sparse moonlight cascaded down. His gaze fell upon the open palm of his hand, where a round, cherry-sized elixir lay quietly, surrounded by a faint mist of golden, red, and black medicinal fragrances that wafted gently around it. With a single inhalation of the emanating spiritual energy, Han Li felt as though he were floating in a celestial realm. The confusions he had previously harbored regarding his cultivation suddenly became clear. This elixir was none other than the Yunsoul pill, one of the foremost rewards provided by the Marquis estate of Nanshan County. It was renowned for its ability to enhance a martial artist's comprehension of martial arts, allowing them to tread further along the path of martial prowess. Comparable to earth-grade elixirs, it was a rarity that even the most commonplace innate martial artists might struggle to procure for their juniors. Entirely reliant on the influence of the Marquis estate to obtain such a treasure. Moreover, the pill had been escorted personally by a peak 9th-layer pulse-building expert from the Marquis estate, who delivered it to Han Li just before dusk, reiterating that he would need to visit the estate's storeroom in due time to select his subsequent techniques and weaponry. After all, while elixirs could be administered indiscriminately, techniques and weapons must be tailored to suit one's unique constitution for optimal efficacy. Chapter 40. Further progress in martial arts. Invitation to the Marquis estate beneath the window. The moonlight bathed Han Li in its glow as he swallowed the Yunsoul pill, which dissolved instantly upon entry. It transformed into a warm current that coursed down his throat and into his lungs, spreading through his limbs and body. Simultaneously, his mind entered a state of serene clarity, as if he were gazing upon everything from a divine perspective. Reflecting upon his past shortcomings in martial cultivation, in this enlightened state, he meticulously catalogued his various inadequacies and errors, etching them deeply into his memory, ready for improvement once the effects of the Yun Soul pill had fully permeated his being. Deep within the sea of his consciousness, a figure resembling Han Li, shrouded in a misty radiance, wielded a long blade as if practicing a particular sword technique. The blade descended with a powerful swiftness, each strike akin to a lethal weapon, promising bloodshed with every arc. The aura of the blade pierced through the air as if traversing thousands of miles, exuding a regal presence. Dark visions of a hellish domain manifested, transforming Han Li's spiritual sea into a realm of torment, where malevolent spirits roamed and instruments of suffering were abundantly present, binding countless souls in eternal anguish. Moreover, additional scenes unfolded within his mind, imparting profound insights that were indelibly etched in his heart. Moments later, Han Li opened his eyes, his gaze drifting to the flickering candlelight beside him. According to his mental rehearsal, several hours must have passed. Yet, the candle had barely burned down half its height. Han Li mused to himself, as the Yun Soul pill had amplified his thoughts and perceptions, drawing attention to many previously overlooked issues, including the seamless execution of the infinite blade technique. After consuming the Yun Soul pill, not only had he fully grasped the first form of the infinite blade technique, infinite hell, but he also held a vague understanding of the second form, eternal descent into the infinite. With only a modicum of time required to refine his skills further, when compared to the first form, the second would represent a significant qualitative leap, its power far surpassing that of the first. Moreover, his grasp of the infinite blade intent had greatly advanced. Han Li was confident that if Feng Rulong were to appear before him now, he would tremble in fear, unable to conjure even a flicker of hostility towards Han Li, without the need for the execution of the infinite blade technique. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Marquis's estate and inquire about the 7 schools of martial arts, Han Li resolved, rising to gaze longingly at the dimly lit moon hanging in the black sky, his thoughts lingering on the conclusion of the martial arts tournament. The remaining days would see the selected young martial artists choosing their preferred sex, while emissaries from the 7 schools would sift through the candidates to select those they favored for admission into their ranks. However, the events of the previous day had solidified Han Li's determination. The Tianwu sect, the female emissary from the Tianwu sect, had extended an olive branch to him even before he had unleashed his soul. Catching him somewhat off guard and fostering a nascent fondness for the sect, in stark contrast, the Xiansword sect, which had previously proclaimed its intent to recruit him after he had been deemed useless in the eyes of Nanshan County, now remained silent, which left Han Li feeling disillusioned. Even if his talent were lacking, he could accept a straightforward rejection. Yet the emissary from the Xiansword sect had offered no explanation, perhaps merely hoping to select a more talented disciple from the Han family to present to the sect. An important consideration was that the training focus of the Xiansword sect diverged from Han Li's current path. The Xiansword sect primarily recruited sword practitioners, with only a few who practiced other disciplines. Whereas Han Li was a blade practitioner, the Tianwu sect, along with the Shuyin Valley, would be the most compatible options for him. The Tianwu sect embraced a diverse array of practitioners, including sword, blade, martial, body, and spear practitioners, and had frequently claimed the title of the foremost among the 7 schools of martial arts, boasting an extraordinary foundation. The Shuyin Valley, on the other hand, was exclusively dedicated to blade practitioners, typically not admitting those who did not wield blades. After weighing the options, Han Li gradually reached clarity and resolution in his heart. The following day, at dawn, as the sun rose, the eastern horizon was adorned with hues of purple and gold, heralding a fresh beginning. Han Li, dressed in a crisp azure robe, stepped out of the Han residence early in the morning. Upon seeing him, the disciples of the Han family bowed deeply, their respect evident. Han Li was the champion of the recent martial arts tournament and had comprehended martial intent, restoring his soul to the 5th rank of a series of astonishing accomplishments that left many of those who had previously ridiculed him filled with trepidation. However, upon witnessing Han Li's nonchalant demeanor as he walked away, they couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that they had never truly belonged to the same world as him, now that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the younger generation in Nanshan County. He naturally paid little heed to their former mockery and oppression, while they appeared increasingly juvenile and inferior in comparison. Before long, Han Li arrived at a grand residence in the inner city of Nanshan County. Unmistakably the location of the Marquis's estate, that as he approached the entrance, the guards on duty promptly welcomed him, respectfully ushering him into the estate. Throughout his journey from the Han family to the Marquis's estate, Han Li had encountered countless individuals who sought to ingratiate themselves with him, prompting an inward chuckle at the reality of human nature. People were always so pragmatic, swiftly altering their demeanor in pursuit of advantage or to avoid conflict. Amused, Han Li followed the guards to the garden in the back courtyard of the Marquis's estate. At that moment, the guard clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Champion Han, the Marquis and the young lady are awaiting you at the pavilion in the center of the lake. I shall take my leave here. Thank you for your trouble," Han Li replied with a nod. After watching the guard depart, he followed the jadestone pathway deeper into the garden. Before long, he spotted a pavilion situated in the center of the lake, connected by a red-painted bridge. Upon seeing Han Li, a maid approached him, slightly bowing in greeting. "Are you Champion Han? My lady and the Marquis have prepared fine wine and delicacies for you at the pavilion. Please follow me." "Very well," Han Li affirmed, trailing behind the maid. As they arrived at the pavilion, Luo Yao and Marquis Luo Yuan were already seated at the table. Upon noticing Han Li, they rose to invite him. "Greetings, Brother Han," Luo Yao said. "You have arrived just in time. Come, let us share a drink." Chapter 41. The legacy of the Luo family. Luo Yao's promised respect is better than refusal, Han Li said, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Given the Marquis Luo Yuan's warm welcome and Luo Yao's lack of resistance, he took his seat as arranged by them. The lake shimmered with a clear blue hue, mirroring the intricately layered foam mountains across the water, which seemed to stretch endlessly, lush and verdant. Peach blossoms adorned the banks, their rosy petals drifting onto the lake's surface, creating ripples that danced in the water. "May I inquire as to why the Marquis and Miss Luo have summoned me to the estate?" Han Li asked, setting down his bowl and cup after a few rounds of wine. Turning his inquisitive gaze towards Luo Yao and Marquis Luo Yuan, "I presume it cannot merely be to allow me to select my rewards ahead of time. Aside from the Yin Soul pill, you are quite direct, my young friend," Luo Yuan replied, lowering his cup. His gaze swept across the maidservants and guards surrounding the pavilion, gesturing for their departure, in a brief moment. Only Han Li and the Luo family remained within the lakeside pavilion. Luo Yao lifted her beautiful eyes and inquired, "Brother Han, do you have a particular sect in mind that you wish to join?" "I do," Han Li replied. Han Li's hen nodded, and in my heart, I had already resolved to go to the Heavenly Martial sect. Indeed, it appeared that for Brother Han, the only choices available were either the Heavenly Martial sect or the Snow-Hidden Valley, which was truly not unexpected. Luo Yao lightly tapped her swan-like neck and continued, "I wonder how Brother Han views the Cloud Sea sect. Do you have any thoughts about going there?" As she spoke, she awaited Han Li's response with Luo Yuanjing. In fact, long before Han Li arrived at the Duke's residence, Luo Yao and her father had already vaguely surmised that Han Li would choose either the Heavenly Martial sect or the Snow-Hidden Valley. After all, the former excels in blade techniques, boasting countless practitioners dedicated to the art of the sword, which could significantly aid Han Li's own swordsmanship. The Heavenly Martial sect, with its diverse and profound martial practices encompassing spear, sword, blade, fist, and body cultivation, has often been a dominant force among the 7 sects of the Divine Martial Kingdom. Although it may seem somewhat in decline in the present era, its foundational strength remains formidable, having never fallen from the ranks of the 7 sects, making it a favorable choice for Han L. In contrast, while the Cloud Sea sect is also one of the 7 sects, situated in the northwest of the Divine Martial Kingdom and adjacent to the Snow-Hidden Valley. It has very few practitioners specializing in blade techniques. The focus is primarily on sword, fist, and body arts, with a style that leans towards lightness, possibly misaligned with Han Li's own. Thus, the Cloud Sea sect was not within Han Li's considerations. "What are your plans? Could you please clarify them directly to Han Li?" Han Li shook his head, gazing intently at Luo Yao and her father. Ultimately, Luo Yuan spoke. "In fact, our Luo family's ancestors once had a condensation embryo realm expert emerge from the Cloud Sea sect, and they left behind opportunities and legacies in a certain location within the nearby Xianyu mountain range. However, it requires at least 5 innate realm practitioners of the 7th level or above to unlock it. My daughter and I wish to invite Brother Han to join us in seeking these opportunities a year from now. Aside from the inheritance left by our ancestor in the condensation embryo realm, the opportunities can certainly be contested by Brother Han and others. Are you suggesting that I must assist Luo Yao once the opportunity left by your ancestor is unlocked? Han Li remarked, his eyes gleaming with insight that he was not foolish. The legacy left by a condensation embryo realm expert would undoubtedly be remarkable. If Luo Yao were to obtain it, perhaps it would not be long before the humble Luo family of Nanshan County would witness the emergence of a condensation embryo realm figure. However, unlocking the legacy of the condensation embryo realm expert hidden in the northwest of the Divine Martial Kingdom, specifically at the Cloud Sea sect, indeed necessitated the collaboration of at least 5 innate realm practitioners of the 7th level or above. Human intentions are the most inscrutable of abysses. Agreeing now could lead to unforeseen changes once the opportunity arises. Those involved might well change their minds. The inheritance from a condensation embryo realm expert is a rare fortune. And how many innate realm practitioners dare to guarantee their success in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, let alone reaching the condensation embryo realm? At that point, possessing a condensation embryo realm legacy might incite actions against Luo Yao and even their entire family. Brother Han is indeed a wise man. Luo Yao expressed her hope that one day she could invite him into her ancestor's legacy site, promising substantial rewards for his assistance, with a sweet smile. She appeared enchanting in her flowing aquamarine gown, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, captivating Han Li's attention momentarily. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through his heart, prompting Han Li to regain his composure. I am merely a small practitioner of the Qi refining realm. Whether I can successfully break through to the 7th level of the innate realm in the future remains uncertain. That Tio hastily agree now may be somewhat imprudent. I believe it is best to discuss this further at another time. With that, he prepared to rise from his seat. However, behind him, Luo Yao's calm voice rang out. If Brother Han agrees, our Duke's residence can personally craft a quasi-earth grade divine weapon for you. Additionally, we can offer a high-tier mysterious grade blade technique that I trust that Brother Han would find this agreeable. Even if, 2 years from now, Brother Han has not yet broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm, there is no need for self-reproach. Should our Luo family face difficulties, Brother Han's assistance would still be invaluable. Upon hearing Luo Yao's words, Han Li paused, turning to face her. She continued, regardless, consider it a failed investment. A loss that I believe with Brother Han's 5th-tier soul of destiny. Your cultivation over the next 2 years will surely not remain stagnant at the Qi refining or meridian establishment realms. Yaoer speaks for me. Luo Yuan added, there is no need for Brother Han to worry. Very well. Since both Miss Luo and the Duke have extended such generous offers, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. Han Li nodded, returning to his seat, that a quasi-earth grade divine weapon is indeed a treasure that would incite contention among innate realm practitioners. The mere fact that the Duke's residence promised to personally craft one for him was enough to stir Han Li's interest. Moreover, he held great confidence in his ability to break through to the 7th level of the innate realm within 2 years. His foundational cultivation method, the divine prison celestial theft scripture imparted by the lady in the plain dress, and his opportunity to consult her whenever he had doubts in his martial training, coupled with the celestial soul of destiny he had displayed previously, significantly bolstered his confidence that if he could not break through to the innate realm, it would truly be a waste of such a promising start. Additionally, the Duke's residence was willing to prepare a high-tier mysterious grade blade technique for him, which would undoubtedly provide him with more options and trump cards in future battles. After Han Li returned to his seat, Luo Yao added, the high-tier mysterious grade blade technique can be provided to Brother Han in advance, but the quasi-earth grade divine weapon will require some time to prepare. Furthermore, given Brother Han's current strength, you may not yet possess the capability to wield a quasi-earth grade divine weapon fully. That is acceptable. Han Li did not harbor any objections to Luo Yao's statement. As she had mentioned, while a quasi-earth grade divine weapon had yet to truly achieve the standards of an earth grade weapon, it already bore some of the essence of one. For a practitioner who had not even reached the meridian establishment realm, to wield such a weapon would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and covetous gazes from others. What kind of strength one possesses should dictate the treasures they wield, unless no one knows. Otherwise, it is the principle that a commoner is innocent, but possessing jewels could incur guilt. Chapter 42. the messenger of the seven sects. The terms of Chu-Ching outside the Duke's residence. Luo Yao and her father walked out alongside Han Li. The Duke and the young lady shall see Brother Han off here. The rest of the journey you can manage on your own. Stopping at the entrance of the Duke's residence, Han Li clasped his fists towards the father and daughter. Very well, Brother Han. Take care on your journey. You are the champion of this Nanshan County Assembly, and many eyes are upon you. Luo Yuan nodded in agreement, responding with a simple, With that, Han Li turned and departed, leaving behind a tall and sturdy figure dressed in blue, which lingered in the eyes of Luo Yao and her father. Yaoer, do you truly believe that this Han Li is worth such an investment? A high-tier mysterious grade blade technique and a quasi-earth grade divine weapon? Outside the Duke's residence, Luo Yuan gazed contemplatively at Han Li's receding figure and turned to his daughter. A high-tier mysterious grade blade technique may not seem significant within the Duke's residence, and the 5 great families may not even possess more than one such technique. However, at the very least, each of the 5 great families can claim one, that yet a quasi-earth grade divine weapon, in the hands of an innate realm practitioner, is entirely a formidable weapon, even if faced with a peak practitioner of the late innate realm, or someone who has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. They would still have the capacity to contend. Now, Luo Yao has easily promised him a quasi-earth grade divine weapon before he even left. This thought caused Luo Yuan's heart to ache. Not understanding the cost of household necessities, a quasi-earth grade divine weapon is worth enough to forge 2 innate realm practitioners that if it were not for the fact that the Duke's residence has some connections with artifact craftsmen, it would be unlikely to create one without risking bankruptcy. Father, there is no need for concern. Even if Han Li is lacking, he is still a genius with a 5th-tier soul of destiny. As long as he does not fall midway, he is bound to achieve at least the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. With our investment before he rises, I believe he will not turn his back on us. Even if I successfully gain the inheritance left by our ancestors, I will still require time to break through to the condensation embryo realm. Han Li will undoubtedly become our Luo family's best ally in the future. Luo Yao said with a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness, resembling a clever old fox. Once I grow stronger, the quasi-earth grade divine weapon will be in my grasp whenever I desire. Perhaps, with Han Li's talent and potential, he may not even need our Luo family's quasi-earth grade divine weapon, having already acquired a divine weapon surpassing it. Thus, in the lakeside pavilion of the Duke's residence, Luo Yao had already established a premise with Han Li. Let us hope this young man does not squander his talents and that our Duke's investment does not go to waste. Luo Yuan nodded, acknowledging that his daughter was not one to easily let herself be at a disadvantage while benefiting others, that in terms of calculation. Even he felt himself outmatched by Luo Yao's meticulousness. Meanwhile, upon Han Li's return to the Han family estate, a servant hurriedly approached him, informing him that there were esteemed guests awaiting in the main hall, specifically requesting to see Han Li, and that even the clan leader, Han Tianming, had personally gone to receive them, at the messenger from the 7 sects. Han Li strolled along the path leading to the Han family hall, his mind deep in contemplation. After revealing his terrifying talent of a 5th-tier life soul, it was commendable that the several envoys from the 7 martial sects managed to restrain their eagerness and refrain from seeking him out on the very night of the conference's conclusion. Now, on the 2nd day post-conference, they were naturally eager to meet with Han Li, to extend their offers and persuade him to join their respective sections. This was not only to recruit a talented disciple, but also to cultivate a favorable relationship with Han Li. A genius with a 5th-tier life soul was a rare and exceptional talent, even among the 7 martial sects of the Divine Martial Prefecture. Before long, Han Li arrived at the entrance of the Han family hall. Inside, Han Tianming occupied the seat of honor, flanked on either side by the 7 envoys from the 7 martial sects. Seated at the lower left of Han Tianming was Chu-Ching from the Tianwu sect. Alongside the elder Gao Ming from the Xianjian sect, you have finally arrived. The envoys have been waiting for you for some time. Do come in quickly, Han Tianming urged upon seeing Han Li appear. Yes. Han Li nodded and entered the hall, that he first offered a respectful bow to Han Tianming before saluting the envoys of the 7 martial sects that I have met with all esteemed envoys. Now that young friend Han has returned, shall we cut straight to the chase? Elder Gao Ming of the Xianjian sect suggested, then turned his gaze to the other 6 individuals in the hall. What do you all think? Agreed. The others nodded in unison. Elder Gao Ming stroked his beard and smiled as he addressed Han Li. Young friend Han, our Xianjin sect had a former elder who promised that upon awakening your life soul, you would be accepted as our disciple. Now that you possess a 5th-tier life soul, I can assure you of 150 refining pills and a choice between a high-tier or mid-tier sword technique. Although we have few sword practitioners in our sect, we do possess several high-grade sword techniques. Following Elder Gao Ming's declaration, the other envoys from the 7 martial sects began to voice their own promises to Han Li, offering generous conditions as they were eager to recruit a talented martial artist. Some, like Elder Gao Ming, promised a substantial number of refining pills and techniques, while others offered divine weapons and various enticing conditions. Younger friend Han, our Lianshan sect also has high-tier sword techniques available that if you choose to join us, I can petition the elders to ensure that you enjoy certain privileges typically reserved for inner disciples during your time as an outer disciple. The elder from the Lianshan sect added, intensifying his appeal with a compelling offer that stirred Han Li's interest. Each of the 7 martial sects welcomed new disciples initially as outer disciples, only granting the esteemed status of inner disciples after meeting specific cultivation criteria. This included access to residences equipped with gathering formations, which would significantly enhance one's cultivation speed and overall experience. Far surpassing the comfort of being an outer disciple, the elder's enticing offer from the Lianshan sect made Han Li reconsider his choice of the Tianwu sect. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that joining the Lianshan sect was not a wise decision. The Lianshan sect primarily focused on body refinement, with most disciples honing their physical form before eventually shifting to other paths. This was at odds with Han Li's intentions, particularly as he practiced sword techniques that in such an environment. How could he expect to make substantial progress in his swordsmanship? Meanwhile, the Tianwu sect's envoy, Chu Qing, who had remained silent until now, cast a glance at the elder from the Lianshan sect before addressing Han Li. The Tianwu sect offers you 100 refining pills and a mid-tier martial technique. However, if you can break through to the Meridian Formation realm within 3 months, you will be granted early admission as an inner disciple, and I will personally mentor you under a prominent elder of the Tianwu sect. Chu Qing's calm voice echoed in the hall, yet it struck like a thunderclap, plunging the room into silence as all eyes widened in astonishment at his words. Elder Chu, your conditions are exceedingly generous. Given your status, can you truly offer all that you mentioned? Elder Gao Ming from the Xianjin sect inquired, his expression darkening with skepticism. Achieving a breakthrough to the Meridian Formation realm within 3 months was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. The prospect of Han Li becoming an inner disciple and receiving guidance from a premier elder of the Tianwu sect was a proposition that was almost too good to be true, as such conditions were typically unattainable within the sect's framework. The elder from the Lianshan sect remarked, while I, too, find Elder Chu's proposal astonishing, I would prefer if she could offer something more realistic. Otherwise, young friend Han might very well choose to join my Lianshan sect. As he spoke, the elder's keen eyes scrutinized Han Li, as if appraising a valuable gem. Although the Lianshan sect focused primarily on body refinement, it also boasted formidable practitioners of various martial arts, including several renowned sword masters within its ranks. Should Han Li join, his exceptional talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of these esteemed sword masters, potentially allowing him to become a true disciple under one of them. That I assure you, I have confidence in what I have proposed, Chu Qing said, her brow slightly furrowed as she met Han Li's gaze. If you choose to trust me, the Tianwu sect will not disappoint you. With that, she fell silent, and the hall was enveloped in a contemplative stillness. The envoys from the Tianwu sect, Xianjin sect, Lianshan sect, and other prominent martial sects laid forth their best offers. Yet the most alluring came from the Tianwu sect and the elder of the Lianshan sect. Both conditions far surpassed those presented by the other sections. Ultimately, after weighing his options, Han Li felt a sense of resolution that he first cast an apologetic glance toward the assembled envoys before fixing his gaze upon Chu Qing. Elder Chu, Han Li, am willing to join the Tianwu sect. Regardless of whether I can break through to the Meridian Formation realm within 3 months, the favor you extended to me before my talent was revealed is a debt I cannot forget. Excellent. Chu Qing nodded, a smile gracing her face as she stood. There is no need for you to refer to me as elder. I am not that much older than you. Once you join the sect, you may call me Sister Chu. Alas, it seems that my offerings were insufficient compared to Sister Chu's. The elder from the Lianshan sect lamented, though his demeanor remained composed, that he had hoped to see Han Li choose their sect. Yet even if he did not, the Lianshan sect was not lacking in talented individuals. Elder Gao Ming from the Xianjian sect, though visibly displeased, restrained his emotions, recalling the elder's instructions before his departure to South Mountain Prefecture, emphasizing the importance of bringing Han Li back to their sect if he awakened a high-tier life soul. Regrettably, a moment of hesitation had cost him the opportunity to recruit a hidden gem, now claimed by the Tianwu sect's Chu Qing. With such thoughts, Gao Ming rose, unable to mask his disappointment. Since young friend Han has chosen the Tianwu sect, I shall take my leave. There are other matters to attend to back at the sect. Safe travels, elder. The others bid farewell as he departed. Han Li respectfully spoke, gazing at the courteous Han Li. While Xianjian sect's Gao Ming felt increasingly discomfort, he swiftly departed from the Han family hall, striding towards the outside. Observing Gao Ming's demeanor, the envoys from the Lianshan sect and Shuiyin Valley exchanged knowing smiles, easily discerning the reason behind Gao Ming's hasty exit, that it was simply the embarrassment of having overlooked a genius who could have been bound to the Xianjian sect. For them, however, this was of little consequence. After Gao Ming's departure, a few others also rose to congratulate Han Li before taking their leave. Thus, only Chu Qing, Han Li, and Han Tianming, the patriarch of the Han family, remained in the hall. Patriarch, could you arrange a place for me to stay? I wish for Chu Qing to reside in the Han family for a time, both to discuss the sect's rules with junior brother Han Li, and to avoid staying at the inn. Chu Qing inquired of Han Tianming. Of course. I shall have the servants prepare a guest room for Miss Chu. Han Tianming replied, understanding the implications, and rose to leave, repeatedly advising Han Li to ensure that their esteemed guest felt welcome. Once Han Tianming's figure had vanished, Chu Qing stood and asked, are there any secluded areas within the Han family? I have certain matters to discuss with you, as well as to clarify some issues regarding the Tianwu sect. Indeed, please follow me. Han Li nodded, aware that the main event was about to unfold. Chu Qing was willing to promise Han Li that if he could break through to the Meridian establishment within 3 months, he would be granted entry as an inner disciple, even under the tutelage of a prominent figure from the Tianwu sect. It was evident that there were secrets surrounding Han Li that he, not yet part of any sect, was unaware of. For what Chu Qing sought to inquire about, Han Li found himself somewhat at a loss. In Chapter 44, at the Tianwu sect's 9 peaks, Daowu Peak, Chu Qing remarked, this is my secluded courtyard, where I reside alone, and rarely does anyone come to as they walk side by side in Han Li's small courtyard. The faint fragrance of a young girl wafted through the air, teasing Han Li's thoughts and igniting a warmth within him, only to be forcefully subdued. Your courtyard is rather pleasant, Chu Qing observed, surveying the surroundings. The courtyard featured a small pond where golden-red koi swam gracefully, verdant willows stood tall, and various flowers and rocks added to its tranquil elegance. After taking in the scenery, Chu Qing's gaze settled intensely on Han Li, as if trying to see through him, causing Han Li to feel a slight unease. Unable to restrain himself, he asked Sister Chu, is there something amiss with me? No, Chu Qing replied, redirecting her attention to the koi in the pond. Now, tell me about your soul fate. How did it suddenly elevate from a yellow grade 1st tier to a mysterious grade 5th tier? There must be some underlying issues that might bring you trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Li recounted to Chu Qing the explanations he had provided to his father, Han Tianming, embellishing it with a few additional details, starting from the day he awakened his soul fate. I see. Chu Qing nodded with understanding. That it appears that there was some issue with your body that temporarily suppressed the true grade of your soul fate. If that is the case, I can find an excuse to divert some attention away from you. Although she nodded in comprehension, a hint of suspicion lingered in her eyes as she regarded Han Li. Despite his logical explanations, the abrupt elevation of his soul fate was unprecedented in the entire Shunwu kingdom, and there were undoubtedly secrets about Han Li that she was unaware of. However, as Han Li chose not to divulge more, she refrained from pressing further. Each individual has their own destiny, and Han Li's ascension to a mysterious grade 5th tier signified his potential value for cultivation, rendering other concerns less significant. In addition to your soul fate, I shall now impart some rules of the Tianwu sect to you, to prevent any inadvertent transgressions once you join the sect. Chu Qing stated, leading the way ahead of Han Li. In the Tianwu sect, disciples are divided into the outer and inner gates. New recruits must typically cultivate in the outer gate for a year and break through to the innate realm before qualifying for entry into the inner gate. However, you are an exception, as I have made special arrangements for you. With a sidelong glance at Han Li, she continued, once you become an inner disciple, the sect will grant you access to various resources, and you may establish your residence either within the sect's mountains or in the inner disciples' quarters, which are further categorized into inner, core, true inheritance, personal transmission, and chief levels that TO ascend to a rank above inner disciple. One must make significant contributions and demonstrate outstanding talent, at least at the 7th level of innate realm. True inheritance and core disciples are on par with one another, while personal transmission ranks higher. But both are selected by the sect's peak masters that I am a true inheritance disciple under the Dao Wu Peak's master, Xianyin. After your breakthrough to the innate realm, I shall introduce you to my master at Dao Wu Peak. Han Li listened intently, gradually forming a clearer understanding of the Tian Wu sect through Chu Qing's explanation. The sect was divided into outer and inner gates, with various disciple ranks, including outer, inner, core, true inheritance, personal transmission, and chief. True inheritance and personal transmission disciples were regarded as successors by the masters, and the selection of personal transmission disciples was particularly meticulous, often determining the next generation of peak masters. The chief disciple position was highly competitive, with only 10 slots available, and the rankings could change frequently, reflecting the intense rivalry among the top disciples who were already eligible to vie for leadership positions within the sect. Moreover, the Tian Wu sect encompassed 8 peaks, including Dao Wu Peak, Dan Wu Peak, Qi Wu Peak, Jin Wu Peak, Do Wu Peak, and Xin Wu Peak, with the Tian Wu Peak linked to the sect's leadership presiding over the others. Each peak master must be at least at the 3rd level of the innate realm, while Chu Qing's master, Xianyin, was a 6th level grandmaster, renowned among the sect's powerful figures that do you understand what I have conveyed? Chu Qing inquired, noticing her throat was parched but her gaze fixed on Han Li that he nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, sister, I have taken note of everything you mentioned, including the sect's rules. Indeed, it is strictly forbidden for disciples to harm one another, unless there are irreconcilable grievances or a formal agreement has been made, allowing for a life-and-death duel on the death arena at Do Wu Peak. Upon entering the Tian Wu sect, you must diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the meridian establishment within 3 months. Otherwise, you will have to wait until you ascend to the innate realm to have a chance at becoming a true inheritance disciple. Understood, Han Li replied, and afterwards, Chu Qing discussed various aspects of martial arts cultivation with him. Expressing her admiration for some of his unique perspectives, which she had previously overlooked, as their conversation progressed, it became evident to her that Han Li's insights brought her closer to a sense of fulfillment in her own martial path. Making advancement seem imminent, that it was not until the sky turned a dusky hue that Chu Qing realized she had lost track of time while engaging in discussions with Han Li. When she looked at him, her gaze seemed to place him on equal footing with herself. You truly astonish me. For someone at the Qi refinement stage to pose such profound questions is remarkable. And I have greatly benefited from our exchange, she exclaimed with a hint of awe. Before departing, she turned to ask, Junior Brother Han, your soul fate must exceed the mysterious grade 5th tier, would it not? Sister Chu, you worry unnecessarily that if my soul fate were indeed above the mysterious grade 5th tier, it would have been revealed long ago, and there would have been no need for me to endure disdain. Han Li responded, concealing his surprise behind a calm facade. Observing Han Li's unhesitant reply, Chu Qing smiled lightly, seemingly dismissing her prior inquiry as she departed, leaving only the lingering impression of her white gown, which Han Li pondered long after. In Chapter 45, Fiery Blade at the 3rd level, setting off for Tian Wu sect, Han Li reflected, with the conclusion of this martial arts conference, I am nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. After Chu Qing's departure, Han Li began to reflect on his recent experiences in cultivation. His consecutive battles against Han Qing, Feng Rulong, and others during the Grand Assembly had further solidified his newly attained 1st level of Qi refinement. Additionally, his recent discussion on martial arts with Chu Qing deepened his understanding of his own strength. The imminent breakthrough to the mid-stage of the 1st level of Qi refinement was now within reach. Simultaneously, Han Li was filled with anticipation for his upcoming days at Tian Wu sect that in a martial arts sect. Strong individuals were sure to be in abundance, and he would encounter gifted warriors whose talents surpassed his own. The opportunity to cultivate alongside these warriors and validate his martial path, ultimately aspiring for the pinnacle, was a prospect that greatly excited Han Li. The Qian Sanzhong Dao, this martial skill, needed to be comprehended and mastered swiftly. With a flick of his hand, a pale red scroll inscribed with runes resembling flames appeared in his grasp. This was a high-level mysterious martial technique, a transcription that Luo Yuan had copied from the original before Han Li departed from the Marquis's estate. It contained content that rivaled the original technique. With just a thread of his spirit sense, Han Li could glean the cultivation methods of the high-level mysterious martial skill, Qian Sanzhong Dao. Mastering this high-level mysterious blade technique would serve as a significant trump card for him. As Han Li's spirit sense touched the scroll of Qian Sanzhong Dao, a sea of flames erupted, with fiery serpents soaring into the heavens, seeking to scorch the firmament. Heat was the singular theme of this fiery realm. A world seemingly constructed entirely of flames. Pure flames danced like fire spirits, unstable, yet filled with destructiveness. Under Han Li's watchful spirit sense, a figure emerged from within the flames, wielding a long blade that moved in harmony with his actions, calming the chaotic sea of fire, which began to flow in accordance with the blade's momentum. As if the figure commanded the flames and the blade guided the inferno. From the figure, Han Li gradually grasped the essence of the Qian Sanzhong Dao, as described in the scroll. At the moment the figure executed a slice, the flames enveloping the world suddenly coalesced, condensing into the blade's body, resembling a glowing red iron block wrapped in fiery tongues, akin to a fire dragon exhaling a terrifying breath of destruction. Creating an illusion that locked on Han Li as the blade descended. Han Li felt his skin tighten, as if sensing a formidable terror approaching. The long blade, like a dragon of flames, surged forth, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him. The next moment he awoke, finding himself ejected from the realm of understanding high-level martial techniques. Sizzling. The pale red scroll in his palm burned like fire, disintegrating into ashes that fell upon Han Li's garments. Gazing at the ruined scroll, he couldn't help but express a sense of regret. It can only be used once before self-destructing, that if only it could be reused a few more times. Perhaps someone from the Han family could master this technique. The inscribed scroll was ultimately a replica of the original, unless it was meticulously copied by a superior material by a powerful individual. The replicated scroll could only be used once, unlike the original, which could allow multiple individuals to understand and grasp the true essence of the martial skill. The Qian Sanzhong Dao that the Marquis's estate had replicated for Han Li could only be observed once. After that, the scroll self-destructed to prevent the technique from leaking. However, this limitation turned out to be a blessing for Han Li. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the ashes from his garments, his eyes sparkling with a resolute spirit. After all, the Qian Sanzhong Dao was a high-level mysterious martial skill that if too many individuals were to comprehend and master it, it would only reveal methods to counter him. It was better for Han Li to be the sole bearer of this skill, in the future, as he achieved strength, acquiring numerous high-level mysterious and even earthly martial techniques for the Han family would be well within his grasp. With a sense of relief, Han Li exited his room, making his way to the courtyard, where he retrieved the blood-devouring blade and began his training in the Qian Sanzhong Dao. This high-level mysterious martial skill consisted of 4 forms: Qilong, Qiyin, Qiyong, and the final form, Yinfen Shilang. Each mastered form could exponentially increase its destructive power, with the last form requiring a consecutive execution of the previous 3 forms to unleash a devastating force of up to 9 times, albeit at the cost of damaging one's meridians and suffering significant blood loss. The last form must never be used lightly. After some practice, Han Li recalled the descriptions of the Qian Sanzhong Dao from the scroll. The first 3 forms were relatively ordinary high-level mysterious techniques compared to the high-level mysterious martial skill itself. But the final form, Yinfen Shilang, was its ultimate technique, one that demanded a life-for-life exchange with the enemy. It could be deemed a method of inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. However, this martial skill also provided Han Li with a substantial safeguard. When faced with an insurmountable foe, perhaps the final form of Qian Sanzhong Dao could yield miraculous results, aiding Han Li in slaying his enemy or securing a fleeting chance of escape. In his understanding of the Qian Sanzhong Dao, Han Li found it considerably easier than mastering the Wujin blade technique. The profound intent of the Wujin blade technique surpassed that of the high-level mysterious martial skill Qiyin, Sanzhong Dao. Although merely a step above, being a quasi-earthly martial skill, its immense potential and depth of exploration were far beyond what Qiyin Sanzhong Dao could compare to. Determined to seize the next 3 days to master the first 3 forms of Qiyin Sanzhong Dao, Han Li paused briefly before continuing his relentless practice, swinging his blade tirelessly, akin to a martial enthusiast, devoid of fatigue. As time passed, Han Li's mastery of the Qiyin Sanzhong Dao became increasingly proficient. After a sleepless night, he had fundamentally grasped the first form's application and the flow of true energy during the technique's execution, experimenting with various methods such as horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, upward thrusts, and direct stabs that in a flash. Han Li practiced the blade techniques alone in his courtyard. During these days, aside from encountering other young martial artists from Nanshan County aspiring to join Tian Wu's sect, Chu Qing had also visited Han Li's courtyard several times. Witnessing Han Li's tireless practice of martial skills, she chose not to disturb him and quietly departed. Until today, a servant from the Han family arrived with instructions to inform Han Li that the emissaries of the 7 sects of martial Dao were about to depart for their return. The young martial artists of Nanshan County had largely selected the sects they wished to join. Upon receiving the notification, Han Li donned a simple white robe, placing the fresh clothing prepared by the servant into his storage ring. Despite his mother's repeated pleas to stay, he set off toward the city gate of Nanshan County alongside his father, Han Tianming, and Chu Qing. Chapter 46. The last words before departure. Han Li's maturity at the city gate of Nanshan County. Nearly 100 young martial artists clustered together in groups, their relationships distinctly delineated, forming 7 different factions. Those gathered at the city gate today were all exceptionally talented individuals selected to enter the 7 sects of Xinwu Kingdom. As the emissaries of the 7 sects of martial Dao appeared, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, gazing with trepidation at the 7 individuals accompanied by Marquis Luo Yuan, along with the clan heads of the 5 great families of Nanshan County, as well as Han Li and Luo Yao, who were flanked by these innate realm powerhouses. The onlookers could not help but feel envy, yet no hint of jealousy arose. After all, Han Li and Luo Yao were undeniably powerful, and their status was exceptional. Compared to these young martial artists, they were like the bright moon high above, incomparable in stature. These 7 emissaries have been escorted here by the Marquis. The remaining journey is long, and we wish the 7 emissaries a smooth journey and a triumphant return to the city gate. Marquis Luo Yuan halted, clasping his fists in respect towards the emissaries of the 7 sects of martial Dao. The clan heads of the 5 great families echoed this sentiment, exhibiting respect and courtesy. Although they were also innate realm warriors, their positions differed significantly in a true confrontation with the emissaries of the 7 sects of martial Dao. They might emerge victorious, but they would likely spend the rest of their lives bedridden, unable to make any further advancements in martial arts. Thank you, Marquis Luo, for your kind escort. That a polite response was offered. With a wave of their hands, the emissaries of the 7 sects summoned 7 distinct airships, crafted from white jade, which materialized at the city gate of Nanshan County. Long staircases made of white jade extended from the sides of the ships, allowing those who had yet to reach the innate realm to ascend. You have only half an hour to spend with your families. Once the time is up, we shall depart for the sect. An elder from the Xinjian sect, Gao Ming, stepped forward, floating in midair, his voice imbued with a subtle authority that brooked no contradiction, resonating in the ears of all present at the city gate. Chu Qing turned to Han Li and his father, saying, "We have only half an hour left, and if there is anything you wish to address, now is the time." "All right, senior sister Chu," Han Li nodded. Seeing this, Chu Qing stepped lightly, along with the other emissaries of the 7 sects of martial Dao, floating gracefully onto the hovering airships, akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, exuding an air of elegance and ease. Witnessing this scene, countless young martial artists felt their blood surge with excitement, yearning for the day when they too could become innate realm powerhouses, relying on their formidable strength to traverse the skies that Lear. The journey to Tian Wu sect is long. You must take good care of yourself. Han Tianming gently held Han Li's hand and said, "While you hone your skills at the Tianwu sect, do not forget that you have a home in the distant Nanshan County, as well as parents who stand by you. No matter the time, your father, your mother, and our family will always be your strongest support. Han Li, my nephew, it was indeed my second brother's fault before. However, you have now become the genius of the Han family. Successfully entering the Tianwu sect, you must strive diligently in your cultivation and lead our Han family to greatness. Stepping forward from behind Han Tianming, Han Tianyang spoke, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Previously, when Han Li had failed to awaken his fate soul and was regarded as possessing a lowly yellow-grade fate soul, he had leveraged the family's influence to coerce Han Tianming into abdicating. Now, however, he found himself uttering such words to Han Li, which made him feel a profound sense of shame. He wished he could find a place to hide. Traditionally, only the younger generation apologizes to their elders. How could an elder apologize to a junior? Reflecting on this, Han Tianyang felt that he was perhaps the first in history to do so. Rest assured, Father, I will not forget that I have you and Mother, along with the Han family in Nanshan County. Han Li replied with a smile, turning his gaze to his second uncle, Han Tianyang, that he understood that Han Tianyang was also thinking of the family and bore no resentment. However, he felt somewhat guilty towards his cousin Han Qingtang, whom he had crippled. As long as you do not mind, that is sufficient. That as for that wretched Han Qing, let him live out the rest of his days as he wishes. Han Tianyang initially wore a somewhat amiable expression, but at the mention of Han Qing, his anger flared. Thinking of having such a disappointing son ignited his ire, and he regarded the incident where Han Li had crippled Han Qing's cultivation as a stroke of fortune. Sparing him further embarrassment at that moment, voices of urgency arose from the divine ships of the seven sects. Half an hour was drawing near, and the divine ships of each sect were about to set sail. Father, second uncle, I must take my leave, Han Li said as he bowed to his two elders and resolutely turned to board the divine ship representing the Tianwu sect, leaving behind a white-clad silhouette that Han Tianming and Han Tianyang watched for a long while. As time drew to a close, the young martial artist from Nanshan County began to board the divine ships of the various sections suddenly. The divine ships of the seven sects emitted a booming sound. Soaring like a long rainbow, traversing the vast mountains and rivers in different directions, it's time for the third brother to leave. The child has departed. Han Tianyang observed the divine ship belonging to the Tianwu sect, standing still for a moment. All right, Lear, your mother now requires my care. Han Tianming nodded, suppressing the redness in his eyes, holding back tears as he followed Han Tianyang to bid farewell to the Marquis and others. Leading the Han family members away to this moment, Han Li was unaware that his mother seemed to be suffering from some ailment. His heart was entirely focused on the Tianwu sect he was about to join and the martial arts cultivation that awaited him. Standing against the wind, overlooking the vast landscape, he felt a burgeoning sense of ambition arise within him. Down on the divine ship of the Tianwu sect, Han Li stood at the edge of the deck, dodging the clouds and gazing down at the ever-rising terrain, absorbing the grandeur of the world below. The mountains resembled coiling dragons, while the peaks shot up like countless divine swords piercing the heavens. Streams flowed gently, converging into rivers, crisscrossing like a vivid landscape painting, stirring within Han Li a feeling akin to standing atop the pinnacle, surveying the lesser peaks around him. In truth, Han Li's mindset was relatively calm and restrained. In contrast, the newly inducted disciples of the Tianwu sect aboard the divine ship were all exclaiming in awe, displaying the youthful vigor of boys and girls. Some even began to wager, claiming that he would one day become a practitioner of the innate realm, or even the Purple Mansion realm. Little did they know that as one approaches the pinnacle of martial arts, the number of those who can stand atop the pyramid is exceedingly scarce. Yet, no one wished to disrupt the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, behind Han Li, Chu Qing appeared silently, her voice cool yet tinged with familiarity. I once thought you were different from them, but I did not expect you to possess the fervor of youth as well. Though you still seem somewhat mature. Mature? Am I? Han Li was taken aback, his gaze landing on Chu Qing's exquisite features as a gust of wind, sharp as a knife, swept past, causing a slight sting on his face. Chu Qing's remark about him appearing mature was something Han Li had not perceived. Perhaps it was due to the scorn he had faced in the Han family, regarded as a waste with a low-grade fate soul, that he had come to recognize the true nature of those around him. Coupled with the guidance of the woman in the plain skirt and the profound martial techniques he had learned, such as the unfettered blade technique and the divine prison celestial thief scripture, Han Li's mindset had become increasingly tranquil, like still water devoid of ripples. Had it been his former self, he would likely have displayed the same expressions of excitement as the other youths aboard the divine ship, often contemplating his future ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming a practitioner of the innate realm, a master of the Purple Mansion realm, a true being of the embryonic realm, or even a formidable entity of the primordial spirit realm. However, his perspective had transcended the mere confines of the primordial spirit realm. He aspired to scale the heights beyond, not merely settling for the innate or Purple Mansion realms with a sense of pride. The more he cultivated and comprehended, especially after practicing the divine prison, celestial thief scripture, Hanli gained a deeper understanding of the arduous challenges inherent in martial arts and the incredible heights that awaited. Just like the woman in the plain skirt, she observed, "It seems you are unaware, yet this might be a blessing for you. Although your talent is remarkable, an overly proud disposition or a sense of superiority can prove detrimental, leading one down a misguided path." After appraising Han Li, Chu Qing spoke at length. She turned, gazing at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers of the divine Marshall County, her delicate and elegant voice resonating like the chill of ice and snow. Possessing a distance that repelled others, akin to the celestial maiden of the heavens, untouchable. Upon your return to the Tianwu sect, you will need to spend a period in the outer sect. During this time, you must diligently enhance your cultivation, that if you can break through to the Meridian Establishment realm within 3 months, I can request my master to accept you as a true disciple, granting you direct entry into the inner sect. I understand, Han Li replied solemnly, nodding. The Tianwu sect offered varying treatment based on the disciples' ranks. Outer sect disciples could only cultivate in areas with slightly abundant spiritual energy, while those who became inner sect disciples would have their own small courtyards or could establish a cave dwelling within the sect's territory. They would be able to obtain 36 small Zhou Tian gathering spirit flags from the sect, enabling them to continuously gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving self-sufficiency and significantly enhancing their cultivation. As for the core disciples, those above true disciples experienced an entirely different level of benefits, though such matters were beyond Han Li's current knowledge. Even though Chu Qing was aware, she would not disclose them to Han Li, lest he develop an over-ambitious mindset. Understanding is sufficient. Chu Qing nodded, surveying the young martial artist from Nanshan County, including Han Li, aboard the divine ship. Her cool voice, neither loud nor soft, declared, on the divine ship, "There are rune puppets responsible for managing your lives. The journey to the Tianwu sect will take approximately 2.5 days. You may choose a room from the guest quarters on the divine ship for your temporary lodging." As her words fell, Chu Qing's figure vanished from the deck of the divine ship, leaving Han Li with an inkling that she had likely returned to the ship's interior to control its flight or to her personal quarters within. With Chu Qing's departure, the young men and women on the deck began to disperse in small groups, some lingering on deck, not in a hurry to choose their accommodations. That a small faction, however, surrounded Han Li, their expressions filled with reverence. Some of the young women even wore infatuated looks, surrounding Han Li tightly, making it impossible for him to move, with several arms brushing against him, leaving him utterly bewildered. These individuals sought to ally themselves with a talented individual upon entering the sect, hoping to bask in his glory, while others simply wished to forge closer ties with Han Li among them. Some young women, believing themselves to be beautiful and talented, eagerly presented themselves, hoping to establish friendships or perhaps even deeper connections with Han Li. After much effort, Han Li finally managed to extricate himself from the throng and hurriedly made his way into the ship, casually selecting a room near the middle of the vessel before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich aura of spiritual energy permeating the room, as if a miniature gathering formation had been inscribed within the confines of the ship's quarters. Han Li was taken aback, realizing that even a divine ship used to transport new disciples to the Tianwu sect bore a small gathering formation, enabling him to see if he could break through to the second level of the Qi refining realm during the next 2.5 days. Han Li spoke with a hint of astonishment, swiftly securing the door to his chamber before making his way to the bed, where he promptly assumed a cross-legged position. The divine prison, celestial theft scripture commenced its operation, drawing the ambient spiritual energy within the room akin to a magnet. As Han Li's pores inhaled and exhaled this energy, it surged into his body, circulating through his meridians and converging in the vortex of his dantian, where it was refined into true Qi. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual sense, the vortex of Qi within him resembled a slowly revolving nebula, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy that flowed from various parts of his meridians. Akin to rivers converging into the sea, transforming into pure true chi that had been refined by the divine prison, celestial theft scripture. Each strand and thread of true chi possessed a quality far superior to that of an ordinary first-layer chi refining cultivator. As the true chi vortex continued to oscillate, the vortex in his dantian expanded further, hinting at the possibility of splitting into two, yet it still fell short by a fraction. Hanli opened his eyes. A sharp glimmer flashing like a blade, he raised his hand, revealing a radiant object that surpassed the spiritual energy in the room, a mysterious stone with a predominantly pale blue and translucent hue. From its exterior, it appeared to be composed of multiple distinct diamond-like crystalline structures that as light refracted through it. Each facet shimmered with a different hue, akin to a resplendent rainbow, that he hoped that absorbing this spirit crystal would enable him to entirely break through to the second layer of chi refining. With a heavy heart, Hanli activated his true chi, enveloping the pale blue translucent stone. This was the spirit crystal, said to be formed from the aggregation of spiritual energy hidden deep within the earth's veins. And exceedingly difficult to mine. Even the Han family possessed merely a small spiritual vein, which they shared with the 5 great families of Nanshan County. The spirit crystal in his hand had been entrusted to him by his father, Han Tianming, alongside the family elders as a cultivation resource for his journey. Only upon breaking through to the chi refining stage could a martial artist hope to refine the spiritual energy within it. Were a body refining stage martial artist to attempt refinement, even a mere whiff of the pure spiritual energy could risk shattering their meridians. Han Qing had initially broken through to the second layer of chi refining by refining some spirit crystals. However, when compared to Fong Rulong, who had broken through to the 5th layer of chi refining, it was also due to the fact that he had refined a portion of spirit crystals. Chapter 48. Tianwu Sect. Audience. As Han Li cultivated within his chamber, time quietly slipped away unnoticed. During this period, he had only ventured out once to replenish his provisions for the food prepared by the rune puppets of the Sky Fairy, dedicating the rest of his day to cultivation, striving to advance to the 3rd layer of chi refining before arriving at Tianwu Sect that on the very first night aboard the Sky Fairy. Han Li's dantian had already opened a second vortex of chi refining, indicating that he had successfully broken through to the 2nd layer of chi refining, becoming a 2nd layer chi refining martial artist. Suddenly, in his room, Han Li felt a violent tremor from the Sky Fairy, as if it were under attack. While seated cross-legged and practicing the divine prison, celestial theft scripture, he sensed a momentary disturbance within his aura. Yet it did not disrupt the flow of true chi within him. After a brief moment, Han Li realized that the Sky Fairy had seemingly ceased its flight and docked at a location. Upon stepping outside, he saw the youthful martial artists of Nanshan County emerging, their faces alight with excitement and vitality. That as-one passed by him. They remarked, "Han brother, we have arrived at Tianwu Sect. Sister Chu is waiting for us on the deck." "All right, I understand." Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, returning to his room to stow away his belongings before following closely behind the crowd onto the deck. As the crowd assembled on the deck, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. Wisps of mist and smoke rose from the mortal realm, imbued with the essence of the mundane world, reminiscent of a celestial sanctuary. Towering peaks emerged, piercing the clouds like divine swords, imparting an immense sense of spiritual pressure and awe. Figures donned in the unique attire of Tianwu Sect stood guard, equipped with various weapons, exuding an enigmatic aura reminiscent of the sect's enforcement team. They resembled celestial soldiers, each one steadfast and unwavering. Their gazes fixed ahead, not even glancing at the descending Sky Fairy bearing Chu Qing. Have the envoys from other counties and cities returned as well? Han Li's gaze traversed the ethereal mountains and the formidable disciples of the sect, each one at least a 7th layer chi refining martial artist. Before settling on his surroundings, one by one, similar Sky Fairies landed, each deck graced by figures of similar stature to Chu Qing, all being martial artists of innate realms or above. Behind them trailed a group of youthful boys and girls, their eyes glimmering with curiosity as they surveyed the grandeur of Tianwu Sect. That it was at this moment that Han Li recognized they were in an enormous square, seemingly atop a mountain peak, which had been carved into a vast platform by some formidable power. Before them, the Tianwu Sect disciples stood vigil over a pristine white portal, seemingly crafted from an unknown jade, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The entrance to the portal was a winding stone staircase, wide enough to accommodate several people walking side by side, yet lacking any chains for protection, which would deter the faint-hearted from ascending the staircase constructed from hundreds of massive stones. Sister Chu, you appear to be in good spirits. Have you perhaps encountered some remarkable talent? Just then, from the left side of the sky ferry, a woman clad in fiery red, her figure alluring and graceful, spoke sweetly, her tone laced with mockery to that moment. A young man bearing a massive sword from a nearby sky ferry turned to respond. Sister Shan, Chu's destination is Nanshan County. What kind of talent could come from such a remote place? I would say even a yellow grade 7th-tier aptitude would be considered noteworthy, that we should not mock Sister Chu, as we are all fellow disciples. Giggle, Junior Brother Li. You certainly have a sense of humor. Indeed, it is quite challenging for Sister Chu in a place like Nanshan County. The woman, referred to as Sister Shan, chuckled lightly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a hint of provocation, seemingly eager to observe how Chu Qing would respond next. Regrettably, aboard the sky ferry, Chu Qing cast a cold glance at the two before turning her gaze to the young martial artists of Nanshan County on the deck, her innate aura suddenly erupting. As if she were a deity presiding over life and death, casting a domineering gaze upon all present. I am well aware of your thoughts that if you wish to prove yourselves, demonstrate your abilities. To enter Tianwu sect, your talents must at least be at the yellow grade 5th tier or above, that if you cannot even endure this minor provocation, how can you aspire to ascend the pinnacle of martial arts? Chu Qing's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, silencing those who had intended to speak, her peripheral vision briefly darting towards Han Li. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li comprehended Chu Qing's intention, that be why releasing her innate martial aura. She effectively quelled the youthful warriors from Nanshan County, preventing anyone from revealing that Han Li was a yellow grade 5th-tier genius, thereby exposing him that it was likely that they intended to use Han Li to humiliate the two who had mocked Chu Qing. Having grasped this, Han Li developed a newfound understanding of Chu Qing. He had not anticipated her to be so astute. It seemed he would have to tread carefully in the future, that as he contemplated this. A voice resonated from the distant peaks beyond the white jade portal, imbued with an undeniable authority. The true disciples and stewards from various regions have arrived. You shall now proceed to meet the Tianwu Hall. May we follow the elders' orders. Upon hearing the voice, all the innate realm martial artists dispatched by Tianwu sect, including Chu Qing, responded in unison. Among them were true disciples of Tianwu sect, core disciples, and some influential stewards, differing in status yet united by one commonality. Those who could venture forth to recruit disciples were all innate realm martial artists, regardless of their cultivation levels. Sister Chu. We shall take our leave with Junior Brother Li first. To Han Li's left, the red-clad Sister Shan spoke softly before departing with the youth bearing the massive sword, each leading their respective groups of young martial artists down the sky ferry and onto the stone steps beyond the white jade portal. You should also disembark with me. Chu Qing glanced at Han Li and the others, leading the way, that in Tianwu sect, if you wish to avoid being bullied, you must possess both talent and formidable cultivation. If you are not strong enough, even if someone violates the sect's rules and kills you, it will be a death without reason. As the crowd listened intently to Chu Qing's words, they followed closely behind, adopting an appearance of eager attentiveness. Chapter 49. A quarter past midnight, the true martial-backed Mountain Han Li, swept along by the throng, trailed after Chu Qing as they ascended the massive stone steps leading to the white jade portal. Beside him, a group of companions from Nanshan County whispered among themselves, their eyes scanning the sea of clouds below, seemingly captivated by the novel spectacle, unable to contain their astonishment and admiration. The thick mist brushed against their sleeves like swirling dust. And as they climbed the steps, they felt as though they too had become exalted celestial beings, basking in an overwhelming sense of superiority. Before long, under Chu Qing's guidance, Han Li and the others traversed thousands of floating stone steps, passed several mountain peaks, and crossed a chasm that appeared to have been cleaved by a celestial blade, beneath which the azure waves churned restlessly. Faintly, Han Li glimpsed a massive silhouette gliding through the depths of the water. Resembling a dragon or python, its colossal form stretching about 100 feet long, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Han Li no time to scrutinize further. This is the Tianwu Hall. Please maintain silence," came Chu Qing's soft admonition as they halted. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves on an expansive platform, the ground beneath them arranged in a black and white mosaic of stone bricks, laid out in the pattern of yin and yang, embodying the principles of the 8 trigrams. Rising on 3 sides were intricately designed buildings, their eaves adorned with elaborate carvings, as if they were piercing the very clouds. Disciples of the Tianwu sect stood resolutely by the jade railings, their swords at the ready, casting an unspoken oppressive gaze upon the crowd. That in front of them loomed a grand hall. Even more magnificent than the structures flanking the hall's apex hung a square plaque of gilded bronze, inscribed with the 3 powerful characters Tianwu Hall, their strokes sharp and vigorous, reminiscent of a master calligrapher's work, exuding the essence of blade, sword, and fist. Those gifted with innate talent stood rooted in place upon seeing the characters Tianwu Hall. As if struck by an epiphany, rendered speechless, in front of the hall stood a high platform, upon which a colossal stone statue gazed out over the sea of clouds, wielding a long spear that seemed to pierce the heavens. Revealing the starry cosmos beyond, a middle-aged man, clad in a purple robe with graying hair, appeared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back before the statue. His thick brows resembled 2 curved, slender blades. And though his gaze was as ordinary as that of a rural farmer, it swept over the crowd with a hint of satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very good, very good. This year's new disciples include several who have already reached the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Focus on your cultivation and strive for breakthroughs, so you may become the sect's potential seeds and ascend to inner disciples, the middle-aged man remarked, appearing quite pleased with the newly selected outer disciples of the Tianwu sect. However, his words left many in shock. 7th level of the Qi refining stage. More than one, behind Chu Qing. Han Li felt a shiver run through him, that he had thought that as a chosen one endowed with a 2nd-tier Xian grade soul, Feng Rulong would be formidable to his surprise. Among the outer disciples recruited from various locales to the Tianwu sect, there were many martial artists above the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Instantly, Han Li quelled the faint pride he had harbored since arriving at the Tianwu sect. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, he realized that within the vast domain of the Xinwu kingdom, there could not possibly be only a handful of exceptional individuals, and he was merely an ordinary person amidst the multitude. Had it not been for his encounter with the ancient divine tree of the heavens and the teachings of the woman in the plain skirt, he would never have had the opportunity to ascend beyond the realm of primordial spirits. That he could not underestimate the talents emerging from other regions of the Xinwu kingdom, particularly from certain cities where resources far surpass those of Nanshan County, nurturing even stronger martial artists and awakening higher-grade talents that dwarfed the capabilities of the modest Nanshan County. All those who have awakened Xian grade souls, step forward, the middle-aged man announced loudly, rousing Han Li from his contemplation. From behind the ranks of innate martial artists, pairs of men and women stepped forth, each exuding remarkable poise and an extraordinary presence, their airs radiating an undeniable superiority. They were all talented martial artists who had awakened Xian grade souls. "Quickly go up," Chu Qing urged as Han Li remained momentarily dazed. In an instant, Han Li snapped back to reality and stepped forward, standing alongside several other young men and women, facing the middle-aged man. Behind them, a throng of youths who had awakened Huang grade souls regarded them with envious eyes. "Are there any talents who have awakened D grade souls?" The middle-aged man inquired of a nearby young disciple. The disciple replied, "There has been no word from the various core disciples or elders sent from outside. Is that so?" The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze turning towards Han Li and the others, revealing a hint of warmth as he said, "Those with Xian grade souls of 4 or above, stand to my left. Those with 7 or above, stand to my right. For those with Xian grade souls of 3 or below, remain where you are." Soon, upon the middle-aged man's command, the group of youths who had awakened Xian grade souls shifted once more. Including Han Li, 17 stood on the left, while only 3 stood on the right. 3, is that commendable? A glimmer of delight flickered in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. "Those with Xian grade souls, follow me. Others, your respective disciples will guide you to the outer sect to receive the necessary equipment and rewards." With that, the middle-aged man turned and strode away, passing the statue without a backward glance, making his way into the Tianwu Hall. Han Li and the others promptly followed, their expressions filled with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Giggling, sister, I never expected you to find a talent with a Xian grade soul above 4 in Nanshan County. It seems your harvest is quite plentiful, remarked the senior sister who had previously mocked Chu Qing, approaching as the middle-aged man vanished from sight. The young man bearing the massive sword followed closely behind, casting a gaze filled with admiration and longing towards the senior sister. Merely a Xian grade soul above 4. And the martial artists who emerged from behind the senior sister with Xian grade souls above 7 are hardly worth mentioning. Chu Qing replied indifferently that as innate martial artists, their memories were far beyond those of ordinary folk. Even before arriving at the Tianwu Hall, they had already taken note of the faces of several individuals on the vessel. After Han Li and the others stepped forward, they recognized their leader. Chu Qing caught sight of a female martial artist emerging from behind the senior sister, also possessing a Xian grade soul, and under the arrangement of the elder from the Purple Mansion. She stood in the position reserved for those with Xian grade souls above 7. That all of you, come with me to the outer sect. Chu Qing glanced at the two and then turned, leading the Huang grade soul martial artist from Nanshan County away. This girl remains as aloof as ever, but it seems her cultivation has advanced considerably, the senior sister mused, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Qing's figure and the departing martial artist from Nanshan County. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing her gaze. The young man with the massive sword stepped forward, saying, with the first seed of sister's lineage present, even if Master Uncle Shinin wishes to oppose this matter, it would be of no consequence. Moreover, sister has returned with a genius possessing an 8th grade Xian grade soul, a merit worthy of becoming one of the top 10 chief disciples. That Li Shidi certainly has a way with words. Upon hearing this, the senior sister shot a glance at the young man with the massive sword, lazily stretching her waist, resembling a water snake, captivating the young man's gaze. Noticing this, the senior sister chuckled lightly, gracefully leading the new outer disciples of the Tianwu sect away. That a whisper, as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, reached the young man's ears at 1:15 midnight, the true Martial Peak's back mountain. The young man licked his lips, contemplating, and then began to lead his group away. Chapter 50. A Change. Reopening the Tianwu secret realm within the Tianwu Hall. Han Li and the others followed the middle-aged man inside. That the center of the hall's crimson carpet stood a three-legged, two-eared incense burner of purple gold, from which fragrant wisps wafted delicately, that a single whiff made one feel as though their lifespan had been inexplicably extended by over a decade, if not more. The front of the hall. The middle-aged man halted, turning to face Han Li and the others. Here, we have two individuals who have awakened Xian grade souls at the 7th level, one at the 8th level, and 17 with Xian grade souls above 4. There are 23 below that level. This time, the Tianwu sect has recruited over 1,000 disciples from various regions of the Shenwu Kingdom, all drawn from different counties, with numerous disciples and elders sent out to recruit. Amidst 1,000 individuals, the emergence of only a few possessing Xian grade souls brought a flicker of satisfaction to the middle-aged man's heart. Yet, considering the Tianwu sect's capability to recruit so many, he surmised that other sects would likely not fall short either. Contemplating this, the sense of fulfillment within him dissipated entirely. Cough, coughed, he cleared his throat, clasping his hands behind his back. That I am Elder Luo of Tianwu Peak, a martial artist of the Purple Mansion. You may refer to me as Elder Luo. Furthermore, do any of you wonder why I have allowed you to enter this Tianwu Hall? Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the crowd, their gazes directed toward Elder Luo, who spoke with a voice heavy with gravity. Warriors possessing Xianpin soul are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 20 in past years, occasionally peaking at 23 this year. However, the numbers have doubled, prompting the sect to provide you with a dedicated training ground. Here, you are required to transcend the Meridian Formation stage within 3 months and attain the innate level within a year. At that juncture, the sect will arrange a significant opportunity for you. Some among you may choose to withdraw, while others may opt to remain. Those who stay will enjoy resources equivalent to inner disciples and certain core disciples. Elder Luo's words resonated through the vast hall, each syllable echoing with formidable authority. The sound of footsteps echoed as 12 warriors, awakened from Xianpin's soul ranks below 3, stepped forward. Thus, of the 23, only 11 chose to remain. Very well, you may step outside. Other disciples will guide you, Elder Luo remarked, nodding knowingly. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, the 12 were swiftly drawn out of the Tianwu Hall by an unseen force, leaving 31 behind. You are all individuals of ambition. Splendid, he continued, his expression brightening as he regarded Han Li and the others. With a wave of his hand, several dark blue iron tokens appeared, cascading into the hands of the gathered crowd. In the next moment, he emitted a cold snort, his tone imbued with gravitas. While ambition is commendable, fate dictates life and death. The resources you enjoy come with commensurate responsibilities. Should any among you fail to break through the meridian formation stage within 3 months, the sect reserves the right to revoke your current status and demand repayment for all resources consumed during this period. Naturally, you may seek resources externally. However, should you fail to advance, your only fate will be to serve as a slave for 50 years on the weapon and alchemy peaks. Or become a death warrior, willingly sacrificing your life for the sect. What? To remain stagnant for 50 years if we cannot break through the meridian formation stage? No, Elder, I cannot accept such terms. I wish to withdraw. Upon hearing Elder Luo's pronouncement, a wave of dread washed over some of the Xianpin soul warriors. The prospect of being relegated to the Tianwu sect's alchemy or weapon peaks as slaves for 50 years struck terror in their hearts. How many among the Qi refinement stage could endure such a span? Even if they survived, their potential would likely be depleted, and the notion of advancement would become a distant dream. Some among them were unwilling to become death warriors, devoted to the sect. Their lives no longer their own, surrendering everything to the sect. This was an unacceptable fate. They were living beings, awakened geniuses with Xianpin souls, not mere pawns molded from childhood by the sect or family influence. Indoctrinated to fear not death. You have no choice but to accept. You have already relinquished it, Elder Luo remarked coldly, surveying them with disdain. Those who could not meet the challenge would serve as slaves. Yet perhaps one day, they might regain their freedom. Instantly, their faces paled. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To enjoy privileges akin to those of inner and core disciples without effort would exact an equal price. Amidst the crowd, Han Li's mind was clear. Yet he felt disoriented by the unexpected developments within the Tianwu sect, which starkly contrasted with what Chu Qing had conveyed, that a significant disconnect loomed between the two narratives. Suddenly, a vision of a woman in red flashed through Han Li's mind, recalling their encounter outside the Tianwu Hall. Following this, Elder Luo shared further details with Han Li and the others before ushering them away. The Xianpin warriors who chose to remain were assigned to the Fighting Peak, where the sect had meticulously prepared a training area complete with a spirit-gathering array and ample resources. The dark blue iron tokens they received required blood to recognize ownership, serving as proof of their identities and enabling the sect to monitor their whereabouts, ensuring their safety, or perhaps a form of surveillance to prevent any from fleeing. As night fell at the Fighting Peak, Han Li and his companions settled into their quarters that a disciple from the Fighting Peak approached Han Li's door, stating that someone was seeking him. Following the disciple, Han Li arrived at the mountain gate, where he found Chu Qing standing in a plain dress, her gaze fixed upon him, an expression of regret in her eyes. Chu Shiji, do you require my assistance? Han Li replied somewhat distantly. Anyone would feel a sense of estrangement after being inexplicably thrust into a situation where failure would result in servitude as a slave or a death warrior. Despite his confidence, Han Li felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing this was not the scenario Chu Qing had described prior to his arrival. Did I apologize, Han Shidi? There have been some changes within the sect. Chu Qing responded, her tone laced with self-reproach and guilt. Upon returning to the Dao Peak, I learned from my master that the dynamics within the Tianwu sect have shifted. The current leader is the former head of the true martial peak, who has broken through to the Yang God stage of the nascent soul realm. The previous leader was gravely injured in a recent battle against a demonic nascent soul and is now in seclusion. The entire sect is now under the control of the true martial peak, which has also reopened the Tianwu secret realm. You must break through to the innate level within the specified time. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. What does this mean? Han Li gazed intently at Chu Qing, sensing that this incident was not merely a matter of the Tianwu sect's turmoil, but something that subtly entwined with his own fate. Even if Chu Qing did not articulate it, her expression, emotions, and demeanor hinted at the complexity of the situation. That I will seek assistance from my master at the Dao Peak. After all, you are the one I brought into the Tianwu sect. Chu Qing promised, shaking her head to decline further explanation before turning to leave. Could it be, as Elder Luo stated, that fate governs life and death? Han Li watched Chu Qing's retreating figure, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He had entered the sect solely for cultivation, yet found himself ensnared in a power struggle within the Tianwu sect due to his innate talent. Relying on others was not as dependable as relying on oneself. If he were to break through the meridian formation stage within 3 months, then that was what he would do. Han Li resolved to dedicate himself to this challenge. Prior to arriving at the Tianwu sect, Chu Qing had mentioned that breaking through within 3 months would allow him to be accepted as a true disciple by the head of the Tao Peak, thus entering the inner sect without exception. Now, it seemed he would enjoy resources even core disciples might envy, yet with such considerable benefits came immense risks, placing Han Li in a precarious position between life and death that he needed to ascertain what the Tianwu secret realm truly entailed. Han Li withdrew his gaze and turned back to the Douwu Peak, resolutely deciding that during the next 3 months of cultivation, he would simultaneously conduct a discreet investigation into the true nature of the Tianwu sect's Tianwu secret realm, uncovering the dangers hidden within. More importantly, he sought to understand the roles and identities played by the higher-ups of the Tianwu sect amidst this series of decisions. The other individuals who, like Han Li, had become key players in the recent upheaval at the Tianwu sect wore expressions of concern, with only a handful maintaining a positive outlook. Their talents were all above the 5th rank of the Xian grade. Elder Luo had previously mentioned that among the group, some had broken through to the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage, belonging to the few with Xian grade life souls. There was a woman who had awakened an 8th rank life soul and a young man in black with a 7th rank life soul. Additionally, 3 others possessed 6th rank life souls and came from families of profound background. With the accumulation of their family resources and their innate gifts, all of them were Qi refinement warriors above the 7th level. And if they made good use of their cultivation time, they would undoubtedly break through to the meridian establishment stage within the stipulated period set by the Tianwu sect. However, for others, it might prove to be somewhat challenging. Upon returning to his quarters, Han Li retrieved several spirit crystals from his storage ring. The spiritual energy contained within these crystals was purer and more concentrated than that which he had previously used aboard the void ship, sent by Elder Luo after briefing them on related matters. Thus, Han Li learned that spirit crystals were distinctly categorized into 4 grades: impure, low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. The resources prepared for them included 3 low-grade spirit crystals and 20 impure spirit crystals. The varying qualities of spirit crystals presented considerable challenges during the refining process, requiring the practitioner to expel the impurities while refining. The higher the grade of the spirit crystal, the greater the purity of the spiritual energy contained within. With fewer impurities, the low-grade spirit crystal he had previously used on the void ship was but a single piece, and among the resources prepared by the Han family for him, there was only that 1 low-grade spirit crystal, with the rest primarily being impure spirit crystals. With 3 low-grade spirit crystals and these impure ones, I should have sufficient resources to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Han Li thought, as he grasped one of the low-grade spirit crystals and began to refine it with focused intent, hastening his advancement as if racing against death itself. The words of Chu Qing lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of urgency within him. The Tianwu secret realm was undoubtedly no benign place, although Han Li did not fully comprehend its nature. However, through Chu Qing's remarks, he understood that the Tianwu secret realm had once been sealed but had now suddenly reopened, likely linked to the new disciples of the Tianwu sect with Xian grade life souls that at the Douwu Peak. Within a grand hall, the silhouette of Chu Qing appeared upon the crimson carpet. Before her was a layer of hazy moon-white veil, behind which stood a figure with its back turned to her, reminiscent of an ancient god supporting the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if a myriad of profound principles flowed around this figure, a mysterious resonance pervading the hall. "Have you met the young man with the Xian grade life soul that you brought?" inquired the figure behind the veil, its voice warm and gentle, akin to that of a young scholar imparting wisdom. Lacking in severity, yet imbued with an air of teaching, it truly impossible for Master to exclude this from the plans of the true martial peak? Chu Qing asked, her expression complex as she regarded the figure of Xianin. After a prolonged silence, Xianin responded, "It is not that it cannot be done. Rather, it is that I am powerless." That old fellow from the true martial peak has already reached the yang god out-of-body stage. Even if the sect leader recovers and attempts to break through, victory is not guaranteed. Now that he has emerged from seclusion, taking advantage of the sect leader's precarious situation to seize power. His intentions are clear. Can the inheritance of the Tianwu secret realm truly allow him to break through to a realm beyond the Yuanshan stage? Chu Qing scoffed. How many ancestors have toiled endlessly for the so-called inheritance of the Tianwu secret realm? Yet what was the outcome? The Yuanshan stage was the most formidable realm in martial arts that Han Li was aware of. However, as a disciple of the Tianwu sect and the true successor of a peak, Chu Qing understood well what lay beyond the Yuanshan stage. How could I not know? The Yuanshan stage is divided into 3 levels: Yinshun, Yangshun, and Yuanshan, each fraught with its own challenges. Not to mention the martial realms beyond the Yuanshan stage. Yet, as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, your master Zisu would never give up, nor would the other supporting ancestors and peak leaders. Enough that it is late. You may leave, that I will devise another plan for you, Xianin said with a cold smile, bidding Chu Qing to depart. Understood, Chu Qing replied, remaining silent for a moment before bowing and taking her leave. Shortly thereafter, her figure vanished from the hall. The moon-white veil in the grand hall was drawn back without command, and the Xianin figure, seated upon a mat, rose and faced the outside. One could see that Xianin possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an aura reminiscent of a gentle and refined scholar. Yet his eyes bore a shadowy intensity akin to that of a fierce predator. I too wished to catch a glimpse of the martial path beyond the Yuanshan stage. Xianin remarked with a faint smile, as if grasping something intangible, a sly grin emerging on his face. Good disciple, let the one you brought remain diligently cultivating at the Dowu Peak. I shall ensure to save him one day. Chapter 52. The appearance of the woman in a plain skirt, stirring the demon mountains in the Dowu Peak. Han Li refined the last of his spirit crystals. Over the past few days, he had gradually refined the spirit crystals, absorbing the spiritual energy gathered from the spirit gathering array on Dowu Peak, as well as various spiritually enriched foods prepared by the sect in just a month and a half. His cultivation had advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement. The breakthrough to the 5th level was merely a matter of seizing the right opportunity. Had it not been for this lingering sense of incompleteness, Han Li would have already shattered the barrier to the 5th level of qi refinement. With your current level of cultivation, you are already at the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet your true energy lacks a touch of ferocity and a martial spirit of progress. The voice of the woman in the plain skirt echoed in his mind. Otherwise, it would be strange for you not to break through in his moment of urgency. Han Li felt a spark of excitement when he heard her voice. Sister Gon, you finally took the initiative to contact me, he exclaimed. During these days, he had not forgotten that within him resided a powerful and mysterious woman whose strength was unknown. However, every time he sought her out, it was as if his calls had vanished into the void without a response. I cannot allow you to languish in your cultivation without my intervention, or you will inevitably become a waste, the woman in the plain skirt reprimanded coldly, before continuing to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. You must undergo life and death struggles. The techniques, martial skills, and martial concepts you have cultivated are not trivial. To presume you could break through merely by coiling up in one place is to underestimate the divine prison, celestial theft scripture I imparted to you, as well as the profound knife intent you have mastered. Her words struck Han Li like a thunderbolt, awakening him to the realization that in his fixation on quickly breaking through to the meridian establishment stage within the Tianwu sect, he had overlooked the existence of his own techniques, martial skills, knife intents, and various other aspects. Different techniques yield distinct true energies, each with its own characteristics. The divine prison celestial theft scripture he practiced was precisely one of such techniques, capable of opening the divine and demonic particles, and his true energy could even be referred to as divine and demonic true energy, albeit in a lower tier version. After all, he had yet to cultivate the divine prison celestial theft scripture to a profound level. The divine and demonic particles within him were but a few sparks compared to the vast sea of divine and demonic particles. That all makes sense now. No wonder I always felt my true energy was somewhat stagnant. Thinking it was due to my true energy circulation or the errors in my technique, Han Li lamented, smiting his forehead. Had he realized this issue sooner, he would not have squandered time on the Dowu Peak. If he had been vigilant, he could have left the Tianwu sect early, seeking a mountain inhabited by demon beasts to hone his skills, or join a team of martial artists to undertake various missions to earn resources while accumulating practical combat experience. Having come to this understanding, he resolved to prepare for tomorrow's departure, as the woman in the plain skirt remarked that she would provide him with some special training in the meantime. Han Li nodded firmly, understanding that he would now approach Elder Luo at the Tianwu Hall to request permission to leave the sect. Han Li spoke as he leapt down onto the futon in his room. After tidying up his belongings, he hurried to the Tianwu Hall to present his request to Elder Luo, done on that very day. Before Elder Luo, they had recognized their ownership of the dark blue iron token by shedding blood. At that moment, their existence had essentially come under the watchful gaze of the powerful figures within the Tianwu sect. Even the desire to venture outside for training necessitated multiple permissions from the higher-ups before a chance could be granted. Upon exiting the Tianwu Hall, a trace of relief appeared on Han Li's face. Everything had gone smoothly. His application to leave the Tianwu sect had received approval from the higher-ups, and once he stepped beyond the sect's boundaries, he could endeavor to enhance his abilities and perhaps devise a way to evade the scrutiny of the formidable figures within the Tianwu sect. The following morning, Han Li briefly organized his luggage before stepping outside the confines of the Douwu Peak, making his way toward the outer realms of the Tianwu sect. Based on a map he had obtained through barter from a disciple of Douwu Peak, Han Li spent several gold coins to acquire a fine steed from the nearby county, ultimately taking 7 days to reach the distant Beast Mountain range, known as the Danyang Mountain. This location lay a staggering 5,700 miles from the Tianwu sect, even for powerful cultivators at the Purple Mansion or nascent infant stages. Reaching this place would require a considerable investment of time. The Danyang Mountain range, while not as extensive as the Chilean mountains that traversed the Shinju nation, held a fearsome reputation that Han Li had gleaned from the disciples of the Tianwu sect, rivaling that of the Chilean mountains, if not surpassing it. The origin of the Danyang Mountain's name is steeped in history. It is said that long ago, the 7 sects of the Shinju nation, in conjunction with several mighty soul formation experts, had attempted to suppress the formidable beasts residing within, only to suffer losses themselves, resulting in the name Danyang being bestowed upon the region. As Han Li ventured deeper into the Danyang Mountains, he immediately sensed the pervasive aura of feral beasts and the pungent scent of blood wafting from within, lingering in the air. Various venomous insects and serpents roamed freely, alongside the perilous man-eating flowers that would snap open their gaping maws at the slightest misstep. Amidst a myriad of treacherous terrains, creating a veritable paradise for wild beasts, each night, pairs of eerie green glimmers would illuminate the surroundings, resembling countless eyes fixated upon him, plunging the entire night into an atmosphere of psychological exhaustion. In a particular area of the Danyang Mountains, Han Li bellowed with intensity, bringing down his bloodthirsty blade with ferocity. A massive python, its body a deep azure with purple hues and shimmering metallic scales, suddenly reared its head. Hot blood gushed forth like a fountain from the ground, and had Han Li not reacted swiftly, he would have been drenched in the lifeblood of the now-deceased serpent. Encountering a 7th-level Qi refinement beast at the periphery was merely a prelude. The deeper he ventured, the more he could only imagine the beasts that awaited him. As he gathered the valuable items from the slain python, Han Li reflected that since entering the Danyang Mountain range, he had already confronted no fewer than 10 Qi refinement beasts. As for body-refining beasts, he had yet to encounter any. It seemed that only the most powerful among them, those on the verge of breaking through to the Qi refinement realm, would appear before him. Having collected the loot from the python, Han Li pressed onward, seeking out even stronger beasts while remaining vigilant for any fellow human martial artist traversing the Danyang Mountains. Although he was still at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough to the 5th level, merely awaiting a life-and-death trial. Chapter 53. The Black-Scaled Crocodile Dragon. A brutal clash delving deeper into the Danyang Mountains. Han Li expanded his awareness, keenly attuned to every sound around him. Any slightest disturbance would prompt him to remain still and alert. Almost there, Han Li thought to himself. The more he engaged in battle with the beasts, the more he could sense his true energy sharpening and becoming overwhelming, as if it could suppress all in its path. Likewise, his martial techniques grew increasingly proficient with the passage of time, particularly the high-tier profound technique, the threefold fiery blade, of which he had nearly mastered the first 2 forms, with complete mastery of the third merely a matter of time. Yet he still felt a lingering incompleteness in his progress toward breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement that as he traversed the Danyang Mountains. He soon arrived at a marshy area nearby. The dark brown swamp resembled diluted dough, and any object of weight that fell would be as if a monstrous maw had opened up to swallow it. There lurked the black-scaled crocodile dragon, a hybrid creature born from the fusion of the dragon and crocodile species. Known for its affinity for swampy habitats, that it thrived on ambush, waiting patiently for unsuspecting prey to wander into its domain before pouncing with its fearsome jaws to rend and devour them. As Han Li approached the territory of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, he witnessed its sudden emergence as it effortlessly tore a low-flying lion-eagle beast into shreds. Kid, that beast is at least on par with a second-level pulse-building beast. Are you certain? The voice of the woman in the plain dress echoed in Han Li's mind. In response, Han Li replied, Sister Gon, my realm has always lacked that final touch. Perhaps this black-scaled crocodile dragon is the opportunity one need to break through. Take care of yourself, the woman said coolly before her presence vanished. Han Li paid no heed to her departure, instead focusing his attention on the black-scaled crocodile dragon that had emerged from the swamp. Now sprawled lazily on the ground, basking in the sunlight. The sunlight refracted off its scales, which glimmered as if they were forged from ancient ice or indestructible obsidian. Any refiner would recognize that the scales of the black-scaled crocodile dragon would be exceptional materials for crafting, capable of producing at least low-tier defensive armor if all went smoothly. Han Li suppressed his aura to a minimum, employing the Xinyu Xiantao technique to stealthily approach the black-scaled crocodile dragon. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand gleamed with true energy, poised like a coiled serpent, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Given that the black-scaled crocodile dragon was comparable to a second-level pulse-building beast, Han Li knew he could not confront it head-on. Otherwise, he would likely perish before even registering its attack. That he stealthily maneuvered behind the creature, unleashing a powerful strike with the bloodthirsty blade. The rich, true energy enveloped his attack, and the previous forms of the threefold fiery blade surged forth, radiating a brilliant crimson light as Han Li poured all his strength into a single devastating blow aimed at the creature's head. That instant, the black-scaled crocodile dragon seemed to sense something. Its massive body twisting as it unleashed a thunderous roar, its jaws snapping toward Han Li with terrifying speed. The creature's blood-red eyes glinted with disdain, as if mocking Han Li's audacity to challenge it. A mere ant at the Qi refinement stage, daring to wield a blade against it. Indeed, it was formidable. Han Li felt the weight of the creature's roar stall his strike momentarily, yet he resolutely continued his assault. Clang! The bloodthirsty blade struck the head of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, producing a violent metallic clash. The terrifying recoil reverberated through Han Li's arm, leaving it tingling with pain. In that moment, the black-scaled crocodile dragon countered with its elongated tail, producing a thunderous crack that echoed through the air, akin to a muffled explosion, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Han Li's chest with a force that felt like a flash of lightning. Thud! Han Li had no time to evade, and the tail collided with him, causing his face to flush crimson. With a cry, blood gushed from his throat as his body was propelled into the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Before he could gather his thoughts, the black-scaled crocodile dragon lunged at him, its gaping maw, reeking of decay, snapping in his direction. This is bad, Han Li mentally lamented, rolling to the side just in time to evade the beast's lethal bite. When he regained his bearings and looked back, he found the ground where he had stood cracked and sunken, as if it were tofu being crushed. Is this truly the strength of a second-level pulse-building beast? Han Li's mouth turned dry as he realized how overconfident he had been in choosing to confront the black-scaled crocodile dragon in pursuit of breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. The black-scaled crocodile dragon, possessing the bloodline of a dragon, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary second-level pulse-building beast. Its power was at least that of a dominant beast among the pulse-building ranks, easily capable of slaughtering 3rd or 4th-level beasts, and even 5th-level beasts would struggle to escape unscathed from its formidable jaws. A grave miscalculation, Han Li contemplated, but soon he regained his composure, tightly gripping the bloodthirsty blade. He retrieved a healing pill he had prepared before entering the demon-slaying mountains from his storage ring and swallowed it. Alongside it, he consumed a chi recovery pill, which not only assisted martial artists in their cultivation, but also replenished their vital energy. However, in terms of cultivation speed, it could not compare to Han Li's rapid refinement of spirit crystals. The impervious blade technique, eternally descending into the void. Han Li called out in a deep voice, his vital energy surging once more as he channeled it. The impervious blade technique harmonized with the overwhelming intent of the blade, unleashing a terrifying aura that ravaged the surroundings that a mere wisp of blade aura effortlessly cleaved through a tree as thick as a person's embrace. With a single stroke, it seemed as if the void itself had succumbed. The impervious hell, whether one or a million, was equally filled. The blade intent was unmatched, the technique fierce, and the blade aura boundless. The blood-red glow of the blade, under Han Li's command, clashed violently with the approaching black-scaled crocodile dragon. With a sharp sound, utilizing both blade intent and the impervious blade technique, he struck with a force that appeared invincible. Accompanied by a flash of red light, the black-scaled crocodile dragon let out a mournful howl that as the crimson glow faded. One of its dragon-like horns was seen shattered, revealing the stark white bones and flesh beneath its black-scaled armor. The synergy of the impervious blade technique and blade intent allowed Han Li to carve a decisive blow into the head of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, igniting a glimmer of hope for victory within him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li charged forward with determination. Once more, he raised the bloodthirsty blade, executing the impervious blade technique, as the blade intent rampaged, transforming the surroundings into his domain of intent. Any creature daring to intrude, unless stronger than him or the black-scaled crocodile dragon, would be obliterated in an instant. Near the dark brown marsh, heavy shadows of blades fell, and the black-scaled crocodile dragon wailed in agony. Its massive tail swept through, like a blunt knife, snapping trees in its wake. In its blind rage, it directed its wrath towards Han Li. Yet its attacks were so uncoordinated that Han Li effortlessly evaded them. Conversely, the wounds on its body multiplied, with hot blood spilling across the ground. Roaring in fear, the black-scaled crocodile dragon recoiled, seemingly wishing to retreat to the marsh. But how could Han Li allow it to escape? "Beast, how could I let you go?" Han Li sneered, baring his teeth. Leaping to block the black-scaled crocodile dragon's path, the bloodthirsty blade gleaming with murderous intent. The black-scaled crocodile dragon's blood-red eyes revealed a savage fury as it scraped its forelimbs against the ground. Igniting sparks, its long crocodilian tail swung violently, an expression of fierce human-like determination flashing in its eyes. Having endured countless strikes from Han Li, the once impenetrable black scales had shed significantly, and a large portion of its blood had already been lost, leaving the creature desperate. Never had it anticipated that this human would be so formidable, managing to tear through its flesh with a single blade. Previous martial artists who had foolishly challenged it, even those at the Meridian Formation level, had all met their demise. Never had it encountered a situation like this. With a thunderous roar, the black-scaled crocodile dragon opened its enormous jaws, unleashing a dark red beam of bloodlight from its throat, akin to a blood-colored sword beam, hurtling towards Han Li. "Come at me." Han Li focused intently, his movements resembling a wild stallion, erratic yet concealing a profound mystery. That he evaded the bloodlight conjured by the black-scaled crocodile dragon and leaped onto a sturdy branch of a nearby tree. In a single bound, Han Li plunged the bloodthirsty blade, infused with vital energy and blade intent, downwards like a meteor from the heavens, targeting the creature's vulnerable eyes. In that moment, the black-scaled crocodile dragon's heart filled with dread, instinctively attempting to retreat. Yet Han Li had already descended with the bloodthirsty blade, embedding it deep into one of its eyes, causing a splatter of red and white to coat him. With a series of thuds, the black-scaled crocodile dragon struggled, emitting a roar reminiscent of both a dragon and a beast. Its colossal tail thrashed against the ground, and its claws, gleaming with a deadly shine, reached out as if to tear Han Li apart. Witnessing this, Han Li summoned all his strength, driving both hands down fiercely. With a resounding thud, the struggling black-scaled crocodile dragon was pierced through the eye and pinned to the ground by the bloodthirsty blade. Its breath grew faint, gradually succumbing to a chilling silence, while its massive tail, too, diminished in motion, eventually coming to a standstill. At last, He had succeeded in slaying it. Han Li gazed at the lifeless form of the black-scaled crocodile dragon. A surge of relief washing over him, causing him to collapse to the ground, looking up at the sky above the demon-slaying mountains. The blue sky and white clouds revealed the sun, partially obscured by clouds. Symbolizing his victory, having slain the black-scaled crocodile dragon, Han Li found his vital energy nearly depleted. His body bore multiple wounds from the creature's claws, and his internal organs and some bones had been broken from the relentless assault of its tail. If not for a flicker of fighting spirit and the hope of survival within him, he would have succumbed the moment he was struck that I must leave this place quickly. That battle is likely to attract nearby beasts or wandering martial artists. Han Li retrieved a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Forcing his battered body to rise, he extracted the bloodthirsty blade from the severed head of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, promptly storing its corpse in his storage ring. Given his current condition, attempting to dissect the valuable parts of the creature was fraught with danger. Remaining in place could very well invite an ambush from others or beasts. After securing the black-scaled crocodile dragon in his storage ring, Han Li hastily took his leave. Less than half an hour after his departure, four beasts arrived at the scene. Had Han Li been present, he would have recognized them as the silver-armored demon wolf, the giant-toothed sword tiger, the black-striped golden python, and the mountain-piercing hedgehog, each possessing strength around the 9th level of Qi refinement, with some even at the meridian formation level. Their crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty cruelty, akin to dogs sniffing the air for a scent, focusing their gaze on the direction Han Li had fled, with thunderous roars that shook the forest. The four beasts collided, their predatory instincts igniting as they hurriedly pursued Han Li's retreating figure. Wherever they passed, the underbrush was trampled and trees were snapped in half. Any obstacle in their path was obliterated as they sped towards Han Li with astonishing swiftness. Damn it, they're so fast. In a certain part of the demon-slaying mountains, Han Li glanced back, hearing the deafening roars of the beasts, his expression darkening, that he had not anticipated that the moment he left. Those beasts would follow him with the keen senses of hunting dogs. After pondering briefly, he surveyed his blood-stained clothes, splattered with both the blood of the black-scaled crocodile dragon and his own. Realizing this, Han Li darkened his expression. Swiftly removing his garments, he wrapped several nearby stones and chunks of flesh he had cut from the black-scaled crocodile dragon in the fabric, hurling them in various directions. Meanwhile, he sought a cave within the demon-slaying mountains that could conceal his presence, that is for finding a water source to hide his tracks. Han Li did not deem it a prudent choice. In a mountain teeming with beasts, every location harbored potential dangers, especially the depths of a water source, which could conceal unforeseen monstrous threats. With the scent of Han Li's discarded clothing dispersed, the beasts split into several directions, searching for him. Meanwhile, Han Li, having temporarily secured his safety, reached the base of a sheer cliff in the demon-slaying mountains. He spotted a cave nearby. Though shallow, it was sufficient to conceal his form. After scattering beast-repellent powder, a common antidote among mountain adventurers that masked scents and repelled beasts, Han Li began to restore his vital energy within the cave at the same time. He prepared to break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. 2 days later, Han Li awoke from the cave, his vital energy fully restored. The gnarled wounds across his body had scabbed over, revealing flesh-colored scars that exuded a fierce and masculine vitality. Within him surged a powerful flow of energy, heralding his ascent to the 5th level of Qi refinement. After Han Li recovered from his injuries, he immediately prepared to break through to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Surrounding him were an array of various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants he had collected after entering the Demon Slayer Mountains, as well as some Qi refinement pills he had purchased prior to his entrance. Intended to replenish and stabilize his true essence after the breakthrough, he activated the divine Prison Immortal Thief technique. Han Li grasped a blood spirit herb nearby, quickly chewing it before swallowing it whole. He channeled his technique, refining each herb into the purest spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, gathering in his dantian, transforming into true Qi, and coalescing into the 5th swirling vortex of the Qi refinement stage. Time passed unrecognized. Within his dantian, the abundant spiritual energy surged forth, as if a water tank brimming with water was overflowing. The vigorous spiritual energy converged like a tide, drawn to Han Li, seeping into his pores. With a soft rumble, a sound emanated from within Han Li. The spiritual energy enveloping him was like being swallowed by a whale, flowing into his body, circulating through his meridians, refining his flesh and blood, transforming into true qi within the fifth vortex of the qi refinement stage, the AT that moment. Under the observation of Han Li's spiritual awareness, the five vortexes within his dantian operated in harmonious balance, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into true qi. Gradually, a portion of Han Li's true qi began to exhibit signs of liquefaction, indicating that its quality was advancing towards a higher realm, facilitating his eventual breakthrough to the meridian establishment stage. When he reached the innate realm, all of his true qi would transform into a liquid state, coalescing into an innate golden elixir, that time. Han Li's dantian would no longer be a weakness, and the power derived from his martial golden elixir would transcend the level of true qi, becoming a higher grade of true essence. With a deep exhale, Han Li expelled a murky breath, akin to a sharp sword qi piercing the air, creating a faint sound as it dissipated in a mist. This moment, he had fully broken through to the fifth level of the qi refinement stage. The true qi within him expanded once more. Had he faced the black-scaled crocodile dragon now, he would not find himself in a dire struggle. At the very least, his injuries would be significantly less burdensome. Having successfully broken through the fifth level of the qi refinement stage, Han Li knew this was not his limit, that he must break through to the meridian establishment stage within the next month and a half. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust clinging to him. Now at the fifth level of the qi refinement stage, the remaining 4 levels to break through were not a challenge for someone of Han Li's talent and soul. The capabilities of the celestial soul had yet to be thoroughly explored by him, but its utilization had already granted him considerable enhancements in comprehension, allowing for a swifter cultivation pace, as his cultivation progressed. The augmentation in martial comprehension provided by the celestial soul would similarly increase, it was time to see what treasures the black-scaled crocodile dragon had to offer. Han Li steadied his mind, touched his storage ring, and released the corpse of the black-scaled crocodile dragon contained within. Before him lay the massive carcass of the beast, its flesh seemingly retaining the freshness from the day it was slain by Han Li. Unaffected by the passage of time, this preservation was entirely due to the capabilities of the storage ring, typically crafted from rare spatial stones, forming a small vacuum-like space. Any item placed within would receive a degree of protection against decay over time. High-tier storage rings often boasted hundreds of cubic units of space, effectively freezing time for the items inside. They would remain unchanged for years. This phenomenon prompted a sense of awe regarding the wonders of creation and the intricacies of spatial phenomena. Han Li's gaze fell upon the black-scaled crocodile dragon, its thick, dark brown scales marred by deep gashes, blood staining its body, and exposed innards visible through torn flesh. Even the remarkably resilient scales of the beast could not withstand Han Li's combined use of the infinite blade intent and infinite blade technique. It was hard to imagine the spectacle when Han Li's infinite blade intent reached its pinnacle. Grasping the bloodthirsty blade, Han Li approached the corpse of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, beginning to disassemble it. He first removed the intact layers of scales, along with the dragon's fangs and a pair of sharp claws. These were all valuable materials from the beast that if traded outside the Demon Slayer Mountains, they could easily fetch at least 500,000 gold coins in terms of spirit crystals. They could be exchanged for a low-grade spirit crystal and a dozen impure spirit crystals, aiding Han Li's cultivation. After a while, Han Li had completely dismembered the black-scaled crocodile dragon. The remaining flesh, particularly the better parts, was kept by Han Li as provisions for his continued cultivation in the Demon Slayer Mountains. After all, the beast's body contained traces of a dragon's bloodline, with some of its flesh rich in spiritual energy and beneficial for enhancing a warrior's physique. However, at that moment, Han Li toyed with a blood-red orb in his hand. Pondering aloud, Sister Gon, is this the demon core you wanted me to collect? Yet I only found one within a beast of the meridian establishment stage. The blood orb in Han Li's hand was indeed the demon core of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, containing the essence of its demonic power, a favored material for many alchemists in their craft. Ordinary warriors would never dare to forcibly consume a demon core, for the demonic energy within was fundamentally opposed to their true qi. Furthermore, the cores retained the lingering resentment and ferocity of the beasts after death, which could easily drive a warrior to madness, transforming them into something inhuman. Thus, they became materials for alchemists, who would neutralize the beastly essence during the concoction process, leading to the creation of various high-tier elixirs that were in high demand. That high-tier demon cores were also often embedded in powerful weapons to enhance their might. I'll store this for now and delve deeper, Hanli decided. Without a response from the woman in the white dress, he exited the cave, seeking out the beasts in the Demon Slayer Mountains to hone his skills and solidify his recent breakthrough to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Approximately 15 days later, Hanli, now garbed in blood-stained garments, bore a thick layer of dried blood. Even his bloodthirsty blade was suffused with a chilling aura. He presented the appearance of a fiend emerging from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss. After days of combat with demonic beasts, a faint aura of murderous intent had formed within him. Though he might not perceive it himself, weaker demonic beasts sensed it clearly, crying out in distress and refraining from confrontation upon encountering Hanli. Fully aware that the human warrior before them had slaughtered numerous kin within the Demon Slayer Mountains, Hanli thought, "I've reached the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage, but it is still insufficient. I remain far from the Meridian establishment stage and must continue my journey deeper into the mountains." As he traversed the forest of the Demon Slayer Mountains, Hanli swiftly dispatched weaker, demonic beasts with a single strike of his blazing blade, dismembering them and storing the remains in his storage ring. Discarding anything unnecessary, that he occasionally exited the Demon Slayer Mountains to trade the collected materials for resources, including around 300 Qi refinement pills for dual cultivation. Additionally, he acquired several low-grade spirit crystals and pure spirit crystals and other healing elixirs, as well as a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron for alchemy. During this time, his cultivation continued to progress to the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. Yet he was still considerably distant from the Meridian establishment stage. This was due to the fact that while he engaged in battles with demonic beasts, he was also distracted by his cultivation. Consequently, though his strength and combat abilities grew, the pace of his advancement slowed. Now, the outskirts of the Demon Slayer Mountains posed little threat to Hanli that he intended to delve deeper into the interior, leveraging the pressure of formidable demonic beasts to push his limits and seize spiritual herbs brimming with energy for his cultivation. Chapter 56. The Great Demon of the Spirit Realm. The mysterious maiden within the Demon Slayer Mountains. In a region bordering the inner sanctum, Hanli found himself in a relatively close vicinity. Upon stepping inside, he felt an immediate chill run down his spine. The surroundings were eerily silent, yet an inexplicable sense of danger loomed. As if from the moment he entered the inner sanctum of the Demon Slayer Mountains, his life and death were no longer within his control. The inner sanctum is truly terrifying, Hanli mused. Feeling a heightened sense of alertness as he stepped further into a colossal roar erupted, and a terrifying wave of energy surged toward him. It felt as if a tsunami had struck. Having only penetrated a mile into the inner sanctum, Hanli struggled to maintain his footing, instinctively driving his bloodthirsty blade into the ground and gripping its hilt tightly to steady himself against the onslaught of energy that threatened to dislodge him. What is happening? At this moment, Hanli came to the realization that the Dang Yao mountain range could not be so eerily quiet that in the outer regions, the incessant sounds of demonic beasts echoed throughout the night. Yet upon entering the inner sanctum of the Dang Yao mountains, an unsettling silence prevailed, starkly contrasting the usual clamor of the outer territories. The stillness felt almost ominous, suggesting that something significant must have transpired within the depths of the mountains. Otherwise, such a potent surge of spiritual energy would not be present. Hanli cast a sweeping glance around, noting the numerous trees that had been snapped in half and boulders that had tumbled down, bringing with them the bloodied and mangled corpses of demonic beasts crushed beneath their weight, now strewn before him. "Let us follow this trail," he suggested. That moment, the voice of the woman in the flowing skirts suddenly interjected. "Sister Gon, this inner area is fraught with peril. If I venture deeper, I fear I may not find any fortune." Upon hearing this, Hanli's expression turned bitter, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Qi condensation stage. Merely surviving in the borderlands of the inner and outer territories was an accomplishment he could take pride in. However, the inner depths of the Dang Yao Mountains housed formidable beings at the innate realm and even the nascent soul stage. If the likes of the 7 great sects of the Divine Martial Kingdom had not returned empty-handed after uniting to sweep through this place, there must be a reason for their failure. The woman in the flowing skirt fell silent for a moment, seemingly considering Hanli's abilities. "Follow my instructions," and I assure you will remain safe within these dang Yao Mountains. There is undoubtedly a great battle unfolding inside. If you seize this opportunity, you may even break through to the Meridian Formation stage. Very well, I appreciate your guidance. Han Li replied solemnly, nodding in agreement, that he then heard the woman's voice resonating in his mind, prompting him to exert his full effort in executing his movement technique. With the blood-devouring blade strapped to his back, he moved with the swiftness of a tiger or a leopard, navigating the mountainous terrain with remarkable ease. Under the woman's guidance, he deftly avoided the lairs of increasingly powerful demonic beasts and made his way unimpeded to the depths of the inner area as soon as he stepped inside. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if he were burdened by the weight of 1,000 mountains, nearly forcing him to kneel. It felt as though he had intruded upon the domain of a nascent soul demon, rendering him somewhat immobile. Use your celestial soul. No matter how formidable the pressure, can it truly surpass the ancient celestial tree? The woman in the flowing skirt showed no intention of assisting Han Li, but offered a solution instead. The celestial soul, a manifestation of the ancient celestial tree that the woman had sought for ages, lay dormant deep within Han Li's consciousness, only awakening when he actively communicated with it. With the woman's suggestion in mind, Han Li reached out to his celestial soul, channeling his mental energy to awaken its power. That he felt a surge of formidable will and strength coursing through him, and the pressure that had weighed heavily upon him suddenly lightened. Although he was still somewhat affected by the surrounding force, his mobility was significantly enhanced. Guided by the woman's directions, Han Li soon arrived at the epicenter of the pressure. Taking refuge behind a massive rock face, he gazed upward toward the heavens. Approximately 100 miles above him, an enormous figure loomed, its majestic form suspended in mid-air. It possessed a lion's head, a tiger's visage, and a serpent's body, complete with 4 claws reminiscent of an eagle's talons, shimmering with a silvery light that instilled fear from afar. Deep violet flames of demonic beast fire swirled around it, and Han Li could distinctly see the surrounding space warp and fracture. Sister Gon, what realm does this demonic beast belong to? Its might is capable of distorting space. Han Li pondered silently, completely unfamiliar with the creature that hovered high above. Feeling an unsettling sense of strangeness, that it seemed to be a rare ancient breed among demonic beasts, already at the peak of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Once it broke through the celestial transformation realm, it would attain human form. The celestial transformation realm. Han Li caught a glimmer of understanding regarding the realm above the nascent soul stage. So, this realm beyond the nascent soul is called the celestial transformation realm. However, the woman opposite the imposing nascent soul beast piqued his interest. He sensed a familiarity emanating from her. Before he could contemplate further, the woman in the flowing skirt directed his gaze back to the majestic creature in the sky. Opposite the peaked nascent soul beast stood a barefoot maiden. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her features exquisite and natural, her brows and eyes like 2 crescent moons. 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down her back, dancing in the wind, while a flowing lavender gown fell gracefully, resembling a proud and resplendent divine phoenix. Her aura surpassed that of mortal beings, and among all the women Han Li had encountered, only the woman in the flowing skirt hidden deep within his consciousness could rival her. In terms of beauty, she was the epitome, a breathtaking vision that captivated all. Upon seeing the maiden, Han Li immediately felt a surge of caution. Anyone brave enough to confront a peak nascent soul beast must possess power he could not underestimate. She was likely at least a formidable being at the young spirit stage of the nascent soul realm. Leave at once, or I shall tear your fragile body apart. The peak nascent soul beast growled hoarsely, its wings trembling as it hovered in the the nascent soul stage. These beasts had long since attained intelligence comparable to that of humans, differing only in their physical forms. Once they transformed into human, their combat prowess could easily overshadow many human martial artists of the same realm. Though the cultivation speed of demonic beasts was slow, their lifespans were extensive. Coupled with their innate abilities, they often held an advantage over human martial artists, especially after reaching the nascent soul stage, where their lifespans could extend for thousands of years. Hand over your Yuan Pe, and I shall leave peacefully. The barefoot maiden in the lavender dress extended her delicate hand, appearing to demand or perhaps forcibly claim the Yuan Pe from the peak nascent soul beast. Do not overreach. If it were not for the fear of the strange power within you, do you think this mere insect in the early yang spirit stage of the nascent soul realm could stand against me? The large demonic beast's voice was raspy, filled with anger and exasperation toward the maiden. Chapter 57. Fishing in Troubled Waters, Seeking Treasure in the Lair of the Great Demon Yuanpe. This girl is intriguing. She dares to covet such a thing. Hanli was taken aback to discover that this desolate place held not only that item, but also a Yuanpe in his mind. The woman in the flowing skirt expressed a tone of amusement. Yuanpe is a precious treasure for demonic beasts, essential for their evolution. The maiden in the lavender dress sought the Yuanpe of a peak nascent soul beast, igniting the woman's curiosity about the unfolding situation. Sister Gan, what exactly is Yuanpe? Hanli inquired, his limited understanding of martial arts knowledge confining him to his current level. Yuanpe is essentially a rare material for the transformation of demonic beasts, capable of enabling them to successfully attain human form and condense a second nascent soul. Such items are exceedingly scarce, and it is unexpected that this peak nascent soul beast possesses one. The woman explained to Hanli that a second nascent soul. Does that mean having one will accelerate the beast's cultivation speed? As this thought crossed his mind, Hanli's heart raced, stirred by a desire to possess the Yuanpe of the peak nascent soul beast. If truly condensing a second nascent soul could enhance his cultivation speed, such a treasure was worth pursuing, even at great risk. However, the woman's words dashed Hanli's aspirations that he would not entertain such thoughts. Your current strength does not qualify you to wield it. Recklessly attempting to refine and condense a second nascent soul would lead to your demise. Moreover, it appears that the Yuanpe has already fused with the beast's nascent soul. To claim it, you would need at least the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, but as she spoke, she shifted her focus. Aside from the Yuanpe of that nascent soul beast, I sense the presence of another item. With it, you need not worry about your slow cultivation progress. Its effects may even surpass that of the Yuanpe. What is it? Hanli eagerly inquired. Follow my instructions and leave this place immediately. I will take you to the lair of that small nascent soul beast, where you will find what you need. Did I, too, require that item to regain some of my strength? The woman in the flowing skirt instructed. Though she did not elaborate on the item, it was indeed a treasure capable of enhancing Hanli's cultivation. Many sought it, investing considerable time and effort in its pursuit. Yet in this remote corner, there existed a coveted natural wonder. To venture into the lair of the nascent soul beast. Hanli pondered deeply, then resolutely nodded that he had no intention of letting go of anything that could elevate his strength. The essence of martial arts was to vie against others, to contend with the world, to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess and revel in ultimate freedom. Very well, I shall help you conceal your presence. Unless faced with a demon of the incubation stage or higher, no one will detect you. Upon hearing this, Hanli quietly turned around and, guided by the woman in the plain skirt, circumnavigated the area. Positioning himself beneath where the grand demon of the primordial spirit realm and the girl in the purple dress were locked in confrontation. Hidden by the foliage of the mountains and assisted by the woman's efforts to conceal his presence, Hanli remained undetected by the beast. However, his heart could not help but pound furiously. Entering the lair of a grand demon of the primordial spirit realm was a venture that few would dare embark upon without formidable strength to back them. Yet here he was, seizing the opportunity presented by the imminent clash between the two beings, daring to encroach upon the territory of his foe. Meanwhile, above them, it seemed that the grand demon of the primordial spirit realm and the girl in the purple gown could not reach an agreement. With a thunderous roar, the purple flames enveloping the demon transformed into blades of fire, shooting forth like countless fiery arrows, tearing through the air and evaporating the atmosphere around them. Additionally, a ball of flickering lightning coalesced at the demon's chest, pulsating with arcs of electricity that exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it could effortlessly obliterate a mountain. That in response to the grand demon, the girl in the purple gown did not remain passive. With her delicate fingers, she frequently tapped the air, as if conjuring flowers from the void, summoning an ethereal melody that resonated faintly in the air. Any fiery arrows that ventured within 100 meters of her vicinity fizzled and dissipated into smoke. She raised her hand, and a longbow materialized, its ends resembling razor-sharp wings of a mythical phoenix, glinting with a cold light. The bowstring appeared to be crafted from the sinews of some great beast, emanating a golden, transparent aura devoid of demonic energy, instead exuding a sense of the sacred. The bow was inscribed with intricate runes that flickered as she drew it, gathering the spiritual energy of the world around her while siphoning the vitality of the flora nearby. Leaving the area around Hanli desolate and withered, did I ask this the essence of battle at the primordial spirit realm? Hanli glanced back at the girl in the purple gown and the grand demon. His eyes filled with astonishment that he had not anticipated that the clash between beings of such caliber could so drastically drain the spiritual energy of the surrounding area, plunging it into a temporary void of essence and stripping the vitality from the plants, transforming it into a means of offensive power. He could hardly fathom what kind of cataclysmic scene awaited at even higher realms of existence that he averted his gaze, recognizing that this was not the time for shock and awe. He needed to take advantage of the chaos between the two primordial spirit entities to stealthily acquire the treasures hidden within the grand demon's lair. With a swift leap, Hanli entered a spacious cavern within the mountains. Unlike the pungent odor of lesser beast lairs, this place resembled a sanctum carved out by human cultivators. Inside, numerous winding passages branched out, and the walls were embedded with diamond-like gems emitting a radiant glow, illuminating the entire cavern. Selecting a central pathway, he hastily made his way deeper into the lair, acutely aware that the battle of the primordial spirits could persist for an indeterminate time. Thus, he had little time to waste. He needed to act quickly before the grand demon returned. "Stop, the treasure is right behind that bone bed." The woman in the plain skirt's voice resonated with a hint of excitement. "Behind the bone bed?" Hanli responded, immediately turning his gaze to the bone bed crafted from the skulls of living beings, pondering whether there might be a corresponding mechanism nearby. "Why not take a look?" the woman suggested languidly. Listening to her, Hanli began to search the vicinity, first collecting all the spiritual crystals scattered on the ground, along with the scrolls of martial techniques lying beside the bone bed. These were all items of immense value for his cultivation within the lair of the grand demon. After a thorough search, however, disappointment washed over him as he found no mechanism. "Exert all your strength and step on the bone bed. It is the location of the mechanism," the woman suddenly interjected. The bone bed, at her prompting, Hanli felt drawn to it. Though the bone bed instilled a sense of dread, a testament to the countless lives that had perished to create it, it was undeniably the most conspicuous, yet inconspicuous feature within the grand demon's lair. Channeling his vital energy into his legs, he took a few steps back, then launched forward, delivering a powerful kick to the center of the bone bed. With a resounding crash, Hanli rolled backward to regain his footing. Behind him, a series of grinding sounds echoed, reminiscent of a beast sharpening its teeth, sending chills down his spine. Turning around, he witnessed the bone bed sinking into the stone wall, revealing an equally sized underground entrance, formed by stacked boulders leading downward. Truly, the grand demon of the primordial spirit realm possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, cleverly concealing the mechanism within the bone bed. Staring at the newly revealed entrance, Hanli was astonished, envisioning how the grand demon must have activated it, likely by slamming a paw onto the bone bed, which had served as a resting place, unsuspected by any intruders. Who would have imagined that beneath such a bed, a hidden underground passage lay concealed? Without further hesitation, Hanli leapt into the stone passage below. The stairs, crafted to the scale of a beast, were almost 2 meters high for him, but with agile movements. He bounded down easily, that he sensed that the bone bed above had closed, and yet, within the depths, waves of frigid air washed over him, causing even his 7th level of chi refinement to shudder involuntarily. Is this the opportunity that Sister Gon spoke of? Hanli pondered as he traversed the icy expanse, but he could not fathom what kind of treasure would be linked to such an extreme coldness. Before him lay an underground lake, deep and clear, with a chilling mist rising from its surface, shrouding the depths in darkness, leaving one to wonder just how profound it truly was. "The treasure lies at the bottom of the lake," the woman in the plain skirt instructed. "Dive down, and you shall behold it. It is imperative that you acquire it, for it will benefit both you and me. Did I understand?" Hanli nodded, disregarding any reservations and plunging into the depths. He trusted that, given the woman's status, she would never lead him astray or desire his demise, that if she claimed it would be beneficial, then it must indeed be true. With a splash, Han Li submerged into the lake, causing bubbles to rise to the surface as if the water were boiling. As he descended outside the lair, the Grand Demon unleashed a furious roar, its fierce eyes narrowing as they fixated on its lair, glaring savagely at the girl in the purple gown. So, you seek not my true spirit, but rather covet the opportunities hidden within this king's domain. You have arranged for accomplices to restrain me while infiltrating my lair. As Han Li activated the bone bed, the formidable spirit realm demon sensed something amiss, its fury igniting like a blazing inferno, paying no heed to its ongoing battle with the girl in the purple dress. It swiftly turned to depart. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest of razor-sharp winds surged through the skies, transforming into a violet flame that rushed toward its lair. However, the figure of the girl in the purple dress abruptly vanished, seemingly traversing through space, appearing directly before the spirit realm demon as it soared toward its nest. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with a graceful lift of her delicate fingers, she unleashed a palm strike toward the heavens. In an instant, an invisible barrier materialized. With a thunderous impact, the spirit realm demon collided with it, akin to the furious collision of Gong Gong against Mao Buzhou, producing a resounding roar as its massive body came to an abrupt halt before the girl in the purple dress. Damn it! If that is the case, I shall first annihilate you before tearing your detestable companions to shreds. The spirit realm demon bellowed, its voice akin to a wolf's howl, echoing throughout the demon-slaying mountains. All beasts, heed my command. Any human martial artist encountered within the demon-slaying mountains shall be slain on sight, and no one shall leave alive, and should even one manage to escape, I shall rend their flesh and soul apart. With each proclamation from the spirit realm demon, powerful beasts responded in kind, as if a dance of demonic chaos had begun. The entire region of the demon-slaying mountains trembled, as if the very earth were splitting and the heavens collapsing. Quaking violently, various formidable beasts obeyed the command of their sovereign, sweeping through the mountains to eradicate the human martial artists. Several peak condensation realm beasts were instructed to guard the entrance of the demon's lair, ensuring that no human martial artist could leave unharmed. You seek death? I shall grant you your wish. The spirit realm demon's fierce gaze glinted with malice as a bolt of searing lightning coalesced in its maw, shooting forth like a cannonball with a resounding crash against the invisible barrier conjured by the girl in the purple dress. Boom! Boom boom! Again and again, the barrier shattered like porcelain under the relentless assault. The demon's wings trembled as it surged forward, its forelimbs extending with lethal claws, aiming to rend the girl apart from both sides, a gruesome display of carnage. Yet, the girl in the purple dress did not turn to face it. Instead, she slightly raised her brows, a faint red mystical mark materializing at her brow, reminiscent of a soaring divine phoenix or a coiled celestial serpent, shifting between forms. Break the law, the girl in the purple dress intoned softly. Above the cosmos, a pale azure phantom arrow materialized, its essence radiating with a profound resonance of obliteration. It emanated a force capable of breaking all laws, annihilating the heavens and the earth, warping all approaching energies, laws, and spaces into a void that seemed to return to chaos. This was an arrow of law-breaking, intent on obliterating all, rendering any resistance futile. Chapter 59. The fury of the woman in the plain skirt at this moment. Deep within the lair of the demon, Han Li remained oblivious to the spirit realm demon's awareness of his intrusion. Simultaneously, the demon had commanded the beasts of the demon-slaying mountains to seal off the area, slaughtering any human martial artist they encountered, preferring to mistakenly kill than let one escape. Han Li, however, was focused on descending into the depths of the lake. Finally, at a certain moment, he shook off the disorienting sensation of plummeting into an endless abyss and reached the lake's bottom. This place was devoid of vegetation, not a single aquatic plant in sight, as if all life had been extinguished. Only an overwhelming cold prevailed, a chill so profound it could freeze one's very soul. Even Han Li needed to continuously circulate his vital energy to keep his blood flowing, lest the frigid air at the lake's bottom encase his blood in ice. Yet, in the depths of the lake, he beheld a lotus platform, resembling a blooming lotus flower with 72 petals, crafted entirely of ethereal blue ice, transparent and radiant, emanating a breathtaking brilliance, undeterred by the depths of the lake. Upon the lotus platform, An indistinct source of light pulsed, akin to a heartbeat, resonating powerfully. Sister Gon, is that what you spoke of? Hanli stammered. The essence of the earth is distinguished by its realms. The heavenly source, birthed above the vast firmament, is sought after by countless souls over millennia, only to find that the true source lies within the mundane world, leading to endless regrets as it eludes capture. Conversely, the earthly source is far more accessible. Born from the essence of the earth's veins, nurtured over countless years to coalesce in a spiritual form. Before you lies a gathering earthly source, albeit somewhat challenging for you, yet your life soul and cultivation methods should suffice. The slightly wavering voice of the woman in the plain skirt echoed in Han Li's ears, explaining the essence of heaven and earth. What is the source? Han Li was uncertain, but he recognized that the earthly source upon this icy blue lotus platform was exceedingly precious and rare. Birthed from the essence of the earth's veins and nurtured through eons to attain its form. Such a rare treasure would surely incite fierce competition among those of the spirit realm and beyond. Sister Gon, how do we collect it? Han Li inquired, gazing at the earthly source. Utilize your divine prison celestial theft scripture to consume it, with the power of your celestial life soul to suppress it. You will aid your refinement. Should you succeed, your divine prison celestial theft scripture will greatly advance, and I can likewise draw upon your refinement to gain some strength, the woman in the plain skirt replied, her tone calm, perhaps suppressing her own excitement, or perhaps viewing the earthly source as merely a snack, akin to a spirit pill in the eyes of a martial artist at the innate stage. Understood. Han Li nodded, stepping forward, only to find the external chill intensifying. Even with his vital energy circulating, he could not fend off the encroaching cold. Frost began to form upon his blood within the meridians. As if with another step forward, his blood and organs would solidify into ice, rendering him an ice statue from within. Refine for me, Han Li silently commanded, activating the divine prison celestial theft scripture with fervor. Instantly, warmth began to return to his blood, but he advanced swiftly, taking over 10 steps, circulating vital energy throughout his body, reaching out toward the earthly source that resembled crystallized ice upon the lotus platform. In that fleeting moment, Han Li's divine prison celestial theft scripture encountered a momentary stagnation that a light frost rapidly enveloped his body, his temperature plummeting to a near freezing point. Cold, cold, so cold, grasping the earthly source. Han Li felt as if his very soul were on the verge of freezing, his spirit teetering on the brink of obliteration, were it not for the vision of a transcendent divine tree swaying in his mind. A tree that connected all realms, and the silhouette of an unparalleled figure standing with its back to him. Han Li feared he might have turned to ice and shattered upon contact. Is this the earthly source? Han Li pondered, cradling the source in his palms, scrutinizing it. Despite the lack of a chilling aura, the moment of contact rendered his entire being as if frozen. Even the divine prison celestial theft scripture imparted by the woman in the plain skirt momentarily stalling, halting the flow of his cultivation. The earthly source truly pulsated like a living heart within his hands. From it, Han Li sensed a profound essence, perhaps the earth's essence and energy spoken of by the woman in the plain skirt. After all, the earthly source was birthed from the essence of the earth, nurtured and shaped by the earth's vitality. Consume it, refine it. Gazing at the earthly source, Han Li hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly swallowing it whole, treating it like a fruit as it entered his mouth. The instant the earthly source slid down his throat, Han Li felt a chilling force surge toward his crown. Refine, refine. Han Li felt a certain dullness, as if his body had completely stiffened the moment he swallowed the essence of the earth. His vision darkened, and he fell backward. Simultaneously, the divine prison Immortal Thief Sutra unexpectedly resumed its operation just before he lost consciousness entirely. An unprecedented and terrifying refining power surged within Han Li's body, and the celestial soul residing deep within his spirit seemed to sense that its master was undergoing a transformation teetering on the brink of life and death. To transcend this state would mean soaring like a dragon into the heavens. To falter would spell certain demise and the shattering of his soul. I in the realm of darkness. The celestial soul swayed gently, its branches and leaves stirring to emit an invisible, profound aura that enveloped Han Li's limbs and meridians. The divine prison Immortal Thief Sutra, also since the assistance of this external force, accelerating the refining process. Han Li's true energy was actively summoned by the sutra, which refined the frost formed in the wake of the essence of the earth, transforming it into a part of Han Li's true energy. Thus, with this reciprocal exchange, the essence of the earth was gradually forced toward Han Li's dantian, the source of his true energy and the locus of his chi rotation. All true energy was drawn from this rotation. Under the threefold interplay of the divine prison immortal thief sutra, the celestial soul, and the essence of the earth, Han Li's flesh and blood began to undergo a transformation. His flesh, bones, marrow, and true energy were all slowly evolving in ways that were beyond imagination. However, within Han Li's consciousness, a will to cleanse sins and redeem all beings intruded, catalyzing a qualitative change alongside the three entities of the divine prison immortal thief sutra. Unending, the cold voice of the woman in the white dress resounded. Ethereal, yet imbued with an unmistakable fury, as if she had sensed a plot against her. Her agitation was palpable, her teeth clenched in frustration that I should have anticipated that the unending blade technique was not something an ordinary individual could conceive, let alone a mere ant of the meridian establishment realm. Her voice was frigid, embodying the will that participated in the struggle for the divine prison immortal thief sutra. Undoubtedly, this will was intertwined with Han Li's cultivation of the unending blade intent and the unending blade technique. At this juncture, amidst the fierce competition, it seemed as though Han Li's body had become a battlefield, with forces clashing to seize control over him. As four distinct energies collided, the qualitative change within Han Li intensified. At times, he radiated the formidable aura of a celestial demon, dominating the skies. At others, he embodied the vastness of the heavens, shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, he exuded the frigid essence of the Arctic, chilling the very soul. And at yet other moments, he resembled an unending purgatory, doomed to eternal descent. Different wills and energies stood as four formidable pillars, partitioning Han Li's body into quadrants. The unending blade intent claimed dominion over Han Li's bones and marrow, transforming them into a skeletal structure imbued with an ancient script, shimmering like jade, yet stained crimson as if soaked in blood for eons. The divine prison immortal thief sutra took control of Han Li's flesh and blood, with countless particles of the divine prison vibrating as if they were an infinite multitude of worlds, exuding an unparalleled will akin to an unparalleled demon god's roar. Under the pressure from the three forces, the essence of the earth willingly integrated into Han Li's meridians and true energy rotation, expanding his meridians while a portion of its power was refined into true energy by the divine prison immortal thief sutra. Coalescing in his chi-si, the celestial soul, born from the ancient celestial tree, safeguarded Han Li's spirit and mind, embodying an eternal and sacred essence, undergoing its gradual transformation. Soul, blood, bones, flesh, marrow, and even true energy were divided among the four energies, forming a perfect cycle that seemed to forge an exceptionally robust physique. Han Li's innate talent, unbeknownst to him, was being forcibly and passively enhanced. Witnessing this scene, the woman in the white dress became increasingly agitated. She realized that she was unable to extract most of the essence of the earth, as it had all been absorbed by Han Li's body, causing her great distress. Although a portion of the essence of the earth was insignificant when she was at her peak. Now, without the ability to leave Han Li, no one could procure it for her, nor was there any surplus essence available for her to absorb. These old fools, unaware of their own impending doom, dare to plot against me. One day, I shall dismantle their graves. Deep within Han Li's consciousness, beneath the swaying branches of the celestial soul, the woman in the white dress opened her captivating eyes, revealing a chilling fury. She was truly incensed by the current state of affairs that if she could absorb the essence of the earth that had completely merged with Han Li, although she would not regain even a fraction of her former power, it would suffice to extricate her from the depths of Han Li's mind without relying on the energy emitted by the celestial soul. Now, however, it seemed as though her efforts were in vain. The essence of the earth had become the foundation, the unending blade forged his bones, the divine prison immortal thief refined his body, and the ancient celestial tree nurtured his soul. All of these treasures had been seized by this youth. To her profound dismay, suppressing her fury, The woman in the white dress cast a cursory glance at Han Li's internal state, her expression shifting to one of astonishment and admiration. The essence of the earth had become the foundation of his martial path. The unending blade intent had forged his skeletal structure, and the divine prison Immortal Thief Sutra served to refine his body while the celestial soul nurtured his spirit. This level of foundation was sufficient to rival many supreme immortal sex saints and goddesses. And even descendants of the innate divine demons would hesitate to claim superiority over Han Li in terms of innate talent and foundation. While the essence of the earth was indeed powerful, the celestial source and even the divine source and holy source were unmatched. Yet, the unending blade intent, the divine prison Immortal Thief Sutra, and the ancient celestial tree were not treasures that just anyone could obtain. Even a single item would elevate one to the ranks of the immortal kings. Fortuitously, Han Li possessed all three, that the battle above was nearing its conclusion, but his transformation required some additional time. Well then, what has transpired cannot be undone. I shall lend you a helping hand. The woman in the white dress sighed softly. Seated beneath the celestial soul, she flicked her fingers, and a flicker of spiritual light vanished into the abyss of Han Li's consciousness. At that moment, her complexion turned pale, as if the flicker of spiritual light had depleted her meager reserves of power. As the spiritual light entered Han Li, the four energies and wills accelerated their qualitative transformation. Within Han Li's Qi, the essence of the earth was surrounded by 7 Qi rotations, from which the essence of the earth's energy was absorbed and refined, integrating into Han Li's flesh. A portion also seeped into his bones, hastening the transformation. Within the rotations, the 8th and 9th rotations were rapidly coalescing. Subsequently, Han Li's cultivation did not directly break through to the meridian establishment realm. Rather, he continued to condense the 10th, 11th, and 12th rotations. Only after the 15th rotation was formed did the pace of condensation gradually slow and eventually cease to others. Han Li's realm still appeared as the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Yet in truth, he had reached the 15th level of the Qi refining stage. Compared to others, Han Li had 6 levels more, enough to rival a 3rd-level meridian establishment warrior to in the eyes of the woman in the white dress. Han Li had breached the extreme realm. Why is it that true prodigies can transcend boundaries in higher realms with the ease of eating and drinking? The reason lies in their ability to break through the limits of lower realms. Achieving the extreme state early on in the context of the Qi refining stage, reaching the 15th level of the extreme realm in Han Li could engage a 3rd-level meridian establishment warrior without any weapons. However, the embodiment of true boundary-crossing combat could only manifest in higher realms to that point. The warrior would have mastered the forces of heaven and earth, manipulating the laws of nature with the slightest thought. While formidable warriors could directly alter the rules of existence, creating their own domains, the true strength of those who had broken through the extreme realm would then be revealed. But those were tales for another time. The 15th level of the extreme realm was sufficient to contend with the saints and goddesses of ancient celestial traditions. Perhaps he too could achieve such feats. The woman in the white dress smiled faintly and then fell into slumber, awaiting Han Li's awakening from his transformation. Meanwhile, above the lair of the great demon, the battle had indeed reached its climax. Just as the woman had surmised, in the skies, the wings of the great demon at the spirit realm had been partially severed, exposing flesh to the air, while its blood fell to the ground like heavy boulders, creating deep craters. Opposite, the girl in the purple dress appeared somewhat pale, as if greatly drained. Chapter 61. The Wrath of the Great Demon. Awakening. How dare you, human? You have severed my wing. Above the firmament, a formidable beast of the primordial spirit realm let out a thunderous roar, its tyrannical aura bending the flora in a 1,000-mile radius. The earth trembled violently, sending rocks cascading down the mountains and fish leaping from the streams, revealing their bellies in a display of distress. The furious voice, laced with a hint of profound agony, resonated through the air. Although the great beast had reached a level of power that allowed it to traverse the void without the need for wings, it was nonetheless deeply resentful, for its wings had been severed by a single arrow from the purple-clad maiden before it, a grievance that words could scarcely convey. At that moment, the beast longed to crush the purple-clad girl beneath its claws, tearing her to shreds in a futile attempt to quell its unrelenting hatred. You sought to end my life. "I merely acted in self-defense," the maiden retorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Her sweet yet chilling voice echoed like that of a noble goddess, yet the longbow in her grasp trembled subtly, revealing the toll the fierce battle against the primordial spirit beast had taken on her own strength. This beast, a pinnacle entity of the primordial spirit realm, was a formidable adversary. For her to forcibly sever its wings was an exceedingly daunting task, one that bordered on the impossible. Yet against all odds, she had succeeded, inciting the beast's wrath. "How dare you? I shall obliterate you utterly," it bellowed, its anger drowning out her explanations. Enraged, it believed this human woman coveted its essence, daring to engage it in combat with her divine weapon and the peculiar prowess of the primordial spirit realm. The loss of its wing, compounded by the intrusion of companions into its lair seeking its treasures, had driven the beast to the brink of insanity. Behind the beast, 3 radiant circles of light materialized. Mysterious runes of the great path shimmering ominously, that a dangerous aura coalesced, darkening the skies as clouds shrouded the scene in mist that in an instant. The heavens turned pitch black, thunder roared, and a terrifying tidal wave of energy surged around the primordial spirit beast. Celestial demon destruction, it roared, unfurling its wings, half of which were now missing, as feathers tinged with purple flames fell like arrows aimed at the purple-clad maiden. Each feather bore the potential to shatter gold and sever stone, reflecting a metallic sheen that seemed to showcase the very essence of destruction. Thousands of feathered arrows converged, infused with a faint demonic aura capable of erasing any innate realm warrior, even those of the Purple Mansion realm. Today, regardless of who stands behind you, the demon-slaying mountain shall be your grave. The primordial spirit beast snarled, its fury palpable as its wings flapped violently, creating a tempest of air that sent the arrows cascading down like a torrential rain, capable of shredding the flesh of any primordial spirit realm warrior and obliterating their very essence. This was the beast's innate demonic technique, a gift inherited from its bloodline. Even the mightiest of heavy celestial realm warriors would find themselves retreating in the face of this formidable beast's inherited prowess. A technique so powerful that those who mastered it at a high level could rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. Such peril. The purple-clad maiden gazed at the multitude of arrows descending with alarming speed, her beautiful eyes knitting together in concern. This was the first time she had genuinely felt the specter of death looming over her throughout this fierce battle, that if she failed to defend against it, she would surely perish. Even if she succeeded, she would be grievously injured. Raising her longbow, she pulled back the string with delicate fingers, conjuring 3 arrows imbued with the power to break through magic, a technique she had mastered to its utmost potential. A culmination of her training thus far. Release. Her fingers loosened, and the arrows flew forth in unison, as if shattering the myriad laws of the universe. That in the air, 3 phantasmal phoenixes materialized, soaring like sovereigns of the avian realm, obliterating the rain of arrows in their wake, reducing them to mere dust. Yet, behind the beast, the 3 radiant circles of light did not dissipate. They seemed to be brewing an even more terrifying onslaught. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped pillar coalesced in the heavens, descending like a meteor from beyond the skies. The 3 arrows, confronted by this pillar, shattered like eggs against stone, crumbling under the weight of its descent. They pierced through the remnants of the arrows, hurtling towards the purple-clad maiden. With a deafening boom, an explosion erupted in the sky, a mushroom cloud of smoke rising to engulf everything in its wake, unleashing a searing wave of heat. The slender form of the purple-clad maiden plummeted through the void towards the ground. However, in that very instant, one of her arrows shot forth from the heart of the mushroom cloud, piercing through one of the beast's eyes as it unleashed its innate demonic technique. Blood erupted, painting a gruesome picture in the air as the arrow penetrated its skull. "Find this human woman for me. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death," the primordial spirit beast roared, standing firm in the void, its voice akin to thunder as it seethed with rage. One eye lay shattered, a gaping hole marking its skull. Had it not been for the beast's formidable physique and strength, it would have perished the moment the purple-clad maiden's arrow struck. This was only due to the fact that she, too, had expended considerable energy in their confrontation. Had she been at her peak, the primordial spirit beast would have undoubtedly met its end in that instant. With its command issued, the beast's minions, amidst the chaos of slaughtering the human warriors in the demon-slaying mountains, also sought out the missing purple-clad maiden who had vanished after their battle. The entire demon-slaying mountains plunged into utter turmoil. "Shall we deal with the human accomplices in your lair, my lord?" A beast of the embryonic stage approached, lowering its proud and fierce head in a tone of respectful deference. The great beast glared fiercely, declaring, "I will personally slay that human. You are to locate that woman at once, and inform me immediately upon discovery that I seek vengeance for my severed wing and lost eye." "Understood," the embryonic beast acknowledged softly before departing. This moment, the primordial spirit beast's gaze fell upon its lair, stepping forth with the wrath of a tempest, seemingly intent on tearing apart the intruders who dared to encroach upon its domain. A chilling aura of ferocity enveloped it, akin to that of a demon among demons. Countless beasts of the demon-slaying mountains bowed their heads in submission, prostrating themselves before the magnificent figure of the great beast, as if worshipping their king. Beneath the lake, Han Li's transformation was nearing its conclusion, yet a crisis loomed. An enraged primordial spirit beast was racing towards him. In a fleeting moment, Han Li's tightly shut eyes trembled, hinting at an awakening. Chapter 62. The king of the demon-slaying mountains is enraged. What has happened to me? Amidst the hazy depths, Han Li abruptly awoke, his eyes snapping open to find his mind buzzing as if a swarm of flies were flitting about his ears. Their incessant buzzing maddeningly irritating, an inexplicable fury simmering within him, that he recalled that he had seemingly fallen into darkness after consuming the earth source, as if he had been in a deep slumber for an eternity. Was it a year? Or perhaps 10? His mind swirled in confusion. "You are fine. The earth source within you has merely undergone a transformation. From this moment forth, your martial path shall be smooth sailing. You need not worry about any bottlenecks until you reach the primordial spirit realm." Take a closer look at your body. The voice of the woman in a plain dress was faint, almost inaudible, to the point that Han Li could barely discern it. Yet, her words prompted him to turn his gaze inward and examine his cultivation. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. I have broken through to the 15th level of Qi refinement. How is this possible? Han Li struggled to grasp the reality of his situation, but the unfolding scenes that followed were even more unfathomable. The changes in his flesh were strikingly evident. He could feel that even if his bloodthirsty blade were to strike him, it would scarcely leave a mark. His current physique was comparable to at least a mid-grade mystical weapon. And even high-grade mystical weapons would find it challenging to pierce his skin without the infusion of a martial artist's true energy. His very body had transformed into a human-shaped weapon. Any body cultivator would feel utterly ashamed in his presence. Typically, a body cultivator at the Qi refinement stage would possess a physique comparable to a mid-grade yellow weapon, a feat considered extraordinary. Yet, never before had it been heard of that someone could possess a physique rivaling that of a mid-grade mystical weapon at the Qi refinement stage. Han Li, perhaps, was a unique individual within the entire divine martial kingdom, and even among the 7 sects of martial arts. Beyond the transformation of his physique, Han Li was further astonished to discover that his bones and marrow emanated a familiar essence, the void blade intent. His entire skeletal structure resembled blood jade. Smooth and flawless, devoid of any imperfections, as if he possessed a perfect innate body, transformed into a supremely refined innate blade bone. The blade intent lay dormant, yet once invoked, it would unleash a cataclysmic force. In the eyes of blade cultivators, Han Li was undoubtedly the most suited to cultivate blade techniques. Who could possibly rival one endowed with innate blade bones in the pursuit of the blade path? "Sister Gon, what has truly transpired to me?" Han Li remained silent, his cultivation not only failing to break through to the Meridian realm, but instead surging to an unprecedented 15th level of the Qi refinement realm. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, Han Li could not ascertain. Yet he could distinctly feel that his innate talent had undergone a monumental transformation, no longer confined to the martial soul, but rather an overall enhancement and qualitative change. You have merely breached the extreme realm. You need only to understand that breaking through the extreme realm holds no detriment for you, that if you can surpass it, pursue that breakthrough with abandon. It will benefit your martial path in the future. However, each advancement into a major realm demands vast resources, given the formidable challenge posed by crossing the extreme realm. The woman in the flowing dress stated, Now, heed my instructions and swim towards the eastern depths of this lake. The spirit beast of the nascent soul realm is approaching. It will not be long before it descends. Remaining here will only lead to your demise. What? Hanli felt a jolt of alarm at her words. Was a nascent soul beast really descending? Had the battle concluded before he could ponder further? The woman urged him on, her voice intermittently faltering, which made Hanli realize something. Following her guidance, he swam eastward at the lake's bottom, recklessly channeling the vast, true chi of his 15th level chi refinement realm. Simultaneously, he heard a booming sound echoing above the lake's bottom, as if something was plunging into the depths. Realizing this, Hanli hastened his pace. The nascent soul beast was far beyond his ability to confront. As he swam eastward, he glimpsed a flicker of light in the distance, shimmering yet elusive. Unbeknownst to him, in the recesses of his mind, the woman in the flowing dress formed seals with her hands. Seemingly casting some supreme divine technique, and a portal materialized before him. Hanli, recite with me, she commanded at her call. Hanli heard a series of incredibly convoluted words resonate within his mind, obscure and esoteric, as if they were the very essence of the Tao. Before him, a radiant portal appeared, while behind him, the roar of a nascent soul beast echoed. Human thief, do not attempt to flee. Upon hearing this, Hanli surged forward, leaping into the portal, plunging into darkness, and felt a sharp pain surge through him, accompanied by the faint sound of the woman reciting the mysterious words that in that moment. Hanli's consciousness sharpened, and he hurriedly followed her incantation in a certain part of the demon-slaying mountains. Hanli's body plummeted from the sky, that a deep, jagged claw mark marred his back, piercing to the bone. Even a physique comparable to mid-tier mystic grade was now a bloody, mangled mess. Upon hitting the ground, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a pair of delicate feet before losing consciousness. That in recent days, the demon-slaying mountains had erupted into chaos, with countless beasts rampaging and mercilessly slaughtering human warriors who sought to hone their skills. Drawing the attention of the 7 sects of martial arts and the formidable powers of the divine martial kingdom. Many who ventured into the mountains were struck with fear upon hearing the news. 3 days after the turmoil in the demon-slaying mountains, the rampaging beasts began to quell their fury, yet numerous creatures still roamed the mountains, vigilant and unyielding in their search, as if seeking something or someone. Roaring within the vast stone forest of the demon-slaying mountains, a silver-furred wolf-like beast of the condensation realm lay atop a smooth, flat boulder, surrounded by thousands of other wolf demons, tiger demons, giant pythons, crocodiles, and foxes. These voiceless beasts emitted low growls, seemingly reporting something to the condensation realm wolf. Search every inch of the demon-slaying mountains to find those 2 abhorrent humans. The wolf's cold voice rang out, revealing its maternal nature, its eyes glinting with frigid fury. The wrath of a king is not to be borne lightly. Should you fail to find them, I shall feast upon your flesh. The chorus of growls from various beasts echoed in protest to the wolf's decree. In an instant, a massive paw imbued with demonic power struck down, obliterating any creature that dared to growl, silencing the multitude into a fearful hush. Not only in the domain of the condensation realm wolf did such scenes unfold, but across the entirety of the demon-slaying mountains, wherever a condensation realm beast held dominion, similar occurrences transpired. The demon king was enraged, and the consequences would be dire. Chapter 63. The Great Slaughter God Points. Preparing for breakthrough, are you awake? Hanli opened his eyes to find himself within a cave, warm air wafting around him. He noticed white cloth binding his wounds, and before him sat a girl with bare feet, curled up on a stone pedestal near the fire, sweat trickling down her face. He could not discern if it was from heat or something else that at her. Hanli's pupils constricted. The girl before him was none other than the purple-dressed maiden he had encountered earlier, the formidable warrior who had battled the nascent soul beast. Yet now, she appeared diminished, lacking the lofty demeanor and sacred aura he had first observed. Her curled form and sweat-soaked body, coupled with her trembling pale lips, stirred within Hanli a pang of pity. Was it you who saved me? Hanli inquired, his gaze drawn to the cloth wrapped around his chest, feeling a searing pain in his back. Then settling on the purple-dressed girl. The cave was devoid of anyone else. Only the purple-dressed maiden remained, This implied that she had tended to his wounds. Realizing this, Han Li felt remorseful. Had he not intruded upon the lair of the great beast? Perhaps she would not have been forced to retreat from her lofty position as a nascent soul expert to this humble cave. That it was that you should focus on healing now. The various beasts outside are searching for me. But I have cast an illusion here, making it difficult for anyone to discover this place. The purple-dressed maiden spoke, casually adding more firewood to the flames, which flared up, illuminating her profile. Her skin was as smooth as jade, yet now appeared pallid, as white as rice paper. Han Li soon realized that the moisture on her skin was not sweat, but rather frost-like dew, each droplet emanating a faint chill that an unnoticeable dark red pattern spread across her swan-like neck, resembling a deathly grip tightening around her throat, creeping upward. After a moment of silence, Han Li asked, "I saw you fighting against the great demon of the demon-slaying mountains. Did you sustain serious injuries?" "Indeed," the girl replied, further curling her body, her voice barely above a whisper. "The beast utilized its innate demonic technique, and I was struck by its demonic energy. Now, I cannot mobilize my strength and can only rely on my body to endure." As she explained, she cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, grasping a branch to poke at the fire. "That day, while I battled the beast, it was you who intruded upon its lair, correct?" "You know?" Han Li was about to say something when he suddenly froze, his expression filled with guilt. "The injury on your back was inflicted by its claws, leaving residual energy. Naturally, I was aware," she remarked, her gaze fixed on the fire. When she saved Han Li, she had deduced the nature of his wounds from the scent left by the beast. Undoubtedly, the very same nascent soul creature that had battled with her for so long. Furthermore, given that the great demon had previously mentioned someone trespassing into its lair, the astute purple-dressed maiden quickly pieced together the identity of the intruder. "Yet you still saved me, even though my intrusion brought you such harm." Han Li struggled to rise, retrieving a spare set of clothing from his storage ring, casting a perplexed glance at the purple-dressed maiden, "that I was afflicted by the nascent soul beast's demonic energy. And I needed assistance. Only you could provide it." She replied that, "I see." Han Li nodded, understanding that her rescue was not without purpose. She required his aid. "What do you need me to do? Are you not afraid I might take advantage of you?" His gaze fell upon the girl, her delicate, bare feet appearing as if crafted by divine hands. The exposure to the air and firelight evoked an irresistible urge to caress them that moment. Her trembling, pale visage was heart-wrenching, igniting within him an unsettling desire that if you dare to act recklessly, I can ensure your immediate demise, she declared coldly, turning to face Han Li, as if in that moment. She embodied the true essence of a nascent soul expert, unyielding, even in adversity, far beyond Han Li's imagination. "Rest assured, I would not exploit the situation that has placed you in such peril, especially since you rescued me," he replied. Han Li forced a smile. He was not the kind of despicable person who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Moreover, the girl in the purple dress had saved his life. Although he had successfully escaped from the lair of the great demon with the assistance of the woman in the white dress, he had sustained injuries from a powerful demon behind him. Had it not been for the girl's timely medical aid, he would have likely perished in some remote corner of the demon-slaying mountains. Striking when a vulnerable girl was in peril was not in his nature, nor was it the conduct of a gentleman that, of course, this was not Han Li boasting of being a gentleman. Rather, he adhered to a personal code of ethics, that he possessed an internal scale to measure what was right and what was wrong. Furthermore, the girl in the purple dress was a formidable being who could engage in battle with a powerful demon and still retain a chance of survival. Although she seemed gravely injured now, Han Li was unaware of any hidden trump card she might possess. To provoke her recklessly would only invite death. "Very well. Tell me what I must do to help you alleviate the severe injuries inflicted by the powerful demon." Han Li inquired, suppressing his bitter smile, "that I will impart to you a secret technique. By cultivating this technique, you will be able to help me dispel some of the heavenly demon's malevolent energy. The rest, I can manage on my own," the girl replied. "Understood." Han Li nodded. "Please dictate it to me. I will strive to master this secret technique during my recovery," she acknowledged softly. Han Li settled before the campfire, listening attentively as the girl conveyed the secret technique to him. This technique was named the Divine Slaughter Finger. It was primarily an offensive martial skill, Yet it also held the potential to aid the girl in dispelling the heavenly demon's malevolent energy that had been cast upon her. According to her explanation, had Han Li's cultivation been slightly stronger, perhaps at the innate stage, he could have significantly suppressed the malevolent energy of the powerful demon that in such a case, the girl would have been able to channel more of her strength to subdue and refine it. Unfortunately, Han Li was still at the chi refining stage, having yet to break through to the meridian opening stage. Thus, he could only rely on time and a gradual process to erode the malevolent energy within the girl. After a short while, once the girl had explained the divine slaughter finger and the nuances of its cultivation, Han Li nodded in understanding that I have taken note. Over the coming days, I will practice the technique you mentioned and simultaneously work towards breaking through to the meridian opening stage to assist you in suppressing the malevolent energy. Through the girl's instructions, Han Li learned that the demon-slaying mountains were currently overrun with demonic beasts. Various formidable creatures roamed the forests, and the previously common innate stage beasts were now abundant, including those at the Purple Mansion stage. All searching for the whereabouts of Han Li and the girl in the purple dress, that it was evident just how fiercely the powerful demon of the mountains sought them. As time passed, Han Li diligently practiced the divine slaughter finger while also refining his mastery of the 15th level of the chi refining stage. He proceeded methodically, steadily familiarizing himself with the surge of power that came with his rapid advancement. Whenever a few demonic beasts passed nearby, Han Li would emerge from the cave to engage in combat. With the strength of the 15th level of the chi refining stage, he easily dispatched a beast comparable to the 5th level of the meridian opening stage. This ease was largely thanks to his current cultivation level and the innate talent he had gained after undergoing a transformation through the Earth Source, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. For Han Li, swiftly eliminating an unawakened demonic beast was as effortless as a simple task. Now, within the cave, Han Li sat cross-legged. The wound inflicted by the powerful demon had healed, that in his hands lay spirit crystals and several vials of chi refining pills. Some of these spirit crystals had been acquired from the great demoness lair, while others Han Li had procured from the county city upon venturing deeper into the demon-slaying mountains. Today, I shall break through to the meridian opening stage, Han Li thought resolutely. Given the current blockade of the demon-slaying mountains, escape was impossible for him unless the girl in the purple dress regained her strength. As for the woman in the white dress reopening the portal beneath the lake, that was utterly hopeless. After awakening, Han Li had called out to her several times, but had received no response. It was likely that the previous encounter had left the woman in a weakened state. His only reliance now was the enigmatic girl in the purple dress. Although the cultivation of the divine slaughter finger was somewhat challenging for Han Li, considering his transformed aptitude, it was not insurmountable that he had made some progress. But to effectively apply it on the girl, he would need more time to refine his skills, with spirit crystals to refine and chi refining pills to consume. Han Li closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the celestial thief scripture, preparing for a breakthrough to the meridian opening stage. According to Sister Gon, a vast amount of energy was required for such a significant advancement, and he wondered if the spirit crystals obtained from the great demoness lair, along with his existing resources, would suffice. With a tinge of worry in his heart, Han Li swiftly refined a spirit crystal. The chi refining pills, resembling candy-coated morsels, were consumed rapidly, that he had no other higher-grade pills. The only items of value were the spirit crystals, which were far more significant than the pills. Not far away, the girl in the purple dress gazed at Han Li with her beautiful eyes, observing how the spiritual energy from the surroundings converged towards him. The spirit crystals were being consumed at an astonishing rate, and his refining speed was not characteristic of a mere 9th-level chi refining warrior, but more akin to one above the 3rd level of the meridian opening stage. Almost there, Han Li retrieved a high-grade spirit crystal from his storage ring, one that he had acquired from the great demoness lair. The surging spiritual energy flowed into his body, being refined by the celestial thief scripture. Within his body, where the human eye could hardly perceive, the true energy began to gather at his energy sea and dantian, swirling like mist, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Strands of misty true energy began to undergo a qualitative transformation, increasingly transitioning into a liquid state. Simultaneously, Han Li began to open the true meridians within his body. Unlike the chi refining stage, the meridian opening stage required the practitioner to carve out true meridians within, forcing open the hidden channels to establish the primary pathways for the flow of true energy. which were known as true meridians. The human body contained a complex network of meridians, distinguished between visible and hidden pathways. The visible meridians included the 12 standard channels and the Ren and Du meridians, while the hidden meridians lay deep within the body, only accessible to those with spiritual awareness to carve out the first hidden meridian. Once the hidden meridian was established and capable of sustaining the flow of true energy, Hanli would officially break through to the meridian opening stage, becoming a practitioner of the first level of that stage. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Hanli discovered the presence of a hidden meridian within his body. Under his manipulation, the true energy surged like a flood, relentlessly battering against the newly discovered hidden meridian. The hidden meridian was naturally sealed, and to unlock it required the true energy to wash over and continually force it open. Bang, 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 as the true energy flowed and impacted the hidden meridian, a flicker of pain crossed Han Li's face. His hidden meridian, after undergoing a transformation within his body, was significantly more resilient than that of others, with multiple barriers to overcome. Despite the relentless onslaught of Han Li's true energy, the barriers remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I cannot break through this mere hidden meridian. Han Li opened his eyes and directly retrieved the only high-grade spirit crystal from his storage ring, which had been acquired from the great demoness lair. Otherwise, considering his current strength, obtaining a high-grade spirit crystal would be nearly impossible. If anyone were to learn that he possessed such a crystal, they would undoubtedly covet it. The high-grade spirit crystal contained exceptionally pure and potent spiritual energy. Han Li intended to absorb this energy while simultaneously mobilizing his internal true energy, making a concerted effort to smash through the hidden meridian's barriers. Moments later, the high-grade spirit crystal was refined. Within Han Li's body, the true energy surged, most of which had transformed into liquid true energy. Compared to the misty true energy, this liquid form was far more refined and expansive, resembling a small lake that as Han Li focused his mind. The true energy within his energy sea and Dantian flowed forth like rivers emerging from the sea, forming various streams that converged towards the location of the hidden meridian. Meridian opening stage, here I come, Han Li mentally declared. The liquid true energy surged forth like rolling tides, crashing into the hidden meridian with the force of a tidal wave. Each wave higher than the last. Crack. At a certain moment, a fine crack appeared on the barrier of the hidden meridian. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li urged his true energy with all his might. Striking forcefully, instantly, a resonant hum echoed in his mind. The first hidden meridian was established, the true meridian took shape, and the liquid true energy surged in, flooding the newly formed pathway like a burst dam. Han Li, at the 15th level of the Qi refining stage, felt the barriers loosen and successfully broke through, becoming a practitioner of the first level of the meridian opening stage that he had succeeded. Han Li opened his eyes and gazed at the girl in the purple dress, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. After breaking through to the meridian opening stage, his strength had significantly increased. All that remained was to master the Great Butcher's finger to a proficient level, which would enable him to assist the girl in suppressing the heavenly demon Qi unleashed by the formidable demon at the Spirit Master realm. Yet, at that moment, the girl's complexion suddenly flushed with a deep crimson. Just as she was about to offer him a gentle smile of encouragement, bright red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The ethereal aura of the heavenly demon Qi had already begun to spread across her flawless, white neck, encroaching dangerously close to her ears. "Are you all right?" Han Li sprang to his feet and rushed forward, cradling the delicate form of the girl in his arms as she teetered on the brink of collapse. He felt her body growing increasingly cold, the encroaching heavenly demon Qi manifesting as intricate patterns of veins across her skin, gradually advancing toward her face. His gaze fell upon her hands, which were also marred by the sinister aura, vitality waning as if her life were slipping away, threatening to extinguish her essence. "The Great Butcher's finger." The girl murmured weakly, and before her words could fully resonate, she fainted. "The Great Butcher's finger?" "Yes, the Great Butcher's finger." Han Li seemed to have grasped something profound, and he raised his right hand, channeling his true energy as per the teachings of the Divine Prison Celestial Thief technique. Following the guidance of the girl, he transformed his energy into a sword-like finger, striking gently at her brow, then following the intended trajectory downwards to her alabaster neck. The aura of the Butcher's Path appeared to have the power to suppress all forms of malevolence. As Hanli executed the Great Butcher's Finger, the encroaching demon chi seemed to abate, though its growth remained slow. Despite the subtlety of the change, Hanli could sense the relentless pressure of the Spirit Master Demon's aura pushing against the suppressive force of his technique. Ultimately, my cultivation is still lacking, that if only I had reached a level beyond the innate realm, I would not find myself in such a predicament, Hanli thought, frustration flickering within his eyes. Yet he stifled his anger and poured all his energy into the Great Butcher's Finger. His execution was still clumsy, as he had yet to fully master the technique. Nevertheless, Hanli's breakthrough to the meridian opening stage from the 15th level of Qi refinement had endowed him with a true energy reservoir akin to an unending river. A feat unmatched by any ordinary warrior at the first level of the meridian opening stage. While most would consider a small spring's worth of true energy a mark of genius, Hanli possessed a reservoir comparable to a small lake, several times larger, and he had also successfully opened his first true meridian, continuously drawing in spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which was refined into true energy, restoring his reserves even as he consumed them. Yet, he was still limited by the fact that he had only just opened his first meridian, and the speed of his recovery lagged behind his expenditure. The refining pills and spirit crystals he had were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, as he cautiously wielded the Great Butcher's Finger, he began to gradually grasp the nuances of the technique. His true energy seeped into the girl's skin, delicately dismantling the encroaching heavenly demon chi like peeling layers from an onion, dispersing a portion of the malevolent aura that as time slipped away. The night deepened, the sounds of insects and summer cicadas filling the air outside the cave. The dark aura that had spread to the girl's neck receded from her ears to the collarbone, revealing the precision required to wield the Great Butcher's Finger, for such intricate work was no small feat. Hanli retracted his true energy, casting a glance at the girl, whose complexion had improved slightly, and a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind. The Great Butcher's Finger was inherently an offensive technique, yet he was using it to extract the insidious heavenly demon chi from her very being. Is it possible that I might inadvertently gamble with her life? He pondered, as he meticulously adjusted the intensity of his technique and the flow of his true energy. After a whole day of effort, he had only managed to eliminate a fraction of the heavenly demon chi encroaching upon her neck. His own true energy reserves were dwindling dangerously low, and the resources he had relied upon for recovery were nearly exhausted. Just then, the girl in his arms let out a soft groan, her lovely features trembling slightly. As she opened her eyes, she found herself nestled within Hanli's embrace. "Did you use the Great Butcher's Finger?" she inquired softly. "Indeed, but for now, I can only provide temporary suppression. To enable you to harness your inner strength for purification and refinement will undoubtedly require more time." Hanli replied gently, nodding in explanation. To fully eradicate the heavenly demon chi within her, given Hanli's current level at the first stage of meridian opening, was simply unattainable, that he could only rely on the slow passage of time to gradually wear it down. Moreover, the heavenly demon chi from a spirit master demon was not so easily dispelled. The portion that had spread to the girl's neck was merely the weakest outer layer. Should it grow any stronger, he would need far more time to eradicate even a single strand. "Very well. As long as we can resolve the remaining issues, I have no concerns," she responded, freeing herself from Hanli's embrace. Her expression unwavering as Hanli regarded her. A moment of contemplation ensued. "I still do not know your name. I am Hanli." He introduced himself. Having resided within the cave for some time, their interactions had remained minimal, akin to a transactional relationship. She had saved him, and in turn, he sought to rescue her. "A name?" The girl lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, she lowered her head and spoke softly. "I have no name. Since awakening, I have possessed no memories, only an instinctual drive to grow stronger, to become more powerful. I in the depths of my subconscious. A name feels superfluous, devoid of any purpose. No name." Hanli mused, then suggested, "Since you wear a purple dress, how about I call you Zun?" He observed her carefully, sensing that her identity might be shrouded in enigma, and given her prowess, it would be prudent not to offend such a formidable ally. With the recent suppression of the heavenly demon chi, he could sense a subtle thawing in their relationship. moving away from their initial silent coexistence toward a more cooperative dynamic born from mutual interests. Ziyuan, I like it. The girl lifted her exquisitely crafted face, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she had just discovered a ray of light amid darkness, radiating joy. The expression, coupled with her enchanting smile, left Han Li momentarily entranced. From this day forth, I shall call you Z, he declared, witnessing the exuberance in her eyes, akin to a beacon of hope emerging from the shadows, illuminating the atmosphere with joy. The chill that once surrounded her dissipated, replaced by a newfound closeness to Han Li. Her extraordinary nature hinted at secrets lurking in her past, the knowledge of which was of no immediate concern to Han Li. Their relationship had shifted from mere strangers to acquaintances, yet the prospect of true friendship seemed a distant and unlikely aspiration. Now, I will rely on you to help me suppress the heavenly demon Qi in the days to come. Zhu murmured softly, her voice scarcely louder than a whisper, that I shall do my utmost. Han Li assured her. In response, Han Li did not refuse. He readily acquiesced that he and Ziyuan were now like grasshoppers bound together on the same boat. Had it not been for the deep cave and the barrier of divine prohibition cast by Ziyuan before she lost her powers, they would have likely been torn to shreds by the beasts roaming the mountains of demon slaughter. After all, the minions of a great demon at the Yuanshan realm commanded a multitude of beasts, a concept that was hardly easy to fathom. Within the inner sanctum of the demon slaughter mountains, many beasts possessed strength that surpassed Han Li's own, that if he wished to escape the perilous mountains alive, he would need to rely on Ziyuan's Yuanshan prowess in the following days, once his vital energy had recovered. Han Li employed the Great Slaughter Divine Finger to gradually assist Ziyuan in suppressing the celestial demon's malevolence, simultaneously, through the meticulous control of his vital energy during the use of the Great Slaughter Divine Finger. Han Li became increasingly agile and versatile in his application of vital energy, learning to maximize its potency while minimizing expenditure. His cultivation at the first level of the Meridian Establishment stage did not stagnate. With the passage of time, it too saw a gradual enhancement. During these days, when Han Li found himself with idle time, he ventured outside the cave to hunt down solitary beasts, bringing them back as provisions for the days to come. Or he would gather spiritual fruits from within the demon slaughter mountains to replenish the significant consumption of spiritual energy. Upon exiting the cave, Han Li also learned that the demon slaughter mountains had not ceased their relentless search for them. In fact, the great demon of the Yuanshan realm intended to unleash the beasts from the mountains to assault human settlements, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of both Han Li and Ziyuan. A beast tide aimed at them, and the martial practitioners of the human race was silently approaching, igniting a sense of urgency within Han Li should the beasts of the demon slaughter mountains unleash their onslaught. Countless human towns would likely face annihilation in recent days. Han Li had gained considerable insight into the might of the demon slaughter mountains. Not only did it harbor a peak Yuanshan realm demon, but every region was governed by formidable creatures at the embryonic breeding stage, their strength not significantly inferior to that of the Tianwu sect. Additionally, there were several demons on the verge of breaking through to the Yuanshan realm. Should all these beasts emerge, unless a Yuanshan realm entity from the divine martial kingdom or the seven martial sects intervened, it would be nearly impossible to halt them. The beast tide, to prevent it. I need you to hasten in suppressing the celestial demon's malevolence, Han Li urged. Listening to Han Li's explanation, Ziyuan nodded faintly, her expression impassive, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the human townsfolk. Yet, upon witnessing the concern etched on Han Li's face, she felt a rising desire to resolve the impending beast tide, that it will take 2 more days for me to break free from the constraints of the celestial demon's malevolence. By then, the beast tide from the demon slaughter mountains will not come to pass, that I understand. Today, I shall assist you in refining the celestial demon's malevolence within you. Han Li replied, taking hold of Ziyuan's delicate white wrist. He channeled strands of vital energy from the Great Slaughter Divine Finger into her blood vessels and meridians. After prolonged refinement, Han Li had gained significant understanding of how to suppress the celestial demon's malevolence. Executing the task with deftness, as soon as his vital energy was restored, he would continue to drive back the malevolence permeating Ziyuan's body, consolidating it in one location. Once Ziyuan regained her strength, she would easily quell it, expelling the malevolence from her body. Within the vital energy infused with Han Li's spiritual awareness, the celestial demon's malevolence clung to Zi Yuan's blood and meridians like a parasite. Yet, due to Han Li's presence, the malevolence that had been spreading during these days had begun to recede, gathering in a singular point, slowly consolidating. However, it could not keep pace with the refinement of the great slaughter divine Finger's vital energy. 2 days later, Han Li refined the last vestige of the celestial demon's malevolence. Most of what could not be refined remained trapped within Zi Yuan, coalescing into a dense, inky fog, embodying the most difficult aspects of the malevolence to purge. With Han Li's cultivation, even if he exhausted his vital energy at the meridian establishment stage, he still lacked the capacity to refine even a single strand of it. Well, the subsequent matters can only be entrusted to you, Han Li said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned to Zi Yuan with a smile. Upon seeing this, Zi Yuan inclined her head and then, under Han Li's watchful gaze, closed her eyes. A formidable aura, surpassing that of the innate realm, began to emanate from Zi Yuan, as if the mysterious maiden of yore had reappeared, that a trace of noble, untouchable sanctity coalesced between her brows, resembling a goddess who had descended from the heavens. Shedding her worldly adornments to reveal her supreme elegance, that a subtle yet palpable pressure descended, evoking a tangible sensation. Yet it seemed to subtly evade Han Li, leaving him untouched by any burden. Is this the Yuanshan realm? The complete release of a mere breath nearly overwhelmed those of the innate realm. Han Li mused, feeling the pressure bypass him, a realization dawning upon him that only through first-hand experience could he comprehend the terrifying existence of the Yuanshan realm. In the face of such power, those of the innate realm found themselves utterly incapable of retaliating. Perhaps a cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm might withstand the pressure of a Yuanshan realm entity enough to speak or act. But innate realm warriors would find it nearly impossible to emerge unscathed under the might of a Yuanshan powerhouse, unless the latter bore no intent to kill. That as Zi Yuan began to refine and expel the celestial demon's malevolence from her body, Han Li settled down, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore his own vital essence to its peak. That he understood that once Zi Yuan regained her strength, a confrontation with the great demon of the Demon Slaughter Mountains would soon ensue. A clash of titans was inevitable, that he needed to restore his own powers to their zenith in the briefest of time. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon Slaughter Mountains, in the lair of the great Yuanshan realm demon, the creature lay upon a bed of ominous bones, seemingly recuperating. The eye pierced by Zi Yuan's arrow had been destroyed, yet the wound had healed. Still, it was left with only one eye. The severed wing remained irreparable. Much like its eye, with no chance of regeneration unless one day the great demon could break through to a higher realm and achieve rebirth through blood. At a certain moment, the resting demon suddenly opened its lone eye. Sharp as a tiger's, they have not fled. Splendid. Convey my command. Scour the Demon Slaughter Mountains. All embryonic breeding realm beasts are to mobilize. Even if it means collapsing the mountains, they must be found. The great demon bellowed, rising into the sky as it burst forth from its lair. Within the Demon Slaughter Mountains, distant embryonic breeding realm beasts seemed to hear the command of the Yuanshan Demon King. Prostrating themselves in reverence before emerging from their lairs one after another, in the cave, Han Li, recovering his cultivation, was abruptly awakened by a voice that seemed to resonate from an unknown source. Chapter 67. Confronting the Yuanshan demon, had the great Yuanshan demon already sensed that Zi Yuan was breaking free from the shackles of the celestial demon's malevolence. Han Li's eyes darkened with worry as he observed Zi Yuan, whose aura was growing increasingly formidable. The transcendent essence emanating from her seemed detached from the mundane world, akin to a goddess above, her purple gown flowing like a phoenix robe, enhancing her regal elegance. Although the celestial demon's malevolence within Zi Yuan was being steadily diminished, it was equally true that the entire Demon Slaughter Mountains were likely scouring for them. Several embryonic breeding realm demons were on the move, and the great demon at the Yuanshan realm was probably already attuned to Zi Yuan's presence, that if the malevolence were not suppressed and broke free before her release, perhaps it could still be concealed within the barrier set by Zi Yuan. However, now that she was on the verge of breaking free from suppression, the leak of her aura would likely alert the great demon. Roars of beasts echoed outside the cave, signaling that a pack of beasts had arrived nearby to scout. Hanli nearly succumbed to the impulse to rush out and engage the beasts, hoping to buy Ziyuan some time. Yet, he understood that with his cultivation at the Meridian establishment stage, he could not hope to hold them off for even a moment. Such an act would only lead to his demise. Moreover, the area surrounding the cave was fortified with Ziyuan's prohibitions. Unless a beast of the Purple Mansion realm approached, none would sense the presence of the two within. May we remain undetected until then. Hanli silently prayed, grappling with his own impotence, that he found it difficult to accept his current state of helplessness. Against true power, what chance did a mere cultivator at the Meridian establishment stage have to resist? As these thoughts surfaced, an unprecedented yearning to grow stronger welled up within him. He realized that only by becoming more formidable could he offer greater support to those around him in similar situations in the future. This feeling of helplessness was profoundly unsettling. That moment, a tremor shook the earth. Boom, boom. Stones in the cave tumbled. The ground cracked as though an earthquake had struck. The violent quaking nearly toppled Hanli, who was seated on the ground. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in alarm. A booming voice then resounded. "Human woman, come forth. This king knows you are nearby, that if you do not emerge, I shall extinguish the mountains and the earth within 1,000 miles with but a single strike. I wonder how you intend to conceal yourself." Then a great demon of the primordial spirit. Upon hearing this voice, Hanli felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized it as the voice of a demon of the primordial spirit realm. Damn it! How could it arrive so swiftly? Hanli cursed inwardly as he retrieved the bloodthirsty blade from his storage ring, preparing to confront the foe. That he needed to delay the primordial spirit demon for as long as possible. Behind him, the aura of Ziyuan was on the verge of returning to its peak state, the power suppressed by the celestial demon S malevolence, soon to return, but he had to buy as much time as he could. He could not allow the primordial spirit demon to interrupt, or all would be for naught. Emerging from the cave and leaping past the barrier set by Ziyuan, Hanli found himself in the forest of the demon-slaying mountain range. The cave behind him had vanished, replaced by a smooth, illusory barrier resembling a sheer cliff, which had largely concealed him from the beasts, augmented by some repulsive presence that instinctively deterred them. So many demon beasts stepping out of the cave, Hanli's heart trembled, overwhelmed by the sight before him. His eyes beheld a multitude of demon beasts, ranging from the pulse-breaking realm to the innate realm, and even the Purple Mansion realm. Additionally, several powerful demon beasts exuded an aura of blood and ferocity, standing behind the primordial spirit demon. Presumably, they were the condensed infants of the demon-slaying mountain range. Upon a rough count, there were at least 11 condensed infants among the great demons, with 2 or 3 others faintly radiating an aura comparable to a primordial spirit beast, suggesting they were not far from breaking into the primordial spirit realm. "It is you, vile human. You are indeed in league with one another." The moment Hanli appeared, the primordial spirit demon, which had been searching for them, immediately turned its gaze upon him, recognizing Hanli's presence. The aura he exuded while fleeing was unmistakable. The primordial spirit demon could not possibly be mistaken. "You humans shall return what is rightfully mine, and I may grant you a painless death." The primordial spirit demon lowered its head, its single eye glaring down at Hanli with contempt, its aura saturated with blood-red fury. The purple demon flames twisted the very air around them, creating an atmosphere of dread that forced countless demon beasts to cower in fear. Under the watchful gaze of such a formidable primordial spirit demon, even Hanli, with his cultivation at the pulse-breaking realm, felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat. Bearing the terrifying pressure of the primordial spirit demon, Hanli lifted his head with great effort, forcing a smile to reveal his white teeth. "My apologies, Demon King. The item you seek has already been refined and merged with my very essence. Even if you desire it, I am unable to relinquish it." "Nonsense. How could my possession be refined by a mere insect such as you?" The primordial spirit demon's eyes widened in disbelief, a fierce glint flashing across its gaze as it coldly retorted. "Even if you have refined it, I shall flay you and bleed you dry to reclaim it." The primordial spirit demon categorically refused to believe that the source could be refined by a human warrior so weak that he had yet to enter the innate realm, unless that woman of the primordial spirit realm, who fought me that day, still has a chance. The source had been sought after since its discovery, yet all attempts at refinement had failed. What merit does a mere human insect possess to refine such a supreme treasure? That woman of the primordial spirit realm must be hiding behind you, using illusions before me. The primordial spirit demon narrowed its eye, gazing past Han Li, quickly deducing that the purple-clad woman who had vanished after their battle was likely concealed within the seemingly barren cliff before him. To enter, you must first pass my trial. Upon witnessing this, Han Li immediately positioned himself in front of the demon, blocking its advance, tightly gripping the bloodthirsty blade. His true chi surged, a frenzy of energy coursing through him. The essence of the boundless blade technique, the boundless blade bone, and the celestial prison thief technique awakened within him in an instant. That it was a terrifying force, potent enough to slay demon beasts of the pulse-breaking third or fourth realm, and even human warriors. However, when compared to the primordial spirit demon's overwhelming aura, it was akin to a firefly against the full moon, insignificant and diminutive, utterly inconspicuous than a mere pulse-breaking insect, courting death. The primordial spirit demon roared in anger, raising a claw infused with demonic energy, the terrifying force attached to it, as if a mountain of celestial weight were descending, a tumultuous pressure enveloping the air with a ferocious gale, seemingly capable of tearing apart all existence. Gazing at the demon's claw, Han Li remained unfazed, channeling every ounce of his energy. The celestial command soul and the thunder prison dragon soul awakened simultaneously, bestowing immense power upon him. The essence of the boundless blade technique and its accompanying intent manifested, and the transformed boundless blade bone began to radiate warmth, as if ignited by fire, resonating with Han Li's will. In a pivotal moment, Han Li bellowed, pouring every fiber of his being into his bloodthirsty blade, that a crimson brilliance surged forth, as if the world had transformed into a sea of blood. Boundless blade technique. Bitter boundless, Han Li's voice rang out, unleashing a terrifying blade intent that erupted from within him, as though he had become an unparalleled blade master, or a soul enduring the torments of the boundless underworld. His expression a blend of sorrow and numbness. The bloodthirsty blade traced an extraordinary path in his hand, as if it connected to the cries of souls in the boundless underworld, the ferocity of vengeful spirits, and the relentless agony of suffering. Under the weight of one strike, countless souls sank into despair. With another, the essence of hell was unleashed. Endless resentment, brutality, and filth whirled within that single strike, weaving a tragic tapestry of human suffering. Kill! Han Li shouted again. The bloodthirsty blade, as if endowed with sight, emitted a blood-red blade aura that clashed against the primordial spirit demon's claw. This blood-red aura appeared invincible, seemingly carrying the pain and fury of countless souls, morphing into a terrifying force that surged toward the demon's massive claw. With a tearing sound reminiscent of fabric ripping, Han Li's blood-red blade aura sliced through the layers of the primordial spirit demon's energy, leaving behind a faint glimmer, as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, yet sharp and piercing after enduring countless trials. That a single drop of red blood fell from the demon's claw, staining its fur. That was the blood of the primordial spirit demon. Han Li's strike had managed to injure a demon of the primordial spirit realm? No, it could not be considered an injury. It could only be said that Han Li's slash had drawn a single drop of blood from the primordial spirit demon. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's face went pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. The previous strike had drained him of all his true chi. Even the boundless blade bone within him dimmed slightly. Bitter boundless was the third form of the boundless blade technique, W.Y. writes. Han Li should not have mastered it, nor should he have the qualifications to wield it. Successfully execute the bitter boundless. One would typically need to be at least in the innate realm. However, Han Li's skeletal structure had transformed into the boundless blade bone, inherently containing the essence that connected him to the boundless underworld, making the blade intent remarkably compatible, coupled with the purity of the essence refined by the celestial prison thief technique. It had finally granted Han Li a sliver of capability to wield the third form of the boundless blade technique, bitter boundless. Had he attempted to use this form in the past without the requisite cultivation, the cost would have been a drop in realm, damaging his cultivation, requiring an exceedingly long time to recover the lost energy. An insect dares to injure this king's demon body. The primordial spirit demon's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling a slight sting in its claw, lifting its paw to inspect, it found a drop of crimson blood staining its fur. Glaring at Han Li, its gaze was filled with lethal intent and wariness. Before it stood Han Li, a mere pulse-breaking warrior, who had somehow managed to draw blood from its primordial spirit body with his bizarre technique. This was utterly preposterous. Yet at this moment, Han Li had achieved that feat. This revelation ignited a profound animosity within the primordial spirit demon. Initially, it had intended to deal with the primordial spirit woman and reclaim the source before savoring the torment of the human warrior who had stolen its treasure. However, the realization that this human insect possessed the ability to wound it forced the primordial spirit demon to become vigilant. Given time, if Han Li were to grow stronger, would he not be a threat? Insect, you dare to challenge a divine being? I shall turn you into mere pulp. The primordial spirit demon roared, its claw descending once more, as heavy as Mount Sumeru, as if an entire world were collapsing upon him. Faced with this claw, Han Li found himself devoid of any possibility of resistance, not even an opportunity to flee. Yet he harbored no fear. His gaze remained calm as he quietly observed the unfolding events. It was as if he felt no excessive dread of death. In times past, Han Li might have hesitated to sacrifice himself, perhaps fearing death. Yet at this moment, he realized that death did not seem so terrifying. Instead, he felt a growing understanding, a deeper insight into the boundless blade intent and technique. Regrettably, he was on the brink of perishing beneath the primordial spirit demon's claw. Even with newfound insights, what could it avail him? Is it not merely destined to become a handful of yellow earth? Yet, just as Han Li closed his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death, a fragrant breeze wafted by his ears that it seemed that the purple phoenix, which had been suppressing and refining the demonic aura of the heavenly fiend within the cave, had succeeded. The person I cherish, you are not qualified to slay. A voice, cold and aloof, akin to that of a celestial maiden, devoid of desire or demand, resounded in his ears. Han Li's eyes suddenly flew open, and before him stood a tall, enchanting figure clad in purple, her presence ethereal, with arms as delicate as white lotus stems. She effortlessly held at bay the claw of the great demonic spirit, the Ziyuan. Han Li gaped, a smile gradually illuminating his face. You have succeeded? Indeed, that Ziyuan turned her head, lightly nodding at Han Li, before extending her hand that a radiant light enveloped him. And at that moment, Han Li felt as if his body had become as light as a feather, lifting into the air, cloaked by a layer of azure power. He resembled a figure encased in a bubble, soaring towards the heavens. Rest well. I shall take care of the rest, Ziyuan declared as her voice faded. Her exquisite and beautiful visage shifted towards the great demonic spirit. Her captivating eyes revealed a chilling glint of icy resolve and murderous intent. I will kill you. With a gentle yet forceful lift of her jade arm, she sent the claw soaring upwards. A longbow materialized in her grasp, and in an instant, her figure ascended to the lofty heights of the sky. That arrow, capable of shattering myriad laws, coalesced, aimed directly at the great demonic spirit of the primordial realm. Human woman, you have finally appeared. I shall tear you apart and avenge my grievance. The great demonic spirit gazed up at the celestial like Ziyuan, its eyes betraying deep-seated hatred, one claw brushing against its lost eye. Feeling the absence of a wing from its back, unleashing a torrent of wrath that it could no longer contain. Even Han Li found himself unwilling to focus on the imminent threat, diverting his gaze entirely to Ziyuan. All the harm and loss he had suffered stemmed from her actions. Faced with a formidable enemy, the great demonic spirit turned its attention to the strongest contender. Ziyuan. With a single step, it ascended into the firmament. Simultaneously, a law-shattering arrow hurtled through the air, slicing through the void, conjuring a tempest, stirring up colossal waves, and scattering the clouds. Your arrow holds no power over me. The great demonic spirit sneered at the approaching arrow, its ferocious eyes gleaming with a cruel smirk. That a paw shot up, and in a blink, it seized the arrow, which should have been unstoppable, bringing it to a halt mere inches from its brow. Upon the moment the law-shattering arrow was caught by the great demonic spirit, Ziyuan's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a troublesome predicament. The law-shattering arrow was among her most formidable offensive techniques. The remaining techniques were even more destructive martial arts. such as the great butcher god's finger that she had entrusted to Han Li. Have you exhausted your tricks? Now it is my turn. The great demonic spirit mocked, seemingly reveling in the helplessness of the purple-clad woman. A desire for vengeance igniting within it that a blade of demonic energy coalesced and shot forth, akin to a cleaving strike that shattered the void, evidently more potent than the law-shattering arrow. The ethereal curtain descended as Zi Yuan waved her hand. The descending blade of demonic energy halted in midair. Yet, almost immediately, the great demonic spirit unleashed a barrage of blades forged from concentrated demonic energy, relentlessly colliding against Zi Yuan's ethereal barrier. After several strikes, the barrier emitted a cracking sound, reminiscent of a shattered mirror, as the blades of demonic energy surged forth, targeting Zi Yuan's vital points. In that instant, Zi Yuan's delicate brows furrowed, with a flick of her longbow. The blades at both ends unfurled like wings, effortlessly slicing through the great demonic spirit's onslaught. Then, with a graceful pull of the bowstring, she conjured an arrow, which was no longer a law-shattering arrow, but a faintly golden arrow, exuding an aura of divine slaughter and annihilation. The essence of the arrow bore a vague resemblance to the great butcher god's finger that Han Li had practiced. Yet at this moment, it was wholly centered on destruction, radiating an overwhelming aura of annihilation. The faint golden arrow merely coalesced, and with a sudden shift, the sky darkened, the winds churned, and within 100-mile radius surrounding Zi Yuan, the fabric of space collapsed, transforming into a realm of chaotic void, devoid of laws, where only the arrow of divine slaughter and the resplendent figure in a purple gown remained eternal and unchanging. It was as if she stood there, impervious to the chaotic space tearing around her, existing in a dimension apart from the tumult. Was she merging the great butcher god's finger into the arrow? Enveloped in the radiant light, Han Li floated in midair, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, reflecting the faint golden arrow on Zi Yuan's longbow. Having also practiced the great butcher god's finger, he instantly recognized the familiar aura. He had not anticipated that, wielded by Zi Yuan at the primordial realm, the destructive power of the great butcher god's finger would be so terrifying. The space within a 100-mile radius centered around Zi Yuan had transformed into a turbulent void, the very fabric of reality restructuring. Yet it could not keep pace with the speed of annihilation. Gazing at the great butcher arrow coalescing in Zi Yuan's hand, the great demonic spirit suddenly grew vigilant. Feeling its fur bristle as if electrified, was this arrow even more terrifying than the one of destruction? The great demonic spirit realized the perilous situation posed by Zi Yuan, never expecting that a human woman, seemingly weaker than itself, could unleash such a threat. It could not allow her to release that arrow. The great demonic spirit understood that once the great butcher arrow manifested, it would either face death or severe injury. And at that point, the demonic beasts under its command would likely refuse to heed its authority, seizing the opportunity to devour it. That a severely wounded demonic king would be a feast for the beasts, especially those at the embryonic stage. Many of its subordinates had already reached the pinnacle of the embryonic stage, a mere step away from achieving the primordial realm, that if they were to consume its flesh and blood, it would undoubtedly facilitate a breakthrough to the primordial realm. Roar! The great demonic spirit bellowed, charging towards Zi Yuan, unleashing its primordial power without reservation, as if to obliterate the world. Numerous demonic beasts were killed by the sheer force of its presence. Only those demonic beings of the purple realm and embryonic stage watched the battle between the primordial realms. Will the king fall? One of the embryonic stage beasts inquired. That it should fall, that I sense a terrifying aura from that woman's arrow. Even a king at the peak of the primordial realm could not withstand it. It can only end in destruction, spoke a silver-furred beast resembling a heavenly wolf, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty greed. Should the king of the demonic beasts fall, those of them suppressed at the pinnacle of the embryonic stage would be able to break through to the primordial realm and claim sovereignty. If they were to devour the great demonic spirit's flesh, becoming a primordial king would be as easy as pie. Thus, many demonic beasts secretly wish for the great demonic spirit to perish at the hands of the human woman. Rather than survive, in the eyes of demonic beasts, only the law of the jungle prevailed. The strong ruled over the weak. That if one were to perish, a new king of the primordial realm would inevitably rise. In the heavens, the great demonic spirit glared furiously, once again employing its innate demonic arts, desperately striving to thwart Ziyuan's great butcher arrow. Blades of fire forged from demonic energy rained down like a flurry of sharp daggers, piercing through the chaotic void in an attempt to disrupt her. "You seek to slay me, yet I will not sit idly by," proclaimed the great demonic spirit, plunging into the maelstrom of destruction. Its forelimbs, resembling eagle claws, lunged at Ziyuan, while its mouth crackled with the electric light of demonic energy, pulsating with a chilling, deathly aura. Boom! Dazzling purple thunderbolt, radiant and brilliant as if illuminating the darkness, erupted from the great demonic spirit's throat like a sword unleashed, racing forward with unimaginable speed, transcending time and space. Hanli could scarcely discern the violet thunderbolt. "Heavenly barrier! Heavenly barrier! Heavenly barrier!" Ziyuan chanted thrice as she beheld the incoming thunder. Her form flickered and shimmered, elusive as she darted between the chaotic void, sometimes vanishing into thin air, other times manifesting within the swirling, turbulent space, her garments flowing like the ethereal maiden descended from the celestial realm. Simultaneously, the faint golden great butcher arrow in her grasp coalesced at that very instant. Forged into existence was a pale, golden arrow, adorned with enigmatic runes, pulsating with the essence of annihilation, capable of slaying deities and obliterating realms. While shattering fate and severing causality, it appeared as though a divine entity had descended, leaving only the prospect of retreat for those who faced this formidable slaughtering arrow. This arrow was truly one that could vanquish gods. Perhaps it could not slay the path itself, yet deities would surely perish beneath its might. In that moment of the arrow's manifestation, the primordial spirit of the great demon sensed the encroachment of death and swiftly withdrew. Fixating its aim on Han Li's location in the realm of clear light, it sought to seize Han Li before the human woman could unleash the slaughtering arrow, using him as a bargaining chip. The instant the arrow took form, the primordial spirit knew its failure was inevitable. However, it clung to a flicker of hope to control Han Li. Yet, as the great demon turned, the slaughtering arrow had already been loosed. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the void, igniting sparks of fire in its wake. Then a pale, golden true dragon materialized from the arrow, emitting a series of resounding roars that reverberated through the mountains of demonkind. As if it had gained sentience, it pursued the primordial spirit closely, the distance between them diminishing rapidly, the scent of death drawing ever nearer to the primordial spirit. "No, human, you cannot kill me. If you slay me, the essence you desire will dissipate alongside me." The primordial spirit cried out in terror, only to realize that the great arrow, entwined with the true dragon, was already a mere inch away from him. "You no longer require the essence that resides within me," stated Zhao Yang, her tone devoid of emotion, as though the essence that had begun to merge within the primordial spirit had lost all significance at that moment. Essences are not singular. Their acquisition is fraught with difficulty, often fiercely contested by various beasts. The allure of essence to demonkind is akin to humanity's insatiable desires. Had the primordial spirit not harbored murderous intent toward Han Li, perhaps Zhao Yang would have spared him, compelling him to relinquish his essence willingly. Alas, the primordial spirit was oblivious to the narrow path it had chosen. Even if the essence was of great importance to Zhao Yang, it paled in comparison to her desire for the primordial spirit's demise. That if the primordial spirit had grasped this reality, it would surely have felt an imbalance within its heart. After all, it was a formidable entity of the primordial realm, far beyond the reach of mere mortals, vastly superior to an ordinary first-stage pulse cultivator. No, I can still become your mount. I can serve you." The primordial spirit attempted to wriggle free, inching closer to Han Li. But before it could utter the final word of its plea, the slaughtering arrow had already pierced its brow. In that instant, the primordial spirit's corporeal form erupted with a thunderous blast, disintegrating into a mist of blood that spread across the heavens, showering the land with a faint crimson rain. Within the mountains of demonkind, flora and fauna stained with the blood of the primordial spirit thrived, as if nourished by a potent elixir, growing wildly, as if stimulated by a surge of hormones. A spectral representation of the primordial spirit's soul emerged into the air, its fierce gaze filled with agony and boundless hatred, fixated on Zhao Yang, continuously howling in fury, yet utterly powerless to act. Above its brow, the slaughtering arrow remained, firmly anchoring the primordial spirit soul. Dust to dust, earth to earth. It is time for you to disperse. Zhaoyang disregarded the primordial spirit's furious glare, delicately placing her slender fingers upon the forehead of its ethereal form. Instantly, the primordial spirit writhed in an attempt to escape, its countenance contorted in pain, its already insubstantial essence growing increasingly transparent, as if it might dissolve into wisps of smoke at any moment. In but a breath, the primordial spirit soul completely disintegrated into vapor, thus meeting its ultimate demise at Zhaoyang's hands. Concurrently, an amber-hued, somewhat translucent crystal fell from the sky into Zhaoyang's open palm, that the essence. Not far away, Hanli seemed to comprehend that the amber crystal appearing in Zhaoyang's hand post the primordial spirit's fall was likely the very essence she had sought in the mountains of demonkind. As Hanli pondered, Zhaoyang gracefully approached him. She waved her hand, and the ethereal glow enveloping Hanli dissipated, leaving his form suspended in the air. With the demise of the primordial spirit, are you departing? Hanli felt an inkling of loss as he gazed at the barefooted Zhaoyang, regretting the time spent aiding her in suppressing the demonic energy instead of cherishing moments with such an enchanting presence. This sudden sense of melancholy weighed heavily on Hanli's heart. Well, the matters here are concluded. I must seek out other places for additional treasures, Zhaoyang replied after a moment of silence. Will we have the chance to meet again? Hanli blurted out his thoughts without hesitation upon hearing her words. Zhaoyang fixed her gaze upon him for a long while before glancing at the vast sky. Perhaps we shall meet again. Or perhaps not, that I know not from where I come or to where I am bound. I merely continue forward, one destination after another, in search of things that, while seemingly unrelated to me, appear to carry great significance. Is that so? Hanli smiled, observing the confusion in Zhaoyang's eyes as she looked skyward, as if she grasped much, yet understood little. The disparity between them was stark. Zhaoyang was a being of the primordial realm, while he was merely a weak warrior, striving to grow stronger to survive. Contemplating this, Hanli anticipated that this parting from Zhaoyang might extend for countless years, perhaps leaving him without the fortune to encounter her again in this lifetime. Next time, when battling beasts or foes, I shall thoroughly investigate their backgrounds. Should I find myself in a situation akin to this, no one may come to my aid. Hanli remarked solemnly, that I will. She replied, the name you bestowed upon me shall never be forgotten in this lifetime. Zhaoyang withdrew her gaze, her attention shifting to the demonkind within the mountains, and with a mere gesture, she seized a pinnacle demon of the embryonic realm before her. This demon, a silver-furred she-wolf, immediately began to plead for mercy, fearing for her life. Senior, spare me. I am but a servant of the primordial demon king, and I meant no offense. Please grant me my life. The lament of the silver-furred she-wolf was so delicate that Hanli, had he not witnessed it himself, might have mistaken it for the weeping of a fragile maiden. I shall consider this your gratitude for the assistance you have rendered me, Zhaoyang stated matter-of-factly, her hand firmly grasping the she-wolf, while the other became a sword-like gesture that effortlessly tore open the wolf's brow, that a drop of pure, surging blood, faintly glowing with a golden hue, was forcibly extracted from within the she-wolf. Simultaneously, a diminutive version of the wolf's essence emerged, resembling the she-wolf in miniature form, the next moment. Zhaoyang pointed toward Hanli, and a drop of blood seeped from Hanli's brow, merging with the faint golden essence of the silver-furred she-wolf. The two disparate bloods hissed as they combined, the she-wolf howling in anguish, while the small essence emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Approximately a minute later, the conjoined golden essence transformed into a blood arrow. Piercing back into the essence of the silver-furred she-wolf, mysterious runes materialized at Zhaoyang's fingertips, enveloping the she-wolf as if she were an object of refinement. Senior, have you bound me to this human pest through a life-and-death blood pact? The she-wolf's voice, now frail and incredulous, trembled with disbelief and fury that a life-and-death blood pact. If the master lives, the servant lives. If the master dies, the servant dies. Yet should the servant perish, the master may remain unscathed. Hanli, having heard of such pacts, was astonished as he turned to Zhaoyang. You have bound me to this embryonic realm demon through a life-and-death blood pact. This is my gift to you, Zhaoyang replied. With a faint smile, Ziyuan seemed to perform this act with effortless ease. Yet, the slight pallor on her face filled Han Li with an overwhelming sense of compassion. Engaging in a fierce battle with a formidable spirit beast and unleashing the Godslayer arrow had already drained her energy. Now, forcibly binding the life and death blood contract between a powerful monster at the nascent soul stage and a mere cultivator like him at the meridian opening stage further depleted her mental fortitude. Ziyuan then took out a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Han Li. The pendant appeared to be broken, only half remaining, shaped like a dragon. This is the Qianquan jade, which can be used to contain this small mother wolf of the nascent soul stage. .it can also store a considerable amount of cultivation resources. .it is of no use to me. So I bestow it upon you. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Chapter 71. Qingshan County, Steward Liu and the Jianghu. Farewell. Han Li gazed blankly at the direction where Zi, transformed into a myriad of stars, dissipated in the sky. His body gradually fell into emptiness, landing atop a barren mountain peak. As he looked longingly at Ziyuan's departure, a profound sense of loss enveloped him. The silver-white wolf, forced into a life-and-death blood contract with him by Zi, now lay limp by his side, utterly exhausted. This wolf had lost considerable strength and stamina due to the forced contract, and it would require time to recover. Human, willingly dissolve the blood contract with this king, or I shall make you endure a fate worse than death. The silver wolf uttered a weak threat, its fierce gaze fixated on Han Li, as if poised to pounce and tear him apart. Yet, its weakness rendered it incapable of exerting any strength. Dissolve the blood contract. Han Li suppressed his emotions and let out a cold laugh that he understood that this silver-haired wolf demon would never submit to him, for he was but a lowly insect who had recently broken through to the meridian opening stage. But what did it matter? He had already established a blood contract with the silver wolf. He was the master, and it was the servant. Their lives were now entwined at his will. With a mere thought, Han Li caused the wolf to wail in agony, its limbs convulsing as if it were enduring unimaginable torment. Emitting piercing cries of despair, "Damnable human! You are but an ant at the meridian opening stage. What right do you have to command this king?" The wolf howled in fury, yet it could only endure the pain inflicted upon it by the blood contract, which granted Han Li dominion over its life and death. Had Han Li so wished, he could have easily extinguished the wolf's life at that very moment. However, considering that it was a peak, nascent soul wolf, it was an invaluable ally for him that he needed to return to the Tianwu sect. The 3 months he had to break through to the meridian opening stage were drawing near. The sect would soon conduct evaluations for those prodigies with extraordinary soul destinies. He was eager to return to the Tianwu sect. As for escaping the sect's control, Han Li had no such intention. He wished to see what the Tianwu secret realm was like, especially since even powerful beings in the nascent soul stage required the assistance of prodigies like him. Since you have established a blood contract with me, your life and death are in my hands. Should there be any further offense, I shall make you truly understand what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. Han Li casually refined the Qianquan jade Ziyuan had given him and captured the silver wolf within. After organizing his thoughts and restoring his true energy, he hastily departed from the demon-infested mountains. With the fall of a formidable demon lord at the nascent soul stage, the remaining peak nascent soul demons would undoubtedly vie for territory while preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage themselves, seeking to become new demon lords. Perhaps, like the nascent soul demons, one powerful demon would dominate the others, or several peak nascent soul demons would sequentially break through, establishing their own domains and turning the once unified demon-infested mountains into a fragmented state of warring factions. As Han Li exited the demon-infested mountains, he witnessed numerous fallen corpses of both demons and human warriors who had been besieged by the beasts. Chaos was imminent in the demon-infested mountains, which would soon become a realm of turmoil, viewed as a forbidden zone by martial artists who would dare not enter recklessly. Qingshan County, a city near the demon-infested mountains, served as Han Li's resource exchange point. Located in the southwestern part of the demon-infested mountains, this area consisted mostly of hilly terrain, yet it thrived with martial spirit, emphasizing strength and power. Many martial artists venturing into the demon-infested mountains would choose this place as a transit hub for their training. Upon entering Qingshan County, Han Li had a clear objective: to head straight to the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce, the largest martial arts trading company in the entire Divine Martial County. "Oh, is that not young friend Han?" I thought you had perished in the demon-infested mountains." As Han Li stepped through the entrance of the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce's branch, a figure emerged from a nearby private room, accompanied by several martial artists, as if they had just finished attending to a customer. After sending the martial artists away, the figure approached Han L. It turned out to be Steward Liu, upon recognizing him. Han Li smiled and replied. The individual before him was one of the stewards of the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce in Qingshan County, originally responsible for reception duties. That he was tall, clad in a splendid robe, standing about 1.78 meters tall, with distinct features and a short beard. His eyes occasionally sparkled with intelligence, giving the impression of a valiant martial artist as well as a shrewd businessman. Steward Liu examined Han Li and remarked, "Recently, there has been turmoil in the demon-infested mountains, reportedly involving battles between nascent soul demons. Only a few martial artists managed to escape, and I thought you had fallen among them, that I never expected you to emerge alive." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Han Li replied, "I merely relied on the protective treasures bestowed upon me by my senior brothers and sisters from the sect, managing to survive by evading danger in the demon-infested mountains." His expression remained unchanged, but a hint of bitter amusement crossed his face, as if he had indeed suffered the loss of an invaluable protective artifact, convincing others of his plight. "That I see it seems you are indeed a person of great fortune. Surviving such a calamity surely bodes well for your future." Steward Liu chuckled, no longer dwelling on how Han Li had managed to survive the demon-infested mountains. His gaze then sharpened as it fell upon Han Li's cultivation level. "You seem to have reaped considerable rewards from your recent endeavors in the demon-infested mountains, as I see you have broken through to the meridian opening stage. Are you planning to take any action?" Steward Liu inquired, clapping his hands to summon attendants to prepare a private room for Han Li. After entering one of the private rooms, Han Li and Steward Liu sat across from each other. Han Li retrieved various items from his storage ring, including herbs, demon beast materials, and other resources collected during his time in the demon-infested mountains. This the fire attribute sunflame grass, and this one. Is it the thunder attribute thunder spirit fruit? And here, a pair of fangs from a blood jade sword tiger. I cannot believe you managed to acquire such a treasure, Steward Liu exclaimed repeatedly, his eyes gleaming as he examined the materials Han Li had produced. From my observations, the blood jade sword tiger that possesses these fangs must be at least a congenital beast. In the private room, Steward Liu expressed his astonishment, marveling at the rare cultivation and crafting resources Han Li had brought forth. "Young friend, your harvest this time is likely beyond what even a martial artist at the third level of the congenital stage could attain." As he inspected the various spiritual herbs, demon skins, fangs, claws, and demon cores that Han Li had presented, Steward Liu's eyes were filled with awe. The value of these items, once exchanged for gold coins, would undoubtedly reach astronomical sums. Ordinary martial artists at the Purple Mansion stage would hardly dare to claim they could match Han Li's wealth. Perhaps the coins obtained from these materials would be sufficient to support Han Li's journey from the meridian opening stage to the congenital stage. These are merely materials collected amidst the chaos of demon battles. I merely stumbled upon a windfall. Han Li rose and respectfully addressed Steward Liu. "I would appreciate it if you could find someone to assess these items and exchange them for gold coins and spirit crystals at an 80-20 ratio, as well as 30 true pulse pills from meridian opening stage cultivators. Of course, I will ensure that these materials are meticulously accounted for." Steward Liu nodded. With a wave of his hand, the various items Han Li had produced from his storage ring vanished, replaced by a dark storage ring, which he handed to one of the attendants to be sent for valuation. Witnessing this, Han Li felt no concern about the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce secretly pocketing his materials. He was fully aware of the contents he had presented. Furthermore, given the Divine Martial Chamber's stature, they would undoubtedly refrain from petty theft, as that would jeopardize the hard-earned reputation they had built, rendering any such actions counterproductive. "Young friend, now that you have emerged from the demon-infested mountains, I presume you are preparing to return to the Tianwu sect." Lu Guanshi settled himself down, took a sip of tea, and engaged in conversation with Han Li, patiently awaiting the completion of the financial transactions by the guild staff involving gold coins and spirit crystals. Han Li nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, it has been nearly 2 months since leaving the sect, and there are matters that necessitate my return for reporting and resolution. Furthermore, with the demise of the Soul Transformation Realm Demon King in the Danyao Mountain, the mighty demons at the Nurturing Embryo Realm will likely vie for territory. eagerly seeking to ascend to the soul transformation realm themselves. This period is bound to render the Dan Yao mountain even more chaotic than before. Hanli lifted the teacup from the table beside him, swaying it gently as he spoke, seemingly indifferent, yet his words carried weight.